West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports 10 Prince, Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Center puts it away. Coming home, Altuve. Here comes the throw. It gets by O'Hoppe, and the Astros get a sacrifice fly.
Okay, so that was... Sorry, I pulled that highlight before the show. I just tried to find it anywhere I could. I'll credit Michael Schwab with having it on his Twitter. I would have liked the reaction. Schwabi, if you're listening, I would have liked the reaction afterwards as well on that highlight. If you're just waking up, and I know a lot of you are, that you didn't watch the end of the Astros. It was a good game last night. It was always a close game. Spencer Arrighetti was a little shaky early, but kind of straightened things out, so that was good. The Astros win last night 5-4. In 10 innings. As we welcome you in here on a Tuesday, Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne with you. If you missed it, go find it. Go out of your way to go find it. The Astros.
Watch the full the highlights on YouTube.
Find it. Yeah, the Astros win in 10 innings last night, 5-4. That was the game-winning run. Jose Altuve tagged. He was the, for lack of a better term, ghost runner on second in the 10th inning. He moves over to third on an infield single by Bryce Matthews on a bunt single, which was just like a horrific play by the Angels. It was a bunt. He was trying to sacrifice Altuve over to third, and he bunts it. Bryce Matthews does down the third baseline. The ball's rolling. Freezing Guzman, the third baseman, picks it up, and everybody's safe. So now you got first and third with nobody out instead of runner on third with one out. Cam Smith strikes out, so you got first and third with one out. Jake Myers swings on the first pitch and pops it up behind second base. The second baseman caught it, not the center fielder, and Jose Altuve tags up from third base. And the second baseman throws it home, and Altuve, if the catcher would have caught the ball, would have been out by 20 feet. But the ball skips past him, and Jose Altuve scores the winning run.
It was
reaction.
It was a brilliant play by Altuve.
No, it wasn't.
Sean, it was brilliant. I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, I'd never watched the game of baseball before last night, and there's a few things that I learned about baseball last night. One, this Trey Mancini kid called up from the minors you got to keep an eye on him.
He can play.
This Mike Trout kid is an idiot. Can't make simple plays in the outfield.
Yep.
And this Altuve is the smartest base runner of his generation.
I can force the second baseman to throw it home. This will be good for us.
Yeah. This that was a fun game, man.
Dude,
that was a lot of fun.
That game lost its mind after Christian Walker tied it up in the ninth inning.
Yeah, and we didn't get to wait, did we even talk about Trout getting thrown out at home by Bryce Matthews?
No, we didn't.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It was the game was just sort of your regular garden variety one-run baseball game all night. I was more focused on the basketball game. I had them both going, but I was more focused on the basketball game, which was excellent as well. And we'll get to that, than the baseball game. But once the basketball game was over, the Astros got the big screen, and that's when the game got drunk as hell.
Yeah.
After Christian Walker tied it up in the ninth inning with that single, it was crazy. And, yeah, credit Bryce Matthews, who, by the way, got thrown out at second base, caught stealing in the top of the ninth. Mm-hmm. So we were all mad at Bryce Matthews for getting caught stealing, or in the top of the 10th. Sorry, top of the 10th. He got caught, thrown out at second base, caught stealing. So, oh, man, you could have tacked on another run. You get thrown out at second base. And then 5 minutes later, he's throwing Mike Trout out at home plate on a base hit. Brian Abreu comes in the 10th inning because Josh Hader had already pitched the ninth. So you got to get through the 10th inning, up 5-4 with Brian Abreu. He immediately gives up a base hit, which would have tied the game, except Bryce Matthews threw out Mike Trout at home by a freeze frame. Like it was crazy close.
It was a beautiful throw by Bryce Matthews.
Throw.
It was incredible. Well, oh man, I mean, there's so many big plays. Trout had to throw home that got caught on the lip of the pitcher's mound. That was a great game.
It was a fun game, man.
It's just, as the West Coast continues to cling to the specific time zone of theirs, that's the one downside, is that not as many Houstonians got to see it.
I stayed up for the whole thing because I stayed up to watch the basketball game, and then the basketball game was over, and that's when the baseball game started to pick up some steam. And so Christian Walker, boy, the ninth inning, you're down by 1 going into the ninth. Jeremy Pena gets on base, and Yordan Alvarez is up. Yordan Alvarez, who was just named Player of the Week yesterday. So now Yordan's up. You're like, oh, here's a moment. And Yordan strikes out and looks like garbage. Like he's swinging at a ball at his feet. And so but Christian Walker, fortunately, who's tied with Yordan for the AL lead in RBIs, he came up big in the moment.
And if I see a split, just see it down.
Base hit to center. Here comes Pena. Here comes the throw by Trout. Pena will be safe. Astros have tied it at 4.
Yeah, and Pena had just stolen second base, so they kind of manufactured that run. Then the game got weird, man. So it's 4-4 in the ninth inning. I think, 1 out in the ninth, and it's tied at 4, and Walker gets a base hit. Joe Espada did this earlier in the year, and a lot of managers do this. They're like, okay, well, it's time to go win this thing, so I'm going to put in somebody who's not nearly as good at the overall game of baseball as Christian Walker to pinch run at first base because he's slightly faster than Christian Walker. So they put Shea Whitcomb in to pinch run for Christian Walker. And again, they're not leading. The game is tied. So there's a really good chance you're going to extra innings there. I don't like that strategy at all.
Pena's super, I feel like he really overthinks it in those situations.
Oh, Espada, you mean? Espada,
excuse me. Yeah. I have no idea how Pena would do as a manager. But, Espada, I do. He gets way too clever with some of these base running, these pinch runner situations.
Yeah, and I know baseball, since time immemorial, that's been a thing managers do, is we got to get the fast guy on there because we got to go win this thing. And it's like, man, you're not a great offensive team outside of the 2 guys that just got up to the plate, the 3 guys that just got up to the plate, Pena, Yordan, and Christian Walker. And so they've got Shea Whitcomb on first base with 1 out. There's like a 1% chance his speed versus however fast Christian Walker runs comes into play versus the much bigger chance that you're going to need Walker's glove or bat in extra innings at some point. If that game had gone to the 11th inning, Shea Whitcomb would have come up instead of Christian Walker in that game. So I thought that was poor strategy. Then with the runner on first, still on first, and 2 outs, Jose Altuve comes up with 2 outs, mind you, and tries to bunt his way on twice. Not once, but twice. He gets himself buried in an 0-2 count with 2 outs and a runner on first. This is where this team is so stupid sometimes. Like, Jose, what's the end game? You're going to get on base. If you're successful, you get a bunt single, and you and Shea Whitcomb are on first and second with 2 outs for Bryce Matthews, who's got a 580 OPS on the year with 2 outs. So Altuve, between that, I mean, it worked. Altuve tags up from second. But, Seth, I say all this to say this. There's a chance that when Jose Altuve's house got robbed, he just left the door unlocked.
Oh no. Well, yeah.
He just left the door unlocked, and they didn't really have to do anything to get into his house.
No, they climbed in through a window. That's insane.
You know what?
Now, was the window locked? I don't know.
I bet the window was unlocked.
Yeah.
Like Jose Altuve, I'm not saying he's a dumb human being. I'm saying he does some of the dumbest things on a baseball diamond that I've ever seen in my life.
He has that ability to just go without thinking. He said as much.
Let's hear from him.
This is Altuve afterwards off of Brian McTaggart's X account on just going for it.
I think that was kind of like a bad play with a good result, So, and ended up winning the game, so I'm going to take it.
You just feel you had to force the issue there and make them kind of, make the play?
I think that I let the adrenaline go in that moment, so, I was ready for every fly ball to the outfield, but, obviously it was a little shorter, but I kind of was like committed to go, so I take it. Also, a game-winning RBI by Jake, so that's the way I see it, and happy that we won this game.
I agree. I agree with everything he just said at the end there. He's like, yes, it was a game-winning RBI by Jake. because you, for some reason, decided to tag up on a pop-up.
Yeah.
And we won the game. And you did.
I know it all worked out. Sean, when has this ever not worked out for Altuve? Where can you find dozens of examples of this not working out for Altuve?
Give me during the break.
This is let's dig in deeper to just exactly how he decided.
The anatomy of the play.
Let's break down this decision making here.
At what point do you actually decide you're going to go?
I don't know, like, it's really hard to, in that moment you're just full of adrenaline. You want to win the game, so I didn't really think. I just ran without thinking, so.
You just ran without thinking. That's what you do, Sean.
No, he's accurate. Everything you just said in those two cuts, I agree with all of
without
it.
Thinking.
I agree with all of it. I love how McTaggart was trying to draw out of him, and let me be clear. I love Brian McTaggart. I think Brian McTaggart does an outstanding job. I love how McTaggart, in the first cut that we played, was trying to lead Jose Altuve into a place where the answer would have been like that this was some sort of master strategy. Like McTaggart's like, so were you, were you trying to get that guy to force him to make a play? Like, no, the fact of the matter is, this is me saying this now. The fact of the matter is, Jose Altuve's switch for tag-ups was flipped to on the second he got to third base and there was a ball hit in the air.
Yeah.
He was going to go as long as the feet of whoever was catching the ball, even if it was an infielder, were on grass, he was tagging up. That's what was happening.
I'm watching the play right now. It was he was out by 15 feet.
Dude, it was incredible.
The ball was at the catcher's glove with Altuve still 15 feet.
I had forgotten, dude. It hadn't really kind of registered with me, like who was on third.
Yeah.
Like who specifically. I just knew they had first and third, and I'm just kind of sitting there sipping my Powerade, watching the game. And when that second baseman behind the bag on that pop up by Jake Molly turning his shoulders to throw home, I'm like, what is going on? And then I see little Altuve running into the screen. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is what's going on.
Sean, he's a third of the way away from the plate when the ball is there. It's so good. Well, even Espada afterwards said, well, you could see Espada was trying to take up for him, saying, well, you could see that he was the fielder was on his heels a little bit. And you're like, okay, dude, he could be on his butt and make that throw.
It's like Seth. It was like this team. It was like Christian Walker tied the game up with that base hit, and then the entire team, including Joe Espada, decided to all do 4 shots. Like the whole thing. It was like, I told you, Amy and I went to that drunk pirate show a couple weeks ago, or last Friday, whatever. The cast all takes like 3 or 4 shots before they start the show.
Yeah, that's how you get into a good place.
That's what this team did. The second Christian Walker got on first base, this team's baseball IQ, including the manager, dropped to like 62. It was between Espada pinch running for Walker and between Altuve trying to bunt his way on with 2 outs and the game tied at the time, and Bryce Matthews coming up after him, and Bryce Matthews getting thrown out, stealing in the 10th, Jose Altuve tagging up on a pop-up, Brian Abreu coming in and immediately giving up a base hit to Mike Trout, or to whoever is batting behind Trout, and Trout getting thrown out at home. This game did when Walker tied it at 4. There was more stuff going on in this game, and I mean it. Go out of your way. There's YouTube cut-ups of games like that, whatever. Go out of your way to find the 9th inning and on of this game. It's worth the price of admission. This game started at like midnight last night. That's when it started. Other than that, it was just a normal kind of back and forth big league baseball game. But the Astros win. That's the big thing. I know that if you tuned in,
I admire your commitment to process. You're genuinely agitated about this game-winning play by Altuve.
Yeah, well, I'm agitated at Espada because I think it's stupid to pinch run for one of your best hitters, especially at first base. It's not like, as a texter points out, it's actually T-Mill texting in right now, it's not like Shea Whitcomb is Miles Straw or Willie Taveras when it comes to speed. Like, it's Shea Whitcomb. His qualification for this, I suppose, is he's faster than Christian Walker.
Yeah.
So that bothered me because I'm like, man, there's a good chance Christian Walker is going to come up. That spot is going to come up again in this game. and you're going to need him. And luckily, it didn't happen that way. But also, Shea Whitcomb didn't he didn't get off of first base either the entire time he was pinch running. So I was mad at that. Yeah, you're right. I am a little mad at process here. I like
your process over results.
Yeah, and Jose Altuve literally said, it probably wasn't the right thing, but the result was outstanding.
Poor Perez Chica. Perez Chica, we used to get agitated with him because when he first started at coaching third base, it didn't seem like he really had an appreciation for how aggressive the Astros base runners are supposed to. Remember, he'd be holding guys up at third where we'd been trained from back in the day when the Astros started with their aggressive base running in 2013, 2014. We used to be livid with them, and then we learned, be aggressive, BEAGGRESSIV. We're all cheerleaders out there.
Yep.
The Perez Chica comes in, and then he was incredibly conservative, and then he started to get a feel for it.
Yeah.
And then, but not like this.
No. Well, and here's the funny thing too. There is zero chance in hell Perez Chica sent Jose Altuve on that.
Oh, right. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And he's like,
Perez Chica's got to be like, where are you going?
He's probably screaming.
You're going to yell at me.
No, that's the kind of thing where you're not even paying attention. You're like, of course he's not going to run on this.
Yeah. Probably turned his back.
Are you allowed to physically restrain a runner?
That would have been the time to do it.
I'm almost certain you're not. But that would be. They should have Altuve. You know what? Major League Baseball should make an exemption for Jose Altuve and allow base coaches to actually physically restrain him.
I'm not a process over results truther like some people are, you know what I mean? Where it's like, process, like Kenny Atkinson,
Right.
Like I'm not that extreme. I am extreme on that one. Like that was dumb what he did last night. Mm-hmm. That was really stupid. And my biggest
team of destiny. What are the analytics on that, Sean?
My biggest fear.
You don't have an answer for that.
I don't. My biggest fear is this is going to encourage him to do it again and again and again.
Come on, he's deep enough into his career. That's who he is.
Yeah.
He doesn't need any encourement to do this again.
Yeah. That's true.
How many discouraging moments does he have to have before he gets that message?
Text message. There's only one explanation for that win. Payne and Pendergast reset.
That's right.
Thank
team
you.
of destiny.
Thank
reset
you.
Team.
14-9 since the P&P reset.
Mm-hmm.
That's getting close to a 100-win pace.
I think that's what Altuve said. I couldn't find that audio of him crediting the reset for feeling like he knew he could just go.
Hey, man, 4.5 back in the division. What are they back in the wild card? Did they pick up any ground in the wild card? Yep. 2.5 in the wild card, baby.
Team of destiny.
Team of destiny.
Wild card destiny, Sean.
Yep. So if you tuned in. If you jumped in on this segment at like about 6:04 when I was losing my mind over Espada and Bryce Matthews getting caught stealing and Jose Altuve trying to bunt his way on and Jose Altuve tagging up on a pop-up, if you didn't see the end of the game and you just tuned in at like 6:04 or 6:05 and I was losing my bleep over this whole thing, you're probably like, they lost, right? Like, no, they won 5-4. It was just they had no business winning that game based on how they were operating in the 9th and 10th inning.
It was hairy at first and early with Arrighetti as well, and then he reeled it in and he ends up going 6 innings. So thank God, you didn't have to rely on Abreu for 2 innings or anything god awful like that.
No.
Hader I knew
great.
In my mind, I'm like, boy, I was torn. Talk about following the right process. Hader's not going to go more than 3
leaving
outs.
him in. I was thinking the same thing.
Hader's not going to go more than 3 outs, but there was that part of me. It's like,
just this time.
Come on,
just this time.
Yeah, I know. He's just coming off of a 1-year absence, but still,
yeah. Where he had 2 injuries.
That's Abreu warming up out there, huh?
I know. and I'll say this: other than the base hit that Abreu gave up, he was awesome. But he gave up a base hit immediately. Bryce Matthews bailed him out with the throw home. But the last 2 outs, he looked great. So
Altuve turned a hell of a double. Well, Paredes and Altuve turned a hell of a double in this game. If that helps you feel any better.
There were a lot of good things. It was a weird game.
I am a little bit shocked at how, and I respect how angry you are over this incredible victory.
Just it's honestly of all the things, the tag up is like 3rd on the list behind Altuve trying to bunt his way on and Espada pinch running for Walker. Like I don't like that stuff, man. And they're going to do it again. He'll do it again. That's the thing. When I say he, I mean all of them. I'm just using a real pronoun to refer to everybody involved, all the males involved in this. All right, we'll get to the NBA Finals as well. I said we'd get to that in this segment. We didn't because that was such a wild game last night. They did win 5-4, the Astros. Mandatory minicamp starts today as well. A couple, 2-3 things we're looking for out there at practice today. We'll get to that on a lively Tuesday morning here on the show. But first, West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. Want to talk about West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. Ruben.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Astros win 5-4 in 10 innings last night. We'll revisit that in headlines coming up in just a few minutes. That was a hell of a baseball game last night, man. Astros 4.5 out in the division, 2.5 out in the wild card, and they are 31-37 on the season, I believe now. We'll get to minicamp. The other big thing from last night, NBA Finals, Game 3 of the NBA Finals, and the road team has won all 3 games so far. The Spurs respond to getting punched in the mouth at home with a 115-111 win. Another really good game. This game was as much about all the gaga going on around it as it was the actual game itself.
I mean, even without the president visiting, it's a playoff game in
New York,
in Madison Square Garden. Yeah.
Did you see the police presence they had around MSG last night?
Oh, really?
It was crazy, and apparently, according to anecdotes on social media, which are always true, but the lines outside of it would indicate that this was probably true, is that there was confusion because they had to change a lot of things around the arena that night because the president was there.
I know. They told people to anticipate multiple hours waiting in line, right?
Yeah, and traffic patterns. And so it was so bad that, places where fans, I guess, normally would go in a normal flow of traffic for a game, like 34th and 8th Street, something like that.
Yeah.
They would get to that intersection and security would be like, no, actually, it's 34th and 7th Street tonight. And even some of the security, I guess, was even a little in the dark on what exactly the logistics plan was for the whole thing. So there were people. Can you imagine paying $13,000 to get into Madison Square Garden and you're waiting 3 hours outside the arena just to get in last night? So
feels like a first world problem.
Yeah. Well, another first world problem. Another world problem.
Yeah.
Spending $13,000 on a ticket and watching your team lose.
To the point where there was. I didn't bother to fact check any of these. I assumed that every fight I saw of Knicks fans happened last night. When we know in reality, usually you see something like that, and there's a good chance that it'll say the community notes will say this is actually from 17 years ago.
The little edit down at the bottom of the tweet there. Yeah.
I just choose to believe that every single fist fight I saw between Knicks fans last night, who were freaking out over falling to 2-1 lead.
They're still winning.
Sean, you got to I tell people this all the time. It's harder to go 7 weeks without losing a basketball game in the NBA than people realize. I mean, if you think about it, it's because it's the playoffs. They were going on 7 weeks of not losing a basketball game.
The last time, I think we brought this up on Friday, the last time the Knicks had lost a basketball game was the night the Texans drafted Keelan Rutledge.
Oh my gosh!
he's been through rookie camp, OTAs, and now he starts minicamp today. Like that's how long it's been.
If you told me on that night
that the
Texans were going to draft Keelan Rutledge, or the Knicks were going to go 6.5 weeks without losing a basketball game,
would have picked Rutledge. Yeah,
I would have said Keelan Rutledge.
Yep.
Or option C, will Altuve tag up at third? And run home and be safe on a pop-up just past second base.
I watched that live last night, and at the moment, I'm like, okay, it's Altuve being Altuve. I'm more upset about it this morning than I was.
You were really agitated. You were as agitated. What was the time a couple months ago when I thought I was worried about you because you flipped out in studio?
I forget what it was. I pushed away from the desk.
It was after it was an Astros.
It was an Astros game, and I folded my arms.
Yeah.
And you thought I was mad at you, and I wasn't mad at you at all. Yeah. I don't remember what it was for, but if it was in the first month of the Astros, it had to be something stupid. So we'll get back to them in headlines. But so the basketball game last night, credit Victor Wembanyama. He was amazing last night. He 11 of 18 from the floor, knocked down a couple threes. He had 32 points. He had 3 blocked shots, and it felt like he had 10 blocked shots just because he's such a praying mantis in there. Like he's just such a presence. It's not the 3 block shots in the box score. It's the other 10 that he affects when you, or not just the shots, the actual shots he affects, or just the strategy that he affects. Like they just, they don't even try the paint sometimes because he's in there. So it limits what you can do offensively. So we've got a series now. 115, 111. The Spurs win last night. Game 4 is tomorrow.
This is Tim Bontemps, the writer. This is one of the worst overreactions I've ever seen. When they do a little overreaction where they say, hey, if you were going to freak out about this, what would you do? This is Tim Bontemps' overreaction. Sure, the Knicks blew their chance to close out this series in Game 4, but they still hold home court advantage. Okay. What the hell is... No, is he a New York-based writer? That is some homerism right to the extreme
what is
right there.
He said that's an overreaction?
It was Game 3's biggest overreaction. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The Knicks are under pressure in Game 4, and then that's his response.
Okay.
The overreaction is the Knicks are under pressure in Game 4.
I was going to say, I'm like, that's not that's exactly how I'd be looking at it if I were Knicks fan.
He's given the counter argument against the overreaction.
I got you. I'm like,
I apologize to Tim Bontemps.
That's okay. On his behalf.
The name like Bontemps, he's a Wembanyama.
He's serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's French. Does anyone else text message? Does anyone else realize Jalen Brunson is a bleeping monster? Yeah, even in a loss last night, like the end of that game, like just some of the shots Brunson was making to keep it a one bucket game at the end there were incredible.
Brunson's been
a beast.
Machine.
Yeah,
an absolute machine.
He's a beast. Mandatory minicamp starts today. So I think as far as things to look for out at mandatory minicamp, the Texans will practice. They're scheduled to practice 3 times this week. We'll see if they practice all 3. Full attendance. I think we're going to get Danielle Hunter and Sheldon Rankins back. So we'll get at least they're not going to be hitting anybody. There's no pads, but they'll be doing things out there. We'll get the visual of this defensive line at full force, which is just what the doctor ordered for this offense.
Yeah, but the offense, who I'm sure is just
ready to go.
Thrilled that the defense. Wyatt Teller talked about that with his interview with Cody Stutes and Landry Locker. About he wasn't saying it frustratingly or anything. He's like, these guys go really hard in minicamp.
Yeah, man. It's ain't a Stefanski Country Club practice, man.
Yeah. I like that So yesterday, if you guys weren't listening to the entire 4 hours of the show, we played some audio from that interview that Landry and Cody had on SNL Texans Talk.
Yep.
Good YouTube channel.
Yep.
But Wyatt Teller said some things that up in Cleveland they perceived as, wow, it sounds like Kevin Stefanski really wasn't practicing hard at all. Because Wyatt Teller's talking about, man, you got to be in shape down here with the way they practice and all of this and how hard the defense goes and everything. And it paints a picture of, man, what the hell were they doing up there in Cleveland?
Yeah.
Like, what exactly, where was the urgency necessarily?
Yep.
And we know that in Cleveland they're very sensitive about anything involving Houston because we've de-pantsed them dozens of times in the last few years.
Yes.
Both on the field and off.
On the field and with the GMs. Yes, we have. So we'll get full attendance, I assume.
We've taken off their tiny towel, so to speak.
Thank you. Yes. Number 2, is there a continuation with Tank Dell in practices this week? He got on the video footage that a lot of you probably saw last week was at the very end of the last OTA session. Tank Dell got on the field for some walkthrough stuff. They're going half speed. He's not going against the defensive back that's, bumping him at the line of scrimmage and playing full speed.
It looked like they were doing some kind of just mental work on with the quarterbacks, with the starting off defense, but doing probably just some kind of sorting through routes and all that stuff.
Yeah. So is this, are these practices the next couple of days, the connective tissue with OTAs where it's all right, that at the very end, Tank is doing things with a helmet on and with his uniform and catching a football in front of media people and things like that? Do we see things like that today with Tank Dell?
Yeah, the fact that Texans media put that out there is, I feel like if I'm going to read into it too much, that is the kind of thing that the social media team will get directives at times from the team, like, hey, be sure you're not putting any footage out of this guy or that guy. I feel like that might be the most realistic vote of confidence by the team that they even allowed that to be posted, because they're not going to do that and put extra pressure on Tank or get people excited about it or anything unless they feel genuinely pretty confident that he's going to be out there doing more at some point.
That's a great observation. You're totally right about that.
Because you're like, with all due respect to Nick Caserio, and this actually is respect, because he is an NFL GM. He can never be 100% totally transparent when he talks to the scumbag media like you and me.
Right.
But he told you and I that we'll probably see Tank Dell out there practicing in full in training camp. But you still, he hedged it a little bit.
Yeah, most likely, I think, were his exact words.
The social media directive, I feel like that's the most bona fide endorsement.
That's a yes or a no. Either you can post this stuff or you can't. And I'm with you. I think the fact that they're posting Tank doing things out there is encouraging. We're just trying to read into whatever we can read into. I think that's a really good observation. The third thing,
we're thirsty, man.
We are a big time, and we're heading into the desert here pretty soon, in late June and early July when it comes to football, at least. The last thing here, not the last thing, but we're up against it. Is there a continuation with what is the continuation of the Keelan Rutledge at center thing look like? Who is he snapping to? Is he with CJ out there? Is he with what we perceive to be the ones out there? He was snapping to CJ at times in some of the drills in OTAs, which indicates to me like they're serious about this. It's a competition, but he is a serious competitor in this competition.
No, and I think this is where Caserio played more of the normal GM role, where after the draft he said, we know that we're vaguely aware that he's played some center. Sure, we're going to give him some reps there. And even since then, he told you and I that, hey, we're going to, we like to experiment and see what guys can and can't do. I think the reality is that they're hopeful, that he really takes to playing center like a duck to water.
Me too.
And that in week one you've got just a much more physically imposing, higher ceiling guy than some of the other guys out there. No disrespect to Jake Andrews, but Keelan Rutledge, just on paper and by resume and everything, like they're thinking he's got more in him.
I would bet if I polled Texan fans who they're rooting for in the center battle between Jake Andrews, Evan Brown, Jared Patterson. I mean, there's like 6 guys that can play center, but like the main 3 or 4 guys, I would put over under the Keelan Rutledge gets 85% of the votes as to who they're rooting for.
It's proof of concept that your team knows what they're doing, at least.
That's a big reason why. Absolutely.
If Keelan Rutledge is like the third string backup long snapper in week one, we're not going to be all so happy about it.
Yeah, they messed up. All right, we'll circle back to headlines. We'll get to the Astros. They win last night 5-4 over the Angels. We'll tell you exactly how. NBA Finals we'll get to as well. We got a lot to get to. Throughout the show, we'll do headlines coming up next.
You've got to get to Zadok Jewelers because Father's Day is coming up, my friend.
to Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Center puts it away. Coming home, Altuve. Here comes the throw. It gets by O'Hoppe, and the Astros get a sacrifice fly.
Sacrifice fly. The apologies for the highlight getting cut off there. That's on me. What you don't gather from that highlight that you just heard, if you're just waking up, you're just getting in your car, the Astros win last night 5-4 in 10 innings. That was the game-winning run. That was in the top of the 10th. Jose Altuve was the ghost runner in the top of the 10th at second base, moved over to third on a bunt single by Bryce Matthews, and then scored tagging up from third, which you would say, with one out, which you would say, oh, that happens a lot in games. Not when the fly ball he's tagging up on is a pop fly that gets caught by an infielder behind second base. Altuve would have been out by at least 20 or 25 feet.
Yeah.
If the catcher could have secured the throw home.
You and I were trying to figure out whether he was a full third away from a third of the base path away or not. It was somewhere between 20 and 30 feet, we think.
He would have been out by a mile.
It was bad. No, I mean, the still shot is just magnificent. The ball is inches away from the catcher's glove, and Altuve is a country mile away from home plate.
Yeah, but it's skipped by the catcher. Altuve scores, and the Astros, thanks in no small part to Bryce Matthews in the bottom of the 10th, throwing Mike Trout out at home plate after a leadoff single in the 10th. Bryce Matthews throws him out with a great throw from left field. And Brian Abreu, who pitched the 10th inning, was able to get the final 2 outs, and the Astros get a big win to start this road trip.
Talk about adapting to playing outfield, man. Between Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews, those guys have done some really impressive things as young players who are new to the position. With some hiccups along the way with Bryce Matthews, but that's one of the, I guess, probably one of the things that's flown under the radar is that, like in this year, because there's been so much misery, and that Bryce Matthews still has, a long ways to go at the plate and everything. That man, boy, that is a toolsy baseball player.
Yeah, big time, absolutely. Yeah, former first-round pick. Him and Cam Smith both. I mean, they're both. Obviously, they're great athletes. That's why they were drafted where they were. But that's
right. I mean, just Cam. I mean, I just feel like Cam dominates the conversation. Yeah. But it's just there's a lot that's lost in the I would say misery of this season. Ever since we reset it, they are what 14 and 9.
14 and 9. Yeah, 14 and 9
since May 15th.
Yep, since you and I reset the season. Here was Jose Altuve talking to Brian McTaggart in the clubhouse after the game on his decision to tag up from third base on a pop-up behind second base.
I think that was kind of like a bad play with a good result, so and ended up winning the game, so I'm going to take it.
You just feel you had to force the issue there and make them kind of, make the play?
I think that I let the adrenaline go on in that moment, so, I was ready for every fly ball to the outfield, but, obviously it was a little shorter, but I kind of was like committed to take it. Also, a game-winning RBI by Jake, so that's the way I see it, and happy that we won this game.
He just said it. He said it. He's like, I was just kind of committed to go.
It was the adrenaline. Yeah.
The adrenaline, yeah.
Don't cross the adrenaline.
Right.
That's what we need at Altuve. There's an adrenaline that you cross too habitually. This time it worked out, but the vast majority of times you've done it when you've crossed the adrenaline.
The adrenaline is the line where the dirt ends and the grass begins in the outfield.
Yeah.
That's the adrenaline right there. And if the feet of the person fielding the ball is on the grass past the adrenaline, I'm tagging up. That's what he just said, basically.
Espada tried to kind of make excuses for him too and say that he thought the fielder was on his heels.
Yeah, we know the deal, Joe. I'm not done with you yet. Running for
he could have hiked the ball to home plate and got him. Yeah. His body positioning had nothing to do with it.
No, not at all. Not at all. Hey, Altuve nailed it. The result was good. They got a win last night. We're happy about that for sure. Mandatory minicamp starts today for the Houston Texans. They've got practice scheduled for today, tomorrow, and Thursday, and they had pretty much everybody except Daniil Hunter and Sheldon Rankins were at OTA. So I would imagine we get those two, and I'd be shocked if there's somebody who's not there. It's mandatory, and you get fined for it. So
right, yeah.
And this is a team that likes to practice. So I
would should for minicamp. You know how we have how Texans All Access has the sound of collisions and pads hitting and everything. Should have just Lowe's. Can we get the audio of like just soft contact
bumping into each other?
And, with no pads on.
That's. So we'll get that today. No pads, no tackling, mandatory minicamp. NBA Finals last night. Game. I keep typing Game 2 in the rundown. It was Game 3 last night. Game 3 and the Spurs win. The road teams won all three of these games so far. 115-111. Victor Wembanyama really, really good last night, bouncing back from a couple of tough ones at home early in this series. The biggest story was the atmosphere around the arena. It was a zoo down in New York City last night at Madison Square Garden, and a bunch of folks who paid $10,000, $20,000, $100,000, whatever for tickets. Went home sad. I'm rooting for the Knicks in this series, but I got to say, like I turned to Amy last night, I'm like, yeah, I'm rooting for the Knicks, but I'm not sad to see a bunch of New Yorkers go home having wasted tens of thousands of dollars on their team.
Not to mention just even getting home, what time are they? I mean, 90% of people at that game that could pay those prices are on a boatload of cocaine anyway. So, So they're probably like, 5 a.m. bedtime, no big deal.
I thought you were going to say have limos waiting outside for them. But no, they're on cocaine.
They got coke for their limo drivers, too. That's how rich they are.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. So Game 4 tomorrow night. We'll get to this story in more detail in the 7 o'clock hour. We talked about it a little bit at the end of the show yesterday because the news broke that a judge in Lubbock County issued on the NCAA to allow Brendan Sorsby to play football this year after having gambled on his team at Indiana. He plays for Texas Tech now.
Yeah.
But having placed thousands of bets over the last several years, including while at Texas Tech this calendar year, the reaction to this has been incredible.
The Big Ten schools threatening to just flat out refuse to play Texas Tech. It does. Honestly, I was just sitting thinking about this after the show yesterday. It's just the NCAA. I mean, I don't know what they even do anymore.
They're toothless.
They might as well be the King of England. They don't have any actual power.
No, well, the message yesterday, it makes me wonder, why wasn't stuff like this happening all the time, where just the NCAA issues some ruling, because the NCAA made Sorsby ineligible a couple weeks ago. Texas Tech appealed it. The NCAA upheld the appeal, which I think is the right thing to do here because of the Pandora's box that this opens if you let him play this year. And that seemed to be the reaction from 95% of the people yesterday, including, as you point out, Seth, other schools around collegiate sports. But Brendan Sorsby is able to lawyer up because he can afford it. He's made NIL money, so he gets really good lawyers, Jeffrey Kessler being one of them. And he's able to convince Kessler and the team are able to convince a small-town county judge that this is
a federal judge, but he's in
he's in a
Lubbock.
he's in Lubbock, right? So which has a serious, I would guess, interest in Texas Tech football, possibly. Yeah. If you just go find a judge somewhere in some small county, you get a good lawyer, then the lawyer just overthrow the NCAA, or at least issue an injunction where the NCAA can't do anything. And the NCAA is going to appeal, but from everything I've read yesterday, the wheels move so slowly on this. By the time this court gets to the appeal, the season's going to be over in all likelihood.
Yeah.
And it won't even matter what the ruling is. So it was really funny yesterday on social media. The Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu, was like, do you think I could find a judge in Louisiana? I've still got 2 years of eligibility left. I only played 2 seasons at LSU.
Well, and a lot of this started, on the road to NIL when there were a lot of things about the way the NCAA operated. They're just flat out unconstitutional in a lot of ways.
Antiquated at the very least.
Yeah. It wasn't going to stand up to the court, the legal test if anybody ever really put them to it. And then there you go. It just started this cascade of events to where they just keep getting tested in court. And I think because the NCAA for a long time, it almost acted like this quasi-governmental organization without actually having actual power or authority. And people started testing them on it, and they realize now, you actually do. The emperor does have no clothes.
Yeah, it's a really interesting topic that deserves more than headlines. That's why we're going to hit it at the back end of this long segment we've got coming up here, because I think this might be a tipping point for the NCAA here, in a good way. I think possibly we'll see. But we'll talk up here in the 7 o'clock hour. Those are your headlines for today, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. Okay, so Kyle Van Noy was on Julian Edelman's podcast and talked about the golden children, the golden childs, he says, of the Bill Belichick era, which got me thinking, who are the golden children of the current Texans era? Well, let's hear the audio, and then we'll kind of hash that out. If you want to text in, 713-572-4610. But first, I want to tell you, Bex Prime, drove by Bex Prime this morning like I do.
Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston, on Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Couple of things on the Brendan Sorsby story that we will get to a little later on in this segment, about 7:20 or so. We'll circle over to that. A lot of different angles with that. The Texas Tech quarterback who was essentially reinstated yesterday by a district court in Lubbock County. We had a couple people say it's Texas District Court, not federal. I think a district court is a federal court technically.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah. I'm asking a genuine question to the lawyer who's trying to correct me on this. Because I Googled it like 3 different times, and it said a district court is a federal, a district judge is a federal judge. But he's telling me. And I'm deferring to the human on this.
Sure.
Google's misled me way too many times in my life.
And we knew this. We probably didn't point it out. It's a judge in a Lubbock County court, but this judge is actually somebody they pulled out of Tarrant County, which is Fort Worth. The normal judge who sits in that court recused himself so that there's no appearances of impropriety there. So they pulled...
Because every damn judge and lawyer in that county is a Tech alum, basically.
Well, and somebody pointed out here, too, and I saw this yesterday, the NCAA is going to appeal this ruling yesterday. If you're just getting in your car, you're wondering what we're talking about. Brendan Sorsby, the Texas Tech quarterback, successfully got an injunction against the NCAA to make him ineligible. The NCAA made him ineligible for the upcoming season because of 4 years worth of gambling, including on his own team when he was at Indiana. And so he got an injunction for the NCAA they can't enforce it now until ruling on it. The NCAA is going to appeal. But the appellate court moves very slowly, probably slowly enough to where Sorsby will still be able to play this season, and the ultimate ruling won't matter, except for maybe precedent's sake. For future, that might be where the NCAA still wants to appeal and win that. But the whole appellate court, there's 4 judges on it. They're all Texas Tech grads.
Right, and and to credit to the guy who recused himself, I think this is where it gets so murky. And honestly, I'm out way over my skis, as per our discussion about district courts versus federal courts. But the biggest thing about all of this, really, in the last 10 years, has been that there's so many things that the NCAA does that either are in conflict with antitrust laws or labor laws or what have you, that I have a hard time my first gut tells me, local judge doing a favor for the athlete. But, it happens all over the country, and it's happening again and again, where a lot of the things the NCAA tries to rule on, they just don't actually have the authority to do it when tested in court. So my first tendency is to say, here we go, bias or whatever. But I just don't know. I think the NCAA is increasingly powerless to do anything about anything anymore.
Yep, we'll talk about that. I think that's one of the big things to come out of this, and where do we go from here? I thought this was interesting. The Texans back on the field today at mandatory minicamp. So they got a couple more practices, and then we're off into summer vacation. We won't from the Texans nor see them until training camp towards the end of July. This was Kyle Van Noy, former New England Patriot, current Baltimore Raven, I think, who was on Julian Edelman's podcast, and he said these were the golden child players from those Patriot-era teams. Right out of the chute, kind of giving Julian Edelman, kind of needling him a little bit, that he was one of Bill Belichick's favorite teacher's pets.
Whatever Jules says, I promise you, whatever he says, he was a golden child. Gronk was a golden child. Slate was a golden child. Patrick Chung was a golden child. Devin High were golden child. And you could probably say Tom was a golden child for the most part. But he was able to treat you guys so differently in a good way, right? It was like he knew how to get under all y'all's skin.
Who, Bill?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Bill, yeah.
But you guys were his golden child.
He used to get on us harder than a lot of guys. He would get on Tom hard.
Really hard. I was shocked the first time I heard it. I was like, damn.
Okay, so the players he named there, just because he kind of went with nicknames on some of them, the players he named there, just for clarity's sake, Julian Edelman, Rob Gronkowski, Matthew Slater was Slate, who he was talking about, longtime special teamer, Patrick Chung, the safety, Devin McCourty, another safety, Dante Hightower, the linebacker, and then they threw Tom Brady in there at the end. We know that was a complicated relationship between those two guys, Brady and Belichick back in the day. So that was the list from the New England. That would be interesting to. I don't know if Caserio would ever confirm that list with us, but that would be an interesting cut to play for him, right?
I know that Ted's not on it.
No.
Ted. You know what? Ted Johnson and Belichick had their issues, but credit to Belichick, he did include Ted Johnson as one of the people he acknowledged in his book that he wrote.
Oh yeah.
I was pleased. I listened to the audio version of it, and I was kind of listening through this whole long list of former players that he acknowledged, and Ted Johnson got an acknowledgement.
So just you mean like in the foreword or whatever, where he?
I think it was it was in the afterword.
Yeah. So not like an anecdote about Ted in there.
It's a district court, not a federal court.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. So that was Belichick's list, which that feels like it checks out. So I got thinking, who are the, to directly quote Kyle Van Noy, the golden childs of, I like to say golden children, the golden childs of the, if I were to say that about the Houston Texans, who would be the first names to come to mind?
It's interesting because with the golden child, sometimes there's a little bit of there's a negative connotation to it sometimes, like a little bit of a coach's pet thing going on there.
I felt like what was going on there a little bit.
Well, yeah, that it's not always necessarily who the best player was, but also, I mean, sometimes you might say the golden child is also the guy that's a little bit of a mole for the coach. But I don't know if that's I don't think
some would say Teddy Bruschi was a golden child.
Yeah. I was surprised that Bruschi wasn't on there with the golden children.
Yeah.
Because that was. Now, because Van Noy wasn't in Van Noy's era.
Yes.
That was long before Van Noy was there.
True.
I would say, Will Anderson for 100% would be one of D'Amico's golden children. Not with the negative connotation.
No, but I don't know that D'Amico, like the way Edelman was talking about it, or not Edelman, but Van Noy was talking about it. It sounded like there was a little extra that came with being being a golden child with Belichick. That wasn't all that fun. And I think like Aziz actually, with some of the stories that he's told over his time here, but certainly since he signed his contract. When I sat down with him after the press conference where he signed his contract, and he talked about just how hard D'Amico is on him specifically.
To play for and to be he coaches you really, really hard.
He's
really demanding. No, you know what? There's something to that with Belichick, especially because if you think about one of the things that he always pointed to, or people have always pointed to with Belichick and Brady, was that he was going to treat Brady like crap so that everybody else would see, oh wow, if he's treating Brady like crap, what am I going to do? Complain?
Yep.
And whenever Belichick can say, you see the way I coach Brady, you think I'm not? You think you're better than Brady?
Right.
And I think there's probably that with D'Amico and Aziz. It's that people see how hard he coaches Aziz and all the linebackers, and that nobody's up on such a pedestal that they're not going to get coached really hard.
Yeah, I think if we were to just take golden child for the Texans' purposes, D'Amico's Belichick, just for the purposes of this team, if we were to take the definition of just guys that clearly D'Amico has an affinity for, just based on how he brings them up unprompted, cites them about when new guys come to the building, work like that guy over there, all right? Yeah. If you just do what he does, Will Anderson's at the top of the list. He's outwardly said that before, like, hey, when new guys come in, I just tell them to follow Will. Do what Will does, and then you'll be fine. So I think Will Anderson for sure. I think Aziz for sure. I think Kamari Lassiter for sure. And then I think I'd put Jalen Petrie and Nico Collins on that level as well, as far as guys that D'Amico goes out of his way to praise for not just their football, not just the on the field, but how they go about their business.
Yeah, well, no, Petrie's another interesting one. And you talk about coaching him hard, that Petrie was benched in his second year. In his first year with D'Amico, he was benched in that Cleveland game when he was allowing Amari Cooper to just run for a damn near a quarter mile. Or had a quarter mile of receiving yards.
When he was leaving D'Angelo Ross on an island with Amari Cooper.
That's almost not an exaggeration. Was it 290 yards?
265 yards,
265 yards.
I'm going to look it up because I feel like I know that
mile,
chapter and verse. Right? Yeah. It's less than, it's about that. So, but since then, Petrie's been Petrie's been dynamite since then. And
and I think that goes back to, again, that like, just because you're a golden child doesn't mean you're not going to be coached really, really hard and held to a really high standard. And I think with Petrie, that's what Demoit to with Petrie is, hey, look, if you're using him as an example to rookies, it wasn't a smooth road for Petrie to get to where he is now.
No.
And that first year with D'Amico, he really had a hard time getting it exactly like to where he is now. So you got to fight through some adversity along the way.
Yeah. I feel like if it was a Mount Rushmore, it'd be Will Anderson, Aziz, Kamari, Jalen Petrie, and then I'm throwing Nico Collins in there just because I feel like he's the one guy from the offensive side of the ball, like for sure, that are like 100% golden child for D'Amico Ryans. All right, so I jotted down a few more that are up for debate, okay? Because they had a few, for Kyle Van Noy there, he had a few that weren't, these guys I just named are all Pro Bowl caliber players. He had a few in there that, were role player types. I mean, even Edelman wasn't a Pro Bowl level player, and he was the first one that Van Noy named. So up for debate. I'm going to throw names at you, Seth, and you tell me if you think that there's any golden child elements to these.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz.
That's an interesting one. It's hard for me with the offensive guys to get a feel for it. He plays through a lot of injuries.
Gets
coaches love.
Gets praised a lot. He's gotten multiple contract extensions.
I think for him to be a golden child, he'd have to be a better blocker.
Okay.
And I think that's it's not. I mean, he tries really hard. I just don't know if he's a more competent blocker than I think a lot of people want to believe that he is. And there have been injuries that issues. I mean, but there's certain limitations or things he just can't do.
Okay.
So I don't know. I wouldn't put him in the golden child category.
Okay. Henry To'oTo'o.
No, I think he's in good pupil category for him, but not golden child.
Not golden child for Henry To'oTo'o. Thought maybe there'd be like an inside linebacker thing going on with D'Amico there.
I mean, Henry To'oTo'o has not gotten a contract extension despite going into his, so far, as of yet, despite going into his free agency year. So maybe if he gets a contract extension, but I don't know. They sure are. I think I think they're still trying to either get another level of play out of To'oTo'o or eventually replace him.
Here's a big one. Pope Zaza. C.J. Stroud version 2.0.
Oh, no.
Clipped hair C.J. Stroud.
No.
Slender C.J. Stroud.
No. That's all off-season stuff. Yeah. I think, boy, I mean, D'Amico.
I agree with you, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, I think there were times last year where it felt like D'Amico was trying to be. He was pretty blunt about CJ at times, where he just flat out said he needs to do better, he needs to play better. But I think he was being careful about it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was framed in such a way to me that it was like, okay, this feels to me like D'Amico wants more out of CJ. Either in performance or in his preparation, whatever. I think this offseason he's been way more liberal with his praise. But it's really what happens when the season starts and begins that we'll see whether he can elevate himself up to golden child.
Sheldon Rankins.
Oh, that's a good one. He's brought him back.
Signed him twice.
Signed him. Well, he's brought him back twice. He signed him 3 times.
That's true. He signed him 3 times. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. That's right. He was on a 1-year deal last year. You're right. Yep.
But he's also let him go once, then brought him back at a discount.
Yeah.
I don't think he's golden child status because if he was golden child, they would have said, you know what, okay, we got to match whatever Cincinnati's given him because he's that important to the team. So I don't think he's golden child status.
Okay, he's not on the team anymore, at least as of yet. The offseason still has several weeks left. But golden child emeritus, Daria Gumbawale.
Could he be Frank Ross's golden child?
No, he's the equivalent of one of the guys Kyle Van Noy named was Matthew Slater, special teams demon. I think he can get the kind of how we have the Jake Marisnick designation for the Astros Circle of Trust.
Yeah,
I think for the D'Amico Ryans Circle of Golden Children, we can have the Daria Gumbawale designation. And that's That's or the Matthew Slater designation, I'll call it. And Daria Gumbawale gets that. Special teams guy.
Boy, I picture the circle of golden children as all of these guys in a circle, and with the last piece of pizza sitting in the middle of the circle, and all of them saying like, no, you take it. No, you take it. Take it. No, you take it. No, you take it.
And then Tommy Togiai.
Oh, you're so good at not taking that piece of pizza.
Then Tommy Togiai swoops in out of nowhere and says, if none of you are going to eat this.
I feel like Togiai is a golden child.
I was going to bring that up. We've had
I was surprised you didn't have Togiai on the list of confirmed golden children.
I am too. I am a little bit surprised.
I think Togiai's on the list of golden children.
I think he is too.
Which adds to the heavily weighted defensive side of the golden.
But that checks out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's based on how this team has performed over the last couple of years. There's not a lot on the offensive side that's deserving of golden child status. Who do you think on the offensive line is tracking towards that? If you had to pick somebody at the end of this coming season to be the golden child of the offensive line.
I think Ed Ingram. I think that Ed Ingram in the run game, I think, is a guy that D'Amico looks at and he thinks, you know what, this guy could have played defensive tackle. All right, this guy could have been in that category of humans who I actually genuinely love, which is defensive players. And I feel like Ed Ingram has the right temperament of a defensive tackle.
He begrudgingly loves the.
Yeah,
you don't even begrudgingly love them. You openly mock them. But
Ed Ingram's weakness in pass protection is that he's a little too aggressive and nasty. Sometimes he just gets after. Ed Ingram looks at Chris Jones and he doesn't think, I hope I can block this guy.
Right.
I hope I can pass block this guy. He thinks, I'm going to destroy him. And he's got to learn to dial it back a little bit when he's going against guys like Chris Jones. They're like, oh, it's okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ingram's a good one. I thought maybe you'd say Ariante Ursary, just based on, he's second year. He's got a lot of room to grow. He's kind of nasty also.
Yeah, no, he's got potential.
Yeah.
But I think Ed Ingram might already be close to being there. Yeah.
He's there. Yeah, that makes sense. Sense.
Braden Smith, I think potentially too, just because the kind of he's got kind of just a very blue-collar mindset and is aggressive and nasty in the run game, but also well-being. His personality off the field, it wouldn't show. So I think that combination of just being, if anything, like in a positive way, kind of bland off the field, just shows up and works, and then does the more physically nasty side of it. I think D'Amico probably appreciates that.
I'm basing this next one that I'm kind of throwing out here to you based purely on the video that we saw of D'Amico Ryans reacting to the Texans drafting him. Keelan Rutledge.
Yeah.
Loves Keelan Rutledge.
I think also David Montgomery, though, too.
Oh, that's a good one.
I know we're on the offensive line, but I think David Montgomery, the fact that David Montgomery, when the Texans first signed him, brought up unprompted how impressed he was with the way the Texans practiced. I think D'Amico probably heard that clip and was like, "Oh yeah, that's really that's what I'm talking about there."
Absolutely.
So you don't have to worry about. Sometimes veteran free agents come in and they just start whining and complaining about everything, and those guys suck.
They suck.
Especially sometimes coaches will bring a guy in they think he's a big time leader and everything. And the guy gets in, and he's just whining about how different it is here, and why are you guys doing it this way?
Ed
and everything.
Reed.
And you're like, shut up, man! Shut up and go to work.
Yeah. I don't know if Ed Reed whined behind the scenes, but he whined about Wade Phillips, which is a cardinal sin in this city. Wade Phillips is a genuinely excellent human being.
The funniest thing is when coaches will bring in a guy that they had in a previous place, and this is why it's just you never know. Different guys operate differently in different environments. And sometimes a coach will bring a guy in, not just sometimes it's a coordinator who has experience with a guy or something, and you're like, oh, this guy's just a true pro. He just does it all the right way. And for whatever reason, he gets into a new environment, and the guy's a turd. From a personality and leadership standpoint.
Yep.
That's lethal then, because you still got the coach talking to the team, trying to prop this guy up that he brought in. And meanwhile, as players, you're all like, this guy's a pain in the ass.
Yep.
What the hell are you talking about?
Absolutely.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah, you're right. That's doubly devastating because the head coach is going to continue to try to force feed the guy on you.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Text message. Everything I learned about Rutledge pre-draft tells me he should be a golden child sooner rather than later. That's kind of what I think. They need to be good players, too. That's the thing.
Yeah.
We need to wait and see if he's actually a good NFL player first. Someone suggesting Kaimi Fairbairn. They do like themselves some Kaimi Fairbairn. Are specialists allowed to be golden children, Seth?
No, Shane Leckler is the only one. Well, special teamers, 100%. Special, I would say it would have to be, it's Shane Leckler, and that's it, I think.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the weirdest emeritus ones that I'll just throw out here, I don't know if it's golden child status, but it was so strange, like how Dameon Pierce, the last 2 years of Dameon Pierce will go down as one of the stranger journeys for a player or treatment of a player, I guess, over the last couple of years.
Is it possible that he was more Casario's golden child than D'Amico's golden child?
It's very possible, sure. Yeah.
I mean, they drafted him. They gave him they gave him more guaranteed money. Remember, people around the NFL were kind of raising their eyebrows about how they handled Dameon Pierce's contract.
Yep.
And then it was D'Amico's. It was the first half of D'Amico's first season where they were going to keep rolling with Dameon Pierce as, yep, this is the guy.
Yeah.
He's going to be it. And then they kept him on through the next training camp. And I feel like, to me, that felt like D'Amico listening to people who were saying how great Dameon Pierce could be.
Yeah. I mean,
and it was strange, man.
They pivoted to Devin Singletary that first year of D'Amico Ryans. And then they brought in Joe Mixon in the offseason and still kept Dameon Pierce in 2024. It was
a couple of years. And for me, the biggest part of it was that I could see in training camp, in both of those last couple training camps, that something was different with Dameon Pierce. He was on the ground a lot. Just in not where, they're wearing pads and you're thudding the running back. But for a guy that used to break tackles as his calling card, he just didn't have the same level of and it was, I don't know why, and I don't know what was happening, but they would not let go of the rope on that one. And it's a shame because I felt like they could have traded him at some point. I think especially in the 2024 training camp, I would have thought, man, all right, this is a strike while the iron's hot. I understand them hanging on through that. Because he still wasn't that far removed from being really impressive as a rookie. But last year, even during training camp, it was just I thought it was really obvious.
And he still didn't get cut till November 20th last year.
Yeah,
he hung on for 2 more years after it looked like he shouldn't be here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's okay. Was it killing you to keep him on the roster? And you know that he's capable of more, and you've seen it. But there was something off.
Yeah. There was definitely something off. And you know what? Dameon Pierce is on the far end to the good of guys that I'll root for. He's with the Eagles now. I hope he makes the team. I hope he makes an impact. I really like Dameon Pierce.
They're going into a Shanahan West Coast zone blocking
that should work out swimmingly for him, man.
Which he very much struggled. He very openly admitted he had a really hard time adapting to that scheme.
He literally said in the postgame show, he was on the postgame show in 2023 after the Cleveland game that we were referring to earlier when Petrie got benched, because the only good play in that game was Dameon Pierce returning a kickoff 100 yards for a touchdown. We had him on the postgame show, Clint and I did, in week 16 of the first year with D'Amico, and he was like, yeah, they're probably not going to get the version of me that they want until training camp next year in this system. I'm like,
speaking of which, by the way, I mean, you know the astounding thing, just real quick with the Eagles, because I was doing a thing on all the Texans opponents who have minicamp this week. I was just trying to kind of run down through and everything.
Sure.
And just as a quick refresher to anybody, the Eagles have a brand new offensive coordinator, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody because Jalen Hurts has played with 7 different play callers since he's been there.
Yeah.
If you include Sirianni. I mean, it's just for a guy that I think people love to have debates about just how good he is or is not. I mean, the fact that he's done anything close to what he's done while operating with 7 different play callers since 2020, it's just incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's wild. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Shifting gears, we mentioned we would hit this in the 7 o'clock hour. So Brendan Sorsby, the quarterback at Texas Tech, their $5 million man, gets his injunction against the NCAA. So the NCAA, which had ruled him ineligible for extensive gambling over the last 4 seasons at 3 different schools, including betting on his own team when he was at Indiana. And then in the appeals process, Texas Tech appeals, the NCAA upholds their ruling. So as of yesterday morning, he was banned from the NCAA, ineligible, probably would have been going into a supplemental draft of some sort this summer to potentially get picked by an NFL team. That's a whole other topic, like how the NFL views this kid, independent of the fact that it looks like he's going to get to play this season. So he gets his injunction. The NCAA is going to appeal, but the appellate process in Lubbock County and in a lot of counties moves very, very slowly, a little too slowly to rule him ineligible in time for the season. So this got wild yesterday. The general consensus of reaction to this was, holy bleep, I can't believe this is happening. The most contextualizing thing that I saw yesterday was one tweet, Seth, and it was somebody pointing out that Rick Neuheisel got fired from the University of Washington.
Yeah.
Very successful coach there. Got fired because he filled out a bracket for a March Madness pool.
That's right. Yeah.
Not even his sport. He was the head football coach. Filled out a bracket and got fired for that.
You know what, though? And I think, honestly, it's easy to go back in time and tell you how the NCAA should have handled so many various situations. But in being so heavy-handed for so long about things, it almost at some point you're going to foment rebellion, and they did. I mean, with an unwillingness to bend on so many things and to be so over the top punitive about things like Neuheisel there, I think that people just started testing them in the courts. And you realize over time, oh, wow, the NCAA's really been overstepping its authority.
Yep.
And now it's just being all torn down. And I think most people would prefer a middle ground of some sort because there's just no rules at all right now.
No.
It's the Wild West.
No.
And as we've demonstrated multiple times today and in the past, I don't like to get too much into the legalities of it because I'm going to screw it up. I'm too dim-witted to really understand and explain all of it. But just time after time, step by step over the last decade, they just keep, when they get tested in the courts, they fail. And it is starting to set a lot of precedents, or there's a lot of examples of just where, man, you can figure out a way to do whatever the hell you want. The NCAA is toothless.
If you can lawyer up enough, you can make things happen, I think is the message from yesterday. So I think the fallout from this is fascinating because Georgia and Nebraska both told their athletics programs no more Texas Tech on our schedules for any sports, not just for football. We are not scheduling Texas Tech. Other conferences, the Big Ten is looking, and Nebraska's obviously a member of the Big Ten, but the Big Ten's looking at that as an example, and they're toying with that idea. Hell, there were Big 12 ADs yesterday in Texas Tech's conference saying, I don't know if we want to play these guys this year after this ruling. Now, they're going to play. They're not going to, the teams aren't going to cancel their games with Texas Tech this season. There's TV contracts and everything else. But at the very least, the saber rattling going on right now is fascinating. And I think the Big 12, the schools in the Big 12 not playing Texas Tech this year, I just don't think is reasonable. They're going to play those games. The schools in the future not wanting to schedule Texas Tech is very interesting because I think that's the potential for that is very likely, I think.
The Big 12 commissioner, Yormak, he's scheduled meetings to talk to the various ADs about all of this. Yeah. And with multiple Big 12 ADs, bringing up the possibility of not playing Texas Tech. Yeah. So how far, we've had a couple texters say, I know for a fact that they're meeting to talk about not playing Texas Tech. I guess technically, yes, that's going to be a discussion point.
Sure.
They're having conversations today with some of the ADs probably saying they prefer to just say, no, we need to ban them from playing or whatever. But yeah, how does it all shake out?
Yeah.
What speaks the loudest in this? The money. And you brought up the great point. The TV contracts and everything else is probably going to bring people back from just flat out boycotting Texas Tech.
Yeah, if I had to guess, Yormak is calling this Zoom call or whatever they're going to do it on, this conference call, to talk these ADs off the ledge in that vein. And hey, if they're not going to ban Brendan Sorsby, then we're going to go into our own vigilante justice here. against Texas Tech is what they're essentially saying.
Georgia's athletic director told Yahoo Sports that schools should consider refusing to play Texas Tech in any sport.
Right.
Not just football.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Had you already said the any sport part?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
it's
missed you
okay.
saying
That's
that.
okay. That's okay.
Jerk.
It's fine.
Let's get back to talking between district courts and federal courts.
You're good. I'm sure I'll do it at some point too. I think the other part of this. So I think two things. We'll get to Sorsby himself in a second. I think it's a real tipping point for the NCAA. I think there's a lot of college sports fans out there. This has a serious impact, I think, on college football. Not just the fact that they're allowing a player who gambled so extensively and on his own team to play under the veil of, hey, this is going to do irreparable harm to him, and this is a mental health issue and an addiction issue. It's not an integrity of the sport issue. I think draws a very, very dangerous precedent for the NCAA specific to gambling. I think, as you point out, this also puts a real bad precedent out there that if you just don't like something the NCAA ruled on, if you lawyer up enough and you get a good enough lawyer, there's a decent chance you can get, at the very least, get an injunction to hold them at arm's length long enough for you to play the upcoming season. Because Sorsby's not reinstated. The injunction just doesn't allow the NCAA to issue their punishment yet. So it's not really a final ruling until they go through the appellate court. So anyways, I think it's a real tipping point because there's Ted Cruz and this Maria Cantwell, Democrat Maria Cantwell, Republican Ted Cruz put forth this college sports bill a week or two ago that had a lot of things in it that I think if you're a traditional college sports fan, the players are getting paid under it and everything else, but there's guardrails and there's governing bodies and there's oversight and there's all. And I think in my mind, I looked at it, I'm like, okay, I think everybody wins with this. And the big thing would be under this that governing body that has an antitrust exemption that is able to issue rulings like the NFL can on guys that gamble.
Well, I guess because the NCAA almost operated like they were a government institution.
Yes.
Like, it felt like that. Remember with the Miami situation, it was almost like they were trying to subpoena people. Yep. And people were like, you can't subpoena me. Yeah, you're not you're not the government. Yeah. But that's how far-reaching and just like overbearing they were in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And now that that's been stripped away, you realize, okay, well, there's got to be some level of regulation.
Yeah.
And as much as I just by nature want to be laissez-faire as much as possible, this is a point where I'm like, okay, at some point, because the NCAA is so toothless, what can you do in terms of legislation to just have some barriers to what you can and can't do when you're in college sports and when you're it's crazy.
Yeah, because the judge in that Lubbock County court, he doesn't. It's very evident in his ruling, like he's not prioritizing the integrity, or at least perceived integrity, of the outcome of sporting events by allowing Brendan Sorsby to play. He's prioritizing the individual who is bringing this injunction.
Right, and what are his rights as an individual and all of that. Yeah, and it's just it's just the NCAA for a long time kind of had a lot of rules that they weren't gonna hold up if they were ever brought to court, and that's what's been happening.
Yep.
But it's
someone's asking the question here because I want to hit Sorsby himself here for a second. Has Texas Tech indicated they're going to have him back on their team? Yes. I mean, Joey Maguire was singing the same tune that Sorsby was at Big 12 spring meetings or whatever they had. They put out a statement. Either the school president or the AD put out a statement about the ruling that the court had yesterday. Yeah, no, they're paying the kid $5 million to be their quarterback. Are you kidding me? That the coaches and the ADs and the school presidents are. If they didn't want him to play for him, they would have moved on. They would have issued their own injunction, like, "Hey, we just don't at Texas Tech. We don't do that. Those are our rules here."
Yeah, at some point, and so the Big 12 in stepping in and without even just targeting Sorsby specifically, without the NCAA being able to do anything about this. So, what would you think would be the ideal? Is that Big 12 just gets together and says, like, listen, this is our policy and you can't break? Or is that going to get tested by?
I think that would get tested.
That gets tested by Sorsby too.
Okay,
So
so two things. One, yes, to answer your first question, that would be awesome if the Big 12. I'm somebody who thinks he shouldn't be eligible, and I'm someone who gambles. But I think just the press, this sets a dangerous precedent, especially the volume of betting. And I know you pointed out that the volume of betting is a big function of just how easy it is to do it on your phone these days. But that shouldn't excuse it, so I think he should be ineligible. In a perfect world, the Big 12 would have enough authority to step in and say, look, this is what we think is best. But to your final, it would get challenged, and
and there'd be an injunction.
Yeah. So it'd just be the big winners would be the lawyers in all this.
What are the things you and I should do that we could maybe skate by just with some, stays in the court for a while?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do something really what could we get a cash windfall by doing, but that they would end up, eventually we'd probably get shut down, but we could get away with it for a while as long as we keep it in the courts.
Okay. Just something to let it hang. Just entanglements for years.
Last week we had discussed about me becoming a gas siphoning kingpin.
Yeah.
And I was really getting close. I was doing my research on the internet this weekend, trying to figure out, okay, how can I really make some big money siphoning gas? And then I read this story about Altuve, trying to send the people who burglarized his home to life to jail for life.
Life in prison.
He was going to be one of my first targets.
Yeah.
And it scared me. I got scared straight on that one.
Altuve, well,
I was like, well, I didn't know Altuve was going to be this vicious. My plan was to go siphon gas out of all of the Astros, Rockets, and Texans players during games.
Again, because
I knew they wouldn't be there for at least 3 hours.
If he handles his home life business the way he handles his base running and his decisions in the batter's box, the door is probably unlocked right now.
That's true.
Walk right in. Yeah.
Altuve drove to work yesterday with his gas flap wide open.
Yes.
It was just
okay. I've done that before.
And a funnel in it.
Yeah.
There was a funnel stuck in it. It was.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. Question. We talked about the Texans a little bit earlier. Where did the Texans stack up among teams looking for their first Super Bowl? There's 12 teams that have still never won a Super Bowl. Where are the Texans in that group? We will hit that. We've got the Pettycast. Boy, we got a ton of Petty to get to. A ton in the Pettycast at the top of the hour. Stay there. But first, Seth, it's funny that we're talking about business ventures here.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Well, people get worked up about college sports, man. A lot of texts coming in. We'll get to those in just a second. So the Texans and the Super Bowl. The NFL.com had an article recently. Eric Edholm does a good job for them. The 12 teams that have yet to win a Lombardi Trophy, the most likely to win their first Super Bowl in the 2026 season. The 12 teams, there's 12 of them. If you had to guess blindly, Seth, not knowing who the 12 teams are, knowing there's some good teams and there's some bad teams, if you had to guess, just blindly, where do you think the Texans are?
I guess I thought you were going to have me guess the teams that haven't won a Super Bowl, because like the ones that, and I think I could guess all of them, but the ones that jump to mind are the Bills and the Lions. Bills because they've come so close, the Lions because it's been so long. The Bengals, the Chargers, the Jaguars.
Boy, you are filling in the blanks nicely here in terms of the order on this thing.
Oh, expansion. Panthers.
Yeah.
And then the Texans, obviously. Did I miss any?
No. Well, there's 5 more. I'll just name them real quick.
Five more?
You literally just named the top 7 on this list of one of the ones Edholm says are most likely to win their first Super Bowl. You just rattled
the
off
Titans too. Yeah.
You just rattled off the top 7. And I won't go through the order of them because I want you to guess where the Texans are on the list. But starting at 8, Vikings 8, Falcons 9, Titans 10, Browns 11. And if you're like, boy, the Browns aren't even last place on this list, no, because the Arizona Cardinals exist. They're 12th on the list.
The Cardinals, what was the Cardinals? It's the amount of playoff appearances they've even had. Mm-hmm. Despite having gone to a Super Bowl, it's just like the long history. It's been ridiculous how bad they've been in terms of postseason success.
Yep. So you know who the top 7 are because you just rattled off 6 of them plus the Texans. So teams like you said, the Jags, the Panthers, the Chargers. I'm doing this in no specific order. Lions, Bills, Bengals, Texans. Where do you think the Texans are among those?
Based on the power rankings and whatnot that I've seen, the Texans... Are they 4th on that right now?
They're 3rd on this.
3rd,
right now.
okay.
Yeah, they're 3rd.
So with the Bills and the Lions above them?
That's it.
Okay, so they're above the Bengals. Okay.
They're above the Bengals. The Bengals are interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that one, too, because I thought the same thing. The Bengals are a team because I still even think with the acquisition of Dexter Lawrence, I still think that defense is an issue for them. They've obviously got tremendous weapons on offense, including one of the best quarterbacks in football, when healthy. The crazy thing is they're 4th on a list like this, and yet they're favored in 15 of their 17 games this year.
Wow.
They're favored. The only team.
You know what that turns into, though? That's the difference between regular season and postseason, and the ability of a team to make it through the postseason.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about, chances to win the Super Bowl, that's different than winning 13 games in the regular season. Yeah. I think people look at the Bengals as you've got an atrocious defense, and yes, you made a lot of improvements on paper in the offseason, but I think the NFL has swung back a little bit from where it was a few years ago, where it felt like, man, who cares about defense? All you have to have is an incredible offense. I think you need to be more balanced in this current NFL.
Yeah.
And until the Bengals show some kind of a pulse on defense, I don't think they look at them as a genuine Super Bowl contender.
Do you think people feel the same way about the Texans, but on the offensive side, not the defensive side? Like, hey, until we see C.J. Stroud make progress here, to where he's not losing them games, or when he can actually go maybe win a game for them in the postseason.
Yeah,
like he did his first 2 years at home in those playoff games.
Yeah, and I think honestly, it really. I wish I had been thinking about this with more clarity, but we just started talking about it yesterday. Tell me if I'm wrong on this.
Okay.
I feel since 13th in scoring last year, which is a surprise to a lot of people, because it felt like at times they must have the worst offense in the league. But they were 13th in scoring. But the biggest issue that they had among the multiple issues really is how bad they were in the red zone.
Yes.
They were one of the worst red zone offenses in the league. They were the worst for a long time. Then they finally started climbing their way up to like 31st and 30th.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds simple, but just by being able to convert in the red zone and win third and shorts and not having to settle for field goals. That's a big difference in how quickly they could flip into being a much better offense without having to be all that explosive or not a top 5 offense or anything. They could become a much more potent offense. I think that's the biggest thing for me is just that they need to prove that they can do it. But if they can prove that they can do that, then it's way more attainable than it might feel. It's not as much of it's not as lofty a goal as it might feel.
That's why the David Montgomery acquisition is so huge for me.
Yeah.
Kind of the thing that, it kind of flies under the radar a little bit. He's so good in short yardage situations. Now he needs help. The offensive line's got to block it up well, and they've got to execute as a team. But he individually is so good in short yardage that I almost feel like David Montgomery is kind of the Reed Blankenship of the offense, where Reed Blankenship addresses the specific thing that that the Texans had on defense last year. The difference is that defensive unit was elite already. The offense for the Texans obviously isn't elite, but that is the short yardage issues, and not even short yardage in the red zone, like down inside the 5.
Yeah,
was such a glaring issue for this team. Like, I think David Montgomery's a really good fantasy pick this year.
Well,
I think they're going to lean on him down there inside the 5.
I think that one thing people forget sometimes, including the analytically minded, like the people that think establishing the run and everything is just from a bygone era and it's stupid and all that. It's an annoying discussion to get into, but you have to, no matter where you land on the spectrum, realize and agree that when it comes to the red zone, that's where the run game really, really, really matters.
Gotta have it.
Because if you're one-dimensional down there in the red zone, unless you're one of the greatest passing offenses, in the league or in a decade, it's really hard to produce down in the red zone if you don't have a physical element to your game. And that part of it, just being more brutally physical, can end up. It could pay huge dividends for the Texans. And I think that's, in D'Amico and Caserio and looking at the offense this offseason, if they start thinking, okay, what are our really biggest issues that we need to tackle head on? Like, they might have said, you know what? Yeah, look, we want better play out of CJ. Just let's not even talk about the playoffs. But in general, we need better play in the passing game, in the run game, etc. You can just, if we were better in the red zone alone, which means, that you can run the ball, that it's a much different scenario. You might have home field advantage if you could run the ball down in the red zone, and it sets up play action. It does all those things. That's when you get wide open tight ends in the end zone, because the linebackers and the safeties are just wired in to stop the run because they know you can run it over them. That part is what they addressed in the offseason. They just went out. Every single guy they added or re-signed in the offseason on offense is a guy whose calling card is his physicality.
Yeah, Ed Holm points out they failed to pass the 20-point mark in more than half their games last season. And I think a lot of that is because they're kicking 32-yard field goals. They're kicking 28-yard field goals. They're bogging down there. It's not that they can't move the ball into the red zone. It's they can't punch it in. All right, so the Texans third on the list of teams, at least according to Eric Edholm, of teams that have never won a Super Bowl that are most likely to this season. All right.
Are they? Also, they're ahead of the Chargers, too. That's nice.
Head of the Chargers.
Where are the Chargers? Like fifth? Fifth. Okay,
yep.
that makes
Fifth.
The Chargers and the Texans it feels like for 3 years now are just always side by side.
Yeah.
They're like conjoined twins in the power rankings.
Yep.
With one every now and then the right twin takes a step forward,
right.
and then all of a sudden the left twin takes a step forward in front of them.
All right, petty cast time. We've got a lot of petties to get to, including a current Texan petty at his former employer, and that's going to take us down the retro petty road of players who've been petty to the Texans before.
Retro petty.
Yeah. Well, Pettycast, Tuesday Pettycast. We know you guys love that. We'll do that coming up next, but I got to tell you guys about new vodka right now. New vodka, it's spelled
inside of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, is it petty time? It is petty time. All right.
Oh,
let's
never
go.
Been more ready for a petty cast.
Let's go, petty cast.
Really fueled by me botching, trying to talk through constitutional and antitrust law.
Yeah.
There's nothing I love more about college football than getting antitrust law.
It's what
because you guys think back to 7th grade when you're learning about the antitrust laws and you're like, I wish I could spend all day, every day learning about this stuff.
I did. I would sit in class and I would learn about it, be like, this is what Saturdays in the fall are all about. You know?
Is this an antitrust law or a labor act thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh God, I wish I could debate this when I'm watching sports.
There's that Pavlovian feeling you get when the first week of September rolls around. You're like, you know what it is? It's antitrust law season.
Yeah.
Season.
Yeah, and please, somebody, I wish I had people that could text me and say, actually, Seth, this is a constitutional issue.
Yep.
No, Seth, no, there's different types of district courts.
The best.
Federal and county.
It's the best. It's the best. All right,
That's the best, like the grand sport, just the tradition of college football. Yeah, I'm a little bit petty about having to have to talk so much legal crap incompetently about college football.
We got a lot of petty to get to here, so let's get to this. We played this yesterday. This was Wyatt Teller talking to Cody Stutes and Landry Locker, SNL Football. Those guys have a real good YouTube channel. Wyatt Teller, they interviewed him, and this is what he said about his final season with the Cleveland Browns. Did not go well. He did not enjoy himself.
In all honesty, got a little complacent. You know, you get used to a city, you get used to your routine, everything like that. But at the same time, it kind of refired me up. Like, end of the year last year, I'm not going to throw away 6 years that they treated me unbelievable for, 6 months of indifference or whatever. So I still have no ill will to anybody. It felt like they kind of blamed it on the offensive line, which, don't get me wrong, did we play at our standard? We were the top 5 offensive line for so long and then to kind of drop off. But there were so much issues, you can't point at one thing. But that being said, it kind of fired me up coming into this offseason, training as hard as I've trained in a long time. Kind of getting body fat down, getting weight up, getting back to strength. Coach Eubanks here is unbelievable.
Okay, so we got the point on this one, Ben. So we're good there. So is Wyatt Teller petty towards the Cleveland Browns?
No, I think he was. I think he was very mature and open about it. 6 months of indifference. I feel like that's. You know what, man? That term that he dropped right there. 6 months of indifference. Like how well does that describe so many failed relationships? Like with a divorce, usually it's probably more like 2 or 3 years of indifference.
Apathy.
And apathy or whatever. Yep. So, but he's not going to let it cloud, all the good times he had. And it's an amicable divorce.
I'm with you. I don't think it's petty, but I'm going to use it as a launching point to play some retro petty audio because we asked this question yesterday, Seth, when we played this audio. Because I thought up in Cleveland they might feel like Wyatt Teller was taking a shot at the Browns. The guys I listened to didn't really feel that way. They were more pro Wyatt Teller, which is, I guess, easy to do when the team only wins 4 games. Like, it was a bad operation. They fired the coach. But it did get us asking the question, who are some former Texans that have perceived to have taken petty shots at the Texans along the way?
Right.
And I think we found our bronze, silver, and gold medalists here yesterday. Went and found the audio of the guys we named. This was Brock Osweiler at Cleveland Brown.
And this is bronze?
This is bronze, I think. This is bronze. This is Brock Osweiler taking a shot I think at Bill O'Brien as much as anything, but in his first camp as a Cleveland Brown, talking about how it's been so great to get back to focusing on his fundamentals because he didn't really do that the prior season with the Texans.
I'm getting coached hard on my fundamentals, and I believe firmly that when your fundamentals and your feet are right as a quarterback, you're going to make great decisions and you're going to throw accurate footballs. And I think that's something that slid last season. I'm not going to go into great detail on that, but they did. My fundamentals slid, and because of that, I think you saw some poor decisions and some poor throws. If you go back to 2015, I feel like my fundamentals were pretty tight. Could they have been better? Absolutely. And then once again, you're striving every single day to tighten those things up. Well, now, once again, I'm in a situation where, I have two coaches who the first thing they preach every day is your fundamentals. And we work them every single day. And because of that, it's definitely led to better decision-making and better throws.
This might have been silver, but I'm putting it at bronze right now.
That's it's the best part about that is how petty it is, because as he's doing it, he's also showing that as a guy who'd been in the league for multiple years at that point, that there was no part of him that took it upon himself to improve the fundamentals. Yes. So we get to be petty towards Brock.
Yeah.
Well, Brock is being petty towards Bill O'Brien and that coaching staff.
Brock was heading into year 6 when he said that.
Yeah. So I need somebody to hold my hand and teach me how to. You know what else, Brock? Like not all of your speech needs to be so precise all the time. Like, remember how you would always say National Football League instead of NFL? Yeah. There he said throwing footballs.
Yeah, he's throwing footballs.
Thank you. I was afraid we might be talking baseball or basketballs here something.
Yeah.
I appreciate you with your clear and concise speech.
Okay, so there's Brock, petty towards the Texans. Number two.
Came from a family of carnies.
Silver medalist. And by the way, Amy and I on our summer trip in July are staying at an Airbnb
owned by Brock Osweiler?
No, like 10 minutes from where he played high school football. I'll definitely go take a picture in front of his high school and send it to you in Kalispell.
You'll get to go to his athletic Hall of Fame.
I'm going to go.
High school.
I'm going to go. Right. As opposed to just the Hall of Fame. It's got to be clear. It's athletic Hall of Fame. Randall Cobb played one season with the Texans. They gave him a boatload of money for what he was worth at the time. Played one season in 2020, and then the whole, everybody got fired. Nick Caserio comes in as a GM. They hired David Culley. And on July 29th of that training camp, Randall Cobb was traded back to the Green Bay Packers to play with Aaron Rodgers again. Here was his opening press conference.
I can breathe again. I've seen the other side, and I'm excited to be back here, and I'm excited. I'm smiling. It's funny. My teammates say, "You act like you just got out of prison." I said, "Well, I'm very, very, very excited to be here. And that's nothing against Houston. Whenever I talk,
we're good. Yeah, we're good." And then he goes on to compare the Packers are a Fortune 500 company, Texans a startup.
Yeah.
Looks like they're both at this kind of the same level right now, if not the Texans ahead of them.
This would have been gold if I knew or suspected that Randall Cobb was aware of the inmates running the prison misconstrued comment.
2017.
Yeah. I don't think he was throwing that elite level of shade. And it was kind of accurate. He'd come out of a season where the Texans were a complete dumpster fire, and the Packers would go on to be a very good regular season.
They did. No, they were really good. Randall Cobb wasn't good anymore, but they were really good. Brock is probably more petty than Randall Cobb, if I'm being honest. I probably should flip the medal. Brock
was taking a shot at Bill O'Brien and that coaching staff specifically
when he wasn't good at his job either. Right. You know what I mean? Like that's the true petty. It's one thing to be petty if you're like, God, this idiot, I'm good at my job and this guy's an idiot, but he's my boss. It's another thing to also be bad at your job and call somebody an idiot. So, I'm going to flip those two. Brock silver, Randall Cobb bronze. Nobody beats Charles Omenihu.
Yeah.
Here's Charles Omenihu on a podcast saying, I don't bleep with the Texans.
But at the end of the day, I'm going to make this clear. I don't with this organization at all. And I cannot wait to play them boys. I literally cannot wait. Yeah, it's definitely going to be some fire with them.
Yeah. Okay, can't wait to play the Texans. Now, this was Charles Omenihu with Kay Adams heading into 2024. He had left the Niners to go to the Chiefs, and he was saying, these are my revenge games for 2024.
100%, 2,000% the Texans. If I got another 1,000 for the Texans, I would. The Ravens, because I feel like job wasn't finished.
What's the D'Amico thing? You and D'Amico?
It might not really be D'Amico for real. It just, the Texans drafted me, but just, when the business shows itself early in your career, you keep that backlogged in your memory.
All right, so we're good, man. Yeah, we're good. So Omenihu. Easily the gold medalist here. Don't bleep with the Texans. He doesn't bleep with them, meaning he doesn't like them. And then
Kay Adams was. I don't fault Kay Adams for not being able to keep up with the timeline of every specific team and player or whatever. But he was gone before. He was gone before D'Amico got here. So
Amenahu was gone before. Well before. She's talking about he was with D'Amico in San Francisco.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, but what? Oh, so she's saying, wow, big credit to her then too.
Yeah.
That's a complete opposite. Yeah, so she's saying, yeah, but what about you like D'Amico?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. So that's what she was referring to there.
So Amenahu, I went back through his game log of games that he played versus the Texans since he left Houston.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's got like a combined total of 4 or 5 tackles in several games against the Texans. So it's not like he's really gone off against them.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to skip down here to Bregman. Seth, they are so angry with Alex Bregman right now. They are really angry with former Astros legend. Actually, he's an Astros legend, but former Astro, Alex Bregman. He's hitting really poorly this year. To Bregman's credit, one of the big headlines on ESPN yesterday was Bregman taking ownership, taking blame for the Cubs' offensive woes. He's being very accountable for this. But we know Cubs fans can be a little crazy. They are not happy with Alex Bregman. Leads all of baseball with 140 runners left on base as of Monday morning. He's batting 178 with runners in scoring position. Now, we do know that he is a notoriously slow starter.
Oh, he's a notoriously slow starter.
So we know that. Yeah. Here was the guys, I don't know their first names, but it's a YouTube stream called You Don't Know Cubs. I like that name. And the Sunday night game in prime time, Bregman blew it in the 8th inning, trying to they had first and third with nobody out, and he lined into a double play. He popped up to end the game. These guys said, blew it again on Sunday, Bregman.
I've been saying it the past month that Bregman is who leads the MLB in runners left on base right now? It's Alex Bregman. He is costing this team right now, being in the 2, 3, 4 spot. When do we consider moving him down? I don't know what Counsell. When is Counsell ever going to get in his face? Like, horrible from him.
Okay, so that's number one. Bregman blew it again on Sunday. Now, they point out here, he was actually, remember how bad he was in 2024 to start the season? His last season here, he was horrible. Remember that season where he started off slow? Yeah, you lose track of him.
He had one season where he had a fast start, and then by and large, for the most part, he was usually really slow
starter, and they're kind of learning that about him now. They're actually pointing out he was actually worse 2 years ago for the Astros than he is now for the Cubs.
We're with the Cubs. We got these guys. We got Bregman for another 4 years. We got Counsell for another 2 years, actually, after this.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
The Cubs are screwed. That's a lot of money. So, and then we could throw in Swansby on that, who they benched.
Yeah, we can talk about. So here's the thing about Bregman. So like I just said, this was a brutal game for him, especially on prime time. You can't, it is just so frustrating. It was horrible at bats. But here's all week, yeah, all season. To be honest, all season. But this was an interesting stat that I actually saw before this podcast. So Jed Hoyer was asked about Bregman and his slow start, and he compared it to 2024. When you look at Bregman's 2024 season to now, he actually had worse stats up into, June 7th? Up until June 5th, I think it was when he got interviewed.
Yeah, all right. We're good, Ben. We're good on this one. Yeah. So stop complaining. We had much worse experience with Alex Bregman in 2024 than you crybabies are having right now. I'm petty at these two clowns.
Yeah, where's all your talk of his incredible clubhouse leadership?
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this?
Uh-huh.
Is Alex Bregman a clubhouse issue right now?
Counsell did some cover for him during the week. It says that poor Bregman, he's getting into these accounts, he's taking these pitches, and he's starting accounts behind 0-2-1-2. So from now on, he's going to start swinging at that first pitch. So this past series at home, his approach is to swing at the first pitch because they said the league has caught up into him. So they're not going to throw him, changes. They're going to throw him fastballs because he's not swinging at them for strikes. Yeah. So that's why he's swinging at first pitch. But he's not recognizing the pitches. He can't tell if it's a breaker or if it's a fastball. That's the issue he has right now. He is just so messed up. And then they're reporting just today and yesterday that he's causing a lot of problems in the dugout, in the locker room. So there's some going on in the locker room.
Bregman is?
Yeah, because there's guys in there that are starting to call him out. Here's the high-paid guy who's supposed to come in here and save it. I don't care what you say. Behind the scenes, guys are talking. They're all going, what the man. We got this Bregman. What the He ain't hitting the ball, and we're losing our ass right now. If he would get a hit, like he had a couple of those games, he had 2 hits. And everyone, he's back.
Yeah.
He gets these hits when nobody's on base. When he comes up when there's a man on base and we need him to produce in an important situation, he chokes.
I should have just played that one. I should have even played the first two.
That's the pettiest of all.
That was a money shot. I shouldn't have played the first two.
Okay. I wonder, is there did you search for, have you seen any actual reports?
No.
Or is this stuff he's seeing on message
and I did.
boards?
I searched for it.
You searched, right?
Yes. I'm like, Bregman Clubhouse issue.
Yeah.
And there's nothing out there. It totally feels like this guy's making that part up.
Yeah, like all the actual published reports that I found are saying that, yes, he's a great clubhouse presence, et cetera, et cetera. Couldn't find anything about Alex Bregman causing it. That guy, the way he presented that, it was almost as if, oh, yeah, there's an expose coming out in The Athletic.
Yeah.
No, man, that's some body language analysis. Did you see the guys didn't really give him a huge pat on the back after he sit there?
Yeah. All right, I got one more. So they're upset, and I checked with my son who lives in Chicago. He's like, oh no, pops, Bregman. They don't like Bregman right now. Sam Presti, GM for the Oklahoma City Thunder, the ousted Oklahoma City Thunder, coming to defense for his MVP, his 2-time MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, saying Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has to go against 6 opponents in his basketball world, the 5 on the other team and the 1 more on this team.
Relative to Shai and the narrative on that, he's playing against 6 people. He's got 5 defenders, and the 6th defender is social media. And, that's a reality. And he's not going to be the last player that the machine decides to target, but no one's going to handle this gracefully, because when they turn it on somebody else, they're not going to step up there every night and not acknowledge it.
Okay, I mean, this is just
what does he even say? I understand his point about social media. As wimpy as that point is.
Yep.
But I genuinely got lost with him saying that nobody else is going to step up and face it, or what? What's he?
I guess his overall point, I don't know what he's saying at the end there. I think what his overall point is that social media is taking his game, the way he faults and everything else, and making videos of it, and maybe influencing people who watch the game and are in positions of power, like referees or the league itself, who instructs referees, like points of emphasis and things like that.
Yeah,
I could see the league making what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander does a point of emphasis to say, hey man, if he's flopping around like a fish out here like this, don't call it. Don't give him the benefit of this, because it's unwatchable. The last thing people like watching is free throws.
Yeah.
So I could see if Presti's point is that social media and everybody being against SGA is influencing people. Okay, interesting hypothesis, I suppose, but you sound like a baby. You just sound like, you sound like a whiny baby. 2-time MVP.
No, you sound like a whiny little crybaby.
Mm-hmm.
No, SGA doesn't. Presti does here.
No, Presti.
It's not coming from SGA.
Nope.
And then also just look, I'm a little mentally slow this morning, but I have no idea what he's trying to say in the second half of that statement.
Yeah, I don't know.
Text in if I'm an idiot there. He lost me completely.
Is Seth an idiot? 713-572-4610.
That's okay. That's way too broad in that. Regarding this specific incident.
Gotcha. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. A game they had no business winning last night. If you missed this game, if you didn't stay up for the 9th and 10th innings, then you basically missed the entire game. We'll discuss coming up next.
Oh, I'll tell you what. You know, one thing I'm not an idiot working with Trajan.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so last night the Astros beat the Angels 5-4 in 10 innings. I don't know that I've ever watched a game where I felt like this team had no business winning this game based on some of the things that they were in the late innings of a baseball game. They were trailing 4-3 in the top of the ninth inning. Jeremy Pena gets on base. He's leading off the top of the ninth. He gets on base, and Yordan Alvarez is up. So now you got the tying run on base with the leading MVP candidate in the American League up, and Yordan looks terrible in this at-bat. He strikes out. Might have been on 3 pitches he struck out. The strike 3 was at his ankles. It was terrible. Jeremy Pena steals second, gets to second base. Christian Walker drives him home with this RBI single. Right.
If I see a split, just see it down. That
base hit to center. Here comes Pena. Here comes the throw by Trout. Pena will be safe. Astros have tied it at 4.
Tied it at 4 in the ninth. And Seth, from there, I count 5 different things that happened from that point on that felt like the Astros were trying to lose this game.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
I'll list them here real quick and then get your reaction to it. The first one was Joe Espada pinch running Shea Whitcomb for Christian Walker, which I know managers through the years have said, we got to get a faster guy on base. Got to go try to win this thing, ignoring the fact that chances are you're going to go to extra innings and you're going to need Christian Walker's glove and his bat again. There's a much bigger percentage chance you're going to need Christian Walker again in this thing than Shea Whitcomb's extra 1/10 of a second off of his 40 time compared to Christian Walker is going to matter in however he were to wind up scoring. So he didn't wind up scoring. He never got off first base. So that was first. I just didn't like the strategy there. That was number one. Number 2 was Jose Altuve coming up with 2 outs in the top. Shea Whitcomb on first, 2 outs, and Jose Altuve tries to bunt his way on not once but twice, which, if he were successful, would have given you first and second with 2 outs, and Bryce Matthews 580 OPS coming up to try to win the game for you right now. You're better off letting Altuve, who is a power hitter, swing away and try to win the game with a home run.
And you're putting the game on Bryce Matthews at that point.
Yes, if you're
with 2 outs.
If
So
that's if you're successful getting a bunt single. You're creating number 3 in extra innings in the top of the 10th. Jose Altuve on second to start the inning. Bryce Matthews lays down what he was attempting to just get a sacrifice bunt. It was rolling foul, and for some reason, Guzman, the rookie third baseman of the Angels, decides to field it. It was rolling foul.
I mean, it wasn't a slow roll or anything.
No.
I think it was going out.
No, 45-degree angle, rolling out, and he picks it up, and everybody's safe. Yeah. So now you got first. So the Angels were doing their part in trying to lose this game also. So now you got first and third in the 10th inning, tie game, 4-4. Altuve on third, Bryce Matthews on first. Cam Smith strikes out with first and third, nobody out. So you got first and third, 1 out, and then Jake Matthews swings at the first pitch, hits a pop-up behind second base.
Yeah.
And
Myers.
What did I say?
You said Matthews.
Jake Myers. Yeah, Jake Matthews. I blame you for that.
True sport athlete.
Yeah. Jake Myers.
Jake Myers, long known as the Bo Jackson of this.
Right. So hits a pop-up behind second base. And the second baseman fields it maybe 5 steps behind the bag. Definitely not something you should be tagging up on.
But he's on his heels, Sean.
Altuve tags up from third, and the second baseman whips the ball home. And if the catcher were to have caught it,
Yeah.
Altuve's out by 30 feet. He's still got a third of the way to go to home plate. He's out by a mile. It was at
least 20. It was somewhere between 20 to 30 feet away from the plate.
He's out by a mile.
But a Hoppy can't hang on to it. Oh. So victory, Sean. Victory. You're ignoring the biggest detail here.
I'm only
victory. We don't have victory yet.
Not yet.
Lead, Sean. A lead.
A lead in the 10th. I'm only at 3 things.
Yeah.
And we'll get to Altuve explaining himself here in just a second. So they score, luckily. And they're up 5-4. Bryce Matthews is still on first base. He never left first base because why would you? It was a pop up behind second. But Bryce Matthews gets
Altuve's looking up. Why aren't you running, Bryce?
Yeah, why didn't you tag up?
Look, you could get to third here. Yeah.
Oh my God. So Bryce Matthews obliged. He gets thrown out stealing to end the 10th inning.
Yeah.
Caught stealing to end the 10th. So another base running error. And then in the bottom of the 10th, they bring in Brian Abreu. Now, they may not have had that many choices. I haven't looked at what the bullpen usage has been the last few days. And they already used Josh Hader in the 9th, and they're not doing these multi-inning Hader appearances anymore.
Well, not right now.
Not right now.
Not when he's ready.
Maybe Game 7 of the World Series again. But they bring in Brian Abreu, who immediately gives up a base hit. But Bryce Matthews bailed him out by throwing Mike Trout out at home plate. Game saved.
Yeah.
Brian Abreu gets out of it. So at least 4. I won't count Abreu coming in and giving up a base hit as them almost seemingly trying to lose the game.
If it were anybody other than Abreu, you wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't have
done
done
Abreu, you're kind of tempted.
With
the fact that you let anybody on at all and made me nervous,
Yeah, so I'll count it just for the bit. But
this game, you know what? I can tell you and I, this is where it's different. I've been nothing but delighted in the comedy of errors and, I should say, errantly good plays. In a comedy of errantly good plays, like Altuve taking the lead, I've been basking in the joy and the weirdness of this victory, where you get more angry every time you talk about it.
I get more upset with each segment that we talk about this game.
I feel like if you and I were co-parents to one of your kids, and they brought home a paper and said, "Hey, Dad, I got an A." And I'd say, "Oh, how'd you get that A?"
Yeah.
And one of your kids said, "I plagiarized it."
Yeah.
And you'd be like, "What?
Yeah.
What are you doing?"
Right.
And I'd be like, "Wait, and you got away with it?"
Yeah.
All right.
No.
This was a plagiarized win last night. They got away with it.
No. You're the parent that would put a C- on the fridge, and I'd have to walk in and grab it and say no.
Sean, it's A on the paper. It says A.
Crumple it up.
The teacher ran it through the AI detection software and everything.
Dude,
and it's an A.
I will tell you.
Just like yesterday is a W.
Yeah. If I were to put those things in terms of stupidity, Altuve's foibles are easily the top 2. The trying to bunt with 2 outs, trying to bunt twice and getting into an 0-2 count, trying to bunt twice for a single with 2 outs in the top of the 9th with a runner on first and Bryce Matthews batting behind you. That is worse to me than tagging up at third on that pop-up behind second base, because there is no good strategic explanation for trying to bunt your way on with 2 outs and a runner on first and a bad hitter up behind you. No explanation. And that tells me that he did it twice. Tells me that Espada's asleep at the wheel. You should be telling him after the first one, Jose, send in whatever sign is, stop bunting. You're one of our best power hitters.
Yeah.
You gotta, that tells, that he did it twice tells me Espada is just letting this stuff happen.
Yeah.
That's worse to me than him tagging up, because I can cobble an explanation together that maybe he goes, you know what? This pop up behind second base, guy's not expecting it. Maybe he's errant with the throw, which he kind of was. It wasn't a great throw home. Probably should have been fielded. I don't think either is smart, but I can put together an explanation, not a great one, but an explanation for the tagging up at third. The bunting twice when there's 2 outs and a runner on first and you got a bad hitter behind you is an indictment of Altuve and his baseball IQ and an indictment of the manager and what kind of pitch-to-pitch control he's got. He should have been telling Altuve, don't bunt. We need you to swing away. We need a double in the gap right now so that I look smart for putting Shea stupid game.
Yeah,
I've never been more mad after a win than this.
I know. It's annoying. You're livid.
Sorry, I'm annoying you.
I'm joking. Espada, like, do we expect Espada to rein in Altuve?
No, that's
point?
The problem. No, the same thing will happen tonight if it comes up in the same situation.
It's like if Rodney Dangerfield were your diplomat to Cuba or something. Like, all right, at some point there's not. Okay, Rodney's going to practice diplomacy the way he's going to practice diplomacy.
Yeah, but Rodney's not the manager of my baseball team. Or my second
in this scenario, Rodney Dangerfield is Altuve.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
He's just going to go do some things but on the sum total of things, relations improved with Rodney Dangerfield as our diplomat to Cuba.
We don't know why.
He kept things light. Yeah.
That's probably why. Yeah.
Yeah. That bit he did on the Bay of Pigs was hilarious.
I tell you what.
That made Castro really lighten up about some things.
They had no respect for Castro. They had no respect.
You got no respect for these
these
Cuban nationals.
I'm just, and now that we've talked this through, I'm just as angry with Espada.
Yeah, you're getting angrier and angrier. Sean, okay, let me give you some analytics that'll make you feel better about it.
Okay.
This game was in the 98th percentile of X Team of Destiny. Yeah. The Team of Destiny analytics on this are incredibly convincing.
Tell me more.
That this is just what happens when you're a Team of Destiny.
Okay.
Yet again, as the Astros have superseded their expected Team of Destiny once in the last 2 years, I'll say.
Yeah.
But this third year could be the second time in 3 years that they have blown your expectations out of the water with a June and July run. Okay?
You know what this made me feel like last night? So Amy and I, when we were in Vegas earlier this year, we were at a sports book, and I had money sitting in the sports book on some ratchet game. It was like the Bulls and the Kings. I just wanted to sit in the sports book, have a drink, and watch a game and have a little action on it. I had a little Brendan Sorsby thing going on. And so I'm watching it. And I'm watching them like, God, these are just two really horrible basketball teams like this. And the Rockets are a good team, so that's what I've been used to watching this season. And so I'm watching this. I'm like, God, these are just two really bad basketball teams. That's what I felt like watching the 9th and 10th inning of that game last night. Neither team wanted to win that thing. You had Trout getting thrown out at home. You had Trout not fielding an easy fly ball early in the game because he got scared of the wall that Jordan hit. You had Guzman scooping up a bunt that was going foul. But then the Astros are like, hold my beer. I'm going to pinch run for Christian Walker. I'm going to have Altuve bunting, and Altuve is going to tag up on a pop-up behind second base. It was just two bad baseball teams is what it was. Team of Destiny, my ass. Get your analytics out of here. I'm mad at you now.
How about Mike Trout's you don't think Mike Trout dropping that fly ball by Jordan early in the game?
He didn't even drop it. It missed his glove.
It missed his glove completely.
Yeah, they gave him an error, though. I will give the scorekeeper credit.
At first, somebody talked about Jordan getting a double. I was listening to something this morning. They talked about Jordan getting a double on that, and I had to go back and look, wait a second, did I miss something? They definitely gave Trout
it was an error, and I was a little surprised because the scorekeepers have gotten soft over the last several years, especially a home scorekeeper with Trout. You know? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Speaking of Brendan Sorsby, the quarterback for Texas Tech, who it looks like is going to be allowed to play football this year, despite gambling $90,000 over the last 4 years. Buku dollars, nearly 3,000 bets. I've got 4 questions about Brendan Sorsby and all this. We talked a lot about Texas Tech and the landscape of college football. I've actually got some Sorsby topics that I want to get to on this. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, look, we've got fans from around the world coming to Houston right now to take the trip of a lifetime.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so the Brendan Sorsby story is a big one. We're getting a lot of texts on the Astros last night. I'll read one.
Somebody's saying, go ahead.
Wasn't Sean calling somebody a whiny girl in the Pettycast? Now Sean sounds like a whiny bee. Just say
Somebody's
the word,
saying,
man.
telling you that saying Altuve is stupid isn't going to play well in Houston. No. I will defend you on that, Sean. It's a noted. It's a lovable quirk of Altuve that he's so ridiculously. Let's say unintelligent on the base pass.
I want to be clear.
It's something everybody knows and accepts.
I know you're not doing this intentionally, but you said I said Altuve is stupid. I didn't say that. I said he does stupid things playing baseball. He's
I
not
didn't
a
say
stupid
that. The
person.
texter said it.
No. Oh, okay. So you're quoting the texter. I got
I'm quoting the texter.
Got you. Well, I just want to make sure that I get it out there.
What are you, like one of these Gen Zs that takes a quote out of a book and says, "Look at this guy"?
I guess I am. Yeah. So I connect with the younger.
You're trying to keep it too young.
The
Sean.
younger crowd, man. All right, I got a few Brendan Sorsby questions on this Texas Tech thing. We know now it looks like Brendan Sorsby, the quarterback for Texas Tech, who is transferred from Cincinnati. Was banned by the NCAA for rampant gambling, but a court in Lubbock County yesterday issued an injunction for NCAA from banning him, and so it looks like he's going to get to play. As of right now, he's going to play this season. My questions I have, Seth, I'm curious what you think about this. The first one is a simple one, because we had a few people ask this. Do any of that's getting this money together to pay him penalize him in some way for this?
The objections aren't coming from Texas Tech. The objections to whether or not he's going to play this year, by and large, the most vocal ones, at least so far, aren't coming from people at Texas Tech.
Yeah.
The football team wants him to play.
Yeah.
So
now
I don't know.
We should point out he is going to miss the first 2 games. That was all agreed to. Yeah.
If there are or if there are not moral clauses in there, I'm guessing somebody from Texas Tech might step up and fill in the void.
Yeah.
So that's not, I guess, that's not really a huge issue as of that we know of so far.
I'm just curious if Texas Tech tries to look like some sort of Southern Belle here. Like, you know what we did? We took his $5 million and we reduced it to $3.5 million. Okay,
yeah. At which point it doesn't prevent any other school from coming in and saying, "Hey, Brendan, we've got $10 million in NIL for you to come play for us."
Well, that would be something. If another team went after him right now with all this going on, that would be something.
I feel like when that person asked that question, though, I think they're kind of asking, like, okay, well, is there a way that they can somehow prevent him from playing?
Sure.
It doesn't look like Texas Tech has a huge issue at all with him playing.
But some of this might not be Texas Tech. Like we know some of the NIL money probably comes from local companies in Lubbock.
Right.
They may not want to have a guy who's got all these gambling things going on.
I guess it's separate. It's separate from the issue of whether or not he's allowed to play.
Yeah.
That's that doesn't have any bearing on whether or not he's allowed to play.
No. Yeah, I'm just curious if any of these, if there are individual companies that he's set to endorse that are looking at this going, I don't want to give this kid $500,000 or
nobody knows anything about anything in the way college football operates.
I'll move on.
Now. That's my answer.
How does he? This is my second question. How does he handle being the villain? He's gonna get booed at every stadium they go to. Like he is. I think a lot of these schools, especially in the Big 12, he's public enemy number 1 right now. His games are going to be must watch now.
Yeah.
For all the wrong reasons, but like a lot of WWE reasons.
Yeah, especially if they're holding on to a 5-point lead in a game where they're favored by 3 or something.
Yeah, we'll be watching that close.
Especially if they're in a situation where they could settle for a field goal or go for a touchdown.
Yeah,
and
I just wonder, is this an opportunity for him to show? I went into all these hostile environments here. And if he thrives, then how do NFL teams look at that? I only bring this up when Deshaun Watson became public enemy number 1, his career unraveled.
Yeah, it seemed like there's something above and beyond the physical side of things that seems to have broken with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, and I just wonder if that's. I know nothing about Sorsby the player. I barely knew he existed until this gambling stuff all popped up. So
yeah.
I think it's an interesting question. Like, how does he get treated at these other stadiums?
It's, you know what, though? It's not even – it's, getting booed, whatever. That's actually – most people enjoy getting booed in an away stadium. I think it's the constant media frenzy and scrutiny about it that's probably going to be the more like the suffocating thing potentially is that just every time, every week, every question, he's going to get asked about it a lot.
All right, 2 more questions about Brendan Sorsby. If he's good this year, do awards voters, who I think, if I had to guess, most of them are of the opinion he shouldn't be playing football, just based on the reaction yesterday, do awards voters issue their own brand of justice? Like, if he's worthy of the Heisman Trophy, statistically, if Texas Tech were to have the same regular season this coming season that they had last year when they lost 1 game and they got a bye in the first round of the playoffs, they were one of the top 4 teams in college football. Brendan Sorsby would be a Heisman Trophy candidate, theoretically. Mm-hmm. Do awards voters issue their own brand of justice? We know voters love to feel like they sent a message about things, So do they do that? Do Heisman voters do that? Do awards voters do that? Is that their way of punishing Brendan Sorsby in all this?
That's that's interesting because the different, in the NFL.
I don't know the answer. I'm just saying that's a question I have.
Right. Yeah. Let's see. The outstanding performances which best exhibits the pursuit of excellence with integrity.
What award is that?
That's on the. I believe that's one of the official criteria
for the Heisman.
I can't. I botched the search for the official criteria, but I saw integrity mentioned, so I think that's the part that gives them a clear-cut path to not voting for him.
I think a lot of voters will lean on that. I think there'll be some voters that are saying, look, it's in his past. He was a great teammate. I'll be anxious to see if that's something that happens, that awards voters issue their own brand of justice. My last one here is, how does the NFL view him? Him getting reinstated doesn't change the fact that he gambled rampantly for 4 years, including on his own team, and he's citing it as an addiction. Which when you have an addiction like that, there's a chance that you get a relapse. And if you get a relapse in the NFL, you get suspended. And when you're a quarterback getting suspended, that's a big deal. You're the face of the franchise. You're at a position where there's just one of you starting. Changes your whole game plan. I wonder, even if he has a great season, I wonder if there's NFL teams that have taken him off their board.
Yeah.
Because of this.
Oh, yeah. No, right? And that's you know what? It's always a sliding scale with these things. If he ended up being like hypothetically, if he were the number 1 overall prospect, there's going to be some teams that put him back on the board. There's always a sliding scale. A lot of it with Sorsby is going to be. How genuine is he about whatever rehab he's doing for it, and how well did they get the PR out about it? I know I've heard from at least one Heisman Trophy voter who says he would definitely use it as he just definitely wouldn't vote for him.
He's them.
Yeah. Yep. The official criterion, criteria are the outstanding college football player whose performance best exhibits the pursuit of excellence with integrity. Yep. Winners epitomize great ability combined with diligence.
Yeah, I almost feel like he's ineligible for it. I feel like he may be eligible for the season, but by that definition, he's not eligible for the Heisman Trophy.
Right, yeah. Like if the integrity, which again, that's all relative. We talk about integrity, but this feels like a pretty obvious one. No, this guy does not conduct himself with the same integrity as other candidates.
Nope. All right, circling back to the Texans, minicamp starts today. I went back through the press conferences. We've had 6 players speak to the media, 3 offense, 3 defense. So if you're trying to gauge what are the topics that are most relevant to this team, I just went through what were these guys all most asked about. So this is my measurement of the hot topics for the Texans as we head into the final week of the offseason here. We'll do that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. I go there every Friday for my testosterone boost.
ALTFM HD2 Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth, so I had a little time on my hands yesterday afternoon, and I still had all the emails with all the cuts from the player availabilities at OTAs. There were six players that we talked to out there, I believe. The six that I have the cuts for, at least, were 3 on offense, 3 on defense. They were Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud, and Jaden Higgins. And then there was, on defense, Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, and Will Anderson Jr. So I'm like, all right, what are the hot topics? You can tell what the hot topics are by the things that multiple people are getting asked about. You know, like they asked this, and this guy about this topic here. And this kind of matches up. The three that had at least 3 guys getting asked about it were, number 3 was Will Anderson wrecking shop. 3 players asked about it. All of them are on defense, by the way. All 3 of the defensive players got asked about it. Number 2 was the offense in year 2. 3 players got asked about it. All on off. The number one topic that most of the guys got asked about, 2 on offense, 2 on defense. The difference between C.J. Stroud now and in year 2, or the difference in C.J. Stroud this year as opposed to last year.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
That's the hottest topic, and it crossed the aisle. It crossed party lines. It was a defense and an offense question.
Yeah, a lot of big, and understandably, I guess, I mean, hot topic. It's not like the players were bringing it up, but that was what they were most often asked about.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So the hot topic in our eyes, the media, like this is what we want to know, and we want to know what the defense thinks and the offense thinks. So I've got a little bit of audio for each of these. Here was Jalen Petrie last week on C.J. Stroud.
That's a good question. I think his maturity, as time goes, people continue to learn a lot about the game and more so about themselves. So I think I would say that his leadership is going to continue to be, the best of the best. He's going to continue to motivate and challenge others. And in these last 2 days, I think they've done a good job with, the process in terms of handling, coming out of the huddle, making sure that everybody's where they need to be, handling motions the right way, and then seeing stuff post-snap and making the right passes.
If guys don't believe in CJ in that building right now, like important guys, like players on the team like Petrie, and we'll hear from Will here in a second, coaches, GM, if they don't believe in him, they're putting on a pretty good act right now.
Yeah. I guess without being overly cynical about it, I guess I don't know just this is one of those things where whenever anybody's asked if they're starting quarterback, they're going to say something positive. So I'm not saying that they're not being genuine in it or not. I just don't know if, was that what he said right there? Was that anything above and beyond maybe what we've heard from other people? I think the one thing, what Petrie brought up right there, and I don't know how the question was phrased directly, the thing that I found encouraging about it was that it matched the theme of everything that D'Amico said they're focusing on, is all of the pre-snap stuff. So that part of it, unless he was asked specifically about that, I like that he's noticing exactly what D'Amico and the other offensive coaches have been focusing on this year.
Yep. Here was Will Anderson Jr. says CJ is the commander.
I think you talk about CJ. CJ has really taken that step, man, of watching the clock, getting the guys lined up, moving with urgency, but he's been the commander back there. He's taking that step as a leader back there to get everybody lined up, to, take the initiative, like, hey, man, let's go. And everybody's rallying behind him. And then you got guys like Wyatt Teller, who I love, man. He's been that energy booster on the O-line, getting guys moving around, picking guys up. So I'm excited about that group. I can just see the growth in them already, man. The offense is moving at a much faster pace. I think Kaylee has been doing a good job. They got Foster with the tight ends. Dalton Schultz, as you know, man, those guys are rolling. It's competitive, and I laughed the other day. I said, man, it's going to be a fun training camp because you can see, the anticipation of everybody getting out there and, man, it's going to be one of those where it's going to be a battle every single day. The physicality on the edges have up big time with Foster coming in as a tight end, like I said. So, all of those things that they've been doing a really job at that.
I like that last part. It also felt like Will was saying, finally we got some real blocking tight ends here to feed to me here,
Yeah, I know. Will almost sounded more excited about just the prospect of actually having competitive training camp practices.
Yep.
But again, what's he bring up? Watching that clock, really important to enunciate the L in that. Would be my word of advice to Will on that.
Yeah.
He kind of rolled through the L, and it makes for a funny
talks
soundbite.
fast. Yeah, he talks fast.
That's the second guy on defense we've heard talking about the clock, not the clock management, but the actual pre-snap process and getting up to the line, getting everything functioning, being very mindful of using every second on the play clock as much as you can. I think it's really encouraging to me because I think D'Amico looked at that and just using the old 80-20 principle. All right, what can we do? What are the 20% of things that are going to improve this offense the most? And I feel like a lot of it is just the pre-snap management, and that everything else falls into place if you've got all of those things operating the way they should. And it was clunky last year in that regard.
In some ways I like it that it's two defensive guys saying that because they're the ones that are on the other side observing it as opposed to, I know conventional wisdom would say that, you know what I'd like to hear is a guy in the huddle at the actual huddle who's there for the whole operation of it, from the huddle in getting up to the line. And there have been plenty of guys that have said that at training camp this year, that it's better than it was last year. I like hearing Petrie and Will be very specific about it. Asked the question about the pre-snap operation. It was a general question about CJ, which they then brought up as the thing that they've seen. So I like that. So that was the biggest thing that guys were asked about during OTAs. Was the most frequently asked thing was the difference with CJ in between last year and this year, which is, if we're being honest, that's probably the most important thing as to what affects the trajectory of this team. The offense itself in year two, the installation of it, is what some of the offensive guys got asked about. Here was C.J. Stroud on installing Caley's offense this season.
I watched a lot of our self-scout, just try to, fix some things, try to introduce some things that I'm used to, that I've done in my past, that I like to do, so we can do that a little more. But I think we're both growing, we're great, creating a better relationship and, growing as an offense, and just trying to make it the offense for the 2026, 2027 Texans, and trying to doing things that everybody, is good at, and doing things that, we've done in the past. So, we're growing in that area.
Okay.
That was the one that, I don't know, I just... I've been, bringing up some things that have worked for me in the past that, that I'm comfortable with. I don't know.
It's a collab, Seth. He wants to collab. It's a collab. He wants to collaborate.
It's a collaborative process.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what it was about that necessarily. I'm like, all right, cool. I mean, yeah, with your great and illustrious past, that's cool. Good. Be sure that we. I don't know. It made me a little uneasy for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, I think too, where he talks about, and it's a better relationship, and I'm like, oh, okay. You do that thing where you're like,
better relationship.
He said better relationship in there. Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, what was going on in the relationship before?
I mean, because you go all the way back to just, I don't know, the reports about that supposedly got to do it with Bobby Slowick at the before the draft, and how much of it is a guy. How much of it is CJ wanting to do things his way versus, okay, it's the natural give and take, and you try to figure out what works for the quarterback?
Yep.
Probably depends on just what lens you're looking at it through and where you stand in your perspective on all of that. I just want to see a good offense.
That's all I want. I know I'm with you on that. I think everybody's with you on that. So difference with CJ in year two, difference with the offense in year two, and then the last one. There were multiple players asked about was just Will Anderson and him wrecking shop at practice. Here was Jalen Petrie on Will wrecking things.
Yeah, Will is Will. He gonna wreck practices, wreck games, wreck meetings. He gonna wreck everything. That's what That's why he's the best, because he shows up every day ready to work, ready to push others, inspire others, and he's a great leader for this team, a great player for this team, and he's definitely already, like you said, wrecking havoc out there in t-shirt and shorts. Coach is always on a tipping point of like, do I slow him down? It's like, that's just Will. Like, you can't really slow him down.
Okay.
My only complaint with that one is that every single time somebody says wrecking havoc, we get a text that says, guys, it's actually pronounce
Havoc, yeah.
No, but it's and then I have the well actually guy and say no. It's actually there's two pronunciations for reek. One is wreck. You can say either.
The spelling is the spelling is the same both times, right?
It's WREAK, but you can say wreck havoc, and it's not. So listen, well actually guy.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
You're cutting well actually guy off at the
I'm
knees
cutting him
right
off.
now.
Jalen Petrie actually pronounced it the right way.
Yes,
okay?
Yes.
One of two acceptable pronunciations.
Okay. I'm glad we had this conversation.
That's what Will Anderson does.
Yeah.
He brings clarity to the English language.
That's right. Here's Will Anderson Jr. talking about practice.
I believe in the process and preparation. Anytime I step on the field, it's an opportunity to get better. And like you said, no matter if it's OTAs, training camp, walkthrough, jog through, I'm learning how to be a pro still. I can't do jog through because I ain't gonna lie. You gotta. I'm going to be on the sideline or I'm going full speed. But that's me training my body to be in these positions that I'm going to be in the game, training my hands, training my footwork, turning the corner, throwing by, setting edges, everything like that. So for me, it's like I've only been wired one way, and that's to go full speed.
Yeah,
so, the big debate is Will Anderson practicing too hard, which makes me queasy and nauseous when I hear people debating that. No, he's not practicing too hard. This is stupid. It's dumb that people are reading too much into this. It's not a big deal. It's a good problem to have.
Yep.
He's not practicing. He's not out there laying guys out or anything. Practicing too hard was like the time in the practice when
Lonnie Johnson
hit their tight end.
Sternberger.
yeah. Like that's practicing too hard when you're hitting an unprotected receiver in a practice. That's practicing too hard.
Yeah.
Will's not practicing too hard.
No.
So quit whining about it, all you offensive types.
All right. So the one of the things that's popping up here, a lot of people weighing in on the Astros game last night, and Altuve. Did Espada instruct him to try to bunt those couple of times? Was he instructed? Was the plan? This is the big one. Was the plan for him to tag up on anything in the outfield? If you missed it, Jose Altuve last night on third base in a tie game with one out, first and third, one out. Jake Myers hits a pop-up behind second base, gets caught by the second baseman, and Altuve tags up. And I think it shocked everybody. It definitely shocked Todd Callis. And he would have been out if the throw had been caught, the throw home from the second baseman, if the catcher had caught it, Altuve would have been out by a mile. Instead, the ball skips past the catcher. Altuve scores what ended up being the winning run. There are people on the text page saying he was instructed to do that. That was the plan, to run on anything in the outfield. Okay, that's you saying that. We're going to play Jose Altuve here, and you tell me if this sounds like somebody who had any sort of plan that the manager had handed him before when he was on third base. Like if they had a plan and some specific instructions. This was Jose Altuve with Brian McTaggart after the game.
I think that was kind of like a bad play with a good result, and ended up winning the game, so I'm going to take it.
You just feel you had to force the issue there and make them kind of, make the play?
I think that I let the adrenaline go on in that moment, so, I was ready for every fly ball to the outfield, but, obviously it was a little shorter, but I kind of was like committed to go, so I take it. Also a game-winning RBI by Jake, so that's the way I see it, and happy that we won this game.
Yeah, I am okay. I am happy you won the game as well. It was a game-winning RBI.
It was a good result on a bad decision.
He literally said at the outset, thank you, Seth. He literally said it was a bad play with a good result.
Yeah.
There's no way that, I think at least with Espada.
There's no chance in hell, that the plan was for him to run on an obvious out. That was, in his mind.
I'm a little sideways with Espada right now.
Altuve was thinking there's a fly ball, and it just, and it kind of got stuck in his head. As we know with Altuve, it's like, why do people have to try to dissect this? We've watched Altuve make so many boneheaded decisions on the base paths. There's so many errors, base running errors. Like, no, you don't have to overthink this and think it was anything more than what it has been time and time again in his career, and it worked out this time. I think I find it funny, and it's easier to laugh because they actually won the game. But this is the deal with Altuve. We agree to accept that this is his one huge flaw in an otherwise pristine and almost perfect baseball player. For whatever reason, his brain turns to water and runs out his ears when he makes base running decisions.
If that were the only thing that happened towards the end of that game that then I probably wouldn't have gotten as agitated as I did earlier in the show.
Yeah.
But I think I laid it out pretty good. I mean, there were 4 or 5 things from the time Christian Walker tied the game at 4. The Astros and Joe Espada and Jose Altuve did at least 4 or 5 things that looked like they were trying to throw the game. Mm-hmm. The nice thing was they were playing a team that did at least 2 things of theirs that looked like they were trying to throw the game. Guzman fielding that bunt by Bryce Matthews in the 10th inning is one of the dumbest things I've seen in a baseball game. I would have said that's one of the dumbest things I've seen in a baseball game this season, but I feel like I saw 5 dumb things within 15 minutes of that last night.
Yeah.
It was crazy. If both teams were, it was like neither team wanted to win that game. I'm glad the Astros won. I obviously root for the Astros. I want them to get back into the playoff hunt here, especially because Dana Brown kind of laid it out yesterday. Dana Brown did some media before the game yesterday, and I know Chandler Rome and Kawahara and McTaggart all had articles about this, that basically saying the things that I think we've been thinking these last couple of weeks as they've started to play better baseball, 14-9 since Seth and I reset the season on May 15th. They played better baseball. They're largely a function of how bad the American League and specifically this division is. As long as they're in shouting distance, Dana Brown basically confirmed it. We ain't going to be a seller at the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. If they're 4 games out in the division or 3 games out in the wild card, they are not going to be a seller. They view themselves as a good baseball team that just hasn't played their best baseball yet. Even without Carlos Correa, he said, boy, leader, and he's a good player. We miss Correa, but even without Correa, we should still be. And I agree with that, by the way. Like, still having Isaac Paredes on the team means you've got a capable third baseman and a capable shortstop in Pena.
Yeah.
You don't have depth. But if those guys stay healthy, this should be a better baseball team.
No, that was in a lot of ways that was a really improbable win, but also the bona fide positives of the game that last night. I mean, for one, is that Arrighetti got off to a really rough start, but he reeled it in and ended up getting you 6 innings. You know, that was great. Because he was not good in his last start, and then he's not good in the first couple innings of this one, and you're like, oh man, maybe the bloom is off the rose a little bit with Arrighetti. You're absolutely right, Seth. Arrighetti getting things straightened out and then keeping you in the game. Giving you an opportunity to win that baseball game. So that's a good one. I think Josh Hader last night coming in the 9th. His couple of appearances so far, he has looked like the old Josh Hader. Mm-hmm. He's looked like the all-star. So that's been nice too. And congrats to Yordan Alvarez for winning AL Player of the Week last week. Good job, Yordan. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, In the Loop did a question of the day yesterday that was kind of about what's your quasi-hobby. Maybe it's not a hobby, but it's something that you like to do that's a little off-kilter, or you might look at it as a hobby. And I thought the fellas had a few good ones here in studio. There's an NBA player that might have the greatest quasi-hobby that I've ever heard of. We will tell you what it is coming up next. But first I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln. You guys know my wife drives.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the guys on In the Loop yesterday did their question of the day was something along the lines of what's something that you guys like to do. Maybe not as hardcore as a hobby, but something that you like to do in your spare time. Like the genesis of the question was, I guess, Victor Wembanyama on their day off went to a park and he likes to sketch things. He likes to draw. We brought up with you, Seth, and you brought up that you enjoyed, and Lopez as well, enjoys doing the occasional bird watching. It's not necessarily a hobby, but you like doing it.
I do it a lot, but I don't call it a hobby. I don't put like energy into it or anything.
Right. So Kevin Love, who I think is still in the league. At one time, he was one of the best players in the league. I think he's still hanging around. Yeah, he's officially, according to Wikipedia, a member of the Utah Jazz, which was probably his destiny at some point, was being on the Jazz, as it is for every big white dude in the league. So Kevin's doing a podcast with Richard Jefferson, and basically just Richard Jefferson asked him, what's something you like to do in your spare time?
The last thing you watched on YouTube, bro.
I don't know. Sometimes I get really high and watch like Larry Bird highlights or like the old '86 Celtics. So probably that, like Bad Boy Pistons. I love that era. And then if I get really high, I'll watch like the early '90s Blazers or like old Sabonis highlights too.
The '90s Blazers were a monster. That was good.
Well, then if I get really
Okay.
It's Kenyon Martin, it's Richard Jefferson, and then just lobs from Jason Kidd.
Yeah, he was a monster. He was a monster.
Okay, so you like those old Brooklyn Net teams that made the finals back in the early 2000s. So Kevin
that's like
Love,
that's his Beavis and Butthead, or his that's okay.
And if he's got the really good, I like how he had it in tiers. Like if I get high, I like watching this. Basketball highlights. If I get kind of high, like even higher, I like this. I'm big in power rankings and tiers and whatnot. Yeah,
that's definitely not a hobby. I would say because a hobby's got to involve doing something, right? Yeah, more than like a little bit more than just passively whatever. Like binging Netflix, sober or high or drunk, is it's still not really a hobby, right?
No,
it's a leisure time activity.
It's a leisure time activity, but if if you do it a lot, I think it fits the answer maybe to what they were asking yesterday on In the Loop, like sort of a hobby. Probably involving out and doing things, maybe, I guess.
Yeah.
But as far as leisure time activities go, look, I'm not a dope smoker, so I can't sit here and go, when I get high, I watch this. When I get really high, I watch that. But I do have certain things. Like if I'm in I'll call it an altered state of mind, I can sit in my chair and watch for 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
Like just boom, 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 in a row. Like for me, all you got to do is go to my YouTube. Like YouTube does that. Like the things that you like watching on YouTube, they tend to feed you those things when you log on there.
Yeah, and especially if you end up watching it for 4 hours.
They like that.
Yeah.
So if you were to go to my YouTube, it would be all old episodes of like 80s wrestling, WWF back then, clips from The Sopranos, not full episodes, but just like 3 or 4 minute clips of storylines. Game Show Network. I'm a big game show enthusiast. Documentaries. Seinfeld.
Okay, so one of those is not like the others.
Yeah.
The documentaries.
Yeah.
So, because all the other ones are almost kind of like the old school version of doom scrolling.
Right.
Which was just watching mindlessly on television.
Yeah.
Just stuff that wasn't even like, you would never sit down and appointment view it necessarily, but there you are.
Yep.
And you're sitting on your couch.
Yeah.
And you've been watching Channel 11 at 2 a.m. for however long.
Yep.
But whereas documentaries, that's a whole different deal. You actually got to pay attention.
You got to pay attention. Yeah, that's right. But I can focus even when I'm in an altered state of mind. I can do that. So I I got certain documentaries. Like I like the 30 for 30s, like certain ones like sports doc, like certain ones of those. I like the ones though that are like murder mystery, not murder mystery, but like murder, like crime documentaries.
Yeah.
I really like crime documentaries a lot, especially ones that I don't know the story going into it. They just intrigue me with the trailer or with like Netflix has a lot of these, and Apple TV's got a lot of them.
What's your favorite genre or type of crime that you like to watch? Is it serial killers you're into? What's your deal? You like fraud?
I like serial killers, and I like the Gone Girl kind of ones where somebody disappears and they think they're dead, but then they come back.
I don't like Gone Girl type of stuff. I have a really hard time with anything, whether it's a drama or documentary, on when people are falsely accused or convicted for a long, long time.
Yep.
I get that feeling of desperation of like, oh my gosh, I get there's a little too much empathy for what the person's going through to the point where I can't handle it.
Yeah.
I can't. That's why I hope I'm never falsely accused or convicted of anything.
American Nightmare.
As opposed to everybody else who's cool with it. Yeah. What's American Nightmare?
American Nightmare. It follows. It's the one I'm thinking of. The 2015 kidnapping of Denise Huskins and subsequent police investigation. She was abducted from her boyfriend's home in California, and the Vallejo Police Department accused the couple of staging a hoax.
Of staging it, right. This is one of those ones. Yes.
Yeah, you can watch it now directly on Netflix.
No, I watched
this Google Doc. So did I. I was gripped.
This poor guy, because this is the one, what? And I went through a string of documentaries about stuff that had happened in the night, like the JonBenet Ramsey stuff and everything. And you see what happens when a police department that doesn't routinely deal with actual violent crime, all of a sudden get put on a case like this. And they're breaking all the rules of sound law enforcement, like in a crime investigation. But they decide who's guilty right off the bat, and like everything leads to it. So that one that you're talking about, the boyfriend, they get accused of the woman totally got kidnapped. And police totally were convinced it was all a fraud and a hoax.
Well, first they thought he killed her. They
thought he killed her, and then they realized when she showed up that it was a fraud and a hoax. But despite every step along the way, he's saying, please, take my phone, look at my phone, examine my phone. The kidnapper said they're going to call me, and they're like, nah, we know what's up
and
here.
And it wasn't a hoax. She legit got kidnapped. And it was crazy. If I remember that story correctly, what sprung the case and re-engineered the investigation, all of it, is they found one hair in one of the places where they held her hostage at one point, because whoever the criminal was went and did it again or something like that, and they found one hair, and it was a blonde hair, and it was her hair, and all of a sudden that blew the case wide open again.
That was with the JonBenet Ramsey thing, where just the public at large was so convinced that the father or the family had done it and they were covering it up. They go back and they look at the actual investigation. Classic. The first officer on site had never didn't have much experience with any kind of violent crime or anything, but she judged by the way that JonBenet Ramsey's father was acting. That, that's not the way you act when your kid's been abducted. He must have done it. And then every step in the investigation starts with that assumption, which, good detectives understand the faults in thinking that way and everything. But they don't deal with violent crime or things like this, and they just it leads to everybody in the world being convinced that JonBenet Ramsey's father did it, and it was just a ridiculously botched investigation.
Well, and as far as American Nightmare goes, that abduction happened in 2015. Gone Girl was released in theaters October 3rd, 2014. So you've got this incredibly popular movie that has that. Sorry, spoiler alert.
No, and the cops actually referenced that movie, right? This is a Gone Girl situation.
They were saying it was a copycat. These are people who were probably into the movie and they copycatted it.
This is why if I ever get falsely accused of a violent crime, I hope it's in a precinct where they actually deal with violent crime.
Yes,
and they've been through it. They've gotten the reps, because then you've got these other places in these neighborhoods where the cops are citing Gone Girl. Is their deep forensic work they did on it?
They get one of these cases every 10 years or something.
Sean, the JonBenet Ramsey thing, they hired an outside investigator to come in, and this guy, the cops had been saying, well, there's no way that that somebody could have leapt through this window well and gotten in. This outside investigator, who was 82 years old, did a video of him hopping into the window well and crawling through the window. It was absurd. It was crazy. See, that's why I can't partake in your hobby. See how worked up I'm getting over it?
You're like me. You're like me with Altuve tagging up from third on a pop-up right now. That's you're getting worked up over this. I get worked up over that. You guys are so old-fashioned. This is a text. Are we still calling marijuana dope? LOL.
That caught my ear. I was like, he's a dope fiend, I tell you.
Did I show my age right there?
Yes. Nobody's called it dope since 1973.
Oh, really? Should I call it reefer?
He's on dope.
Reefer.
Why does that guy lump me in? Sean calls it dope. And you're like, can't believe Seth listened to Sean call it dope.
We're a team. That's why. We're a team.
You guys are so old-fashioned. Go die, youngster. I hope you die before you hit the age of 24.
And I'm with this texter here. Seth, I think he was clear. Smoking weed is his hobby. Kevin Love. I think he was pretty clear.
Honestly, that's where I'm so... whether it's ADHD or anything, whenever I start feeling like I've been sitting and mindlessly doing something for too long, I get so agitated. It's so beyond me, to just I just can't do it. I wish I could.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Yeah, people weighing in on what they like to watch when they're sitting there high. It seems like TikTok was perfectly made for somebody sitting there in a stoned, altered state of mind, just mindless thumbing through.
Or a sober state. It turns out TikTok basically turns anybody into like whatever your stereotypes are of a stoner.
Yeah, well,
I sat there for 90 minutes and didn't realize how much time had gone by.
I'll do it on Twitter also. I mean, Twitter's got basically a TikTok function to it. If you watch a video, it just moves on to the next video, and you just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling.
You know, one thing that can help is a public service announcement to the people out there. It does help a lot to really just pay attention. At some point when you're on social media, just ask yourself, wait, how do I feel right this moment?
Yep.
And it does, like, sometimes you can be like, oh wow, I'm actually kind of agitated for really no good reason whatsoever. So I'm going to step away from the thing that's agitating me.
Oh, I don't ever I'll sit there and scroll on those videos forever, man. Food for the brain for me.
You're not as mentally unstable as me. You don't have to worry about your ecosystem. I have a delicate ecosystem I'm balancing here, okay? And TikTok is like DDT.
Yeah. How do you that was good. Okay, I got the text on Podium today for the Texans. Are you ready?
Yeah.
D'Amico's last appearance until training camp.
Okay. This is dramatic.
Dalton Schultz.
Okay.
He was on our list that we wanted to hear from the other day. Dude, bro. Dalton Schultz is going to be up there. Derek Stingley Jr.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a short appearance.
Short, and I guess only 2 players today. So.
I love Stingley's. I remember I did a live stream right after one of Derek Stingley's press conference, and I added up the amount of time he had talked versus the amount of time I had talked, and I was like Teddy Roosevelt, man. Just it was a whole lot of it was me talking over 1 minute and 47 seconds of combined Derek Stingley.
Total
press whatever it was. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that extreme. But,
so I say that to say, if you're somebody either going to these press conferences or going to watch them on YouTube, and you've got a lunch appointment at noon, you'll make it in plenty of time.
Listen, if you're going to grab a bunch of your dope and you're going to go get high on the reefer madness, don't plan on spending a long time watching Derek Stingley.
That's right, I tell you.
Responses.
Hey, Mackie, these kids are on dope these days, I tells you. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, the things that they are saying about a legend in this town up in Chicago. We will have this for you. We'll also tell you what we're looking for out at Minicamp today. We'll do that final segment, and we'll find out what the guys have going on In the Loop as well, coming up next.
We finally have a little more clarity on when 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment coming up. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, find out what they got going on their show. Question of the day, we'll find that out too. The entire text page is basically just synonyms for marijuana right now. After I apparently used the word, I don't remember, but I guess I used the word dope.
You said you don't smoke dope.
Don't smoke dope. I also, if I can cite the text page.
What Nixon might have said.
To the charm of the show.
You're about as cool as Nixon.
I don't smoke those left-handed cigarettes.
Yeah.
I don't
partake of the devil's lettuce.
The devil's lettuce. I don't do the old sticky wicky.
Yeah. Sticky wiki feels a little bit more recent.
Really?
And just used because it's been used humorously more.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I have no idea. Gus and Katie says, call it flour. I guess kids call it flour these days? I have no idea. Sean, I can get baked and watch hours of back-to-back Counting Cars reruns. I've never watched Counting Cars.
The left-handed cigarette was my favorite one because I'd never heard it before. And then I heard Brian on our station back in the day use it.
Brian Straw.
Yeah, Brian Straw called it a left-handed cigarette.
Oh, really?
That's funny. I thought he came up with it. Yeah.
Fitting that Kevin Love plays for the Jazz because he loves jazz cigarettes so much. Is that another name for him?
Oh, yeah, I bet. Yeah, there was a lot back in the day when it was something that the jazz singers or jazz musicians would do.
Get in that mode.
Yeah, I think they called it, that was one of the slang words I saw I think they called it the jazz. He's on that jazz smoke.
I got you.
Giggle smoke was another one in the 1920s.
Giggle smoke, yeah. Oh, good call on the Kevin Love connecting the jazz and the jazz lettuce or jazz cigarettes, whatever we call it these days. So this was from a podcast called You Don't Know Cubs. I think there is a faction of our audience that likes to tune in to how some of our former guys are doing. You know, Kyle Tucker in L.A., when guys have left, Garrett Cole, not that they liked Garrett Cole, but I think, they like following Garrett Cole to see, hey, how's he doing with the Yankees? Yeah, you can name George Springer, any number of guys. Alex Bregman is now one of those guys. He left here 2 years ago. He's on his second team since leaving here. They seemed to like him in Boston last year. Got hurt a little bit, but he had a good season, was an all-star, and then left after 1 year. And they didn't like him after he left after 1 year. He went to the Chicago Cubs on a big money deal, like $30-something million a year. This podcast, You Don't Know Cubs, talks about Bregman. Does this sound like the Alex Bregman that we know?
Counsel did some cover for him during the week. It says that poor Bregman, he's getting into these accounts, he's taking these pitches, and he's starting accounts behind 0-2-1-2. So from now on, he's going to start swinging at that first pitch. So this past series at home, his goal, his approach is to swing at the first pitch because they said the league has caught up into him. So they're not going to throw him, changes. They're going to throw him fastballs because he's not swinging at them for strikes. Yeah. So that's why he's swinging at first pitch. But he's not recognizing the pitches. He can't tell if it's a breaker or if it's a fastball. That's the issue he has right now. He is just so messed up. And then they're reporting just today and yesterday that he's causing a lot of problems in the dugout, in the locker room. So there's some going on in the locker room.
Bregman is?
Yeah, because there's guys in there that are starting to call him out. Here's the high-paid guy who's supposed to come in here and save it. I don't care what you say. Behind the scenes, guys are talking. They're all going, what the man? We got this Bregman. What the He ain't hitting the ball, and we're losing our ass right now. If he would get a hit he had a couple of those games. He had 2 hits. And everyone, he's back.
Yeah.
He gets these hits when nobody's on base. When he comes up when there's a man on base and we need him to produce an important situation, he chokes.
This is where, wildly irresponsible that guy's saying that there's reports that people in the clubhouse are frustrated with him. You and I both searched for reports and found nothing. Well, so I whether he saw it on a message board or he's just making it up completely. This guy's smoking dope, I think.
He's smoking dope.
He's got the devil's cabbage in his system.
Yes, he's got the sticky wicky with a left-handed cigarette in his right hand. Yes. That was crazy because you're right. That portion of it starts. It really pops. I mean, that's why I kept it in here. I'm like, wow, Bregman behind, first of all, it doesn't check out with anything that you ever heard about him behind the scenes here, ever. Right. So that's what pops at first is like, and I'm hearing there's issues behind the scenes as well. I'm like, oh, he's hearing something. I can't wait to.
Reports.
Yeah.
You said reports.
Yeah. And the more the guy talks, the more you guys realize, like, well, it's got to be happening. You know,
yeah,
like
it's happening. You know it is, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, tell me where you saw this. Well, it's happening.
Crazy irresponsible, man. That does not check out. That.
Now the slow start checks out.
The slow start checks out, but the beginning part of that too about Bregman's approach now, like how they're tweaking it. They feel like the league has caught up with his approach at the plate. This is not Cam Smith in his rookie year.
Yeah, I know. Like that, he overly simplified that. Oh yeah. Bregman's just going to go up and start swinging at everything at the first pitch, no matter what.
He's in year 11.
I'm sure they've talked about being more aggressive or changing his approach or what have you. But it hasn't been as simple as just be sure you swing at the first pitch.
Yeah. So it's. That whole clip was very confusing to me.
Kyle Tucker has been just an average baseball player so far.
He's making $60 million this year.
Yeah, he's got a 716 OPS.
Good.
He's almost OPS plus, which is the average baseball player is a 100. They standardized the stat. He's a 102 OPS plus player right now.
So he's 2% better than the average baseball player.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Which is what you got to pay. Sometimes you get up to the top tier of the spectrum when the Dodgers have too much money that they don't know what to do with. So they're like, okay, well, we'll pay hundreds of millions of dollars to a guy to just be an average baseball player.
42-24. The Dodgers have currently the second best record in baseball.
Yeah.
42-24.
The Brewers ahead of them?
No, the Braves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Brewers are 41-23.
Losers.
Yeah. So
they don't know what it takes.
Yeah, exactly. Then the Braves are the best team in baseball, 45-21 right now. The Astros, 4.5 games out. That boy, LA is a perfect place for Kyle Tucker. Just go blend in.
He's not going to be blamed for anything, right?
Go get your 60, be like the sixth best player on the team, and nobody's going to bug you out there about it because you're 42-24 right now. So, that's God, the American League stinks. Oh, my God, just look at these standings. And this is why the Astros will not make big moves at the trade deadline, at least not selling moves, according to Dana Brown yesterday. Told the media. I've got the exact quote here, Seth, the exact quote from Dana Brown. How does this make you feel, Astro fans? This is Dana Brown. To be sellers, for me, it would be like we failed. So I don't think this team is a team that's going to be sellers at the deadline. I think we're good enough. I think the division is wide open. We've gone through some injuries. I think other teams are starting to experience some injuries as well. The division's wide open. The postseason is wide open. So I don't foresee us being sellers, end quote. This is exactly how I thought they would view the world.
The first line there is one that bothered me at first, and I thought about it and like, okay, he probably meant it a little bit differently, but he's saying that would be like we failed. The way I read that was like, refusing to accept that you failed doesn't mean that you didn't fail.
Right.
That would mean that we failed. And I think what he meant is like, I don't foresee us becoming traders because that means we're not going to do well over the well enough up until the trade deadline.
I agree.
My first knee jerk was like, well, yeah, just refusing to admit that you failed doesn't change the fact that you failed. If that's the point you're at, that's not what he meant though.
No, I don't think he meant that either. The other thing with Dana Brown, kind of lost in the shuffle of our season reset for the Astros, Seth, because you and I reset the season on May 15th. They're 14-9 since then. If I'm not mistaken, we my season as well.
We did.
Yeah. So when he came back from the IL, we issued the reset. He's been very good since then, too. He's been 21 2/3 innings, 13 hits, 9 walks. So he's at about a whip of 1 even. He's put on 22 base runners in nearly 22 innings. He struck out 20 guys. That's good. His ERA is below 3 since then. He was part of a no-hitter, his second start back. Do we owe Dana Brown an apology for mocking him after he said that he was, quote, not worried one bit about Imai when he probably should have been worried? I do?
You do, yeah, because I said, that's what a GM should be saying about his players, yeah.
Okay.
I zero. I never have an issue. I didn't even really, Espada would go over the top at times. like with Abreu, but like I don't for a guy to voice confidence.
Oh,
in his
Jose
players
with Jose Abreu, yeah.
With Jose Abreu, Brian Abreu.
Yeah,
Take your
either
pick
one.
of the
Anybody with the
Abreu's.
name Abreu.
Yeah, I usually try not to fault GMs and coaches for voicing confidence publicly.
Yeah,
because it's one of those things where if you don't do it, then all of a sudden it makes the situation and the player, like, it puts that much more pressure on the player.
Yeah.
So they got to be very careful about when they express any
That's
kind
a good
of worry
point.
or
Okay,
concern.
I'm guessing if I had to go back and listen to the segment, it's 2 weeks ago now, but if I had to guess, I was probably agitated by the extreme degree to which he wasn't worried. Like, not worried one bit. I actually listened to the podcast that it did with the guys over on 790. I listened to their podcast of it, so I got to hear the kind of the voice inflection and the context and everything. And I thought he was maybe a little too dismissive. But you're right, especially with this player who clearly was going through some psychological issues. It would seem with Imai is that maybe the degree to which you praise him was kind of factored in.
That was the very one, I think, where in the show prep you had said something like I'm not in the mood to hear the people who say what's he supposed to say, and I got really nervous. I got really nervous because that's what I wanted to say to you. It was like, hey, I don't know, what's he supposed to say?
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. I was preemptively getting ready to get agitated with you because
I was very scared that morning.
Season reset. Does Sean think he's Danhausen? No, but I have my Danhausen T-shirt on today. The Danhausen streak is over. The Knicks lost last night. So
since we reset it with, that's right. Well, it's not 100% the curse. People have this. People sometimes they have too high an expectation of a curse.
Yeah.
Sometimes, especially in a 7-game series, it takes time sometimes.
Lopez
because the Knicks especially, they hadn't lost in 7.5 weeks.
Yep.
It felt like, did you expect them to win every single game for the rest of history and time?
This is my guess. Lopez, as soon as I mentioned Danhausen and the streak being over, Lopez pumped his fist like his kid just won something. And so my guess is Lopez is talking to people about how much I love Danhausen and that I'm annoying him with how
he's
much
just
I love
annoying.
Danhausen.
No, that whole curse thing is just annoying.
Oh, I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds like you don't respect the Payne and Pendergast curse as much as you should.
I think the Payne and Pendergast curse is accurate.
Okay, that's
really?
good. Because you're about to become the victim of one. If we had to prove to you, I'll flood your damn earth.
No,
damn it.
I'm all in on
doubt
that.
Me?
I am all in on that. Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Better now that Danhausen's done.
Yeah, I bet, huh?
See, I'm not the only one.
I know.
Wait, don't say jerks. You did this. I had nothing against him until you tried to make him like 10 times bigger than me or somehow.
Yeah. That's right, the size thing. Yeah. Vanessa Richardson interviewed him last night.
Oh, really?
She's covering the finals for ESPN.
She didn't get cursed, did she?
She didn't get cursed. No. She texted me. She's like, he was in character the whole time. I'm like, that's what he does.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's what he
even
does.
off camera?
Yeah.
No, like he, okay.
Yeah, he was. She did an interview on digital with him and Iman Shumpert and whoever else. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. So what's going on with you fellers?
Oh, we have a lot going on. We have your teams.
Oh, for the World Cup?
Yes, the draw has been completed.
Oh, the draw. Okay. Ooh, all right. Are you ready?
You're gonna we're gonna do all the teams. What do we say at 11?
At some point during the
11,
show.
20, 11, 40, somewhere
it'll
in there.
find its way in there. I don't know.
But you're gonna do ours right now.
We're gonna do yours.
Yeah,
right
we want
now.
you guys to be able to know. And I did not think about this until right now, but Figgy is obviously privy to the draw because he's part of the committee.
Yeah.
And he's like, I would like to trade some teams. So keep in mind that if you want to, and if you can negotiate with others on the Sports Radio 610 group here.
Oh, you can do trades, huh?
Yeah.
But we got to stay in the tier.
We got to
Stay in the tier. So everybody's still got to wind up with 4 teams.
Correct. Yes.
Like I can't trade my tier 1 for 2 tier 2s.
No,
I kind of love that.
I know you'd like that, Reggie.
No, don't get too complicated. Let's not get into the mud here.
Lopez wants simplification. Reggie wants intricacy.
I want fairness.
Fairness, okay.
I want Uzbekistan.
By the way, you guys both have big news.
We do?
Big news on your teams that Reggie drew.
All right, so here's the draw. Sean, would you like to go first?
Sure.
All right, your teams. In Tier 1,
okay.
Sean, you have Lionel Messi in Argentina.
Oh!
Look at that! You see
is that the big news?
No, that's not the big news. I'll tell you the big news when he's through.
Okay. Tier 2, you have the African Lions in Senegal.
Senegal, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Tier 3,
you
have Sun Min Young in South Korea.
South Korea.
And then tier 4, you have the Kiwis in New Zealand.
Oh, I like that. Oh, me and Steven Adams.
There you go.
Yes. Oh, all right.
I'm so disappointed that he didn't have North Korea.
I was going to say South is my favorite. No, I was going to.
Your favorite Korea?
South is my favorite Korea.
Oh,
I just wanted to confirm.
I'm not afraid to say it.
Yeah. No, I'm not afraid to put myself out there.
Here is the big news that you may or may not know. I'm guessing don't know. I broke down every host and producer's draw and rank them.
Oh, okay.
You have the number 1 ranked team of anyone at Sports Radio.
So I have my group of 4 teams
is the best, I originally had it different. Then I looked a little harder this morning.
Wow,
Senegal is really, really good, and South Korea is probably the best tier 3 team out there. Seth,
okay, so I got some live dogs here.
You are the number 1 ranked in my.
I encourage you to go look at the odds and make yourself feel even better.
Oh, really? Okay,
in the John Lopez power rankings of all 12 Sports Radio 610 hosts and producers, you are ranked number 1.
Yes,
ranked.
Oh, this is going to be great.
Yeah, well, so was Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
Seth, are you ready?
Well, and Lionel Messi does like to flop too. So
Seth, your tier 1 team, Spain.
Oh!
Look at that!
Yes!
Yes.
Gen Z, Seth, Gen Z reaction.
I like my
Seth, your tier 2 team, neutral as you are, Switzerland.
Okay, all right.
So Granit Xhaka is a name that you want to get used to.
As I like to call him, Senegal's bitch.
Swiss.
Yeah.
Your tier 3 team, Seth. Egypt and Mo Salah.
Oh, okay.
Sneaky good.
Not bad. Not bad.
Good.
And your tier 4
My wife
team.
is allowed to drive in Egypt now.
Oh, really?
So we're good. We're good. What was it? Okay, so Egypt, and then what do I
And then
have?
your tier 4 team, I know that you'll be excited about this. Cape Verde.
No way!
Oh,
Cape
yeah! Oh, yeah! I prefer
say.
to pronounce it Cabo Verde.
Yes, of course.
For you Anglos,
You got it was a random draw, and you ended up with Cape Verde. That's the big news. And so I did some digging in on Seth and Cape Verde. These are some little nuggets of information you
Tell me about my 10 small islands.
All right, 350 days of sunshine.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Cheap cost of living.
Oh yeah, despite being an archipelago.
Yes.
Yeah.
And for American expatriates, no taxes for a year.
Oh, really?
That's their incentive right now.
That's like getting
no taxes for a year.
That's like my building gives a free month of rent when you move in. It's the same exact
Is there any kind of like a minimum wealth standard there or anything?
No, it's very, very affordable, and it's anybody can go. American.
No, I mean the tax break. Sometimes they only do that if you're like spending a certain amount on property.
Well, what I saw on the Cape Verde livability scale is that it just said no taxes for American expatriates for a year.
That sounds like a verbal contract to me.
When they win the World Cup, Seth's gonna move there. I can already foresee.
Oh
this.
yeah, do they have good internet there? So if Seth needs to do the show from his new home, Cabo Verde,
350 days of sunshine.
Is it nice sunshine or is it like pleasant sunshine?
Yeah,
it's way out. It's parked right out there in the ocean, a long ways off the west coast of Africa.
Okay.
It's just its own little.
I think it's on the. This one I didn't look up. This is just my memory. I think it's on the trade winds too.
Oh, so
you and these wins.
Yeah, no, those are big. Those are important. Those are important. The trade wins.
And then, would you guys like to hear Ben's group of 4?
Wait, is it big? It's big because I can take my schooner there, or it's big because like you get a gentle breeze.
You always get a gentle breeze.
Okay.
Yeah, we forgot Ben. We got to get Ben's.
Ben, yeah, give us Ben's real quick.
Ben has Brazil.
How about that?
Canada.
All right.
Ivory Coast.
Okay.
And Panama.
Ivory Coast, and
Brazil,
Panama.
How about that?
Yeah, he gets the most winningest nation in all of World Cup.
So is that how you guys did? There were 12 tier 1 teams, 12 tier 2,
Correct.
12 tier 3, and then you just pick. You go vertical and horizontal.
Yeah.
Cape Verde has a population of 530,000 people. Like that's
That's like Kingwood.
530,001 when Seth gets there.
That's right.
I'm just astounded at how good some of these non-American people
I know.
non-American countries are at soccer. Like how much better they are than us at it.
Yep.
It's just astounding.
Doesn't Curacao have like less than 200,000?
Yeah, Curacao is very, very small.
So where did Seth's group rank?
I have it right here. Seth's team is probably okay. I got it right here.
Yeah, what is he?
9th.
Ninth? What? Like Spain isn't lifting me up?
No,
above
ninth. No, it's top heavy. It's a top heavy team. No, 8th. I've got it 8th. Eighth.
Look at that, moving up spots already.
Still a chump.
Cape
not
Verde.
like me first.
Cape Verde and Cape Verde and Egypt are not good.
Where's Ben?
Ben is 6.
6. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Canada's kind of like the what's a good comparison of Canada?
A name that you know, but maybe not very good.
Yeah, they're like Gonzaga, but a poor man's Gonzaga.
Okay.
Like they have some players, but they never do anything.
Okay. Like Iowa.
Like Iowa.
Oh, yeah.
Iowa.
I like what we're doing here.
The Iowa of what we call June Madness.
Actually, I might use that when we have to do the things where we can't actually say the word.
Yes.
June Madness is nice.
Last question. I know we have a question of the day we got to get to real quick.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is there a grand prize for this thing?
Yes.
We're establishing it. How do you like this as a podcast?
My idea was whichever of your teams, whomever of you win.
Yeah.
Reggie and I go in on a gift card to a restaurant of one of those countries that serves one of those countries'
it's kind of a Lopez Christmas thing going on.
Yeah. Like like Seth. Let's say Seth wins. If there's a Swiss restaurant or a Spanish restaurant or a Cape Verde restaurant in Houston,
that would be amazing.
we will get him a gift card to that restaurant that serves that food.
Okay, Spanish, that would be good for you, Seth.
And before all the soccer people jump on me, I understand that the U.S. is ranked above Cabo Verde in the rankings and all that.
But they're still dang good.
On a per capita basis, it's just astounding.
Who got? I like that prize, by the way. I like that's a good idea.
We might add some cash as well because I've mentally committed to more money than I think would go into that.
Who got the United States in their draw?
That would be T. Mill.
T. Mill got the
Which,
US.
honestly, I think that is good fortune because he seems to be the one who is least likely to commit to the bit.
Yeah.
So I think giving him the United States actually is probably going to draw him in a little bit.
So rooting interest.
And ironically, well, not ironically, interestingly, one of his other teams, we're not going to give him all away. We're going to do the whole thing later.
Yeah.
But one of his other teams is Iran. So he's got the U.S. and Iran.
I always said that the United States and Iran were pulling in the same direction.
He's going to have to.
Which way do I go?
He's going to have to do a lot of peacemaking in the building.
T-Mill's got to be the Strait of Hormuz on this.
That's right.
That's right.
He is the Strait of Hormuz.
Yep. Cape Verde also has beautiful women, a texter says.
Okay, so that's my take on my team. I rank near the bottom.
Yeah.
I want teams.
But you got hot chicks?
We get off the bus, man.
And you know what's great about that?
We get off the bus.
There is no sport that is better at showing you the local flair than soccer.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll give you mine. I've got Belgium, Switzerland, Australia, and South Africa.
Oh.
We got hotties.
Oh, you got Bafana.
We got hotties,
That
man.
is aesthetically pleasing.
I've got Spain, Switzerland, and according to the texter, Cabo Verde on my roster.
You're doing all right.
Yeah.
You're doing all right.
Who do I have again? I've got Argentina, South America, Senegal, whatever.
South Korea, don't sleep on
South
it.
Korea.
Don't
No, I
sleep
got it.
on it.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a type.
Asian, yeah.
That is
New
correct.
Zealand? I have no idea. They might all look like Steven Adams. I have no clue.
That's a very handsome man.
Yeah. He is handsome. Yeah, no, he looks like a superhero. All right, question of the day, fellas, before we get out of here.
What ruins a party for you? As in, all those beautiful people, all those poor widow rich people went home sad last night at Madison Square Garden. What ruins a party for you? Examples get extra points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seth, do you want to go first, Seth?
I'll just say I guess anytime anybody just gets into like a big political argument or something.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
They get way too serious about it. Yeah.
That's a good one. I would say any actual fight at a party, like a legit fight at a party. Like, come on, man, we're all here to have a good time.
One of mine
When's the last time you were at a party where somebody got in a fight?
College.
Yeah.
College. The day of Catholics versus convicts. There was a fight at a party we went to after the game, and my friend John Perugini hockey stick over a guy's back. This guy was beating up our friend Mike Gallagher, and John Perugini broke a hockey stick over the guy's back. The guy stood up like the Undertaker, like nothing happened.
You know how much I love dogs, but an uncontrolled dog at a party.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one. That's a
Just
good one.
sniffing your crotch in front of everybody.
Humping leg. Yes.
It's one thing, they're going to sniff your crotch, but when they're really dedicated to it, then you get to be like, okay, people are going to think there's something up here.
Yep. I would say just
the fact of the matter, for anybody who ever sees it happen to me, is that I always carry dog treats in my pockets.
That's good. So I would say mine would be getting trapped in boring conversations.
Oh God!
Just walk away.
And you just Along those lines, I try to be polite, I guess. I don't know.
No. Wait, real quick. This is the rule, though. The problem is people that engage you in boring conversations and don't understand social cues and everything, they don't get offended by you just walking away.
Yeah.
The whole reason you're in a boring conversation is because that person doesn't pick up on social cues.
Yeah.
And so you don't have to feel guilty about it at all. You'll be like, oh, I got to go. See ya. Okay. Mid-sentence. And they'll never get offended.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, noted. I'll use that next time. When Seth does an Irish goodbye, that disappoints me at a party because I like hanging out with Seth. I like hanging out with him.
You're kind of joking, but
leaves.
when the life of the party leaves,
he leaves.
Suck.
Yeah, that
Per our
me.
Conversation about boring conversations.
Hey, wait a second. I'm putting two and two together. So when someone takes a dump and the bathroom smells for the next 15 minutes.
No, that's what'll ruin the party for you is if you're the guy who did the dump.
I don't dump at parties.
I gotta go.
I'm a home toilet advantage guy. I don't dump at parties. I don't dump
back
here.
To my Irish goodbye.
Right. I don't fart. I'll hold it in.
Oh, you don't.
Not near people. Not near people.
Yeah.
Which I think is what Seth might be implying, that I maybe...
No. I would say I would do an Irish goodbye if I were the guy who took a dump.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I get the hell out of there.
You know what? Then it's acceptable.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, and I apologize for all the boring conversation.
Antibodies to you, and I'll have to tell you about the time I left the party because earlier in the day we'd gone to the Orlando Corn Festival. Not Korn. CORN.
All right, we're done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. Happy Tuesday to you. You are indeed in the loop. If it seems like the guys are invested in World Cup, we might be doing something here.
This makes it fun.
We might be making something happen.
Man.
We'll let some more people know how we are invested in the World Cup with our different nations that we will be following. Follow along as well. I might see if I can make this available to you if you want to do this with your friends as well.
I've got stuff on my dock. Maybe I'll send it to you. We can do some sort of
Very good. I'm still trying to figure out exactly the point scoring system, but we could talk about that when we get there. The thing that I would like to start with here is, first and foremost, you getting involved with the program on the text line, 713-572-4610. Appreciation to Mo Cameron and Jewelers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. You can get involved there as well. And the simple question that I have, and maybe it's going to be an impossible one to answer, but I'd like to have the conversation anyways, John. Are the Astros getting lucky now? Because there was a point in time where they were deeply unlucky as a baseball team, and I subscribe to the theory that we too often undercut the impact of luck in sports. Obviously, it's not easy to talk about luck. It's not fun to talk about luck. We want to have all the good things that happen with our sports teams be meaningful. We want it to be that our teams are so smart and so good and they made these things happen. But luck factors in, and especially for an Astros team that needs everything that they can get. Last night felt like a lucky team to some degree. Now, they made their luck in some ways, but, buddy, there was a few instances of them getting lucky, and I'm wondering, is this just one of 162 where luck happens at times, or is this a tide turning where maybe, just maybe, we are getting the ball rolling towards the Astros seeing the postseason?
Well, obviously nobody knows. You don't know, I don't know, but it's something worth discussing because this is something that the Astros have been known to do when they were at their best. Now, you mentioned, are they just getting lucky? I think there were some absolute, just flat out lucky things that happened last night. Now, is that just sort of a hint of just how they get good teams get those things, or at least teams that are winning those games get those things? But Altuve could have easily been thrown out. It shouldn't have even gone. Really,
yes, right. There's that. There's Mike Trout dropping a full in center field that allows Jordan to ultimately score a run, and that gets you to tie back at 3.
You mentioned the bunt earlier.
Yeah, well, I don't think that was luck. I think that Guzman at third base is point shaving. Because why in the hell are you picking up that bunt from Bryce Matthews? It's a decent bunt, but it looks like it's about to go foul, and Bryce Matthews runs it out. I love that.
Yeah.
There's no reason that a third baseman should pick that ball, because it's not even like it was just going down the third base line.
Because you're not going to get him.
He could tell that, hey, this one is going to stay fair. It looked by all camera angles like it was going to roll foul, and he should have been able to see it. And you're right, like he wasn't going to be able to get him. You pick that up usually if you know you can get him at first. None of those were the case, and he's like, I'm going to do it anyways because the Angels are stupid.
That's why they're in last place.
I guess so.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a number of instances where they're lucky. You mentioned Altuve. There's Mike Trout dropping a ball. There's also and I hate to say it, right? After Altuve comes in and scored, or was it after that? There was a point in time where Mike Trout comes home and Bryce Matthews guns him down.
Oh, that was the last out. Yeah,
that was the last out. There we go.
Not
that
the last out, the bottom of the
bottom of the 10th, right?
Yeah.
And Colin Price, I'm not gonna lie, man. I thought he was blocking the plate.
Yeah.
I thought that went very well. If they wanted to make the ruling that he was indeed blocking the plate and it wasn't that the throw took him there, that was one that they could have had. Then you have another run, and now we're continuing to play baseball. I do think that going the way of the Astros was a good fortune moment that allows them to get this victory.
And credit to Bryce Matthews, but the throw could not have been more perfectly placed. And so that, I don't know if you want to call that luck or just a really, he's not a natural outfielder, and he threw an absolute rope that was perfect.
Right.
And so, however you want to judge that, there were a lot of things that you can even go back to how the game started with Spencer Arrighetti kind of gave it up a little bit, then, kind of wriggled out of trouble.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
No, and I want to be clear in this. When I bring up luck, I don't, and this is the tough thing about talking about luck, is it makes it seem like you're invalidating the good things that happen. I think that you need those in tandem with the good things that you do. That Bryce Matthews throw was an absolute rope.
Yeah.
Excellent job by a converted outfielder.
Right.
I love that. I'm not trying to take that away from him. Spencer Arrighetti, again, this is the thing that actually I felt better about this outing than I thought that I would have, seeing him in what was the second inning when it's all feeling like it's falling apart. This is what good pitchers do, right?
Yeah,
good pitchers are.
Right.
It's not that they're always going to be perfect. It's that when it goes bad, they can rein it back in a way where other people let go of the rope.
Yeah.
And you saw that with Spencer Arrighetti, where he ultimately makes it pretty damn deep into this game when at one point it looked like he might not make it through the second inning.
Right. So, but all things being considered, hey, they got to win, and it was against a team that I got to tell you, flipping back and forth from the finals game, there were moments there where I just thought, okay, well, now they're just falling flat, because they did look flat for long stretches here.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess this is the problem with the luck argument, because I do hope that this is a turn of luck for them, where now they're going to get the better side of the coin here in various different ways, whether it's batted balls in play, whether it's Mike Burrows not sending so many pitches or not having so many pitches sent outside of their yard. Right, I feel like the lack of luck is starting to show up in injury situations, because you get Lamont Wade Jr., a dude who just recently reached the team and had been, looking pretty good for you both defensively and offensively, leave this game seemingly with an injury. Taylor Trammell is taken out. No, well, I guess that's not an injury, but there was another injury circumstance that I'm missing in this moment. There wasn't Isak not quite himself at one point. Like, there's a couple of instances where you're seeing the possibilities of injuries popping up, and it really sucks because you're just now getting the reinforcements. You're just getting whole, and I would hate to see other parts, other holes pop up as you plug some of them.
I mean, that's kind of where we are right now with the Astros, because there are even though some key guys are coming back, they're just playing right now with so many players. They're piecing together too many things anyway, so you're going to have that. I mean, you just absolutely are.
Oh, and then I forgot one more thing that feels a little lucky. How about bringing out Brian Abreu in the 10th and not spiking you, not hitting you in the
How did we forget that? And he gave up a single.
He gave up a single that ultimately was an out with a runner on first.
Yes.
Like you went from a ghost runner or whatever, automatic runner on second, to an out and a man on first, and it wasn't because he made a good pitch.
No, it was a rope right up the middle, or left center, or whatever it was. But you take it, especially as we talked about yesterday. You got to win at least 4 out of 5 of these.
It does feel like that's the case.
You really did. That would have been a tough loss.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, again, you're right. I don't know if the answer is definitively that they are lucky, but the idea that I can ask that question, it feels like it might be in the affirmative, is inherently a good thing, and maybe just maybe. I'd have lucked to have gotten this one of 162, even if we don't have to push it over to other games that are coming, because you need these, right? We talked about this yesterday. We've talked about this before. The margins are so very thin, and you dropped some of these types of games earlier on in the season. You need to get those back, and this was one of those get those back moments, because it very well could have been that you lose a game, You drop more standing when it comes to the AL West and the AL wild card race. That's not the case. Thankfully, you got a victory here. And I actually, funny enough, did not look at what ultimately happened around the league because I was just happy to get it. And, yeah, a lot of these other teams that you're competing with actually got wins. The Mariners got a win. The Rangers got a win. But ultimately, you just got to stack them, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're still far enough out that you just got to stack these wins and hope that they start coming back to you. But at the very least, 2.5 games back of a wild card, right? You keep yourself a little bit closer just by getting these wins, even if you got a hooker by crook them.
And, interestingly, good matchup tonight. Their best pitcher, I think, right now, Walbert Urania, is pitching. So it should be another good one against Kai-Wei Tang.
Yeah, you sure hope that luck carries on. Because Kai-Wei Tang, if we're talking about in your rotation, the dudes who are susceptible to luck going one way or another, Spencer Arguetti is not one of those, right? I feel like he makes his luck in some ways with his talent. Kai-Wei Tang feels like he's in that place where it can go one way or the other depending on the luck.
I guess so. I mean, because he's a reliever that is just really trying to get back into the starting rotation. But he's been pretty solid.
He has been.
He's been pretty solid.
And hopefully that continues on tonight. 8:38 again, the West Coast game that's happening versus the Angels tonight. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit Game 3 of the NBA Finals because it seems like we have an actual series here. It seems like the Spurs also had some answers, or actually asked more questions of the Knicks is probably the right way of saying it. Let's try to answer them. 713-572-4610. We do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner. destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Tuesday. Minicamp getting started today. We'll hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans, in the second hour of our program, the 11 o'clock hour. So keep it locked for that fun otherwise all the way through the show. In fact, always get involved with the program on the text line where I really enjoy seeing stuff like learning from the 409 that apparently the internet listed the starting catcher for the Astros yesterday as Colin McHugh.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, oh.
Interesting twist.
Yeah, that's not him. It was Colin Price, who shout out to him for getting his first knock in the majors.
Major league hit?
Yeah,
first
man.
Major league hit.
That was cool to see in the course of a 5-4 victory for the Astros in extras. And then also on the text line, shout out to Ocho, who said, who do you think would get booed louder on the Madison Square Garden Jumbotron? President Trump or Jose Altuve? Because if you were watching last night, big boos for the man, which could have been foreseen to some extent. Like, that's not necessarily his room, quote unquote, even though I know he's probably a Knicks fan. I still think that it is the president in this case.
Oh, yeah.
The caveat
How about that Altuve doesn't get the most boos.
Right. Shout out to that. Right, like that.
That's progress. That's progress.
I don't know how much progress it is because I think if you move that just a few miles from Madison Square Garden to Yankee Stadium, Altuve wins again. I think if you put it in Yankee Stadium, Altuve wins on the boo chart here. Over the
I think he went in Madison Square Garden.
You think so?
That was pretty loud.
So.
Okay.
That was pretty loud.
Because just thinking as a sports fan, like, who is the one person you hate and, just being a Houstonian you hate and just put them in the arena?
It's a good question then, I guess. I see your point.
I see what you're going for.
Yeah. Because I know what they used to do in Cleveland. They used to put Big Ben on the big board. And whenever somebody's shooting a free throw, and then you get the loud boos. Or they put the Michigan M up.
Yeah.
Boo!
Why don't we do that?
That's great stuff.
That's such a smart.
There's so many schools here,
or
but maybe like a
put Amy Adams.
I'm gonna put Amy Adams.
Would everybody know who Amy Adams was?
We can figure it out.
100%.
We'll figure it out. Yeah.
Maybe just put a Titans logo up.
Put her name. Put her name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Bud Adams.
Yeah, maybe so. 713-572-4610. What is the Houston equivalent of just putting this most hated person up for a sports game? And if we want to get the boos going, I'm interested in seeing what people say. But in the course of that game, we have a series. It is 2-1 now as the Spurs go into Madison Square Garden and the 13-game winning streak.
Yep.
That this Knicks had in the postseason, and they don't claw back home court advantage, but they get a little bit closer to doing that with a victory last night. And it felt like the Spurs asked some real questions in this.
Well, they had an answer, but it raised more questions.
Okay, fair enough.
They had an answer, and this is for you, Figgy, and all our listeners. Feel free to weigh in, 713-572-4610. They definitely had an answer. They for a close game, they kind of controlled it the whole time. You know, it was really weird. You know, it was like, oh, boy, it's getting close. But you kind of felt like, did anything you saw last night maybe change your mind on the whole, which is one of my takes, the Spurs cannot win 4 out of 5 after they go down 0-2? And I still believe that, but there's always exceptions to the rule. We know that. You know, so teams have done that.
Yeah.
But did you see anything last night that maybe changed your opinion that the Spurs cannot win 4 out of 5?
I won't say fully, but in helping myself towards that end goal, I think it was something from Mitch Johnson particularly, which is, y'all realize y'all can attack Jalen.
No.
Right? The dude who was the worst defender on the court for the New York Knicks had so frequently been allowed to play in the corner away from the actual on-ball action in the first couple of games. And it's a reminder that even the best coaches or the guys who are doing the best can have some oversights in the course of things, or their game plan can kind of go away from something and they can miss something. I felt like they were able to do a little bit of introspection and go, why in the hell are we making this as difficult? Like, let's pull Jalen Brunson up. We'll do various different actions, whether it's, screens, double screens, whatever, to be able to pull Jalen Brunson up and force him to defend consistently, if for no other reason then. Right, because even we might get by him, we might get the bucket, but even then, even if he plays good defense, we're getting into his legs, and then on the other side of the court, he might not be as effective. And it felt like that was the case last night.
Yeah, I think what I got from this game is, even though it's a young team, they got a lot of fight in them, man. Even the last couple games. Yeah, they just got a lot of fight in them. And honestly, I'm not sure. I know they're young, but I wonder if the Spurs are the more talented team, just in general, than the Knicks, because I feel like the Knicks, they definitely got some talent. They got some good players, but I feel like the Spurs got some young talent that could probably, give them a couple years and they'll probably be the best team in the league.
Well, that's the thing. Where are they now? I think
they're a young team right now.
I think it's fair to say that Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper will absolutely be the more talented players and more accomplished players than some of the perimeter guys on the Knicks. But are they now? They're showing like they might be.
I think they might be. Yeah. I think the age thing. I think just the lack of experience right now. I think that's the only thing. I think that's the only thing that's kind of got me doubting the Spurs a little bit. They would be the one team I think could force this game to Game 7.
The one thing that I would note is on the other side of the floor than you, Reggie. That was some of the best defense I have ever seen in my life.
Agreed. Especially early.
Good. Well, how about that late sequence when they're closing out here, then closing out there, then switching there, and then they finally skip the ball, and Wembanyama comes off his guy and blocks it again. Who took that shot? Blocks it against the backboard. Remember that one sequence? I was like, oh, boy, that's going to be shown in clinics, around the world. That defense, if they are allowed to play as physical on both sides, which actually kind of leads.
That's a big if.
Which actually leads to another question I have for you. They had the answer, but it leads to more questions, including this one. Do you think Mike Brown's acting like a little B after the game will work?
You say he was doing what exactly?
He was acting like a little B.
Was he acting like a little B?
Oh, we'll get to it we'll get to it in what's popping. Like everybody on the planet who watches basketball knows what he was doing.
Yeah.
We know what he was doing.
Yeah, and that's his responsibility. I think you're right.
But do you think it'll work?
To some degree, yeah. Like it was an incredibly physical game. And what has already been a pretty physical
with
series.
A couple things too, man. Like that.
Sure.
That Wemby shove.
Oh yeah.
I'm like,
Wemby
man,
went
that was kind of nasty. A little bit.
And to be fair, like both to each other.
Yeah, very physical series to this point.
Over each other. So my question is, like the referees know, we know, announcers know, fans know, players know what he was trying to accomplish. He was trying to sort of, as soon as the game's over, sort of get into the NBA's and officials' heads. Do you think that will work?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that game got a little too far outside of the bounds of allowing them to play a physical game. It felt like it got a little unruly, and a little. It's because I don't want to over-exaggerate this. This was not they're swinging haymakers on the floor, right? This didn't get out of hand, and some of this is like a applause to the Spurs and the Knicks keeping this within the lines, so to say. But it did get to a place where like the physicality kind of started taking away from what was happening in the game, and I think that the NBA is really cognizant of trying to like monitor the course of the series, the arc of the series. I think they'll pull it back a little bit, which will be interesting to see how much that affects what the Spurs were able to do, because physicality mattered in their game plan.
And I think that's why they probably won the game yesterday too, because they was clearly a little more physical than the Knicks.
Yeah,
and you could tell they kind of got to the Knicks a little bit. And I know they kept their cool, but I think you could tell the Spurs came out more physical. Like maybe that was at the top of the board in the game plan to be more physical.
I'm not so sure it will. Referees, I've seen far too many times where the referees collected. They have huge egos. We know that. Refs have enormous egos where they say, oh, you think we're letting stuff go, huh? Watch this. They'll go, okay, watch this, and let even more stuff go the next time. All right, this is an important one to me because you could kind of see it in Reggie Figgy earlier. Who has the non-star advantage? Who has the non-star advantage in this series? Because that's what it came down to a lot yesterday.
It's interesting because I don't think that there is one. I think that this has been a weird series because it's kind of worked opposite.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like this is where I default to like the old kind of truism in basketball, or I guess popular wisdom, which is role players play better at home. And I feel like you can.
But they haven't.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of inverted, where you've had role players play really well on the road in this series, as obviously you've had 3 road wins to this point in 3 games. But like, you could see instances where Mikal Bridges was awful in this game, but he was great in the last game. Or Landry Shamet had some games. This was a Jordan Clarkson game. Actually, if we're talking about a non-star. Hey, OG Anunoby, I didn't know you could shoot like that, big dog. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What? What? And so, like, I think that those are the instances where it shows up. But then you also see someone like Devin Vassell knocking down 3-pointers early on in the game.
Hell, Harper doesn't start.
Yeah, that's
Harper doesn't start.
I forget the Dylan Harper,
which he's very important on that team. I wouldn't look at him as I know it's early, but I wouldn't look at him as a non-star.
I actually would by definition. 20 years old, doesn't start, first ever playoffs.
He'll be starting next year.
No, but I'm saying in this series,
he better be starting next year.
Technically, I got what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm not looking at him as that's a non-star that
Yeah,
that brother is a star in the making, at least.
I think that little 12-year-old had some good minutes. The Spurs little 12-year-old rookie. What's his name?
Carter Bryant.
Yeah, Carter Bryant.
Yo.
He had some good minutes.
I was like, 12-year-old? What is happening
That
right
might
now?
be a good non-star right there.
Yeah, and Cornette. Cornette had some valuable minutes early.
He did, but I think, look, Cornette, I don't know if he fits in what we're talking about here. I think he's just ultimately the non-Wemby minutes are ones that you can't lose too big, and so he becomes a focal point in those moments.
Shabbat has been big, but he wasn't. So, it's going to be – that's why I said who has the –
Josh Hart?
Hart is a good one.
Yeah.
Hart is a good one, too.
He's kind of up and down, though.
If you're going to bring in Luke Cornette, I think in the inverse of that is also
Robinson.
No, not Robinson, not Mitchell Robinson, which I guess is fair to bring up. But I think Jose Alvarado is an interesting one because he ends up handling the ball when Jalen Brunson isn't on the floor.
Yeah.
And so how do you handle the non-Brunson minutes, I think, is also a question that comes up. Ultimately, I think the biggest difference in this game is that Karl-Anthony Towns was mitigated. Right,
I think it was the Spurs defense.
I think the defense helped that a lot.
Freaking clinic,
right? Because the Knicks they did a great job of not allowing the swing, so to say. Right, when offenses start passing the ball around the horn in order to find not just a good shot but a better shot, the Knicks have been trying to do that, and the Spurs were like, okay, you can get that first pass off, but that second pass we're going to jump it.
Have you seen Brunson's numbers in this series? Because you think he's a hero, right? The way they finished Game 1 and Game 2, He's got as many turnovers as assists in the series. He has 82 points on 81 shots.
Yeah, and some of this
30 seconds.
Yeah, I want to clown this dude. There
but then he becomes a hero.
But then the fourth quarter, he just turning on.
Yeah.
And it's a reminder that sometimes it's not just what you do, it's when you do it.
Yeah.
And he has been really, really good.
He's
at
the
being
perfect example of that.
Yeah. A really interesting series because I do think that it still feels relatively level. We haven't had a blowout game yet in this series, even though I think what you were saying is probably fair that San Antonio felt like they were on the front foot even as the Knicks were playing back and forth with them throughout the course of this game. This one. It feels like it's close, but also not at the same time in various different ways.
Yeah.
And I think this is exactly what you want in a final. Something that has a little variability, something where you come into any game and anticipate anything can happen. That's ultimately what you want in any level of sports. So I kind of appreciate that this is happening on this level between the Spurs and the Knicks. Game 4, will be Wednesday night when it comes down to it. So very intrigued to see how this continues to go and how these questions that have popped up continue to be answered in this series. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Remember, Minicamp has gotten going for the Houston Texans, but surprisingly, Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, he is the beat writer that covers the Texans, has not seen yet at practice Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Marlon Klein, who you recall had that little bit of the soft tissue thing that he's dealing with early, MJ Stewart, Logan Hall, and EJ Speed. EJ Speed obviously makes sense, but we might need to talk about what those guys that are not out there, or at least that have not been seen yet, and how that impacts us, because that's kind of a big deal when it comes to the mandatory portion of things, and whether they're participating with the larger group. But coming up next, maybe we talk about that, but also the question of the day. There was supposed to be a party for the New York Knicks that was ultimately ruined. And so that leads to our question. What ruins a party for you? 713-572-4610. Bonus points for actual examples. Let's talk about it next.
Nick Caserio shared high praise for the Texans.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get ready for the question of the day here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What ruins a party for you? 713-572-4610. Last night, the party was indeed ruined for Knicks fans hoping to go Knicks in 4. I imagine that they've quickly pivoted to Knicks in 5. Mm-hmm. But yeah, man, the party was supposed to be on. Obviously, the party also wasn't as fun without the watch party that they were going to have directly outside of MSG. Which honestly, I think that we were robbed of like the thing that the Knicks do second best, which is being like
yes.
Because the thing about Knicks fans is that they are crazy, and so when it's good, they go all the way that way. When something goes bad, they lose their minds.
They absolutely lose
Fire
their
Mike Brown.
Oh, that has been
Get him
uttered.
out of here.
Really?
That phrase has
Have
been
you seen
uttered.
it?
No, I'm saying that.
Okay, I was like, there's no way that they go
No
that
way?
far. That far already?
Are you crazy?
Man, you don't know Knicks fans then, man.
You nuts?
They always overreacting.
No,
to stuff,
I know they
man.
do, but I'm like in the middle of the finals when you still got a lead,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, they're doing it.
I tell you what,
they're doing it.
if it get 2-2,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 2-2. We might.
Yeah.
we
But
might see
even
them
now, especially after you acted like a little B after the game,
Okay.
they're like, hey, why don't you get your defense to play better? That stuff like that. Fire Mike Brown.
So we'll get into that question. I kind of want to hijack this for a second because you know what just ruined my party?
What's that?
Hearing that Nico Collins has not been seen at mandatory minicamp yet. Now I'm wondering if this is one of those things where he has not been seen because he's inside working on rehabilitation type stuff, as it seems like he had been doing during OTAs. But I think that seeing some of the guys that have not made it out, or at least have not been seen,
They all
as
have
of yet.
not all. Most of them have some semblance or some injury working, and so that's why I don't make a whole lot out of it. Because
the Marlon Klein one is big, though.
Marlon Klein has the soft tissue, and he's a rookie. You want to see him out there. EJ Speed has obviously an injury, and he'll be done.
Yeah.
So I guess there might be. It could be a veteran thing. Nico Collins been around for a while now.
He a vet now?
Yeah, he's a vet now. I don't think so. It'll something bothering him, but it could be.
I know that there's been people out at practice that said when he came out and was able to participate in some of the larger stuff, you could see he was sweating pretty profusely. So it's not like he was inside just doing nothing. It seemed like he was actively doing some real rehabilitative type things. But is Nico Collins okay, so if we're going to do that, again, the names that we're talking about: wide receiver Nico Collins, wide receiver Tank Dell, tight end Marlon Klein, safety MJ Stewart, defensive lineman Logan Hall, and linebacker EJ Speed. Those are the names that are just hey, have not seen them practicing, even though I believe that they are around.
Yeah.
Which one of those is it just Nico Collins like I am that gets you, or are there any other names, or is there another name that would be
I think probably just Nico Collins. Just curious about it. It has to be maybe a little soreness, maybe a little something, because Tank Dell's been injured, Marlon Klein's been injured, MJ Stewart had an injury, didn't he? EJ Speed's been injured. So all these guys are bringing along slowly because they've had some injury.
The only other one, I think Logan Hall would be the interesting one for me, just because I'd like to see the full line together, and I'm still a little bit cognizant of the fact that I don't know who defensive end 3 is in a way that makes me feel comfortable. And it's possible still that it might be Derek Barnett getting up off the couch and coming in and applying his trade once again, right? It might be that. But I would kind of love if Logan Hall was out here. I know that he's slotted inside, and I know D'Amico Ryans has said that he'll start inside, but he has the capability of rushing outside. And so, the idea to have him out there and maybe see if they flip him out there a little bit to give me a little bit on that would be nice. That's the only thing that I'm thinking.
Yeah. So let me ask you this.
All right.
If the average get-in price last night, just get into anywhere in Madison Square Garden, was a little more than $10,000 per ticket.
Yeesh.
Figgy, average get-in price, a little more than $10,000 a ticket. Would it have been worth it just to watch the game even though your team lost?
I would say yes. I would say it's worth it because it's been a long time since they even got there. And I know tickets was way cheaper back in '99, but I would say if you got the money, and
we're assuming
if you got the money, I think it's worth it just being in there, and it was rocking too.
I think I'm with you. I think it would have been worth it, even though your team, you probably left with your hat in hand, but it would have been cool to be there. Just to be there.
I know y'all was rich. That's cool.
No, I'm saying presuming you had the money.
No, I ain't saying go broke with it. Or I'm not saying me personally. If I had that money where I was able to go to that game, I would think it was worth it.
Yeah.
I hear you because I think that the idea, I can see the story that you can spin easily, right? The first time that they're in the finals in 20-some years, right? 27 years. I was in the building.
You up 2-0.
Right. You have all of those things that you can tell. I'm just like, hey, man, for that $10,000, could I
better get a dub.
Could I be in another place where I can still tell that same story of, hey, I remember the time when the Knicks were up 2-0 in the finals, and I was at Gramercy Park where they were having a watch party, and I was watching it amongst other Knicks fans. I think that the experience could be not exactly the same by any means, But it could be spending $1,000. But maybe I'm just a broke boy. It's possible. It is possible that this.
So what ruins a party for you?
Oh man, there's a lot of them coming in on the text line. I thought a great one that came up as we were talking about this earlier is like when the person the life of the party, whether it's just for you or just the life of the party in general, leaves. Because I am not great at just being in the party and chopping it up with everybody. I kind of need like my conduit to everybody.
Yeah.
You know, like so I have fun with the group through my friend, right? And so my friend leaves and it's like,
yeah,
not quite the same party anymore. I feel like I might need to go ahead and skedaddle. Like that is absolutely wonderful.
You know what really ruined? Even if I had a really good time at a party, and just everybody's there, it's fun, good conversations, good drinks, good food, good everything. You know what really kind of ruins a party for me? Because it just makes me feel bad is when one of the hosts starts cleaning up and everybody's still there.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I feel like that's the intention. They start cleaning up like, hey.
Damn, who put the food up?
The equivalent of playing Closing Time.
Yes.
Or what's the other ones?
Yes.
I've seen lately people have played the JoJo song.
Yeah.
What is it, like Get Out?
But I feel bad. I feel like, we stayed too long. Or, whatever.
Are you done with this cup? Yeah. They grab that cup.
Can you put that in the dishwasher? Hey, y'all go ahead and put that in the dishwasher, man.
I got friends, though, that if they're hosting a party, they'll just go to bed.
I've done that.
They'll be like, all right, lock up when you're leaving. And you're like, oh, okay.
Like a lot of times when my kids were in college and stuff, they're not party animals now, but they would have friends over and we'd be cooking or I'd be cooking and I would just tell them, y'all stay up as long as you want.
Peace.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out. I'm out.
And it really is. It works the other way because you say that, and it's like, why would I want to stay in your house without you?
Well, the kids were still with them. They still had their friends there.
Fair enough.
And all that. Another one, and I think we all have established how much I love dogs of every kind and ilk, but an uncontrollable dog roaming around the party. Like if it's a good dog, we're at Figgy's house. It's just a loving dog. It can make the party better. When Gibson was around, everybody's just hugging on him and kissing him and all that stuff. But like a dog that's jumping on everything, eating food, you always got to be on your toes. That can ruin a party.
Yeah, no. Whenever I'm walking around with a plate and that dog trying to get the plate and I'm holding it up above my head.
Yes, that's not fun.
All right, man, get your dog.
I would argue, and I know I'm not going to get pushback here, so I recognize this. The dog at the party at all.
Oh no, it can help the party. A good dog. Oh, look at him.
Man, you won't believe some dogs be so laid back you forget they were even there.
And that's my thing is your argument in the affirmative to make it that like, hey man, it's cool to have the dog here is you don't even realize the dog is there. You know what makes it better then? Not having the dog there.
No, because they make it better. Like I've had like obviously people just love, especially women. Then guys go out in the backyard, start throwing a ball with him and stuff. It makes it fun.
Yeah, sometimes the dog just be chilling and then he'll walk to the other side of the room.
Yeah,
you might get somebody, hey, what's going on, Snoopy?
Yeah.
And then
how about that ex that shows up at the party?
Oh yeah. It doesn't just have to be an ex. Somebody that you just don't like being at the party. Because now you have
it's not fun.
Some percentage of your mental capacity has to be either ignoring that person, staying away from that person. Like now I'm just committed too much of my mental energy towards not interacting.
The other part is people who know this are going to be coming up to you. Hey, Sarah's at the party.
Oh, it gets awkward.
Hey, Sarah's here. Did you know Sarah's here? She's over there. I'm like, yes, I know. I don't even know a Sarah, by the way, but other than our big boss.
Go ahead and cut that one up for me if you don't mind. I might need to use that for something. Somebody said when the beer runs out. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Beer, liquor, food, one of those things.
Ice, yeah.
Ice is kind of like, ooh. Now what?
Yeah.
People start taking shots.
The now what is, hey, man, you about to make that run?
Yeah.
that is indeed the now what.
Mm-hmm.
A great one is that comes up is the guy that scares the host. Is what somebody said. And that goes very far. I think that if I want to specialize it to the story that I have, the dude who gets way too drunk.
So, for sure.
In college, a friend of mine had a house party or an apartment party, whatever, and it was a good time. Until one dude got real drunk and was in the bathroom, and it was like, yeah, he needs to leave. And so me and one of my homeboys end up being like a couple of the, I guess, bigger dudes there. And so it becomes our responsibility to get him out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to now carry a drunken, very big dude. Like if he wanted to play football, I'm guessing he could have been like a small offensive lineman. You get me? You feel where I'm at?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so we got to get him out We got to get him to the parking garage. We get him into a car, and then we have to drive him home. And we don't know who he is. In fact, I still don't know his name to this day. You know how he identified himself as? Captain Jack Sparrow.
Well, maybe it was.
I have a strong feeling it was not Captain Jack Sparrow.
It might have been.
The wildest part about this story is that once we get him out, once we get him into the car, once we get him to this apartment complex, we open the door, and a dude who had been damn near a zombie the whole time, as soon as that door opens, jumps up and takes off into the night. Never to be seen again.
Wow.
Yeah. That ruined my party.
That would ruin the party.
I had to leave early and deal with that.
This one is a given that it's going to ruin the party, but my point on this is don't even have a party. No alcohol. I've been to a wedding.
Yeah, a dry
just
bar.
had like finger sandwiches and punch.
Yeah.
I was there about 3 minutes. I'm not exaggerating.
Same.
I went to the wedding, went to the reception. That's it. I'm out.
Yeah, that was
also bad food.
Yeah. Well, it was finger sandwich. Yeah, who wants that?
Yeah. I did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
I actually got a couple of them, too. I think, to me, what ruins the party is everybody sitting around on their phone, not even communicating.
That's why you need a dog.
Yeah. Like, everybody on Instagram. Well, I'm just like, all right, let's
How about we have, a party?
Another one, and this is a personal one for me. It might not be for everybody. But when you having a party and a minister or somebody very
or
church
D'Amico.
heavy, somebody that's very church heavy show up, we're just like, all right, man, let me slide this drink to the side. Now I can't wild out like I want to. Because this here in the with a cross on, just sitting there looking at everybody, judging everybody. So I can't even feel comfortable drinking.
Some other ones that come in on the text line when the DJ stinks or just the music in general is not going. I understand that one. Somebody said when you got the story topper.
Oh,
will
yeah.
ruin a party.
That guy, one guy, yeah.
And it's like, oh, so you always got something to say, huh?
Yeah.
Just always got a better story. All right,
The Well Ashley guy always ruined the party, too.
Yep.
You bring up something. Well, actually, that's not the way.
Hey, we're just talking over here.
Yeah, dog, it's not that serious.
Somebody said when you need to use the restroom.
That one.
Yeah.
That restroom.
Yeah. Yep. It's time to go home.
Yep. Party's done. We're done having
or
fun.
battery about to die on the phone. Yep.
Battery about to die on the phone has become really big now, which really sucks. I hate that that's the case. But
I got some sports ones real quick.
Yes, please.
Whenever you watching sports and so-and-so is out for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, and you go to that party just for that.
Yeah. Like, I can't imagine. I was doing a little watch party when the Tank Dell injury happened. That blew the whole party up.
Yeah, the vibe is over.
Yeah, it's done. Everybody's sad now.
Yeah.
And then you have Ron like, yeah, let's go. Let's go, Chief. I'm just like, man,
Get out of here.
Shut up, man. My day is ruined.
Yeah.
No, it's a good one.
What's the other one?
Rain delays.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You're in the middle of a baseball game. It's going back and forth. Now we sitting watching the commentator scramble for an hour.
Now you got the meteorologist on there. Well, look, it's going to be here for about 45 minutes.
That's me.
Yeah.
Why am I laughing?
Yeah. I'm just like, man, it's over. And then the other one that I always think about is Martin Maldonado.
Just him in particular ruined the party.
Yeah.
Yes.
Every time he step up the bat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Party
Time
over.
to go to the bathroom.
Party over.
Yep.
All right, keep those coming on the text line, especially if you get the sports ones. That's actually kind of fun. I like what we're doing there. 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Or actually, I think we're supposed to hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans from Minicamp for the final time before training camp comes on. We'll hear from that. We'll hear from him, or we'll go around the NFL next.
All right, we were talking about the finals. They are here. Get
West Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 as we await D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Houston Texans, and stepping to the podium after day one of mandatory minicamp for your Houston Texans. A few more of the answers to the question of the day. What ruins a party? Someone said when people start hooking up at the party. Fair.
Does it?
It can.
It depends on how awkward it is.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
The guy that wants to fight everyone or just a fight. That's a great point. People were talking about when it comes to like sports-wise, the fight that ends too quick.
They want to see more.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, all right, well,
Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
we all came here for this, and
salute to Mike Tyson. Yes.
Yeah. That was the Mike Tyson invitation. It was like you better enjoy the entirety of the card because of that. That if you just coming up for the main event, you might as well not come. Like you mess around and park a little far away and you missing the fight.
One of the captains, I won't say who, on the Bite Me podcast.
Now we're hiding them.
Texted me because he said he yelled at someone on the water and then saw him at a party that night. Like, hey, man, what are you doing? And then, oh, hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Nice party.
I met you before.
I recommend the pimento cheese.
And then another one that someone brought up is just the foul-heavy game. It's just like, oh, this isn't fun.
Yeah.
That's another one to bring up. All right, let's go around the NFL now, again, as we wait for D'Amico Ryans. And we begin with this. The Kansas City Chiefs are indeed replenishing their defensive back room. And you know what I like to say, you can always go back home.
Yeah.
That is the case again here with defensive back L'Jarius Sneed, who will sign a 1-year, I believe, $5 million deal to return as a cornerback to the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, we are familiar with L'Jarius Sneed very uniquely after in 2024 the Chiefs traded him to Tennessee. We saw him with the Titans the last couple of years. He returns to Kansas City. The question I have is he going to be effective anymore?
Oh, I think it can be effective. I mean, especially in that system with that defensive coordinator, and I'm not going to say Pro Bowl
with that rookie corner too.
Ran that rookie corner as well. The Chiefs really kind of came out smelling like a rose here because they had him, developed him, got a lot out of him.
Then they let him walk.
And now they're getting him on the cheap.
He got his money, and then now
what's that like? It's like when you. Like, somebody breaks up with you and then they go sow their oats or whatever, but they come back,
I think not to get too nerdy into like stock market. It's like, hey, you sold high.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's
and then the stock tanked.
Yeah.
And then you bought back in and you got some
and
money.
then it went up again.
Yeah, that's what. But the Kansas City Chiefs, oddly enough, have been fairly good at this. It's one of those things that who used to do this incredibly when he was it was the Patriots. It was Bill Belichick. Always knew when to get out of the business of a player at the right time.
And then they'd get him again.
Hello, Trent Brown.
Yeah.
No, sure.
Yeah.
And so I still don't think he's the same guy. I do wonder what he still has left. But it did, as you mentioned, bring me back to them getting out of the business of him at the right time where they didn't pay for the decline. Similarly with Tyreek Hill. Right, they made the gamble that hey, the 30-year-old dude whose game is predicated on speed, we're not going to pay him because that is not a good gamble. And ultimately, I don't know if it was an inherently bad gamble. It was for the Dolphins just because they weren't able to put it all together around him.
Yeah, no, I think that's it's a good move for him.
No, and I mean for a team that just needs defensive backs, I think that's something where there's a level of familiarity, as you mentioned, as well. But then, they just needed defensive back. So he joins Alohi Gilman, who they brought in. Well, Alohi Gilman's a safety. But he joins, some of the guys they have, Kyer Elam, who comes in as well. And will, I guess, in theory, make their defense better. We'll see how it goes. I do think that their defense clearly wasn't as good last year. That was a thing that was underrated during the course of the Kansas City Chiefs being the Kansas City Chiefs, was the defense being really
It was underrated until
they went to the Super Bowl.
Until it became a trend to say they're underrated. Because even in the Super Bowl.
I think even then it was kind of still underrated. Now it's like, are they going to be a defense at that caliber?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be necessary for them. But we'll see how it goes. Continuing around the NFL here, Aaron Donald, we've been following this, right? We don't have anything particularly set in stone, but they've asked in L.A. damn near everyone involved. I know Quentin Lake, a safety for the team, said that when a guy is that serious about considering coming out, you start thinking, okay, we have a chance. And that one made me sick because I was like, you had the best roster in football, and you feel like, okay, we have a chance. But all sorts of people involved, including Chris Branch, the defensive coordinator for the Rams, are leaving this open, like they're open arms to the possibility. And yes, he is a particular talent. This brought me to a question that I kind of want to explore with you. What are the positions that are easiest to just jump off the couch and play? Because it feels like defensive tackle is probably one of those. Obviously, Aaron Donald is the type of player where you take the gamble no matter what. But defensive tackle feels like one where you could try to jump in fairly easily.
It's a short list. It's defensive tackle. It's running back. Okay. And then I think kicker punter. Kicker punter if you want to include the special teams. Anything else?
I think defensive end is higher than defensive tackle, honestly, because it's see ball, get ball in a way, right? I know that there's certain ways.
But you got to set the edge, certain defensive fronts that you've got to be outside and you got to be inside.
But if it's somebody,
sometimes you drop off into coverage.
Yeah, let's say it's somebody like J.J. Watt, and you probably like, hey, man, I know you ain't play a lot, but, hey, third down, just rush.
Yeah.
If
you bring them in just for a specific thing, then yes,
because and the reason why I started thinking about this is you also saw Eric Weddle do the same thing for the Rams back in the day, where he had retired and then he came back up off and I was like, that can't have been easy to play safety, one of those really cerebral defensive positions.
Agree.
Relatively, obviously, it's all very cerebral to play football at the highest level. But I was like, man, that's got to be hard. And I'm trying to gauge this as how hard would it be for Aaron Donald? Obviously, again, an incredible specimen. Not trying to knock him at all. But jumping up off the couch, like I think maybe we need to give someone like a Joe Flacco a little bit more credit for jumping off and
100%
on a quarterback off the couch. But yes, that I was like, okay, that's actually an interesting thing to think about. We'll see how that goes. Swinging around the NFL as we continue doing that. Salute to former Browns guard Joe Bitonio, who announced his retirement after 12 seasons. 34 years old, he was the second-round pick for the Browns in 2014 and played his entire career in Cleveland. 7 Pro Bowls, 5 All-Pros. The thing that I came to when I saw this, because I'm interested in seeing what your thought was that was a guy that Texans fans last year and this year still would have been like, yeah, sign me up for Joel Bitonio. So I'm kind of excited about the guys that they ultimately did.
I'd sign up for him right now.
Even with the idea that he clearly was ready to hang it up.
No, I'm saying, if he wants to pull an Aaron Donald, we'll find a place for you. That guy's a Hall of Famer.
He is.
First ballot.
But the question is, with all the guys that you go and you get as free agents, the scary part, I think, that was underneath that was, are you going to get a guy who is beyond the pale? Are you going to end up with Shaq Mason, with all due respect to Shaq Mason?
Well, that's always a risk, yeah. But I think, and he knows it was time to retire. So we're kind of playing, sort of a fantasy game here. But if he thought he could dial it up one more year, yeah, we could put you in a little competition with Braden Smith and Trent Brown or whomever,
And well, he's a guard.
Ed Ingram or any of those guys. Yeah.
And so the question that I then have is, on the scale of ready to hang it up, like, do you feel close to with any of the guys that you add, any of the veteran dudes that you add in on the offensive line in particular, or anywhere else, that like how far they are, it being gone, the game being gone?
How close is Trent Brown?
I don't know.
Yeah.
The end of last year did make me feel something because he came back off of injury he didn't play a lot, but he came back off of injury to do this, and I think that is notable. Like, it takes something to do that. Hell, we were talking about Wyatt Teller, right? And what he said about last year, he did have to come back off of dealing with some injuries and then being rotated. And he said that kind of took away some of the, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it, like took away some of the pass reform. He did not apply his trade to the highest extent. Yeah. Like, I do wonder, I guess not I wonder, but you compare that to a Trent Brown that could have easily came back off of injury and not been as 10 toes down as he was to be able to come in and perform in the way that he did.
Yeah, no, I think there's some possibilities there, but they're also hopefully, replenishing some of those guys with some tackles and some younger guards.
Yeah, the closest I would have gotten to this is Wyatt Teller in the audio that
more
we
so
heard
than Trent Brown.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not arguing. I think both of those are probably in the mix somewhere.
And it was why I was excited to hear Wyatt Teller kind of talk about the difference between last year and
recharged.
This year. Yeah, recharged, more energy, more locked in. towards the 2026 season.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, are we going to talk about Figgy's head or not? I mean, that's up to him. But coming up next, we hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans, after day one of mandatory minicamp. Let's do that next.
We finally have a little more clarity on when Tank. Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
We're in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you rolling on a Tuesday. A Tuesday, mind you, in which these Texans get mandatory minicamp going. Is the summer or the spring rather rolls on? I mean, technically still spring for another 2 weeks, something like that. But the fellas are out there on the practice field. At least a majority of them are. Some things that we're getting from the practice fields. We know what the first team O-line combination was. You ready for it?
What's that?
I think you can guess. Ariante Ursery at left tackle. That is a mainstay. Wyatt Teller at left guard, which is something that we seem to be settling on anyways. Starting center, at least when it came to the first team at day one of minicamp, Jake Andrews. We've rotated back there. Ed Ingram at right guard. Trent Brown.
How about that?
At right tackle. Not Braden Smith. It does seem like he might get right of first refusal, so to say, when it comes to right tackle.
And keep in mind, he wasn't healthy at this point last year,
right.
And even into training camp, well into training camp. So maybe they do feel. Well, that's weird though, because Braden Smith he's a good lineman. Well, he has been.
He is, but I mean Trent Brown, when he's been able to play, he's been a fairly good lineman. Does that make you feel any type of way seeing Trent Brown? And of course, this is very, very small. Like this is not significant when it comes to what comes of the offensive line by the time we're actually playing actual factual football in September.
Yeah.
But the idea that Trent Brown is the guy that they go to first, knowing that he hasn't played a full season in a good long while, right? And does that do anything for you, or is this just it's fine?
No, I think it's going to end up the way we see it ending up. Maybe not in the case of Trent Brown. Obviously he's a massive human being and has done a lot in this. He'll end up being the starter. But if I had to say, I would say it's going to be, obviously Keelan Rutledge at center. And I think Braden, they went out and got him for a reason. Braden Smith.
Well, yeah, I think that's fair. They did go out and get him for a reason. But I think that they have been pretty hard up on the, cream will rise to the top mentality.
Competition.
Right? The competition will ultimately dictate who plays. And Trent Brown is a damn good right tackle.
No, he is. That's why I don't mean to, diminish that by any stretch.
And they have both of them where I imagine that the idea is like you have the safety in the numbers of having two dudes that's capable of doing it. So if Trent Brown is the starter, even if you're afraid that, man, is he only going to make it like 7 games?
There's your guy.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Braden Smith is very capable if he's a quote-unquote backup in that moment.
Yeah.
So I'm trying not to make much of it anyways, but I think I'd feel okay with that, knowing the quality of play is high enough, and even if you don't get quantity, I think that Braden Smith adequately steps in.
And some of this right now at this point during minicamp is maybe just a little testament to the veterans, a little respect for the guys that they like a lot. They like Andrews a lot, and they like Trent Brown a lot. So putting them out there right now.
Yeah. A couple other notes again. Shout out to Jonathan Alexander, the Houston Chronicle, with these notes. First team did 2-minute drill. Actually, before I get there. Keelan Rutledge running center on the second group. So it's not like he's moving. They're still making sure that he's getting center reps. And I imagine that this rotates. Like, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if tomorrow we see first team offense has Keelan Rutledge at center, right? But Jonathan Alexander giving Brown on the 2-minute drill. CJ Stroud 5 of 8 on the drive. His observations are as follows. No Nico Collins, who has been working off to the side, as has Tank Dell in uniform, so on and so forth. Protection, he says, has been solid, but receivers haven't been creating separation, which is something I think we need to talk about in more depth at some point when it comes to all the conversations that have happened on the offense. Jalen Noel had a couple of catches, which I think is a good thing. No runs, obviously, 2-minute drill.
Yeah.
So those are the things that pop up, at least that Jonathan Alexander is seeing in this moment.
The interesting thing, and once we get into pads, it's going to be really coming to light. I think it can be a disadvantage, as we've talked about a lot, with foot off the gas, so to speak, on the line of scrimmage, particularly because it affects your quarterback and his release and getting hit and all that. But it's a definite advantage for the receivers to go against those guys in the secondary. So like what you're saying right there, not getting any separation, no big surprise. No big surprise, but I think that you do get better on your route running and such, more so than on the offensive line.
I sure hope so,
Yeah.
right? Like that, I have to come from a place of hope with that because, honestly, as much as we've heard about, hey, the offense is better than they were last year, which of course is an absolute necessity. Nick Haley did a good job of laying that out, right? But it seems like there's a foundation for them to be better. That being said, it sounds like the actual production when it comes to the 11-on-11 or whatever drills that they're doing there has not actually been there.
Yeah.
Which I think it's worthwhile to note and probably take a second to talk about, because the idea that, hey, man, they're playing against this really tough secondary is one that's absolutely there and needs to be noted. I don't know how many times they're getting victories, though, out there, right? It should be understandable. The defense probably will win a majority of the time. How often are you winning? Is it that you're winning not at all? Is it that you're winning a quarter of the time? Is it just periodically, right? Because you do need to find a way to get separations. There are really good cornerbacks and safeties in the league that you're going to face off against in general. Separation needs to be something that you can get even if Nico Collins isn't on the field.
Yeah, I totally agree, but I also think like with those skill positions, I think facing that losing those battles can help you a lot more than consistently losing those battles on the line of scrimmage. Losing those battles on the line of scrimmage, you just get beat up.
Yeah.
Your quarterback gets beat up. But it's kind of like basketball. We were watching the finals last night. Playing at that level, you learn, how to take these angles, what it's like to be pressed, so tightly, and how you can maybe make those adjustments. I think in the skill position, look, I wish they could do better than that, at least to start, and we'll see as we get into camp and such. But I think at the skill positions, you do improve by facing that level of competition a lot more than on the line of scrimmage, where you just, you might just get pummeled.
Look at you being optimistic about the pass catching.
Well, I don't know if I'm optimistic or not. I think it's something that they can get better.
No, you can't take it back now. No takesies, backsies.
I think at that position you can get better facing that level. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, they need to, right? Like this is fine for this time of year, right?
Yeah.
Once we turn to July, August,
then we'll talk again.
We will talk again as to are you creating separation? Are you able to make some things happen? Now, it does sound like Xavier Hutchinson, Jalen Noel made some catches for scores as well when they were doing goal line stuff. Interesting, right? Xavier Hutchinson is a dude that they've had available to them if they were going to use him in red zone type circumstances. Again, it's not the end all be all. This is very early on. This is not it's not going to be akin to when you're playing football on in the fall. But Xavier Hutchinson has been a dude that they have not utilized in that way. Jalen Noel does feel like a guy that should be able to factor in just with the speed, some level of edge that gives you a change versus defenses.
And Jalen Noel, has at least shown up a couple times already today.
Yes, right, and that's just, I think the baseline of that is good, right? The idea that he's being utilized and that he's showing up, his name pops up, right? That's ultimately in whatever sport you're playing, rather, or you're I guess spectating. If a name keeps popping up, that's inherently good, right? Like that, you keep seeing something from them. It'd be really problematic if it's just a guy that fades as he's getting opportunity. You know?
Yeah. And they are off the field, so we'll be hearing from D'Amico Ryans here shortly.
We should be. Is there anything that you're expecting to hear about? Right, because he's talked a decent amount through OTAs at this point. Is there anything that you go, yeah, I think that we should hear about that?
Well, I think the big thing is, and maybe some of our listeners don't know this, but this will be the last time we hear from D'Amico until training camp.
Right.
So I expect to get a lot more. At least questions on some of the health of some of these guys, some of the things that they're looking to accomplish the rest of the way, and really the offensive line, which is going to be one of the big stories all along.
I think that's absolutely fair. Do you think they give us anything on some of this health stuff? Because
well, Nico's going to be. I don't know if they give it, but the Nico question is going to come up for sure.
Yeah, like that one feels like it's absolutely one that matters because again, your offense looks different when Nico Collins is not out there. And you hope that mitigates to some degree. Obviously, he's the kind of player where it should be the case, but you don't want it to be so drastic. So that comes up. The reason why I bring that up is we have started to see, and maybe this is just simple progress of a Tank Dell getting better. We got Tank Dell. We got an actual timeline on that. There's been some instances where they've been a little bit more forthcoming with I don't know, timelines or just information. I don't know if that actually represents
Depends
change,
on the player,
right? Or is that just situational?
Yeah, I think it's situational. But no, man, it's getting close. We got the minicamp right now. They're going 11 on 11, which is one of the things that I'm looking forward to getting these reports from our people out there and reporters that are out there, simply because you can see the rotations, number one, but number two, maybe get a good a good feel for guys like Xavier Hutchinson, guys like Jalen Noel, and how that all plays out at the skill positions. Didn't get much running game today, it seemed like.
No, it did not, which I don't know how much that hits me. Because again, without pads, I do still wonder how impactful running game, especially a running game that is a powerful one you're going to duo guys and like it's really about getting that physicality and push. How much work you're getting and how much benefit you're getting out of those types of and again, I could easily it could be that, hey, there's a lot and that I'm missing something, but it's one of those questions that I ask myself. Is that worth as much as getting your passing concepts?
No, I think
down?
we know it's not, but it's something, especially when you start looking, how they're, and there's some limited things that it can be reported, but I think if, you'll know like who's running the ball. They'll say if it was Woody Marks and David Montgomery almost exclusively, how it looked with first team, second team, et cetera.
From the 8-2, one day in the minicamp, you guys are already trashing the wide receivers. No, not
where, when, how? Because
I'm saying that they're not getting open. Like that has been something that's kind of been reported when it comes to not just this minicamp, but also OTAs. Like that's been the case, right? And I want to make sure that we're as fair as we can with this because
that's trashing them.
A lot of the conversation it's whatever, man. A lot of the conversation that's been happening and that we've talked about has been coming from the principals about, hey, man, there's things that are getting better. I really lock on to Jerry Shaplinsky talking about C.J. Stroud identifying and re-identifying things, right? Them getting to the line quicker, the tempo. Those D'Amico Ryans, I think, emphasized that. Those are good things that happens with the offense. But I don't think we should go in, blinded to some of the circumstances, some of the things that we were talking about, like otherwise, right? Can these guys make sure to get open? These were questions that people were asking, especially when you go through the player acquisition portion of the timeline, where people were asking, "Do you need to add somebody to the wide receiver room or whatever?"
Right.
So you want to see the the benefits of guys getting better because that's the major thing that they're looking forward to is guys getting better, and getting better is also creating separation.
So if it's being widely reported that the secondary is winning or winning the battles and they're not getting open as much, do you want us to say that they are? I mean, we're telling you what's happening out there. That's not trashing anybody. And I literally said, I think they can get better because of that. I do. I think the skill positions is where that level of competition makes you better, just in your routes and your cuts and in and out of them and all that.
And D'Amico taking his sweet time.
That's all right. That's all right. We'll get D'Amico on.
Take your time, Pastor.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Although D'Amico isn't one who's going to
Do people really believe that when they say that?
Take your time, Pastor?
Yeah.
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
Yeah, because otherwise, why are you saying it?
Because I think you just, you're basically sucking up, so to speak.
Yeah, there's other things.
Nobody
that you
wants
the
pastor to take their time.
713.
You know how many times I done smacked my lips because my mama said that? Take your time, Pastor.
No,
man, let him go.
We're trying to get home.
We got a game to watch.
We already here.
It's not even just we got a game to watch.
The game is over.
There's some of us that got a game to watch. Some of us are just trying to get to after church lunch.
We hungry.
Yeah. I've often wondered that because that's if we're being honest, that's more in certain churches than others. I'll say that.
Oh, you think some churches really hit the time?
No, that phrase.
Oh, take your time.
Is said more in some churches than others.
You don't be saying that in the Catholic Church.
You don't have to. Catholics be hitting that. They be getting through it, buddy.
We go to the Episcopal Church, but we don't say it either. But I've often heard people say that and seen videos and whatever. Take your time, Pastor. I'm like, they're lying. They're lying.
Nah, man, they're in it, man. They want luxury in the time period. And I'm just like, hey, man.
All right, we got D'Amico right now.
All right, D'Amico, don't take your time,
Pastor.
However,
take your time.
Here comes the head coach of the Houston Texans.
Fire away. You got nothing? All right. Everybody ready to roll?
I know it's.
Did. You're good. I can hear you. I can hear you.
So I know we've done this a bit. I don't know how much you can say about being shorts, but OTAs and then the break. I always wonder, how do you advise a team in this time between minicamp and training camp?
The advice during the break for me is always making sure you get some time to truly get some rest, get some relaxation, but also at the same time, you still have to continue to work with the gains that you built, the conditioning that you've built up throughout the OTAs, throughout the veteran minicamp. You still want to see guys continuing to work for at least 2-3 weeks and then give themselves a little break. And then we got to ramp it up again and get ready to roll. Because as we know, come training camp for us in Houston, it's a little different. You have to be built different to play here in Houston when you deal with the humidity, deal with the heat that we have to go through. So we want our guys, they truly have to come back and begin working out in Houston at least 3 weeks before camp so they're ready to roll and be able to really thrive in camp and not just try to survive.
Miko was a big part of what y'all did for a few years, backing up Daniil and Will. What is filling that void in his absence? What is it? What are some guys that you'll call upon to replace him?
Yeah, we're excited about the D-line that we have. We'll continue to roll our guys as much as possible. That's how we operate. So we really want 8-9 guys who can go out there and play in a rotation. We're still figuring out who that 8 or 9 guys will be. It'll be really tough competition in training camp that I'm excited to see. Excited to really see our young guys in the interior, see how they perform in camp.
We got a chance to see Sheldon Rankins back out there today. Last year, you and Matt kind of alluded to having, when he's on the field, he's like another defensive coach for you all. What is it going to be like having him around and being able to help the process of bringing Caden McDonald along?
Sheldon brings a calming presence to the defense. We do a lot of communication. We put a lot on those guys from a standpoint of talking to each other, linebackers talking to the defensive line. So when you have a guy of Sheldon's caliber who's seen it all, done it all, very smart guy, very aware of formations, he can ID things that a lot of young guys can't do and we don't ask them to do. But we can put more on Sheldon's plate because of his experience. And having him there with Caden is going to be, I think, significant for Caden and his development. Caden should grab a hold of Sheldon and not let him leave without gaining some type of insight, some type of knowledge, every day on what it's like to play at one of the toughest positions in football, interior defensive line. He needs to learn that from a guy who's done it for over 10 years.
Has his leadership shown with the fact that we've seen what he was able to do with the rookie year and what Will has grown into being able to take those things from Sheldon? Is that the same thing for Caden?
Sheldon poured a lot into Will, and you see Will now benefiting from that, but Will is also taking it and he's pouring into the younger guys himself. And that's what the NFL has always been built on. I had veteran guys, Morlon Greenwood, Sean Barber, Danny Clark, guys who poured into me. And that's the only way I knew how it should be done. And when I went through my career, it was my chance to pour into guys like Zach Dials, Brian Cushion, Jordan Hicks, Michael Kendricks. That's what the league is built on.
When it comes to Ariana Ursary, last year as a rookie, like all rookies, you go through the growing pains at the start, you get better as the year goes on. What do you see from him, what he's done this offseason, the work he's put in, and what do you expect from him this fall? And a quick follow-up.
Tay has done a really great job of preparing himself this offseason. Year 2 for him, he's definitely hit it in the weight room pretty hard. He's playing, he's looking more stronger, he's playing aggressive, he's smart, knowing where he needs to be. It's not new to him, so you can see a guy who's really, he's calm in what he's asked to do. He's calm with the position and things that we're asking him to do. He's doing a really good job of it.
What do you like about where the team is at this stage of the offseason? How do you feel about just the quality of the team overall? Now that you got Daniil, you got everybody all together at once. Thank you.
Our team is looking great. I feel really, really good about where we are as a team. It's one of the best OTAs that we've had since I've been here in the past 4 years. I'm really excited about training camp. We're excited to see these guys actually put on pass and see who shows up in the pass. Like it's one thing in the shorts. Some guys can make plays in shorts, but you put the pads on, you play real football, you see who can really show up. But our guys have shown up. Everything that I've asked them to do, they've shown up with the right mindset. They've worked the right way. And so we have a really great group of guys, and I think we're building a really great team this year.
You guys, you mentioned that this is like the best that the team has been at this point in the offseason, season's been here. There's been a lot of times that's gone through like team walkthroughs where you obviously want to have some advantage and just really focus on this aspect. How much does that put to just how further along you guys are to where you have a lot of periods where it's even not necessarily be competitive, but you really drill on the small amount of detail?
When I first came here in 23, it was really to establish a mindset and an identity of who I wanted the Texans to be. And as we've seen over the past 3 years, we have that identity. We play ball aggressive, we play physical, we do it the right way. Like we're going to be the toughest team to suit up every time we suit up, right? That's the guys that we bring in, that's the culture that we built. Now I don't have to go back and reestablish our identity and how we play. As we grow as a team, as I've grown as a head coach, for me, it's more so now about how much smarter can we play as a team? Like how can we be more elite on our execution, our communication? Can it be louder? Can we truly be tied together every time we line up? And that's what I've seen when I talk about the process of us this year being better. I've seen better communication. I've seen guys just being able to absorb more defense, absorb more offense, formations, emotions. Guys are just able to handle more because, it's second year in our offense, fourth year in our defense. That's, it's a given. But it's also the veterans that we have, the leaders that we have at each and every position allows me to see it, step back as a head coach and see, we just need to keep fine-tuning the details. Not necessarily every period is a competitive get-after-it period. It's more of a mental check, and that's what we're working on this offseason, and we'll continue to develop that in the training camp.
I saw you coaching Jamal Hill earlier in practice. I'm curious about that group, the linebacker group. Just what can you tell us about it in terms of them, just your observations about what you had? Obviously, we know about the EJ Speed injury. What can you tell us about that group?
The linebacker group is a really competitive group, probably the most competitive it's been in a while. We have a lot of young players, which I like, a lot of young players in that room that can all play. That's the exciting part about it. A lot of great athletes in that position. Jamal is one of those guys. He shined and flashed a couple plays on special teams for us last year. I remember a play versus the Cardinals. One of our special teams goals was to go take the football away, and Jamal goes down, first play of kickoff, first play of the game. And on the football, we get a huge turnover. He really set the tone for us. And I'm just still pouring into him, right, to not only get it done on the special teams aspect, but also grow as a player to where, can you go out and play, right, true first, second, third down for us. And he's growing. He's gotten better. Being a safety who's converted to the linebacker position, he's done a really good job of that. So the more I can pour into those guys, I'm always close to those linebackers. Those are my babies. So I love working with the linebackers, and they're a fun group. They're a really, really smart group. So I would say Coach Billy Davis done an outstanding job of working with those guys to get them caught up to speed. Our rookies are probably some of the smartest rookies that I've had the chance to work with. So that's encouraging to me.
It's not often you get an opportunity to spend time with somebody who you played with in the league. When you had Texas State head football coach you did here, and what type of things were you talking about? Or just catching up, and you got an opportunity to see practice. What was that like for you guys?
Yeah, it was fun seeing GJ come out to practice today, just congratulating him on the growth that he's had in his career as a head coach at Incarnate Word, moving on to Texas State, taking that program to bowl games, first ever bowl games in their past 3 years. So he's done a great job of establishing a culture there at Texas State, and I'm proud of the success that he had. Former teammate there in Philly with him, also a former neighbor of mine. So it's always good to see guys that flourish after the game, involved, still coaching. And talking to GJ, you just see the passion that he has for the recruiting, for helping young men, and that's what I love hearing that when I talk to young coaches.
Last week, Nick Haley talked about being able to put some more tight ends on the field, and it seems like that's a trend the NFL's starting to put together. What kind of challenges from a defensive perspective do 3 tight ends present, and then what kind of advantages the offense looking to get when they put those big lines out there?
Yeah, Haley wants all the tight ends out, right? Put 4 of them out there. Now, it's the tight ends pose a matchup problem, and it's not just because it's the tight end, it's how the tight ends have evolved in our game. Now, you got more pass threat tight ends than we've had in the past. And 2006, you put 4 tight ends on the field and it's goal line. You're not doing that now. Now you have guys who are true receiving threats. So when you have that, are you matching up in base personnel? Are you matching up in nickel, dime personnel? Well, it really depends on who that tight end is. Right? And you match up accordingly. So it's a chess match when you're going against defenses and you put 13 personnel out on the field, like having the ability to throw the ball in personnel. Those percentages have, skyrocketed over the past 10 years. So just having that flexibility by an offensive coordinator to have tight ends that we could put out, and not just last year we put a lot of extra O-lineman packages out on the field, which you kind of show your hand easier when you have the extra O-lineman. So now having the versatility and the depth of the have now should open up a ton more options for us when it comes to being able to disguise some personnel.
D'Amico, when it comes to Keelan Rutledge and getting his feet wet and the transition you're seeing from him, what kind of look is he giving you? And have a very quick follow-up thing.
Keelan's done a great job. Keelan's moved around from guard to center. He's done a great job with both. Really great communicator as a young player, aggressive, intense, just like the tape you saw at Georgia Tech. So it's looked great so far, in OTAs. I'm excited to see him as another guy. With all the rookies, I'm just excited to see the guys put the pads on in training camp and truly compete, get the opportunity to play in some preseason games.
Having your whole defense, having Daniil Hunter, having Sheldon Rankins, what was it like when you can kind of see, what it looks like, but to have them all out there together with some of the new additions like Blankenship and McDonald and everybody, what did it look like to you?
Offenses are going to struggle. All right.
Hey, Coach asked you about what you want from the players. How hard is it for you to kind of take a break during this time because it's such a long season? And are you planning to, what do you hope for yourself during the break between minicamp and training camp?
Looking forward to a break. I have not had a break since our last playoff game. So I've been working ever since, been getting after it. So much needed break is coming. So I'm excited about that, being able to spend some time with family, take the kiddos to Disney World, and get to enjoy that for a little bit. So it's some much-needed time to just get away, really my mind just reset, refresh, so I come back to training camp, ready to roll.
There you go. That's D'Amico Rines, the head coach.
All good, thank you.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're welcome, Coach.
You're welcome.
No, thank you, Coach. We appreciate you. But yeah, that's the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Rines, talking after the first day of mandatory minicamp. It's the last time we'll have an opportunity to hear from him until we're getting in training camp mode for your Houston Texans. But he gave us plenty to chew on. We'll do that at the top of the hour. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, hey, man, this World Cup thing is getting really dicey with some of the things that are happening off of the field. 713-572-4610. Let's get into what's popping next.
All right, let's do that.
Aram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's speed through some of what's poppin'. After hearing from D'Amico Ryans, we got to return to some of that because he said some very interesting things. But we cannot neglect what's happened in the world of sports for Houston and otherwise. And for the Houston Astros, they got what I have termed a fairly lucky but a much-needed victory last night in extras, 5-4 over the Los Angeles Angels of Orange County. And some of it, or the game-winning run, was ultimately scored on the base paths by Jose Altuve. That's what it sounded like.
Center puts it away. Coming home, Altuve. Here comes the throw. It gets by O'Hoppe, and the Astros get a sacrifice fly.
I don't know how they got that. I don't know how they got that.
Like I said,
he looked out by a mile.
If you weren't watching this, allow me to paint the picture for you. This was a pop out. I didn't say fly out.
Yeah.
This is a pop out, maybe at most like 6 feet off of the infield dirt.
Yeah.
And Altuve at third base
probably shouldn't have gone.
Decides, you know what? I'm going home. Why did he do that?
I don't know. He even said, not the best decision I've ever made, which is saying something.
He's Altuve.
When you're talking about Altuve in the base.
But ultimately it worked out, right?
Yeah.
The Angels had a lot of poor luck and bad decision-making in that game. But ultimately you get a victory. And this was one of those games that feel like, at least for me, spiritually it feels like if you want to make more out of it, you could. Because this was a game in which Spencer Urquidy looked really shaky in the second inning, and he ultimately steadies out and goes 6. This is a game in which you had a lot of good fortune, whether it's Mike Trout dropping a surefire fly out in center field, whether it's Bryce Matthews gunning someone down at first base, or Bryce Matthews having a bunt actually picked up and played by the third baseman who absolutely should have let it roll foul. Like, there was a number of things that worked in their favor, and I'm not going to apologize for one of them because you need to win.
No, it was, face it, kind of lucky, kind of a lucky win, but it was a win against it in a game that you really kind of had to have. Just because you need a lot of these games on this 6-game road trip. So, yeah, they got a little lucky. Take it.
Yeah, absolutely. They're back in action again tonight. Again, late night, 8:38 is when first pitch is scheduled for in L.A., or rather in Southern California. Kai Tang on the bump for the Astros against probably the Angels' best pitcher,
I would say so. Walbert Urania, he's 3-4 because they stink, but he has a 2.68 ERA and about 50 strikeouts. So he's a pretty decent guy. Pretty decent pitcher.
Okay, we'll see what that looks like when the Astros take the diamond tonight. Some other things that are happening. Shout out to the San Antonio Spurs managing to claw one back in a adversarial circumstance. The Garden, their first finals game in over a quarter century, and they were not afraid of the moment. In fact, they seemed to be the bullies on the court. Let Mike Brown tell. In fact, this is Mike Brown talking about the officiating in Game 3.
Opportunities for fouls to be called, to at least try to even the free throws out. Now, we didn't play good. San Antonio played great. We could have played better. There were a lot of things that we didn't do that we did in Game 1 and Game 2. But to go 24 free throw attempts in a second half, that's 48 for the game if you think about it the way that they called that second half.
What?
Compared to 8. All the shots we took, we got fouled 4 times, roughly, for 8 free throw attempts.
That's not how math works.
Again, I don't complain much. I never thought I'd see that in an NBA Finals game.
Look, we all know what he was doing. He was already working the refs, working the league as soon as the game was over. But even Karl Anthony Towns said that did not cost us the game. His math was a little funky. He went from 24 to 48, and his 8 free throw attempts all of a sudden turned into 4 fouls.
Well, yeah, 4 fouls for 8 free throws, right?
But he said, but then he put 48 on the Spurs.
Well, yeah, I guess
if you doubled it.
Yeah, what he was saying
doubled the free throws, but put the fouls in half.
Yeah, well, yeah, because
that's not how it works.
You shoot 2 free throws. I think
but he did. What I'm saying is, like he said, we only had 4 fouls, they throws.
Yeah.
Trying to make the image of like 48 to 4.
No, of course. I think ultimately what he was trying to do there, which again, is to what you're talking about. Like he's buttering things up.
Yeah.
There was 24 free throws in the second half for the Spurs, and he's like, if you extract that forward, that's 48 free throws in a whole game. No, they had 32 free throws in the game. Like in this, which you can make the case there. They had 10 more free throws in this game, and it's not usually when free throw disparity comes up, people start talking about the different styles. They play like the Knicks are getting downhill still, you know, and so you would think that they line up. Ultimately, I do think that this will level. I think that the way that the game is called a level. But the Spurs also had a very good game in this where Victor Wembanyama was a lot more effective when it came to scoring the basketball, and they just attacked Jalen Brunson better.
They attacked Jalen Brunson better. They attacked the rim better with Wembanyama and Castle, for that matter, who had a tremendous game. But the thing is, everybody always says this until it goes the other way. You know, if you're the team playing better defense, you know why you're not getting called as many fouls. It was a very physical game up and down the floor. But in terms of the actual fouls, you know, on shots and such, if you're playing better defense, you don't get called as many. And Mike Brown knows this. He's just working the league and the refs.
We'll see. We'll see if it makes any impact. But a 115-111 victory for the Spurs makes it a 2-1 series now, with the opportunity to maybe level this up if they can get another win in the Mecca of basketball on Wednesday. And of course tonight, if you have been joining me and some of us on the path to becoming hockey fans, the Stanley Cup final could roll tonight as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll return to some of the World Cup notes as we're 2 days away from that getting kicked off. But we gotta circle back around to D'Amico Ryans. You just heard him speaking not too long ago here on Sports Radio 610. A lot of very interesting things, including one conversation about identity that I want to dig further into. Let's talk about that next.
Nick Caserio shared high praise for the tech. Houghton Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. On this day one of a mandatory minicamp for the Houston Texans. Just heard from D'Amico Ryans not more than, 30 minutes ago? Mm-hmm. And Buddy seemed like he was buzzing in that conversation. Let's talk about that here in a little bit. 713-572-4610 is where you chime in. Honestly, you were listening to it here on this on these airwaves. What were your takeaways on the text line? But what immediately jumped out to you? Because I think there were some various different things that could have been that could have hit you dead in the nose as you were listening.
They did. As you guys may or may not know, I've been doing this for quite a while. I've been following.
How long has it?
It's going. Let's see. When was it? 85 was my first year in the business. So
85.
41 years. 84, actually. 84. Damn. I graduated on May 4th and started my first job May 6th. So
you took a weekend?
I took a day. 1980, I started in this business. I've been doing this a long time, so 42 years. I cannot recall a head coach in the NFL on June 9th at OTAs basically say, we're going to be a badass team. That's what jumped out. You know, if you're listening to him overall, asked about different things, the overall question, what are your takeaways as you see this team during minicamp, OTAs and now minicamp? I feel really good about this team. We're building a really great team this year. You don't hear coaches say that.
Well, you hear the kind of like
the way he said it. We're building a really great team, but then there's more.
Yeah, I think that we're building a good team is more generic. I think you hear that more often.
Yeah, but we're building a great team, and then later on toward the end, I think the last question, second to last, just asked about some things that are happening on the defense. Quote: offenses are going to struggle.
And
he's not even hiding it anymore.
That wasn't a subsection of the conversation. He was asked about
that was the answer.
Reed and K-Mac, and it was just like, offenses are going to struggle. Period. End of conversation.
Yes. I mean, D'Amico, to his credit, I love
he ain't wrong.
I love the candor. I love the fact that I feel like the same. He's not wrong. But he's not even hiding it anymore. If you a lot of coaches, we're in pajamas and a lot to learn. I got a lot of young guys. Nah, man, he's out there saying we're building a really great team this year, and offenses are going to struggle separately. But when you kind of take in the breath of his whole demeanor there, he was asked about the team itself, it's like, damn, D'Amico, now you got us feeling real good as we go into the little quote unquote summer break before training camp.
The phrase applicable here. Mm-hmm. You do what you want when you're popping.
Yeah.
And that defense, buddy, is popping. So you can get out here and talk crazy. And I don't even think it's talking crazy.
It's not crazy.
Because it's like, the offense is going to struggle. Yeah, buddy, they are. They're going to feel the physicality. They're going to feel the depth of the capabilities. They're going to feel, Stingley and Kamari Lassiter like them on them like white on rice. Like you are going to struggle when you face this team, no matter who you are, no matter when you face them.
And I actually appreciate it, because you can just feel like he knows it. It's not like, hey, we have a chance to be pretty good this year, which you hear a lot in coach speak, certain terms, et cetera. He's like basically saying, if you think we're going to be good, we are.
Yeah.
He knows it.
And I do love that because it's also paired with, it's not resting on laurels.
Right.
Because one of the things that caught my attention, as I mentioned, there's a few of them, was he was talking about identity. I don't remember exactly the question, so apologies for that. But he started talking about how when he first came to his team, he wanted to establish a mindset and an identity. Mm-hmm. And he says definitively that he has.
Yeah.
Right? And there's no way in hell, there's no way you can cut it in which you could say he's lying in that or that he's incorrect. Like the identity is so clear, so thorough, so expansive in this company, in this organization. And he said this is going to be the toughest team anytime they suit up, which is the case. And then he goes further. And this is my notes, not exactly verbatim, but he said, as we grow, it's now about how much smarter we can play as a team. Can we be more elite with our execution? He said, I've seen better communication. He said he's seen guys being able more, both offense and defense. Mm-hmm. Guys are being able to handle more. Also, the vets and the leaders that he says, at every position allows him to step back and see it and fine-tune the details. And this is the one that made me go, not every period is a competitive period. It's more of a mental check. And I found this to be fascinating because it almost slightly undercuts some of the conversations or some of the things that they said where it's just like it's all competition, it's all iron sharpens iron. And I don't know if that's necessarily what he was trying to say, but the idea that now it's no longer sledgehammer, now it's a little more scalpel. It's a little bit more, we need to be very intentional about the ways that we continue to try and make up that final leg of the trip that we're making. It's not just the larger portion of the trek towards being a Super Bowl contender. Now it's the fine tuning, and it seems like he's going with that intentionality that you kind of hope from DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, no, I think that ties in with that confidence, but I think it's also that certainty that he feels with this team. As I wrote it down, he said, when I first came here, it was really to establish a mindset and identity. As you've seen the last 3 years, we've built that identity.
Correct.
It's more so now, how much smarter can we be? Can we truly be tied together? And that's what I've seen. We need to keep fine-tuning. That ties in with the whole sort of feel of this sort of walk away until we meet again at training camp availability with DeMeco Ryans. You should be excited. You should be excited. The head coach normally, relatively reserved. I mean, he doesn't really, spill a lot of candy in the lobby. He kind of keeps it just mixing two metaphors there, but and he's out there saying, "No, I'm feeling really, really good. We could be great. The offenses need to be scared. We're just fine tuning."
Yeah,
that's impressive. That should give you a lot of confidence.
Can I ask, because you're taking all this from the context of bravado, which I think is earned, and I think that you definitely can see. How much of that felt like a change in approach, and maybe not change isn't the right word, but a modification in an approach? Because I definitely heard something in there. Because I think there's been conversations and questions about is in a roundabout way. I'm going to oversimplify this, and so I'm giving you the disclaimer on the front end. People could sometimes talk about DeMeco Ryans like he's a meathead, right? People could sometimes talk about like it's just sledgehammer, like we're just doing physicality, and that sometimes the finer details of coaching and of this football thing might escape him or elude him at times.
Yeah.
And this sounded like a coach who is very intentional about, hey, not just the execution, but the communication, like the littler things that maybe at times people could look at DeMeco Ryans and try to claim that he did not have.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. I think you're absolutely right on that. But I also feel, the confidence that he exudes there is part of the identity as well. He's been telling these guys to be able to believe in each other, to lean on each other, to be able to have that culture, to be swarmy. And I think he feels it now. He sees it on a day-to-day basis. And there was another comment that he said that I think kind of alluded to that as well when he was talking about the linebackers. They talk about the linebackers of all things, and he said those are my babies, some of the smartest rookies that we've had. I'm always close to those linebackers, and then he went on to just. I think what he's basically saying is like we're looking at our team, and I see a lot of I see a lot of proven commodities. I see a lot of confidence. I see a team that is ready to go play. He was talking about Jamal Hill. A lot.
I found that interesting because that was the only player that he identified in that linebacker room, specifically. Shout out to B. Scott again for asking a question that brought up something that we found to be interesting. But he talked about the linebacker room, and I thought B. Scott left it pretty wide open. He's just, what can you tell us about the linebacker room in essence? And so I was very intrigued to see where DeMeco Ryans would take it, and he did not take the opportunity to pump them up too much, but I guess he kind of did, but he didn't feel like he was blowing smoke, right? Yeah. He says the room is competitive, which makes it sound like, hey man, they're playing amongst each other. I don't know exactly that there's like, hey, these guys are all incredible, but he's talking about how there's a lot of young players who could play, a lot of great athletes, which I took note of, right? Because that feels like a distinct style conversation. And then he went to talk about Jamal Hill, who is probably one of the greater athletes in that room, at least according to him. And he went as far as talking about, pouring into him, not just to do special team stuff, but then to play on first, second, and third downs, which makes me feel like Jamal Hill might have the leg up to be the EJ Speed replacement, to be that third linebacker that comes in base circumstances, or is the next man up when it comes to Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yeah, no, I think you should. And then there was one more thing. I kind of raised the eyebrow and said, yeah, we could probably see this coming. when he was asked about the tight ends. I think it's getting more and more obvious this is going to be a big part of maybe bigger than it's ever been.
Really?
In the D'Amico Ryans era and the two coordinators that he's had, because he was talking about Caley wants all the tight ends now.
That felt like a joke. That felt like he was making a joke on the front end.
But, I mean, with every joke, there's a grain of truth.
Sure.
It's funny because it's true, as people like to say. And he was talking about the matchup problems and 12 and 13 personnel and, more of a pass threat. And when you're matching up, are you going to have, what personnel are you going to have there? It's going to be, straight up, nickel, dime, the chess match, the percentages skyrocketing. He mentioned all these things. I've been kind of leaning this way. I've said it a couple of times on this show. I think they're going to be out there a lot with multiple tight ends. A lot.
Yeah, I think that it's very plausible just because that's kind of where the forefront is when it comes to offensive things in the league. And one of the things that we've talked about is when you're talking about schematics, in theory, what you're trying to do is force the other opposition into certain places to then be in a place where you can take advantage of it. And tight ends is one of those places. D'Amico Ryans was laying out in a pretty generic way, right? Like you use multiple tight ends. The idea is you can kind of force heavier personnel. And then if you have not just tight ends that are out there just as additional smaller tackles, but if they're out there and they pose actual threats, catching the football as well as blocking, you put the defense in a best where we have to get dudes that are big and physical enough to handle the physicality that your tight end brings. But then are they capable of also going out there and covering the tight ends when they go out there? And the thing that I will point to within that answer that felt like it supports what you're talking about is the idea of him talking about the versatility and depth that they have at tight end. Because we talked about another
joke that he, quote unquote joke that he said. Because there's a lot of truth to it. He goes, hell, last year we had to put offensive linemen out there.
Yeah, jumbo.
And he's like, well, now we're able to disguise the personnel. So I could easily see, in fact, I expect, flat out expect, multiple tight ends used a lot.
Yeah, I think I do as well. And it was in talking about the versatility that they have and the styles that they had that I was thinking, how does this stack up when we talked about it, I don't know, earlier in the week? The idea of Dalton Schultz clearly being the guy that he is, right? Being at the top of the totem pole there or bottom, depending on what the hierarchy actually is when it comes to totem poles. That's neither here nor there. But Dalton Schultz, Foster Moreau clearly has value here because, again, the style, right? This is a dude that clearly can block and can do enough catching the football that he creates those mismatches or he creates those points of tension for defenses that we were discussing. Then you get Brevin Jordan, who clearly is just an athlete, right? 3 syllables, athlete. And that's another part of the versatility. And then that made me go, oh, you have 3 of those guys. Where does Marlon Klein then fit in is the question that I asked myself. But that's for later. I imagine that's something that hopefully we get some answers to in training camp. But yeah, I'm very intrigued with that. But if you allow me to go back one more time, because I do. The idea that he kept talking about being smart. Is that something, nothing, or everything? Because I keep coming back to that and I go, what does that mean for him, right? Is that smart in we're doing our jobs really well and we're attending to the details, or is this more of a high-minded, we want to be a higher elevated schematic team?
No, I think it's a reflection of how far they've come. Because he talked a lot about, hey, we're just trying to establish this thing, and now we're fine-tuning that and being smarter and helping each other. I think it's just another reflection of they feel like they are there physically. They've proved a lot. And now they just have to kind of fine-tune everything. I think that's what it is.
Maybe so. That's the thing that I'm very intrigued about. And hopefully we'll get to see it play out as they get more and more opportunities, whether it's camp or mini camp, and then training camp when you actually get to put pads on, get bodies against bodies, 11 on 11, and you get other teams in to try and apply your trade against as well. I'm very excited for that. A lot of things that D'Amico Ryans talked about in the final time that we will have an opportunity to hear from him until we get to training camp here in a month and a half?
Yeah, probably close to 6 weeks.
Are we going to get through? We're going to get through the World Cup and then training camp.
I'm guessing it'll be the 3rd week of July.
Yeah, because they have not officially.
They haven't officially said it yet.
I know. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. We're waiting to hear on that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time we do our lunchtime confessions. Let's do that next.
Yeah, let's do that.
Tips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I got a question for you guys. I've tried not to, but have I seemed a little distracted today?
No, I don't.
You've been seeming pretty normal, man.
Pretty normal?
I will say the only place where you've seemed a little distracted is in the breaks when I be talking at you. And I guess I said talking at you because I'm a road runner at times. And so I was a little self-conscious, like, man, I might be annoying John. But I think now that you say that you might have been a little distracted.
No, that's normal.
You're actually seeing a little focus.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm trying to avoid it. But my oldest son had back surgery this morning.
Oh, no.
And so I've been getting the updates, as we go. But he's out now. It was Jacob had, so kind of a shout out too, a laminectomy lumbar minimally invasive surgery on his back.
Say he got tracheotomy, okay?
Laminectomy lumbar minimally invasive.
All I heard was Tyler Linderbaum.
That's what I said. He got a tracheotomy.
So I've been trying not to be distracted, just kind of getting the updates during the breaks and such.
How's he feeling?
I wanted to make sure he's out of. You want me to tell you the text? He just texted.
He's texting you? It's not his wife.
He got out of surgery a little after 10, and he's been in recovery.
And it's him texting you.
But now,
even though he's definitely on drugs right now.
Now he's got his phone, and he just texted. So I guess this is a good sign. Gig'em, bleep, Texas. I'm all right.
He is on drugs. Very good. Love it.
So it's also kind of
Is he an Aggie? I thought he was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Big time. No, he went to grad school at McCombs at Texas.
Okay, guys.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He went to business grad school at Texas.
How
BG went to U of H. Jacob at A&M, and then grad school there, got his MBA.
So how did BG become your favorite again?
and then
is his wife an Aggie too, or
no? She's UT.
Okay, that's what
they have. The little bumper sticker.
Okay.
The house divided.
Yeah. Okay, that's what it was. Okay.
And then, but my grandkids are going to be Aggies, and then my youngest daughter, and then my youngest daughter went to A&M as well. But here's the last thing I want to say about this surgery, because I've been texting trying to see what the situation is and all that. He can't lift with this back surgery. By the way, if you know anything about a laminectomy lumbar, let me know on the text line.
Somebody said they've had two. I guess. Rob on the YouTube page.
They told him that he can't lift more than 5 pounds for 2 weeks.
Oh, them babies are going to be
basically
picked up by
your laptop
else.
is it. He's got 2 kids under 4.
Yeah. Yeah, Natalie got to be about 40.
I know. She's
just the height alone.
Yeah, she is. So, yeah.
He's going to have a great excuse to not be doing some of the daddy stuff.
Well, there is that part of it. Yeah, there is that part of it.
Yikes. All right. Best of luck to Jacob.
Yeah, get well soon.
Really, truly.
And prayers to his wife.
Yeah.
She's going to be doing all the lifting.
She got 3 big babies that she's dealing with right now.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I've got to admit, I don't think I've ever actually been this jealous of a media personality.
Oh, you shouldn't be jealous of me.
Oh, buddy. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw this at all. There's news on ESPN negotiating with one of their people.
The person.
Yeah, I guess. He is Mr. ESPN now, apparently. Pat McAfee is negotiating with ESPN for his next deal. Figgy, I don't think you've seen this because Lopez, I think you do.
Mm-hmm.
You have. Would you like to guess how many millions of dollars we are having in this conversation for Pat McAfee's compensation?
A year.
And this is a year or like a total?
Yearly.
Yearly. I'm going to say 50.
Close. $60 million.
I saw 65.
You saw 65?
I saw 65.
I heard through the reporting that Pat McAfee started the bidding at he wanted $100 million. Yeah.
So he could just do a whole bunch of, hey, bro.
Yeah, so he could do his
bro.
Now it has to do with his show It has to do with, obviously, him doing College Game Day, which is one of, like, their biggest properties. But I was like, hey, man.
Evan Sidery says he's negotiating upwards of $65 million per year per The Athletic.
Yeah, so I will say, the thing that made me, like, the number itself blows me away. Because, I mean, we're talking about Stephen A. Smith in, what is it, like the 20 range?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you'll be hearing from Stephen A.
The only thing that I think saves Stephen A. in this is that, remember that Pat McAfee, they produce his show himself. So I do wonder how much of this is like a production.
Yeah, he's paying others.
Deal.
I think it might be one of those too. He's got like 7 people that are there every day.
He got more than those. Just the people we see.
Yeah.
The people behind the scenes.
Do you think that's part of it?
His
it has
home
to be,
studio.
Right? I would hope so.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna lie. Not only would I wouldn't be jealous. I'd be hating at that point if that's just like, no, this is Pat's salary, and then we'll talk about the production stuff later.
Yeah.
Buddy,
I hope so.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, I kind of appreciate it, and I'm glad he's getting that money because he's taking care of his people.
Yeah, he gonna have to probably got to bust that down with his squad. But sure, he ain't got to bust down the College Game Day.
I think it's all one contract that'll come together. But either way, very, very jealous of Pat McAfee making that shake.
65, whatever it is.
It's not like he doesn't work hard. I'm not trying to say that by any means. 65 word? I'm like, you telling me I couldn't make, because trust me, I make many multitudes of money less than that.
Multitudes.
And I do not feel like we are that many multitudes apart from what we do. Again, hating, understand that, but this one really got me in my feelings.
These are my confessions. It's funny Reggie had that confession because I kind of got a few confessions within one pertaining to the NBA Finals. My first one is, who the hell is interested in watching the Pat McAfee broadcast in the NBA Finals, man? Look,
they're trying to justify all that $65 million.
I guess they trying to give them something to do instead of just being on from noon to 2.
That's a good point. I had no interest in that one. And normally I'll check in.
Dude,
well, usually they put people that feel like they're pursuant to the thing that's happening. Even when they
I didn't even check in.
They have him on the like college football one, and at least maybe you might.
I understand that one at least because he a football guy. Yeah, I get that one. But who the hell point him out? Point me to the person that's saying, hey,
I gotta see McAfee.
I gotta watch McAfee during the NBA Finals.
Yeah,
especially when you got Mike Breen over there. You got Legler.
I would understand if this was Monday Night Football and you got before the whole Troy Aikman and all that before they came over.
You talking about Boog?
Yeah, if you got Michael Kornheiser or something or Tony Kornheiser, I get that where you just want to, you ain't trying to listen to them. But no, you got the greatness of Mike Breen, man. Who the hell is watching that? And then the second one is and Lopez, you kind of gave me a hard time earlier, but I'm kind of rooting for the Knicks, man. It seemed like it would be more exciting if they
for
win.
Who? New Yorkers?
For celebrities, man.
Celebrities have everything. Why do they need more?
Like who the hell is going to be excited if the Spurs win?
San Antonio.
Well, I think of people that root for
just San Antonio. That's it.
No, I think Wembanyama.
Maybe some people from France.
It's been the Spurs before.
The French will be excited.
But the Spurs before the finals, was it 6 out of the top 7 rated playoff games? I think it was 6 out of the top 7 were Spurs games. I think it's because Wembanyama, we're watching something that just, I think that's worth cheering for.
Oh, yeah, it's a spectacle. He's a spectacle.
He's a spectacle.
Yeah. It was fun. And look, I ain't trying to sound like a New Yorker or anything, but we talking New York.
Yeah.
We talking about Benson and Stabler on the sideline just cheering it up. We talking about Spike Lee.
Yeah.
We talking about all type of celebrities. Larry David on the side.
Larry David, Spike Lee. They deserve some credit. Some of these celebrities, I'm like, I know you ain't been here. Derek Jeter, what you doing here at this game?
Timothy Chalamet can go hug a nut. He's a front runner. He's a bandwagon.
Nah, Chalamet's actually he's a deep down fan.
That's what he'll tell you. That's what his PR firm tells.
He's actually a sicko sports fan.
Now I know Ben Stiller is. I know obviously Tina Fey and Tracy Morgan go to a lot of games.
Yeah,
Tracy Morgan gets his ankles wrapped before he goes to the game just in case he gets played.
I know Larry David is a big time fan. He goes to a lot of games. I think even Eli goes to Chalet. It's like, hey, wouldn't it be cool to be at the Knicks game?
And see, that's making it fun, though, man. Like, what we gonna do? Like, ain't nobody gonna look. I know the Spurs is cool and all that, but we talking New York, man. They gonna promote the hell out of this.
You're a sellout.
I think neither side has particularly great reasons. I am just here for good basketball.
Look, it was fun watching that game, just seeing everybody there, man.
Mm-hmm.
That was, to me, that was I know they lost, but that was a moment, man. I'd rather that happen than the Spurs get another one.
I think just the
you
women.
brought into the propaganda.
I think you bought into the propaganda. I think the women.
Don't think I'm on your side though here on the San Antonio.
No, but you are on the women Yama thing.
But see,
I think this
is a person with no dog in the fight, though.
Yeah,
like if you, I'd rather. These celebrities be excited about the Knicks finally winning one instead of the Spurs winning the 6th or 7th.
Yeah.
Like, nah, look, they gonna get theirs eventually.
You and Timothy Chalamet can go hug a nuts.
The same one or a different one?
It doesn't matter. Y'all choose.
All right,
Y'all choose. I do have one more confession with regard to this, though.
These are my confessions.
It is amazing and warms my heart. And I appreciate it so much when you see a real pro at work. Mike Breen calls Knicks games all year long.
Yeah.
There isn't a soul. He's the voice of the Knicks.
He's the voice of the Knicks. There isn't a soul out there that can say he's favoring the Knicks in any way whatsoever.
I never thought about it once.
Not once. And so this is me siding with one particular Knick, Mike. He is doing such an amazing job calling this game objectively. I wish there would be more of this. There's just not enough of this. You know?
Yeah, no, the calls have been good.
Yeah.
The calls have been good. I've enjoyed, obviously, I really have actually enjoyed Richard Jefferson a decent amount with Legler as well. Mm-hmm. Like, this is, they found their pretty good situation there. How have you guys felt about the Inside the NBA on ESPN experience? This is the first time we're getting this finals.
This is the first time they've been in the finals like this.
How's that felt to you guys?
I think it's been good. You don't?
You know me, I've got weird things.
I think it's been good.
I've got a weird relationship with Inside the NBA. It is a very fun show. I do not think it is like particularly novel in the way that they talk about the schematics of this and like the actual X's and O's.
I ain't trying to hear all that, man.
But once we get to the finals, man, that's part of this.
No. I'm not. Man, get out of here.
You go hug a nut too.
Go.
So everybody got to go hug a nut.
Everybody's hugging a nut.
Hey, go listen to a YouTube or something, man.
I will.
Like I want to listen to Ernie, Shaq. I just want them to talk ball.
What do you say, Chuck?
We want to have fun, man. And it's been fun.
Well, the defense schematics ain't the same as
I want you to talk about the fact that, hey, look, they're actually attacking Jalen Brunson, damn it.
Don't listen to a YouTube channel or something breaking this down, man.
I know you noticed this, Figgy. The other thing that I loved about last night's game, the post-game interview, you didn't even see Lisa Salter's head. You just saw, like, from her.
It was just an arm.
You just saw her wrist and her hand when she's interviewing women. All you saw was from the wrist up.
Yeah.
Is that Lisa Salters? I don't know if that's her or not. Oh, yeah.
All right, there you go. Those are some lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. It's Tuesday? Is it Tuesday?
It is a Tuesday.
I've forgotten what day it is, but it is indeed a Tuesday here in the greatest city in the world, Houston, Texas. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, we are 2 days out from the World Cup. And so I'd like to get us as prepared as possible. Let's talk to our Odyssey Sports insider, Jamie Watson, about the coming June, what are we calling it, June Madness?
I guess.
Let's do that next.
We finally have a little more clarity on when Tank Dell will West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All of 2 days away from the largest sporting event in the on the globe, indeed the World Cup. And in order to talk a little bit about turn to the Texas Matchmakers hotline to talk to our Odyssey Soccer Insider. His name is Jamie Watson. Our Odyssey Soccer Insider, mind you, Jamie Watson, is presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. Jamie, how are you doing today?
I am great, man. I'm so excited. How could I not be great? It's the week of the World Cup, man. It is so exciting, and we're on the cusp of the biggest global sporting event this world has ever seen. And, man, a lot of it's coming to Houston, Texas. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I mean, we are as well. And I know that we on this program, we're big soccer fans. But I know some people in the listening audience, right, they're not as much, especially anytime we come around the cycle every 4 years. You kind of have to get people in. For you, in your travels, what has been the way that you've tried to get people, maybe a non-soccer fan, excited? What's the sell that you go to?
What's the hook, right? All right, so for the first time in the World Cup, it's expanding. It's expanding from 32 teams to 48 teams. And that gets me excited because that's more opportunities. There's more countries that have not seen the World Cup, but they get their first glimpse of playing in the World Cup and what that means to the countries, to the citizens, to the players, everybody involved. You know, it's something special and truly unique to be able to see this. And then from there, we're playing in some of the biggest stadiums in North America. It is going to be a global spectacle. And I'm excited for each of the host cities to be able to get to show off to the world just how great their city is when they welcome in fans from around the world.
You know, one thing that, and I'm old enough to have been to the last World Cup in the United States, and I remember covering that cup, and one of the biggest storylines was the heat. Whether it was New Jersey, you know, or down here. I think Dallas had was one of the venues last time, not Houston. Always about the heat. How much are you hearing? And I remember last year, it seemed to be a real factor for some of these European teams.
Yeah, it's a great point. Last time you're referring to the Club World Cup hosted in the U.S., sort of a dry run of the World Cup.
No, I'm talking about 94. I'm talking about
94 as well. Yeah. Yeah, there was a 94. Obviously, I was at that perfect age of like 8 years old where I fell in love with the game, and I'm just so excited to think how many like-minded boys and girls at that age frame. I've got two kids right around that age of the three kids I have that are so excited for this and hanging on every bit of World Cup stuff. And the heat was important then. It was a factor then. So was the travel because of the size of the United States. It will be as well. And we got a glimpse of it last summer with the Club World Cup that was here. There was teams that had to learn how to deal with it. A lot of European teams and teams around the world were. So what FIFA has done, and I think it's really astute and a real smart adaptation to the game, there's going to be hydration breaks right around the midway point of each half for 3 minutes. And that means really what you're looking at is about 22 and a half, 23 minutes of each half of players, you know, having to go whatever the conditions are. And then they get a chance to hydrate, cool off, and go again. I mean, these are elite athletes that are conditioned to play with this. But, you know, to navigate 48 teams and be the one lifting the trophy after 104 matches, you're going to have to face different type of adversity. Some you can control, some I think truly that's what makes the team that lifts the trophy when it's all said and done worthy winners of the biggest World Cup that we've ever seen, is because you need to be able to navigate all different forms of adversity and all different challenges, both on the field and off the field.
Jamie, they're obviously, like, the storylines are going to be big, but I'm very intrigued in like the actual soccer on the pitch and helping people understand what they're watching, because I imagine that's how you lock people in a little bit better. If you were talking to the layman and you're bringing them in, what's the one thing that you need to be attuned to whenever you tune into a match? Like, is it something that is like, all right, how are they defending? Is it 4 in the back? Is it 3 in the back? Is it something like that? Or is there something else that you feel like is before you stop down on this match, understand what's happening right here?
That's such a great question. And I know there's a lot of casual fans that'll be watching for the first time, or they're a fan of Team USA every 4 years when there's a World Cup, or for the men's or women's side. Look, there's so many nuances to the game, and so many different teams are going to approach it. It's much like if you were a boxer, right, and you're going against Mike Tyson, who you knew threw the heaviest punches. Are you going to stand in there and try to throw punches and do exactly what he wants you to do, or are you going to have a different game plan? So each team is going to have to be calculated in how they approach it. So if you're to say, what's one thing that you need to watch, I think the biggest thing sometimes with these teams being so close, mistakes are magnified and mistakes are punished at the international level. So when there's a mistake, the team that can punish their opponent and go and score a goal off that mistake, normally those fine margins, those one or two mistakes that you remember throughout the game are generally what we're talking. And if there's not really any glaring mistakes, set pieces can be a big thing. When teams get free kicks, when they get corner kicks, those are the exciting moments when you can have sort of a set play that you've worked on in training. I think those are probably 1A and 1B. When an opponent makes a mistake, does the other team punish them? And then secondary to that, in a match that's really close, set pieces and free kicks can be the thing that breaks open a game and helps an underdog get an advantage over a team that should be better, quote unquote, on paper.
You mentioned the USA team, and clearly a lot of our listeners, the majority of our listeners, are going to be very, very locked in, at least on the United States. About a year ago, I remember talking to Reggie about it. I'm like, I don't know about this, man. The players didn't seem to be buying in. They was disjointed. Some players not making appearances on some of these matches, and yet seems to be coming together a little bit more free-flowing, a little bit more attacking. Do you feel like the U.S. is going to have a significant appearance here?
Look, I'm worried that with that expert analysis you gave, you're going to come for my job, because that was
I told you I did this for a long time.
Right. You're not lying. You are not wrong, my friend. No, look, that's incredible, because I think that's the story of this United States soccer team under their coach Mauricio Pochettino. Over the last 20 months that he's been the coach, there's been these highs and there's been these lows. And I think at the end of March, with the last time they got together, it was sort of a low. They lost to Belgium. They lost to Portugal. They didn't look great. So then now you get all of April, you get all of May, uncertainty and the speculation and doubt. But then the group gets together and they look exciting and entertaining against Senegal. They beat Senegal. Then they looked really good against the number 10 team in the world, Germany, on Saturday in Chicago. And I commentated that game. I left the stadium feeling as though if the United States can replicate that first 45 minutes they did against Germany, they can play against any team in the world. So momentum, as you guys know, in any sport is so key. And having that feeling, leaving Soldier Field, the send-off match with U.S. Soccer, knowing that on this coming Friday, they'll be heading out to Los Angeles Stadium and they'll be taking on Paraguay in their first opening match. I think the confidence of this group is at the highest it has been off of that performance against Germany. And so what you're hoping for is they have a continuation of these two matches from the last week, and they carry that over. And guys, you've got to get 3 points against Paraguay, because after that, you set yourself up for a chance to be able to progress to the round of 32 with the top two teams in the group and the next 8 best third-place teams in the group. A win against Paraguay really sets you up. Anything less, oh boy, some doubt can start to creep in.
Jamie Watson joins us, presented by Lowe's. Find what you need to get projects done from brands you trust at prices you'll love. Lowe's, we help you save. Jamie, I'm trying to serve, as a setup here in this conversation that we're having. Obviously, we can have another conversation at some point where we really dig into what we've seen, but names ultimately, I think, are where people can attach their emotion. Are there a handful of names that you're like, hey, everybody needs to know headed into this particular tournament?
Absolutely, there is. And Christian Pulisic is going to wear the captain's armband. You can't turn on a television or listen to a radio ad without seeing or hearing his voice or seeing his face. He's got the hopes of the captaincy. But I also think when it's all said and done, it's about scoring goals and being entertaining, being exciting to watch, making a casual fan go, not only did I watch my team win, but I was entertained, and I want to go see that again. I want to go back and see a Dynamo game or a Dash game when it's all said and done in the Houston area. And in order to do that, you score goals. Flo Balogun is going to be the name. I think when it's all said and done that we're talking about is the player that had the most goals for the United States. He's a player that plays in Monaco, 24 years old. He is so confident 1v1 dribbling. He's smart. He's fast. He can score goals. He is the best number 9 that we have had in the U.S. for quite some time. And if we are going to have success, and I said we because I'm riding the train as a former U.S. Youth International and somebody that's been able to be in that situation at a Youth World Cup, not the same one that we're seeing this month, but a younger version of it. I can tell you there's an immense amount of pressure, but this is a player in Flo Balogun that will step up and he can deliver in pressure moments, and he gives us a truly world-class number 9 that can score goals and hopefully put the team on his back and carry us into a deep run in this tournament.
You know, I think even casual fans know the big names in terms of countries that should be able to the France, you mentioned, Germany, Spain. You can go down the list: Argentina, England, Brazil. What about the second tier that you're looking at? You've seen them in form, as people like to say. Some of the teams that you could see making a big run, not named the United States.
Yeah, great question. So one of the first match on June 14th in Houston is Germany. Germany right now 10th in the world. They've won a World Cup before, so it's hard to say they're a dark horse if you've won this before, but I don't think as of years late they've had the same sort of hype around them. I think that's a team outside of the top 4 that you could say, hey, they've got the quality both mentally and physically, depth of the roster. I think Germany could make a deep run. I believe, too, if you start to go, let's go to that sort of next tier. Morocco at the last World Cup gained an immense amount of worldwide credibility and also experience by being the first African team to make it to the quarterfinals. They're even better this go around, and this is a group that's got even more experience, more depth, more players playing in higher level club. Morocco is a team that could really make a run, and I think outside of that, it really starts to become a big stretch. It's really top heavy with the teams that I think are deep enough, and Morocco is the darker horse of the two. Germany would be my dark horse, even though there's kind of on that cusp of like the lower end top tier teams. But I think when it's all said and done, fellas, this tournament is about France, and it's France's tournament to lose. They're that good. They're that much better. And that's the safest team I feel like that you'd want to put it all in on is France and Kylian Mbappe.
Yeah, I mean, that seems very fair because you're not just talking about Mbappe. Now you're talking about Dembele, right? Like, there's a lot of names that we can throw out there as
Michael
well.
Olise as well, I think, will be the player's name that we talk about the most, taking the biggest step forward when it's all said and done. Sorry to interject. I just get excited talking about it because they are so,
no, I do
so
as well.
fun to watch.
I do as well. I'm very excited to be able to do this. One of the things, though, I wonder, though, is obviously this is our first time in this new format. You've detailed that. Is there anything that you're kind of anticipating maybe being a little different? Like, I know that as the groups were coming together, I was like, oh, yeah, the notion of the group of death is different here. Like, what are the things that you can anticipate being different in our experience over the next month and a half with the 48-team World Cup?
Fantastic question. So anybody that's listening to this show, make sure you can steal this one and claim it to be your original thought if you want here. I think there's going to be less upsets. And what I think that means is the tournament is progressively going to get better and better as it goes on because of the fact that the groups are, I won't say diluted, but I think that there are groups where there is certainly a different level of experience in the World Cup and class amongst the collective of the rosters that I don't think that we're going to see as many upsets in the group stage. I think it is going to play a lot out on paper as you would expect it to until you start to really get to that round of 32 and then ultimately the round of 16. That's when I think the cream will rise to the top here. And I think that's something that will just it's time for the rest of the group to catch up to the pack, but the pack leaders, I think, will separate themselves. And then each match day will get better and better and better. And we'll have some ridiculous matchups starting in the round of 16 even.
Everybody loves a good pool. Everybody loves a good bracket. And I know a lot of our listeners, from the hardcore fans, World Cup fans, to the casuals, that's going to get their attention. What's your final 4? What would be your recommendation?
Ooh, like I said, I'll stick. It's interesting because if a team does finish second unexpectedly in the group stage, then they get sort of a different bracket to it.
Yeah.
It's really hard to go against. Look, I think Portugal will make a run as well. You can maybe count them as a dark horse in there as well in that conversation from earlier. France will be there. I believe Argentina will be there. I think Spain will be there, and I think Portugal will be there when it's all said and done. I think those are my final 4. Not knowing how it can shape out, there may be a way that those two teams meet before it gets there, but I believe that if it all goes to plan, those could be the 4 teams if it shapes out right that are standing at the end. And guys, I think we're set for, if you ask me today, as we sit here and talk on June 9th, who are we watching on July 19th? I think we're watching a rematch of the final from the previous World Cup, Argentina versus France, except this time, I think Kylian Mbappe gets his revenge, and we see the best player in the world currently lifting the World Cup and making amends on July 19th.
Oh, look at that. You got a resurgence of Spain. You've got Mbappe beating the Champions League merchant. I like all these. I like what's happening here. Before we go here.
Throwing some takes out there, guys. Throwing some takes.
I love it. I love it. No, this is exactly what you need. One more thing before we go here. I just wanted to ask when it comes to this tournament. Of course, as I'm about to ask it, I completely forget what I had. But
I'm just mad he didn't say the Netherlands. That's one of my dark horses.
Ah,
I don't hate that shout.
Yeah, I like the Netherlands.
You know what you're talking about too.
I like the Netherlands as a dark horse.
Well, because I'm a forgetful individual, I'll just this is what it is. Because I like asking our guests whenever we have it. Because when you're in the space, you'll think about this more than people that aren't. Is there something that you feel like maybe the larger public is forgetting or not talking about nearly as much headed into this tournament?
I think we'll see a lot of the fact that the United States took a huge leap forward after the 94 World Cup, and it helped launch Major League Soccer in 1996. I believe that we are on the cusp of a similar type trampoline effect from this with soccer, when the United States, they carry a lot of weight. And the women do too. And the women have been great about it with the national team over the last several years, being entertaining and exciting while they've dominated the global stage. I think the men can do a great job of gathering a lot of momentum and gaining the respect of individuals that are sort of on the fence about soccer. And then translating that to people saying, I was incredibly entertained over these 5 weeks of the FIFA Men's World Cup. I want to go see my local team play. So I want to go and see my MLS team, my NWSL team, and I want to see my USL Championship team. So I think the effect afterwards, when it's all said and done, is it's going to translate to more people wanting to see their local team. And I think the U.S. deep into tournament will be a key factor when we look back on it that helps springboard that into the next wave of even more and more of the younger generation falling in love with the game and more casuals converting to diehards.
That's our Soccer Insider, Odyssey Soccer Insider, Jamie Watson, presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. Jamie, greatly appreciate you giving us some of your time, man.
Hey, love chatting with you. Happy to come back on anytime. Enjoy the next 5 weeks. It is going to be absolutely incredible, and I cannot wait. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Right. Yes, sir. It's likewise to you. There he goes, Jamie Watson, Odyssey Sports Soccer Insider. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll break down what our pool looks like here at Sports Radio 610 to see how we get interested in the Cup. But coming up next, man, college football and sports seemingly is at a crossroads when it comes to what we're seeing in the fallout-wise with the Brendan Sorsby Texas Tech situation. Let's dive into that a little bit more next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Tuesday is going well. Day one of mandatory minicamp for the Houston Texans in the books. We heard from D'Amico Ryans. Dalton Schultz also spoke. And so we'll have an opportunity at some point to dive into what he said. But I found this to be interesting, and this is kind of a conversation that is raging in the college sports landscape, but I think also just generally the sports landscape, as we've had a number of conversations about gambling and betting in sports, right? It is now so damn pervasive in the world of sports where you'll see, whether it's DraftKings or FanDuel or what have you, right? That's everywhere. And we're trying to kind of reckon with our new world. And that was just like the possibility of these things being next to each other, sports and gambling. They're becoming intertwined in a way that's really uncomfortable, and it's reached a fever pitch with Brendan Sorsby, the quarterback at Texas Tech. And, obviously, if you're not under a rock, you know that he was suspended after we had a number of indications that, or rather, a number of stories of him gambling a lot on teams that he played on, and so on and so forth, over over a number of years. Thousands of bets?
Oh, yes. At one point, it was like 2,600 bets, right?
Thousands upon thousands of bets. And these are the types of things that in the sports talk landscape, we know what the answer has traditionally been. It's been that guy can't be in this sport. What up, Pete Rose, right? That is what it has been. It's a new world order now, though, because the NCAA was in a place where they made him ineligible for his final season of eligibility. And then himself and Texas Tech in doing some litigation, America's favorite pastime, have gotten an injunction that says that he will be eligible to play in the 2026 season, which completely undercuts the NCAA's disciplinary power. And honestly, it raises questions as to what is going to happen in the world of sports, specifically in the NCAA, if something like this, a rule of this magnitude that we hold in such a pillar to making sure the sanctity of sport lands, if that can be undercut in this way.
Look, I think this happened. It broke the injunction happened. I guess about this time, maybe a little earlier in the day, yesterday, and since then, all hell is broken loose. Truly, all hell is broken loose. Universities have sent out memos, Georgia and Nebraska in particular, about. We're not even going to, basically come to me, the ADs have said, if you're thinking about scheduling Texas Tech. Conferences, Big 12 included, where Texas Tech is, SEC, Big 10. They are having meetings. I think that we just saw, the Big 12 just finished a meeting. We didn't get a whole lot of information yet about this particular thing, and it's going to have to do with maybe not playing the Texas Tech in football, at least. Big Ten has said the same thing. SEC has sent out memos similarly. This is not even come to a head yet. It's going to get uglier before it gets prettier for Texas Tech. And two things that I think we should understand right now, at least from my perspective. Number one, Texas Tech truly cannot play this guy. They just cannot. I don't care how arrogant Cody Campbell is. I don't care how much money he has. I don't care that he basically runs the entire athletic department, sports information department. He's basically president of the university, head coach, and he's on the Board of Regents, but he's basically the whole Board of Regents because he has that much power and money.
Big bank.
The big bank. But they cannot play him. It is that when you start.
Can I ask for a clarification here?
Yes.
Cannot, as in this can't happen, or should not? Is that what we're saying?
No, I'm saying cannot. That doesn't mean they're not going to try.
There's a higher standard of proof here for you to make this claim.
Well, and let me do it then, because all this. Legit, it's not noise. It's legitimate. We don't even want to play these guys because it's that bad. It makes us look that bad. And we can all criticize and legitimately, criticize the NCAA, maybe your particular conference, maybe your conference commissioner or whatever. But the fact that they are doing this truly gives them some leverage that I'll get to here in a second over Texas Tech, to the point that either Sorsby be himself, athletic department, or in this case, Cody Campbell, they finally have to say, you know what? I'm not saying they are, but I think they're going to have to say, realistically, he's either going to have to step back, or we're going to have to say we're not going to play him, because all of a sudden, if you start not playing games because of one guy, the NCAA and the conferences and everything, they're handling this correctly. They really are. They're putting that much pressure on them, because as much as, oh, hey, but what about this? And they're in bed with gambling companies and the other guys. Campbell even went to the point of like, how many arrests does Georgia have? What does that have anything to do with anything? In the last year, yes, there is some really weird things going on, really bad things going on with NIL and transfers and all. Has nothing to do at all with this guy gambling thousands of times on his own team included, and to the point that it's going to make the entire conference look bad. They truly have to get to that point where they raise the white flag and say, he cannot play. It cannot be. And let me get to the second point that I think is the most important, because people are talking about, well, there'll be forfeits. And if there's forfeits and they don't play them, if the Big 12 gets to that point, then I guess, Texas Tech's going to win those games. And that means they go to the playoffs, right? No, it doesn't. Because, yes, they will be forfeits. But every conference has to basically sanction their conference champion. And if they only have 4, let's say, non-conference games that they've won, or 4 games total, they don't have to sanction them, because they also have to range results and all that, and there will be no results. So they can sanction someone else. So the whole thing about, well, it's forfeits, they'll still go. No, they won't. The conference, the Big 12 conference, has the power to say we cannot sanction those games.
But I mean, what you're establishing here is like there would have to be a concerted effort to ostracize Texas Tech.
There is one.
Space. No, I hear you.
It's going on right now.
It would need to hold strong. Like, this can't simply be bluffing. This needs to be something that is actionable. But then also, like, again, this pulls us into a place where this is the whole reason for a governing body.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The whole idea of a governing body is that it keeps these types of things in check so that you do not have to have like what amounts to vigilante justice.
Yeah.
And now we're in vigilante justice, which I guess
but the governing body is working.
Is it?
The NCAA said basically they appealed to the next circuit court, which, by the way, is 4 Texas Tech judges, grads, I should say, within hours.
Sure.
And then
they did that within hours. When is the result going to come down that makes it actually actionable?
That's going to be a few weeks. But then also the governing bodies, the conferences, part of the NCAA, are saying, we ain't going to play you.
The conferences are not a part of the NCAA. They are underneath the jurisdiction of the NCAA. And my larger point
that's part of the NCAA?
No, it's not. No, it's not. My larger point, because this is the thing, is there's been conversations at times of do these conferences, go out on their own because of the umbrella.
That's another separate issue that they're trying to do.
No, it is a separate issue, but I think it points to one of the larger issues that the NCAA has largely been ineffectual in their capability of actually enforcing these things, and it's reached ahead with something of this magnitude.
Mm-hmm.
And so now you reach a point where, like, we've talked about this being the Wild West. How Wild West become until we just need to have a different level of sanctioning body in order to make this happen.
Well, see, that's one of the things that Cody Campbell put in this whatever it was, this manifesto that he put on USA Today.
I think we can just say statement.
statement or whatever it was. But that's also losing sight of what they're doing now. The NCAA and the conference commissioners are tightening the screws on Texas Tech. That is a governing body doing what a governing body should do. Now, we can all, and again, it kind of is weird me saying this because I've criticized the NCAA as much as anyone, but they are doing this right. If they're going to get this bad of a thing, for lack of a better way to put it, not to happen, this is how you do it. This is how you say, well, then we are not playing your games.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
I think that, though, the point that then shows up is like the body itself can't make it happen. They need the member organizations to actually have the power to make this happen. And the question that I ask is like, at what point do you reach the issue that is no longer so unanimously believed in the NCAA member ranks that then we can get this impropriety to walk, right? Can we get enough? Now it becomes like, can we whip up enough support to sidestep whatever the NCAA wants to have happen here?
What do you mean?
Right. Okay. So in this occasion, it is simply Texas Tech that really wants to get Brendan Sorsby to play. And somebody on the text line would like us to mention that Brendan Sorsby has not yet played for Texas Tech. He transferred to Texas Tech. They have an NIL agreement. He will be paid there. Like, that is ultimately what matters in this. The idea that he has not played there Doesn't that actually my opinion?
Right.
But here we go. That's laid out for you. I hope that you're happy. But it is only Texas Tech alone that kind of wants this to happen because they're the sole ones that stand to benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens if there is something that goes against the NCAA's rules? That again, the issue that I'm laying out is that they cannot enforce rules. And so, what is a governing body if they cannot enforce rules? And what if there is a rule that they're trying to enforce that the entirety of the SEC is invested in happening? Right? Are you capable of enacting the same kind of pressure on the entirety of the SEC that you can enact on Texas Tech in the way that you're saying?
Well, I think these are two separate things. I think what we've learned here is there is a line that the NCAA and its conference, its conferences, does not want to cross because it truly makes it. Some of the things that these guys are saying, athletic directors, on the record, some of them, athletic directors, head coaches, et cetera. I mean, you can tell, like, we didn't know where that line was. Well, this is it. A quarterback who has bet on his own team playing for one of your universities is the line. Your other point is valid, but I don't think it necessarily has anything to do with this. I mean, we can talk about, what about if the SEC wants to go rogue? But, maybe the NCAA won't have power on that. We're talking about a guy gambling on his own team.
No, and that's I hear you on that, because I think that the reason why I moved to the next space is because in this very moment, right, this is the issue du jour, right? Like, this is the issue right now, right? But the thing is that the NCAA's incapability of handling this only shows that there's like a right? There's a fallibility within their capability of actually enacting what they do, what they're supposed to do here.
This is where I totally disagree. The people who are helping him, getting him to potentially play, is the court system.
Yeah.
The NCAA has stepped in after this court injunction and said, oh, no, you won't. They are doing their job. They're saying you will not play, and if you say you're going to play, then we're not going to play games against Texas.
Yeah, you say that it's just the court system. The NCAA has gotten housed in the court system any time that they've had to go there, and they don't have subpoena power, and they don't have the actual they don't have the actual weight to enforce what they're doing here. And so the thing that I'm actually talking about is like the sands underneath the foundation of this are clearly shifting, and this is another instance in which you're seeing that it's a lot less stable than what it would have once been and what we once believed.
I think that's a fair discussion on NCAA issues, conference issues, conference realignment, conferences going rogue, creating super conferences, all the things that are being talked about.
Yeah.
I think we can absolutely say the sands underneath the NCAA's feet are shifting, and they may not have a leg to stand on, to use the analogy. What I'm saying is the NCAA and the conferences didn't have anything to do with this court ruling. This wasn't one of their rules that they couldn't enforce. This was a court enforcing the rule, and maybe
the court is acting against what the NCAA has tried to do, which is, hey, you can't play. So it is their rule, right?
But the NCAA, no conference, no league. The NBA, the court says something doesn't have power. So are you saying the NFL doesn't have power?
But the NFL has certain things in place where they have actually like the power to enforce their rules, is largely the point, right? That is the difference. And I know Cody Campbell himself is trying to work with Ted Cruz and other lawmakers to get some level of like ability to collective bargain, or actually I don't know how much it's actually about collective bargaining, but the antitrust circumstance that is what allows the NBA and the NFL and Major League Baseball to be able to enact their rules and enforce them as such. The NCAA doesn't have that until they have that, and I'm not even sure how well that works because I don't know how collective bargaining works with literally thousands upon thousands of members on the player side. But until they don't have that, like they don't have the capability to have that power
but they're doing it. Right now, as we speak, they are doing that.
And the point that I'm making
that's my point.
And I hear you. I hear you. Is like they're going. It seems like they might be able to stay this off, which we're not actually sure here, right? We're not actually sure that they will be able to stay this off.
Well, it depends on how the conferences and the NCAA, decides. What I'm saying that
we're still in the end game where Brendan Sorsby is eligible right now and could actually play in these games, right?
Right. Which would they play the games.
Sure.
Is my point. And that's what I'm saying is that's what they're doing. But they're saying, no, you won't.
So let's take this in the way to the NFL, right? Let's say the NFL says that, let's say Brandon Ayuk just off of the case, because I know that that's outside of the realm of anybody being too upset. Brandon Ayuk, you can't play. Is there a circumstance where Brandon Ayuk ever steps foot on that field to try and play?
I mean, if a court issues an injunction, it's the exact same thing.
But that's the thing, is that we would never reach that point. where the court capability of spending on what the NFL is trying to do here.
I don't know about that.
I feel fairly confident in saying that.
I don't know about it. Like, courts have stepped in, in multiple things with professional sports. And I think we're losing sight of the fact here. We're kind of going off tangent on a tangent here about, the strength of the NCAA. What I'm saying is this particular thing has reached explosive levels of how it's affecting college football and college football in general, whether you want to say it's the NCAA or the conferences or particular schools are saying the hell you are.
And this is why I take it to those larger points, because it's reached a fever pitch. And I agree with you, right? And I see that the NCAA's member institutions are trying to fight back against this. The reason why the member institutions have to fight back against this is because the NCAA itself cannot contain this on its lonesome. Which, again, I think it speaks to the larger context, the larger arc of the NCAA, which is they, over the last few decades, have shown more and more vulnerability in their capability of being an institution unto itself. Mm-hmm. And I think that this is not going to be a singular instance of, a really big moment happened that then cuts into them. I think this is one in a new line of places where, again, Texas Tech, it serves them to challenge here. What happens when it serves UCLA to challenge things? What happens when it serves Michigan's personal interest to challenge things? What happens when it serves the SEC as a large to challenge the NCAA? And as you get more and more challenges, I think you cut more and more into the NCAA's feasibility, where this is now not just an individual case that everybody's fighting, but this is now effectually the first step that I think leads to a lot of challenges for the NCAA going forward.
All right.
And that's the existential nature of this. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'm being too grandiose and too alarmist in like the existential nature of it. But I think when we're talking about the NCAA, getting a dude who is actively betting on his team that might play feels like existential.
Fair enough.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I don't think we're going to fix it here because I feel like if we could fix it, we probably would make a lot of money. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about that time when we hand things over to Figgy for the mixtape.
Yeah, so Real Town or Fake Town? 713-572-4610. Yeah, I got a list of cities and towns, and I want y'all to figure out
okay, I like
which
this.
is real and which one is fake.
Okay, let's test our geography knowledge next.
Man, we've been on this soccer kick here lately. It's getting
Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Real town or fake town? 713-572-4610. I got a list of towns and cities and maybe some areas, and I want y'all to see which ones are real. These are very unique names. So, I just want to see if y'all could get some of these.
I have a hunch that I'm going to believe them all to be real because there's some weird towns out there.
Yeah. So I should have had a pen so I could keep score and see who wins.
Right. Need me to keep score?
Yeah. So let's start with the first one. We're going to go to Arizona. It's a city called Y. W-H-Y.
Why, Arizona? Why?
Yep.
I don't think that's a real team.
I'm going to say yes.
You don't say yes. I'm gonna get to them. I'm gonna run through them. All right. So let me know. Intercourse, Pennsylvania.
I believe that is a real place. Yes.
All right. Hell, Michigan. So H-E-L-L, Michigan.
I believe that is also a real place. Are you participating?
I'm going to tell you which ones are not real when you're done.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to hear them all.
All right. Toad Suck, Arkansas. So T-O-A-D.
Oh, that's in Arkansas?
Suck, Arkansas.
Toad Suck.
I know at some point I have to say that some aren't real. That just feel Arkansas as hell, with all due respect to Clint and his people.
My mind is immediately going to what the mascot is of their football team, their high school football team. The Toad Suck Suckers?
Yeah.
Places like that always have an unreasonably generic. It's like the Toad Suck Tigers is what's going to happen. I guarantee you.
All right. Truth or consequences, New Mexico.
No way in hell. No way in hell.
Yeah,
that's one of my no's.
That's too many. It's too much.
Santa Claus, Indiana.
Buying it.
Yeah, that one is. Yeah. I'm actually pretty sure that's real.
All right. Boring, Oregon.
I'm pretty sure that's real as well.
Right. Booger Hole, West Virginia.
I can't. I just can't.
No, that has to be real.
It's
West Virginia.
I know.
That's the key thing.
And I already went with Toad Suck. I refuse.
Pickle Fork, Kentucky.
Sounds reasonable.
Right.
I don't know. That sounds too nonsensical for me.
Yeah.
Lost Cactus, Nevada.
Yes, that sounds real.
I'm wondering if this one is like too logical though. Like they're like, oh, you know,
man, don't think too much into it, man.
Do you know who I am?
Yes.
Have you met me before? I'm going no.
All right. Devil's Elbow, Missouri.
Also sounds real.
Yeah, that feels like they're talking about like a river or something. Yeah.
Whispering Pines Junction, Oklahoma.
That's a lot. That's a lot of
words. That is an awful lot. No, I'm going to say no.
I'll go yes, just to do it.
All right. Rough Eddie, California.
Hell yes.
Nah.
Hell yes, that's a city.
Is it?
Yep, I don't know.
Okay, like you said it like you knew. At this point, I'm just guessing. Yeah. Early on, I was like, I think I've heard of these. Now I have no idea.
All right. Chicken, Alaska.
Buying it.
All right.
Yeah. It's where they raise the chickens in the summertime.
You know what? No, I'm not going for Chicken, Alaska.
All right. Moonshine Hollow, Tennessee.
Has yes written all over it. That's the bourbon capital. I mean, the whiskey capital of the world.
I'm also going no here. Somebody said that the New Mexico one is real. Their cousin stays there.
Hey, don't give them the answers, man.
Look, we done already guessed.
Yeah.
All right. Dry Prong, Louisiana. P-R-O-N-G.
Nah, I'm gonna say no on that.
All right. Buzzards Crossing, Texas.
Yeah, Buzzards Crossing feels real. That feels real.
Feels real.
Spiritually.
Yeah.
Peculiar, Peculiar, Missouri.
Oh, Peculiar.
Yeah.
Peculiar.
I think so.
Peculiar, Missouri sounds like a town that I could drive through real fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely drive through. A lot of these places I'm not stopping down in, let's be honest.
Happy Land, Georgia.
Yeah, I'm buying that.
I'm out on Happy Land. I want it.
Ding Dong, Texas.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's right up there by Twinkie.
Right around the corner from Cosmic Brownie.
Yeah. All right, so how confident do y'all feel?
Not at all. I started confident.
Some more than others.
I leaked all the way. Leaked confidence, smooth through that.
I actually think I've seen Peculiar.
I think I have.
Before.
Was it Peculiar, Indiana? Was it?
Yeah, Missouri, like What was it?
Yeah. Missouri, yes. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go through them, and I'm going to hit this button if you got it right.
Yeah.
If it's fake. If it's a fake one. All right. Okay. So, why Arizona? WHY. Why Arizona?
All right.
That's a real town.
Okay, so you said yes, right?
I think so.
I forgot all. You know what? I said I was taking down notes.
Yeah,
I didn't.
You ain't write down nothing.
It happened real quick. I'm sorry.
All right. Intercourse, Pennsylvania.
I believe that one is correct.
Wow.
Yeah. That's real.
Yeah. Look at that. All right. HELL, Michigan. Hell, Michigan.
I think that's also real.
Damn.
That is real.
Nice.
Toad Suck, Arkansas.
God, I hope this is real.
I said yes on this one as well.
The Toad Suck Suckers.
Yeah.
That's real.
Mm-hmm.
Truth or consequences?
No way.
We both said
Mexico.
No way in hell. Dang.
That's real, man.
They all gonna be real, aren't they? All right.
Santa Claus, Indiana.
I'm buying that, yeah.
And by the way, I think they get a lot of letters around Christmas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Boring, Oregon.
Is it? Dang.
Yep.
That's real. Booger Hole, West Virginia.
I said no on this.
Totally real.
I refuse.
Totally real. Yep.
That's real.
It's West Virginia.
Pickle Fork, Kentucky.
Now, that one I'm not buying.
I also said no here.
Yeah. Hey, I'm 2 for 2. Yeah. 2 on the nose.
That's not a real town.
Yeah.
Los Cactus, Nevada.
That's a yes.
I said no here.
That's not real. Devil's Elbow, Missouri.
We both said yes here, I believe.
Yeah.
Y'all got it?
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Whispering Pines Junction, Oklahoma.
Too much. I said no.
Yeah.
All right on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Rough and Ready, California.
This one was a no for me. You said yes?
Did I say yes on this?
I think you said. You said, let's go.
Let's go. That's right.
You got it right.
Rough and Ready. Okay. All right.
Chicken, Alaska.
That's a yes.
I said no on this one.
Right on that one.
Yeah.
Do they grow the chicken? Now I got to learn about chicken Alaska.
You have to have chicken coops in Alaska
it's kind of a funny story how they came up. I looked it up. Like whenever you get a chance, just look these up and see how they came up. It's some real silly ways.
A lot of towns in you can't really have, because there's so much wildlife. You have to have your own chickens.
It was founded on gold mining though.
All hemmed up. Yeah.
Yep. Moonshine Hollow, Tennessee.
100%.
No, thank you.
Yeah,
What?
100%.
All these no's that I'm putting on the backside, Lopez is really coming back on me.
Dry Prong, Louisiana.
I think
I said no. Yeah.
That's a real town.
Sheesh.
Buzzards Crossing, Texas.
I think I said yes.
I don't remember. I think I said
no.
Hey, that's a real town.
How about
We're
that?
even up with 10 correct apiece at this point.
Peculiar, Mississippi.
Peculiar,
Mississippi.
I said yes.
I think both of y'all said yes, if I'm not mistaken. And y'all are right. Happy Land, Georgia.
No
I went
way.
with no.
Not real. And Ding Dong, Texas.
No, I said no.
That is a real place that you got to go to.
Hey, y'all want to go to Ding Dong? Let's go to Ding Dong.
Actually, when you say it like that, it sounds like a real place.
Let's go to Ding Dong.
I do have an honorable mention. I didn't put this on the list, but it's a real town in South Carolina called Sugar Tick, South Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
right.
So I had to do some digging. I'm like, is this a real place or somebody messing around? So this place is actually it's not like a town. It's more of an area of I guess kind of a city, kind of like if you would say Montrose area or something like that.
Gotcha. It's a little more of a neighborhood.
Yeah, so I did some digging and I found this call from I want to say it's a radio show in Ireland, and they had a funny bit where they call some of the, I guess they look up some of the rudest cities and towns in the world, and try to call a business there, and this is how it went.
Okay, let's see.
Sugar Tip Moonshine Distillery, this is Mary.
Mary, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
You've no idea how happy I am to speak to you right now.
Why? Wow.
You're live on the radio in Dublin, in Ireland.
Woo!
What?
Yeah, it's a true story. Hi.
That's Saoirse, my co-host. My name is Cormac. How are you?
I'm good. Can I put you on speakerphone?
Oh, please do.
Yeah, if that's okay. Here's the deal. We have a game on our radio show where we try and find the nicest people from the rudest towns in the world. Or the rudest place.
Well, that's the reaction we're looking for.
And we came across Sugar Tit, and we were like, I have to give these guys a call.
Absolutely.
Sugar Tit, South Carolina.
Well, all right then. I don't know what I'm going to do with this information, including...
I believe it's teat.
Oh, is it? Okay, thank you for your expertise.
What she said.
That's not what she said. It's a distillery, I guess.
By the way, Ding Dong, Texas, 22 people in the 2000 and is it 2020 or 2000 census?
Well, it better be 22. There's 2 ding dongs in a package.
All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that insight. In the 2000 census, so I don't know if they've grown or shrunk since.
There's a lot of funny city names, by the way, that I ain't even get to. You got Accident, Maryland. Cut and Shoot, Texas.
Cut and Shoot.
Cut and Shoot, we knew. Oh, at least I knew.
Climax, Michigan. Monkey's Eyebrow, Kentucky. Zap, North Dakota. OK, Oklahoma. Like OKAY, Oklahoma. No Name, Colorado. Slick Pool, Idaho. Embarrass, Minnesota. And Looneyville, West Virginia.
Looneyville.
Imagine you having to tell people that that's where you live. Well, I guess usually those types of places, it feels like you don't go nowhere, right? Like, it feels like the people that you talk to also live in the place called nowhere or whatever.
Yeah. I almost got to Climax, Michigan once.
You're in the loop right here on
then
Sports Radio 610.
I took a sharp turn to the left.
All right. Okay. All right. I just did not want to acknowledge that. I'm going to be entirely honest. Had no desire for that one.
You ever been to Climax, Michigan?
Almost.
Almost, me too.
You're not serious, people. That's the mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 6 p.m. every weekday right here on the program. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at @TheFiggyFig, and he'll shout you out, make you famous. All right, getting ready to hand things off to the fellas to drive here in a moment, but we are 2 days out from the World Cup, and we have a Sports Radio 610 pool coming together. Who do your favorite hosts and personalities have? We'll tell you next.
The Yordan Alvarez Experience. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a pretty fun Tuesday to this point. It only gets better once the fellas of the drive take over here shortly. We'll talk with them in a moment. Appreciation to everybody involved with the program today, including Jamie Watson, who joined us at 1240 to talk a little bit about the World Cup. In fact, we'll talk about the World Cup a little bit more in just a moment. I did want to did you see what the reporting was that started popping up yesterday as it pertains to a particular Houston Texan, David Montgomery?
Which one? No.
Out of nowhere, I know Cameron Wolfe has talked about this also recently. I can't remember who else was reporting this, but the idea is that, oh man, David Montgomery ready to be a what was the right word? Bell cow.
Yeah.
In this Texans team, and Cameron Wolfe saying specifically that David Montgomery is ready to be a potential 3-down back if needed. Does that shock you at all? Because obviously we've had conversations about what feels like a tandem of some sorts in this running back room between David Montgomery and Woody Marks, but right now in this time period, sometimes information gets out and for a purpose or whatever. Seems like there's a concerted effort to try and be like, hey, no, David Montgomery going to be carrying the ball a lot for the Texans.
It at first it did, but then I started thinking about it when they I think in their perfect world, the perfect split is not 60-40. It's closer to 75-25. If you go back, when Mixon was healthy, when Chubb started, and until they realized he wasn't the guy. I think they like to have that first guy with just a few reps, behind that, and maybe that's part of the reason that we talked about last week. Woody Marks being more of a special teamer as well. Right. That was what made me think. I was like, oh, okay, so maybe this idea of special teams, and we talked about this at that point, is like maybe that indicates an even bigger lion's share of responsibility for David Montgomery. Again, these things will be fleshed out more as we get through training camp, as they have a better idea of exactly what they want to do for this 2026 season. It's just like, all right, well, there's more, I guess, breadcrumbs, for lack of a better term. Also, one more thing before we move on here. We've talked about the Astros, them seemingly getting closer to being the team that we could hope them to be and playing playoff baseball. They have a couple of rehabs on deck. Christian Javier and Yainer Diaz are both scheduled to begin rehab assignments tonight with the Space Cowboys. Take your time, Yainer.
You're like, Yainer's actually playing today. Christian Javier is the one who will have a little bit see. But obviously, I know you're not as excited about Yainer Diaz. The idea of Christian Javier making his way back.
Yeah, and there's been kind of murmurs, rumors, whatever about him coming back. I think they're going to kind of slow play it at this point, and they have been. So I wouldn't expect him up anytime. Hell, even Hunter Brown, they've taken their time, and he's had several rehabs by now. No, at least a couple.
No, that's absolutely fair. So I am hopeful though that if you can get Christian Javier some level of what Christian Javier has been before, now we're cooking with grease on the rotation that we're talking about. Now maybe you are a little bit more capable of moving Mike Burrows to the side. And
I don't want to go there yet, though. In my mind, I don't want to go there.
No, of course. There's a lot of ifs.
We've been burned too many times.
There's a lot of ifs that we're putting in this circumstance here. But no, I just found that to be interesting and notable and worth sharing with the folks. Also worth sharing, the World Cup is 2 days away from getting tipped off or kicked off, I guess is the way that I should say it. In an attempt to have a little fun with it, what makes any tournament, any sporting event better?
Pools and brackets.
That's right. Yeah. So I figured let's do this for our Sports Radio 610 crew. How's that sound?
I love it. You're going to have fun with this. I'm talking to the listeners. It really is going to be fun. We're going to give out you did 4 tiers.
Yeah, we did 4 tiers in order to separate this out because obviously we have 12 people that between the hosts and the producers on each.
And Figgy and B. Scott are a team.
I mean, if Figgy wants to share his prize,
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Right. We didn't ask B. Scott about that. We're just like, hey,
B. Scott, you're in.
you're doing with Figgy.
Yeah.
But we went through the entire group, and I did this randomized. All 12 guys will get 4 different nations to support and root for in this World Cup. Obviously, there's tier 1, there's tier 2, there's tier 3, and there's tier 4. How do you think is the best way to unroll this? We've already given.
Let's go top to bottom.
We've already given Seth and Sean their teams, but we can go top to bottom. And I think that hopefully this works. Really, this is just to get the guys involved in. Honestly, somebody's going to be a winner. And, with winning comes bragging rights. Is it going to be T Mill, whose clubs include Norway with Erling Haaland up top, the United States of America, which I think is going to be a big get for him, Iran, and Qatar?
So he's got Iran and the United States. He's basically the Strait of Hormuz.
That's right. That was the joke.
Yeah. He's that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
PC. I feel like PC should be happy with his group.
Real quick, yeah. I did rank these 1 to 12.
Okay.
So after you give everybody's teams, I'll rank who I think has the best to worst.
Yeah, let us know. 713-572-4610. Who do you think ends up getting the most points and ultimately being the champions of the Sports Radio 610 World Cup pool? PC, Patrick Creighton of Area 45. He is the dude who gets probably the presumptive favorite this year. He gets France. He gets Austria. He gets Bosnia and Herzegovina and Saudi Arabia. Those are the 4 nations he's running with. This is one of the guys that I'm interested in. Ron the Show Hughley. Is this going to get him in? And I want you to see if you can tell me if you think that this gets Ron invested.
Yeah.
He gets Germany. He gets Turkey. He gets Scotland, and he gets Iraq.
This is actually, I'll get to the rankings in a little bit, but this is a pretty good group, and he's political strife on his bench.
You think he cares about the political strife?
Iraq and Turkey, political strife, man, big time. Yeah. Germany's going to get him in.
Hopefully. Yeah. I hope that Germany is enough to keep him interested, and they're probably going to go on a deep run, so he might stay in a little bit longer. Ben on the morning show, Ben Gary has Brazil. Maybe the most decorated nation.
Yeah.
He also has Canada, Ivory Coast, and Panama.
Top heavy.
Definitely a lot of Brazil.
Yeah.
Even Canada, you go, all right, whatever. Seth, he gets Spain, Switzerland, Egypt, and Cape Verde, which is interesting because he is already invested in the culture of Cape Verde.
No, it's a place where he needs to think about. They have for any American expatriate, it's no taxes for a year if you move there.
I feel like you're working for the Cape Verde.
I'm working for Seth to move there. He can do his shows from there. And by the way, 350 days of sunshine.
Yeah, I might go on vacation there at this point. Colin Neal on the ones and twos for Area 45. He gets the Netherlands, Croatia, Ghana, and Uzbekistan. A pretty solid group, if we're going to be honest.
I got him high.
I
have him real high.
That's a really good group that he has.
I want to make a trade with him. I want to trade my first tier team, which you're going to get to in a minute.
Well, let's throw it up there. You have Belgium, Sweden, Australia, and South Africa.
Man, we travel well. We have got the hottest fans on the planet. Think about it: Belgium, Sweden, Australia, and South Africa.
There's some good looks. There's some good looks in there.
Some good B-roll in there.
You want to trade Belgium for the Netherlands?
I want to trade Belgium for the Netherlands. The Netherlands has been a team I've kind of had my eye on. I think they're playing. See if he's up for that.
Yeah,
but as of now, he's got Netherlands, Croatia, Ghana, and Uzbekistan.
I think we should allow trades. I think we should allow people to get maximum. So yeah, you get invested. I think Figgy might want to make a trade too. His groups: Morocco, Ecuador, Czechia, and Curacao.
Don't trade Morocco.
Okay.
Don't trade Morocco.
You wanted to be out of the Morocco game.
No, I didn't. I didn't know who the hell I wanted to trade.
They're not a brand name. They're not a marquee name, but they're one of the strongest teams in the world right now. Don't trade Morocco.
Yeah, it's okay. You heard it a little earlier. It's the stronger side. Clint, I think Clint's going to get it.
You didn't do yours.
Oh, I didn't do mine. I have Portugal, Uruguay, Algeria, and Haiti, which, funny enough, I don't know how much I love Portugal.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely a better side, but I don't know how much I love them.
Your tier 2 team is real good.
Yeah, Uruguay's all right. Like they won the World Cup before. Clint, I think Clint's going to be invested.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He's got England. He's got a big soccer culture, although I don't know how much. Like he might be big on the 1776 of this. We was on this side and they was on that side. I feel like he might do a little bit of that. But he does get Mexico, and I think he appreciates that culture. He's enjoyed the way that I say Paraguay. And he does get Paraguay, and then he gets Jordan. I think that this will do it for him.
He's got two of the craziest fan bases on the planet, England and Mexico. So he's going to have the fans, that's for sure.
Sean, now we leave the Seans as the end of the program. Pendergast has Argentina, Senegal, South Korea, and New Zealand. And Bijani has Colombia, Japan, Tunisia, and Congo. So feel free to root along. Now you're not only rooting along with nations, you can root on with your favorite Sports Radio 610 personnel.
All right, so here are the ranking Sports Radio 610 pools of teams, or teams, I should say. Number 12, T-Mill. I think he's probably got the weakest group.
You think so?
Yeah. And all due respect, I hope the USA wins it, but
they got an absolute goal machine, and with Norway and Erling Haaland up top. United States is a little bit more scrappy than people give them credit for, but you're just like, it's still the worst.
Yeah. I think, and then Iran and Qatar. So I think 12 is T-Mill, 11 is Bijani, The 10th best team is Show. I got Show ranked 10th.
Hear that, Show?
Yeah.
He's saying that your squad of 4 players is the 10th best.
9 is
we're setting up here.
9 is Figgy and B. Scott. 8 is Seth. 7 is Clint. 6 is Ben. 5 is me. 4 is PC. 3 is Reggie. 2 is Colin. Colin's got a squad.
Colin's got a squad, man.
And the number 1 team, as I ranked them, that we drew for the World Cup is one Sean Pendergast. He's got a good squad. He's got a good squad with Argentina, Senegal, South Korea, and New Zealand. All 4 of those teams can make some noise. And Colin, how lucky did Colin get? Netherlands, Croatia, Ghana, and Uzbekistan. Those top 3 teams there all could advance.
We'll see if any trades get made, but hopefully this can help people get invested. And I imagine that the little prize that we're going to have on the backside of it will help. Let's check in with the fellas of the drive. It's courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. You got Clint, you got Ron, who that they like the groups that the nations that
it was
they
random.
Here.
It was a random draw.
Random. I appreciate that you're actually supporting me on this because I fully anticipated you trying to make it seem like I was stacking the deck for someone.
Well, you probably did because you did have the 3rd strongest team, so you kind of made it very subtle there. But Show, you got Germany.
If you can't give, if the option's not there to give Parker the best team, you might as well give Sean. That's about right.
I was like, dang, Sean, really, if I had to grade him, he has the best team. So Show, you got Germany.
Germany.
Turkey, good squad, by the way. Scotland and Iraq.
I guess Iraq's not.
Iraq's not. They're a tier 4 team.
They're a tier 4.
This goes in tier 1, 2, 3, and 4. Your tier 1 team is Germany, tier 2 Turkey, 3 Scotland, and 4 Iraq. And Clint, you have top tier England, big time. 2nd tier Mexico, 3rd tier Paraguay, and 4th Paraguay.
Red, show them how to say it.
Paraguay.
And 4th tier Jordan, not Michael.
Paraguay, for those of you all scoring.
Yep.
Well, I could have some fun with that.
You have 2 of the most rabid fan bases on the planet, England and Mexico.
Yeah, I can get down with that.
Yeah, right up there with the only other ones are Argentina and Brazil.
I can get down with that.
That are that rabid.
I mean, I can really get down with my people if Mexico can make a run.
Pretty good squad. I have you ranked 7th. And I have Ron ranked 10th.
I mean, 7 out of what? 7 out of
12.
Out of the 12 different people that we have that have groups. Ultimately, what will matter is what happens field of play.
How about T. Mill? He's got to cheer for U.S. and Iran.
Well,
good for him.
I mean, hell. I got a sneaking suspicion he's going to be willing to dump one of those.
Gonna do that.
We'll see if that happens. But we'll see if one of you guys is very successful in this and can win the prize that we're setting up here, which is what do we settle on? We settle on
if everybody agrees, I think Reggie and I are gonna go in on a gift card to a restaurant that serves some of the food of one of your countries.
And I'm gonna put a little cash on top of it.
Yeah, so you can get England or Mexican, English or Mexican food, like whatever.
Well, hopefully not English food because that feels like.
Who is my 3rd tier?
Paraguay.
What kind of food do they have over there?
We gonna find out.
Yeah, we'll find out. Jordan.
What's it called?
Maybe I'll get you a gift card to a Jordan restaurant.
Yeah, Hawaiian
I want
food.
some of that Iraqi food.
You could get some, or Scottish, or there's some good German restaurants in Houston. There are. I don't know about Turkish.
I got you some cash as well. Just
That'd be good. That's a good idea, boys. That's a good idea.
You can get some bangers and mash or some.
You're ruining it. You're gonna beans on toast. Is what you're selling as a gift.
I'm in.
I just really appreciate how excited you guys are about.
Oh, I'm ready.
I do, man.
I'm beyond ready. Yeah.
I can never tell if you're being sarcastic.
Listen, I'm being serious. I'm not into it, but I mean, I appreciate how much you guys are into it. Like I probably won't be able to do the softball tournaments or AAU, but I almost want to go with Reggie on a weekend. I want to see how he goes to watch this. I want to go to a watch party. I do. I want to. Where do we go? Pitch 25?
Pitch 22, isn't it?
Or something, 20-something.
Look, there's plenty of places in the city of Houston.
I said it right, 25. I want to go in there. I want to feel it. I want to feel the vibes with Reggie.
We can make that happen.
Can we get drunk? Can we drink?
Hell yeah.
I think you can.
I want to feel
Buddy,
the
I think
vibes.
I think you can.
When do my squads play?
We'll I'll let you know as we get through this.
Oh, we're not close. We're not.
No,
close.
this week.
Matches
Day
start
after tomorrow.
Actually, Mexico's starting. Yeah, Mexico's starting on Thursday.
I've got them right here. So you've got. I guess you play on.
Mexico plays Thursday.
Yeah, Mexico plays Thursday
against
Big
South
Fox.
Africa at Estadio Azteca.
That's a matchup betwing you two fellas because you have
Mexico,
Bafana.
South Africa. And then we've got USA Paraguay on Friday.
Oh, you got matches early on.
So I can knock off your squad and I can knock off one of Tyler's.
There you go.
squad.
There you go.
Yeah.
Already.
See? And so it begins.
No. He's in.
England.
He's in.
Yeah, we got some. It's going to be fun. Yeah.
They're like, sure it will.
Ready, man. I just said, but I love the excitement.
Sleeper teams? How about Figgy's got Morocco? Keep an eye on Morocco and keep an eye on the Netherlands.
Again, how do you
and
win?
Sri Lanka?
How do you win?
Sri Lanka's not in.
Your group of teams gets the most wins, most points.
Okay.
That way.
Yeah.
So even if your top one wins it all, do you get bonus points for that? I'm just trying to get an
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm trying that would be the normal bracket, but I don't want it to end up where you just have the team that wins and you win. I want it to be like it's the full group.
Everybody gets.
So I think it might just be the same number of points.
You're doing a hell of a job, Reg. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
I appreciate it. I mean, he's going to poo-poo on it.
I'm not.
He's going to poo-poo on it every day we come in here.
I just want to know how you won.
I understand. I understand what you mean.
I understand.
Speaking of winning and losing, how did y'all feel about that game 3 that happened last night? Were you guys on the the track that this was problematic officiating in this game?
Well, I think it's been problematic the entire way. I
did hear you talking about that.
Yesterday. This is becoming a yearly thing. Mm-hmm. Like it's just, to me, it can't be that different from the regular season to what we're here right now. No. Like we're playing a regular season with freedom of movement, being able to not being able to hand check, and then the playoffs come. And now Charles Oakley's out there, and the Davis brothers are out there. We're in the early 90s. We're at Market Square Arena. Mm-hmm. We're at the Summit. Like it's just a completely different game.
Now that I agree with.
That to me, just do one of them.
But I hear what you're saying because logically it makes sense. Don't we kind of do that in a lot of our sports with postseason, like football, right? We end up in this sport where during the regular season, it is built where we're playing in the fall, and then so many places we're playing in the cold. We're playing a different style of football by the time we get to postseason. I just
think this is it's beyond it's beyond like loosening it up a little bit.
Yeah,
like this, like hey man, that is if you take off from the 3-point line and you just decide I'm gonna come forearm straight to the chest and run him over, that is not just a common foul all year long.
Yeah.
Right? You don't we don't waltz around and the biggest person on the floor just pushes the little guy in the back of the head and it's missed by it. Like, no, like that. This is just the physicality, especially on the perimeter, is well beyond what we see.
But even beyond those two obvious ones, I mean, just getting up the court.
Yeah,
just getting into your offense from, how many times have you seen them basically straddling the midcourt line because they can't get any move, they can't get any penetration past that.
I know you all watched this. Me and Courtney were sitting there. Clint, they were Carl Anthony Towns and Wemby. This is towards the end of the game. Mm-hmm. It's under 3 minutes. They're doing pass pro.
Yeah,
like coming up. They are just bam, 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 bam. Yeah. It's like. I know nobody wants to blow a whistle, but some point we just can't. Like somebody's got to stop. We got a double foul, something. It is just wild to me. It's insane.
Yeah, but at least we're getting a little bit more of a series, 2-1 in there, and there's plenty of that to talk about. Obviously, you got a minicamp getting going. I can't wait to hear what you guys got going on a Tuesday afternoon. John Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow for Wednesday.
You sure will.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Again, appreciation at D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk, but right now, the drive is live.
All right, the drive is live on a Tuesday. If you are here, you heard Clint, you heard on YouTube and Twitch, we welcome you in. As you can see us all here, Clint, he was on the Browns, baby.
Yeah,
as he was saying,
on your feet out to shading in the heat, baby.
There you go. His boots were down at training camp or at a mandatory mini camp. So we're going to get his thoughts coming up real quick. I sent this to Tyler in his ear. Like, are we witnessing like the Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl to Mike Trout? Like, have we lost Mike Trout?
We do every year.
Is this? But I mean, but for real, like I've watched that multiple times. Him being thrown out by Bryce Matthews. I mean, I thought that was somebody else running. Mike Trout's faster.
Pulling the trailer, huh?
Mike Trout's usually faster than that. Like, he turned that corner. I mean,
probably got a hammy bothering him or something.
I think Yiner would crush him in a 100-meter race right now. I mean, that is Mike Trout got thrown out. If you go watch that, I mean, he is coming around third. What'd you say, a trailer? He's
pulling a trailer. Yeah.
He's got a piano on his back. I just didn't know Mike was that slow, and now Mike couldn't even get a hand on a fly ball that was just hit to center field on him. I mean, that was one of the worst I've ever seen. That ball that he just, I don't know what happened there. It feels like we're losing Mike Trout, who was one of the best baseball players, a Hall of Famer. I don't believe Mike's that old, but it looks like we've lost him right before our eyes.
Hey, man, you live out there and play with them Angels.
You think it's an Angels thing?
Yeah, you age a little quicker than normal, man. That dysfunction and that losing with a couple of injuries, boy, it takes a toll on an athlete now.
It could happen.
How old do you think Mike is?
I think Mike's 32.
34.
Yeah, he's 34.
Nailed it.
Turns 35 in August. God, when did we get to Mike Trout being 35 years old?
He's been in the big leagues. How long have he been? What's that put him in the big leagues? He had to be up here at 20, right?
14, 15 years.
He had to be up there at 20.
When was his first year? His first year is 2011.
Yeah, so he's 15 years in. Yeah.
God, dog, I guess that makes sense. But, man, I looked up there, I said, man, that Mike Trout, I didn't know Mike was moving that slow out here. But shout out to Bryce Matthews, who went ahead and got his ass at the plate and took advantage of it. But we'll talk about those Astros in a bit as they.
That was when that old chart that tells you run on this guy, you got the green light on this guy goes wrong. Because that was clearly, he didn't even think about checking up.
I'm not sure there's even a chart that ever says that's a green light, though.
Well, with Bryce out, it's more about the outfield than I guess the runner. I guess he should have factored that in. But I got to believe that Bryce in the outfield, they look at it as like, hey, that's green light, let's go.
He's thinking to himself, Altuve got
definitely running on. Yeah, Altuve tagged up from second base.
Got there on a
infield fly.
I'm sorry, man. I thought Mike was moving faster than that. I'm sorry. I think
he's not.
I feel like they need to move Mike to a corner outfield or a DH the way he was moving. Maybe he's having some cramp issues or some. I don't know what it is. My God,
he'll be on the IL soon enough.
I just don't like how you say that. And
not wishing it.
It feels like you. It sounds like you are.
I'm really not wishing it. It's just a guarantee.
Yeah, it sounds like you are. The way that you're saying it.
He's been in the league for 15 years. How many total games? How many total games how many seasons you think he's actually played?
Oh, a full 162?
No, I don't mean a full 162. I mean, if you put all of his games started and divided them by 162, how many seasons you think he's got? 9? You think he's got 10? 9?
I don't think he's got double digits.
So he's still got some trail on them tires. He got to be moving all right. What the hell's wrong with you, Mike?
Man, he had a run there, boy, from 13 to 16, where he played 157, 157, 159, 159. Since we got a lot of singles, a lot of double digits there. A lot of double digits.
Didn't get your Hernet, huh?
We got a 53, a 36, a 29, an 82, a 40.
Yeah, he still got some tread left on that tires.
Got a 114 that he snuck in there that was good for him. Yeah, I don't know, but we've lost Mike. I don't know. I just woke up and happened. All right, Clint, you were in the building out at NRG as day one of mandatory minicamp, and it looks like most everyone was there. Daniil Hunter and Sheldon Rankins were two guys that weren't at OTAs. They were definitely in attendance. Trent Brown was on the field in attendance. There were guys that had some injuries, but even they were there. Tank Dell was there working out on another field. Nico Collins reportedly working out on another field. Braden Smith there. What did you see? You were there in the building. What jumped out to you today, day one of mandatory minicamp?
Yeah, I think to start with, before practice ever got started, I think just laying my eyes on a few guys is, I think, puts things in perspective. Braden Smith didn't practice, but I did see him walking over to practice, and again, that's one of them dudes that's just built a little different.
Yeah.
So all the reports out there of this offensive line just looking the part, looking totally different. I'll be honest. In the past, I've looked at Texans' offensive line for a long time, even with Laramie Tunsil on there, and you wonder, man, where's the size, where's the build, where's the so a lot of these guys look soft, or a lot of these guys aren't quite as big as you would expect. Well, that is no longer in Houston. I mean, that Braden Smith is a grown ass man. You look at Keelan Rutledge walking across the field. To hear all the talk about how nasty he is and how he had to earn every rep he got, and he still got some developing to do, and this and that. And you talk so much about his mentality and his approach, it leads you to believe that maybe this dude ain't got the lead in his ass to necessarily carry it that way. So he's making up for it. Now he's built better than you think as well. He's physically ready to play as well. Trent Brown was out there today. Trent just an absolute monster.
Gets you every time you see him.
Yeah, it's just, he's standing in a huddle next to dudes that are good sized dudes. It's wild. But yeah, I think this offensive line. To the eye, when they get off the bus, there's definitely a major difference. Now, we'll see what that means on the field, but there is definitely a major difference. Another guy that stood out that I think was probably off the radar to start, but with the EJ Speed injury, I think there's a chance that he could end up getting some run, and that's Wade Woodaz, your guy.
Yeah, WAS.
That is a 6'3", 240, and it's a long 240. It's an EJ Speed looking player. Assuming he can mentally pick this thing up, I would bet that he's the guy that you see getting some run at that EJ Speed position. Maybe not right away, because there's some guys that have been in the system, but I would imagine that just looking at him build-wise, wingspan, and looking at the way the guy plays, D'Amico wants to get him on the field quick. He's not one of them linebackers, Ron, that you look at and you go, yeah, it's a good special teams player that just happens to play linebacker. Got an LB by his name on the roster. Nah, this is a dude that's got a little something to him. There's some length there that I think is going to be fun for D'Amico to kind of develop it. I think by mid-year, I bet he's getting some pretty serious run on the defense. When we get to the different positions, Ron, I think the tight end group, we've heard a lot about the tight end group, and in today's game in the NFL, we do see teams, a lot of 12 personnel, a lot of 13 personnel, and I'm not talking about goal line packages. I'm talking about even with the Marlon Klein kid with the hamstring injury, you take him out of the mix. If they can keep their top guys healthy, they're going to be scary in those personnels. I mean, you've got. I'm going to tell you, Cade Stover looks really good. I don't know if it's the white shoes and the single-digit number he's wearing, number 8. He looks he looks like he's moving better.
That looks like that might be, when you talk about players, like one of the most competitive groups that they have. Because I don't think all 5 that comes to mind are going to be there. But you could look at them and you could say, yeah, I can see all of them making this team.
They're going to have some decisions to make if everybody's healthy. I mean, you can't do anything with your second round draft pick. He's got to be on the roster or injured reserve, obviously, but he's got to be on the roster. So he's going to eat up a spot. Dalton Schultz is going to eat up a spot. I don't know that you can have three other guys active, 5 tight ends active on the roster every week. So I don't see how you do that. But I'm telling you, Cade Stover looks completely. You remember last year when you and I we first saw Cade Stover? I thought it was the ones, the Jordan. The championship Jordan 1s, the red, black, and whites. But, he was wearing high-top shoes, looked to be a little bit heavier, bigger. We were at a distance today, but he just looks lighter, looks leaner, looks like he's moved. I had to look him up. I didn't realize it was him. It was that different. Looks smaller, and it seems to be moving better. And then Brevin Jordan is Brevin Jordan. He's the guy that in sweats.
He's going to look great in that.
Sweats, boy, he looks good. And so the tight end groups, they really stand out. They practice just overall, just the way they're moving, the way they catch it, the possibilities there with the different personnels. And then last but not least for me, from a personnel standpoint. I think Jalen Noel's going to be a problem, boys.
If he's allowed to.
Jalen Noel is. I don't like what Nick Caserio and how confident Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are with this particular group of skilled guys, whether it be because of injury or just because of lack of weapons, lack of experience. I'm gonna tell you, man, Jalen Noel is he jumps off the field. I mean, jumps off the field.
He did. I mean, he did a lot last year. He's another one in shorts and jerseys without pads that's going to be hard to get away from people. But the other part of that is he was that way when he got opportunities on the field in pads in games. Seattle and the Niner game come to mind.
The first time we saw him in OTAs, he just jumps all the time.
It was one of the more shocking things that he didn't get more run.
Yeah. Yeah, when you talk, the things that I've talked about with this offense over the years that are just, in my opinion, is unacceptable. The motions and the jogging to motions and the jogging to like he is, when it comes to route running and it comes to going in motion and shifting, he naturally moves with a sense of urgency that I just don't think you can teach people. And his motions are second. When he's moving, he is rolling. When he snaps the ball and he out leverages a force player or a cover defender in the flats, I mean, he is creating separation. And there's no doubt, quarterback, you better get the ball out of your hands because he is rolling. There's just he's just different. You remember when we were talking about it yesterday with Tank Dell when you went and watched him and you watch him in routes and you see different. Like when I watch the offense execute 7-on-7 or team, when he's in the game, he's different than everybody else. And so I'm not necessarily super comfortable with.
Was he primarily in the slot?
Or I mean, he was never. I didn't. I'm not saying never. I didn't see every rep, but I didn't see him out wide much. He was the move guy. Like I didn't see Higgins move much. I think Nico wasn't even practicing. I think, or he was there, but I don't think he was getting a ton of reps. But he was the move guy a lot. I'll tell you that. I mean, he just jumps and the ball just goes to him. Finds him. So, again, I'm not real comfortable with him depending on him, having never done it before. And then the other guys, surrounding guys, are a lot of injury-prone guys. But damn, I think I would bet a good amount of money that he's going to be killer this year. He's going to get a lot of run.
Yeah. Jalen Noel, somebody that, again, we're looking to see what skilled guys are going to step up. And like you said, Clint, they are clearly confident in what their group is, confident enough that they didn't think not just that they needed to add a big piece, the hell with A.J. Brown or anything like that. They didn't even think they really needed to add much in the draft. I mean, I know in here, wasn't that Louis Bond? I know people like that, but yeah, but that's not very nice. I know they had.
I didn't say it.
That's not him.
I know they added old Lou Bond, late in the draft, but they didn't. But they didn't even make it a priority to go to add somebody in the draft or in free agency to really come in and compete. There's no Christian Kirk or anything like that they've added, so they're comfortable with this group, and that has to include him. I mean, when you look at it, he's the one real slot on the team that has to include him. All right, coming up, you spoke a little bit about this. We saw and you saw, Clint, the offensive line group, the ones. There was somebody who needs to be in that group that was missing. We'll discuss what that may mean moving forward for the Texans offense coming up next.
Summer's here, y'all. It's a time to feel and look your best. There's no doubt about that. And look, fellas, I'm not talking about your workouts. I'm not talking about your weight dropping. I'm talking about that.
Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Musical chairs with the offensive line again. Musical chairs with the offensive line again.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, day one of mandatory minicamp, and our own Clinton Stoerner was out there on the field. And Clint, the offensive line was seemingly the biggest thing that they paid attention to, that they changed, that they made movement on, bringing in multiple free agents, trades, draft picks. They've done a lot there. And today, you saw this, and it was reported out there by many others. The offensive line, Clint. Left tackle Ariante Ursery, who for the second time, D'Amico really likes what he's seeing from Ursery. Said he came in looking good year two. Wyatt Teller, left guard. Let's go to the other side. Right guard, Eddie Ingram. It's fun to call him that, man. Oh, Eddie Ingram is the right guard. Trent Brown was the right tackle, but of course Braden Smith has an injury. He was injured and not participating in OTAs, and still injured there, not participating. We believe Braden Smith, and they paid him good money. We believe Braden Smith will be the right tackle once he's healthy. But then the center, Clint. Who was the center today with the ones?
Jake Matthews.
Or Andrews.
Jake Andrews. I'm sorry. I heard Sean make that mistake with Jake Matthews this morning. Damn, Sean.
Shout out to Jake
Blame
Matthews.
it on you. Jake Andrews.
By the way, Jake Matthews' nephew is one of Nicholas's really good friends.
Yeah.
Shout out to you. I see you.
The bloodline.
See you, Truett, out there. The bloodlines. Yeah. Jake Andrews was the center today, and Keelan Rutledge was running a lot of second team as the center. At that point, that was what was reported. And Clint, how big a deal is it? Because we've told you, listen, I'm going to try to remain calm, which clearly I am a professional at doing. I am someone that does not fly off the handle very often. I'm not perfect.
I'm calm,
but I'm not Will Anderson at this. But I've said it. We've agreed. Keelan Rutledge needs to be the starting center when they face the Buffalo Bills in Week 1. And I don't love that he's not just given immediate reps right away. But how concerning for you is it that he is not starting mandatory minicamp with the ones and Jake Andrews is, to the point that he'll be starting against the Buffalo Bills? How concerned are you that he is not getting those reps right now?
Well, I'll tell you this. I think the more I think about it, being out there today and watching it, it wasn't first or second. There was one snap on the ground. It was it was Keelan Rutledge that I saw. So this isn't just a reaction to today, but it is part of it. I think it's going to be a real long shot if your first round draft pick out of this year's draft is on the field opening day.
You think right now, you said June 9th, you think it's going to be a long shot for him to get on the field?
Yes, I do. I think it's going to be a long shot if he is your starting center to start the season. Now, can injuries happen throughout? Can something happen maybe mid-season? Sure. With this group, you never know. They'll rotate left guards for 4 months.
Well, hold on, Clint. They moved up to go get him.
I'll go one further. I'll go one further.
I'm not trying to challenge you.
I'll really piss you off. I bet you. I'll bet good money right now that your first round draft pick and your second round draft pick, not McDonald, your first round draft pick and Klein, one of your second round draft picks. I bet they ain't on the field opening day. 2 of your top 3 draft picks, I bet, and the 2 that are on the offensive side of the ball, I bet they ain't on the field opening day.
Listen, we'll see. Klein, I can take. What is it? So what is it about Rutledge? What is it about the center situation?
It's not.
That you're saying long shot day one of mandatory.
Well, I'm just the hype is worn off, and I'm just back to out there today and listening. I think the audio, this is all encompassing. Practice today and watching, he's running with the twos. There's a snap on the ground. Listening to the offensive coordinator, the general manager, the head coach, listening to Dalton Schultz and listening to all these guys talk about this offense and how difficult it is and yada, yada, yada. I just have gone back to my original thought before the draft, before you ever drafted a rookie center.
Dude.
I just think with this particular set of problems that you have on the offensive side of the football, I think it would be irresponsible to throw a rookie center who's never played center in this mix, given how difficult this offense is to run. I think it's extremely difficult for rookie center to come in and just be that dude and take the offense. We're not talking about just play now. We're talking about a guy that's got to be a communicator because we're not sure that the quarterback communicates as well as you thought he did his rookie year. You got a lot riding on the communication piece.
Especially someone who never played the position in just 4 years in college either.
Yeah. So, I know, and D'Amico's gone on and on about how he's a great communicator. He's loud. He's this. He's assertive. And I get it. I just can't help but look at this situation as you've got a guy that knows this offense like the back of his hand. You got a guy that you gifted the job last year because he could communicate and because he supposedly knew the offense. And then you've got a rookie that's never played the position. And this is not today. I think the light bulb moment for me today is it's clear, Ron. This is not a guy that they watch snap the ball in some workouts and at the Senior Bowl and we're like, we had no worries. Like this isn't a plug and play. Like this is our dude.
You think they know that this is project too strong? But
I think he's a developmental center. I don't think he's a developmental offensive lineman. I think it's a safe pick given you've got a really talented physical dude that can play any position on the interior. But starting center for this team with this set of circumstances, this set of problems that you have on the offense, I think that's a long shot.
And is it telling to you today that Andrews is the guy that's taking the bulk of the snaps?
Yeah. Look,
and he's just, as you said, he's just probably going to be difficult to show that he's ahead of him with everything that Andrews knows from a mental standpoint on the offense. It's just a physical thing for me.
Well, it's also such an intimate relationship that you have with your quarterback, whether you're talking about the snap or you're talking about the communication or that's such a there's just so much more to it than just, hey man, this dude can he yells, he's assertive, he can communicate, and he can snap the football. There's so much more to it that I think if I went out there today and they were like, nah, this is the dude, this is our one, and they got on a post practice presser and was like, nah, Keelan's our starting center, this is the guy we're gonna ride with his mistakes, then I'd probably feel a little bit different. I just think if this is a fair fight, then I think it's going to be a long shot that he's – now, this could be the competition like we watched with C.J. and Davis, like we all knew, like, come on, man, what are we doing here? Now, it could be that.
But you were hoping to see the Kamari thing.
I was hoping to see the Kamari thing. Bingo.
Well, Kamari came right out with veterans, and Kamari was the starter. So much so we were like, man, hold on, man.
He was in that huddle with Stingley first time you and I walked out there.
And second and third and
That's
fourth.
right.
And it's continued to be. Listen, I'm going to be patient because I have told you, Clinton Tyler, you cannot make this mistake. You cannot struggle like you have struggled with the offensive line overall in your tenure here as Nick Caserio. Move up. Give up assets to go get a guy that, I know maybe the Titans were going after, but I don't think a lot of people knew and thought you got to move up in the first round to get Keelan Rutledge. Didn't hear that. Moved up to go get him, and he's unable to beat Jake Andrews out. When that was before they've made all these moves, if you would have said with the line they had last year left, you'd have said, well, Jake Andrews, that's the real position right there. You can spot an eye and say they can upgrade from that. And it seemed like they thought so too. I'm going to be patient. I'm not saying you're wrong here, Clint. I'm just saying what they've done, that would be, to me, a bad look at the very least if he can't beat out Andrews or Matthews.
Yeah, I mean, here's Matthews, one of Matthews' boys, be a little different. But to me, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because what if he is your center, and the communication struggles, and all the moves you made on the offensive line and money you invest in the offensive line doesn't play at its best because you got communication problems again, because you've got a young guy out there. I'm not saying that's good. I'm just painting the pictures, right? Of you play a young guy in front of a quarterback that is constantly harped on about his communication, and so you compound the major problem that you had going into the season, and it ends up canceling out the improvements you made on the offensive line from a physicality standpoint.
I'm with you, man. I'm just saying that.
Or do you let the dude that knows it inside and out run with it?
I got you, but I'm just saying the moves you made.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Right? The moves you made. You didn't have those free agents that have been veterans. Not even talking about at the top, Linderbaum, but you didn't want to get any of those guys.
Yeah.
And you decided to go here and moved up in the draft to go get him. You can't go move up in the draft to go get a guy, and he can't beat out Jake Andrews. Again, nothing against you, Jake. Coming up, I don't even know what the hell that was last night that happened in Anaheim. I've got so many questions. So many questions, starting with you, Joe Espada, and Jose Altuve. They somehow won. They somehow made up some ground on the A's again, and they're now 2.5 out in the wild card. We'll talk about the Astros coming up next.
Hey, y'all.
billshappen.com and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to billshappen.com. That's billshappen.com. Billshappen.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
In their only matchup. Goes after the first pitch here and pops it up. Second baseman Nick Madrigal into shallow center, puts it away. Coming home, Altuve. Here comes the throw. It gets by O'Hoppe, and the Astros get a sacrifice fly on a ball hit into shallow center just beyond the infield.
Unreal.
5-4 Astros first lead tonight.
Thanks, Todd Callis, Jeff Blum, Space City Home Network. Again, those are one of those moments. Whenever they went to break, I would have loved to have been able to hear the conversation when they went to break after that. If you missed it last night, the Astros, in a game in which both teams seemed to be into giving away the game repeatedly. We talked about it earlier. I don't know what's happened to Mike Trout. Mike Trout just dropped a routine fly ball on the warning track, hit by Yordan Alvarez. I don't even know if it hit his glove. It was just, he's just standing right there with 2 outs. Should have ended the inning. And, of course, Christian Walker, who later was pinch run for in a tie game by Shea Whitcomb. I know that had to have eaten Clint alive.
I was watching this time. An idiot. He's an idiot, man.
Yeah, he is.
Your best defensive player, not to mention you're by far the
it's your second best hitter this year.
Second best, yeah.
He's got as many home runs as Springer, Bregman. There's another former
Dubon and
not Dubon, but there's another.
It's the kid that was in right field last year. That was
Tucker
for the fence.
Tucker. Tucker. He's got more home runs than those three combined: Bregman, Tucker, and Springer. Christian Walker, and you pulled his ass out in a tie game. They blew him out for Shea, which is just dumb. I don't care that it worked out; it's dumb.
So good.
It really is. I'm serious because can we hear from Altuve? Can we hear? Because I do want to get to it because I have some thoughts on Spencer Arrighetti and his performance. He somehow turned in a quality start after a nightmare second inning where he gave up 3 runs. By the way, I give him a B+ on the performance. You know how I like when guys don't have their stuff, especially young guys who've had a lot of good happen, and that's what it's been for Spencer for the most part this last start. But for him not have his good stuff and somehow turn that into a quality start, 6 innings, 3 earned, 7 Ks, 4 walks, that was big time because he gave his team a chance to stay in it, like a really good chance to stay in it. So I really, that's growth for me with Spencer Arrighetti to be able to give that type of performance when you don't have your stuff. Now, got all of that out the way, as Steve Harvey said. Now we got that out the way. I just want to hear from this fool because, Tyler, if the catcher could field that ball, how he would have been out by how many steps?
A mile, as they say. It's a terrible base running
with
decision.
About 8 steps,
flirting with 10 yards.
Right, about 8 steps.
Oh yeah,
yeah. You said 10 yards. Yeah,
the pop up was barely beyond the second base bag.
Yeah, man, it's just one man where he stops. He could have been in a pickle. He could have turned back around and got himself into a pickle. That's how far away he was if that ball was just not fielded by the catcher. Easy hop. He was in a pickle. It was that bad. Here is Altuve describing why he did what he did.
I think that was kind of like a bad play with a good result, so and ended up winning the game, so I'm going to take it.
You just feel you had to force the issue there and make them kind of, make the play?
I think that I let the adrenaline go on in that moment, so, I was ready for every fly ball to the outfield, but, obviously it was a little shorter, but I kind of was committed to go, so I take it. Also a game-winning RBI by Jake, so that's the way I see it, and happy that we won this game.
I'm glad that's the way you see it. A game-winning RBI by Jake. That's what you saw. I'm dead serious with this because Tyler, I know if you have listened to this show for Tyler, his favorite player is Jose Altuve, but this particular portion of his game has driven him nuts, and he can turn on Jose, not all the way, but right there in a heartbeat. It just irritates him. And you've seen it too. We've been here 6-7 years with Altuve. He does this. I got to be honest with you. This is the worst I've ever seen. That decision yesterday. I'm just saying, time, score, everything. That decision yesterday. That was the worst I've ever seen. For him, that was beyond heaven. That was just like, who cares, man? We're in a walkthrough. I'm just gonna do it. I'm serious when I ask you. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you think that Joe Espada creates an environment that leads to just really dumb decisions? Because you guys have been here longer than I have. You think he would have done this? He's done some pushing the envelope things. You think he'd have done this with Hinchett or Dusty? You think he takes off? You think this is?
Yeah, because I think this is longer than 6 or 7 years.
I'm just saying since I've been here.
But that's fair. I think he would, yes.
I just wonder, does he push it even further because it's Joe? And Joe creates an environment like it. He's not even thinking twice about even there being any consequences at all with this thing.
Well, Ron, I'm gonna surprise you on this one. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I mean, you're sitting over there, and you've watched you've watched 3 years now with Joe Espada and how he handles extra innings. You got zero confidence in it. You just watched him pinch hit for Christian Walker, and you're over on third base thinking, it's now or never, boys. I mean, there ain't no telling. Man. I mean, he may pull Jordan out of the game on defense. I mean, on his next 11.
Listen, Jose's not thinking that.
I'm just telling you. I don't blame him. I don't care what I'm thinking it. I am sitting there going. The only makes sense if he's sitting there going, Joe. I mean, it's the best chance we got. We don't get him another chance like this. Best chance we got. Me on third base with a pop up behind second.
I don't think that's quite the case because I think this dude. I know. Not hating on it, but this dude, Altuve, is the Stro GOAT in every category except one, and in that one, he is one of the worst base runners we have ever seen.
I know, but this was just so beyond it.
It probably has gotten worse as his career's progressed because as he solidifies himself as that Stro GOAT, and he knows what he means to this city, he's probably got more confidence than ever, and he's making more Little League dumbass base running decisions than ever.
I'm serious. That is a benching tomorrow.
Pretty bad.
Like if he gets out, like that's a benching tomorrow. We're in a playoff hunt, trying to get yourself back into a playoff hunt, and you just there's nothing says run
before the pitch.
Nothing says run. That's what I'm saying. Like the reason why I say this, Joe created an environment that there's no fear. Clint, I honest to God, I believe guys would do stuff under David Culley as their head coach that they wouldn't dare think of doing with D'Amico Ryan.
Oh, no question.
You know what I mean? Just because
Joe's a little closer to Culley, huh?
That's what I'm saying. Like that. Like I'm wondering. Like I'm wondering over there, would he flinch and think twice if AJ was in the bench, was in the dugout? Would he flinch and think twice if Dusty? He's over there. He's like, man, come on, man. I'll do whatever the hell I want to do. Like I'll even push this. He's done it before. But this was beyond it. Like this was just some stuff like I'm gonna do this because I don't really respect the consequences.
He said he was going. Bad decision, right. Great result.
Like I'm telling you, you got some friends, Clint, that pulled the trigger on some things growing up because they didn't have Linda to go home to.
You better believe it.
That you're like, nah. No, I ain't gonna. You know what? I know as far as I can go here. I know this is as far as I can go here. You might try some stuff. Maybe you. There's some coaches that you would try some stuff on too. I wonder, does Espada create a situation where people are like, I don't care, because they do way too many of this just dumb stuff.
Because that was specifically on the base pass.
That was beyond it. Like I've seen Jose try to go first to third where he's pushing the envelope and there's no reason. I've seen him
legs just.
I've seen him try to do this. There's nothing. Everything was right. Just Hoppy was drunk or something. I don't know.
The Angels happened.
It wasn't even a short hop. No, it was. The Angels happened. And I just
was in the outfield flopping around. It's awesome.
Because I don't think Dusty would be over at the top of the steps. Hey, way to go! Why don't you grab a seat here, man? We'll give you one of those natural rest days. Yeah, man, you got to be kidding me. Text line coming in. Show Altuve has done that under Dusty. Look it up. No, he's not done anything like that. He has not had game on the line. We're in extra innings. A pop-up damn near on the infield to just take off and run.
It's an infield fly.
Yeah, to that point, Ron, that is the worst I've seen. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I've seen every single one of them, but that is the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's
not a lack, because a lot of it may be a lack of focus, getting picked off first, or thinking you stretch something. That was, you're not stretching anything. You're not stretching something from in the moment. Hey, do I stay at second or do I go to third?
Yeah.
This is, he walked back over there. He casually walked back over to third base and touched the bag before tagging up. He had plenty of time to think about it. My man tagged up on a damn near infield fly rule.
I'm faded as hell right now.
Like he's over here. Like he is Miles Straw or something.
You could have went with Ricky.
Jinx!
He could have went with Ricky, man.
No, I got to go with an Astro. Like he's Miles Straw or something.
Willie Tavares.
Your boy Siri tried to.
Again, Siri wouldn't have done that.
Siri still wear them chains.
Siri is beyond pushing the envelope. Siri, could you imagine? Siri wouldn't take anything serious. He would do whatever he wanted with Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Serious.
But Siri would not have tagged up. I just think he.
Well, Siri don't have the staying power.
There's not. But there's
you
not.
You got to be a Hall of Famer to pull that off and get away with it.
Okay.
Anybody else, the third base coach may have tripped. Yeah. Hey, get back over here to third base.
I bet Jake can do it.
Hey Siri, would you have tagged up? Let us know.
Coming up, D'Amico said something that is so very, very true about his defense. It is the real deal, and the confidence was oozing out of him. But then it made me wonder, oh boy, what does this mean overall for the team? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
Nick Caserio shared high praise for the Texans QB in his exclusive conversation with Payne and Pendergast.
Honestly, I think everything starts with CJ. It's probably been the best spring that he's had.
Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we are live here 1 hour down here on The Drive on a Clint was out at a mandatory minicamp today, and he got to put his eyes on what the whole team there. Andy retired.
I'm just getting this thing right, bub.
Okay,
it's a little wobbly, a little squeaky.
Andy retired. He fixed the mics.
Well, we ought to have somebody, not to get too off topic here, but we ought to have somebody come in and every now and then, maybe once every couple of weeks, and tighten these screws down and make sure everything, put a little WD-40 on there and keep them, or we can just let them dangle until the threads break and take it out of your paycheck. We'll be all right.
Yours. I believe you are by far the king of broken mics. You're the king of the broken mics. But no, Clint was out there. We'll continue to let you know what he saw and what we heard from today. D'Amico spoke. Dalton Schultz spoke today, as well as Derek Stingley spoke today as well. By the way, here on the text line, as we just went through the silliness of Jose Altuve, as he said himself, bad play that worked. And then I love it when people on the text line or listeners try to justify stupid. And I love when they try to do it. This is my favorite lead off to justify stupid. Show, did you ever play baseball? That's the lead off.
You ever tag up from third?
Yes, I have. Sometimes you have to make play. Yep. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you force them first to third. Sometimes you do that. Sometimes you force it, scoring from home. Mm-hmm. Nope. You don't make the other team make a play on a pop-up in the major leagues on the infield, right on the infield grass. You don't do that. Nope.
Yeah, that play's made 99.9% of the time.
Yep. You just ran into –
I thought when it first happened, Ron, that he caught the second baseman off guard, like lollygagging, and hell, when they showed the replay, he squared up and threw it, just one hopped it.
Yep, one hop. But I mean, it was a good hop. It was a hop that a catcher should make 99% of the time. This doesn't have anything to do if you've played baseball or not, and I have. This has nothing to do with it.
Our fourth catcher made the play.
It's just a stupid play. He said it. He said it was a bad play. Got to force them. Sometimes you got to force the other team to make a play. No, yeah, I get that. There are plays you do that.
I do like where your head's at. Not necessarily with that. I prefer you not do that. I prefer my players not do that.
Maybe put together, hey, man, I'm going first and third. I got good speed. I'm going to force them to really put this relay together, not pop up to second. And you're 35, 36 years old, and you don't have the speed that you used to have. Even if you do, even if that was Miles Straw, the fastest man in the history of Houston, even if that was Carl Lewis, whoever you want,
Carl's still coaching, by the way.
His ass is dead.
not Carl. You talking about dead out?
Yeah, dead out. Yeah, not dead.
Carl's still coaching over at U of H.
For Carl. Is he?
I saw him on social media talking to Talk again yesterday, a couple days ago.
My favorite. Who cares? Astros won. Okay. Ultimately, yes, they did win.
Anybody will tell you how stupid that was, though.
Which part?
The base running.
Oh, okay.
Or the comment.
Or the belt.
In general, I mean, that could go. I mean, Pendergast. I mean, he had a 5-bullet segment this morning, and all 5 of them were dumb plays that those two teams made in the 9th or extra or the 10th last night.
Hey, you see my guy pick up that bunt that was going out of bounds?
Come on, man.
Young idiot.
I mean, What are we doing?
We'll take it.
Hey, man, I heard the Angels announcer say, that's just his inexperience. Stop that. No. Nicholas will let that go. He's 6. I've watched him do it. And not having to be coached. Just let it go. You got to be kidding me.
He's not even a pitching machine yet.
That cat went over there. Hey, then he picked it up and didn't throw it. Ray Stoerner picked it up and didn't throw it.
First and third, no outs. I mean, we forgot about the part about the pop up behind second base that Altuve scored on. It was so shallow, the guy never got off first base.
Oh.
The throw went all the way home, and we still had a guy on first base. He didn't go to second and all of that. That's how you playing.
What do you think was going over in Joe's mind? I know we didn't get to this. What do you think was going on in Joe's mind when he said, "Yeah, let's get Shea in there for Christian Walker"?
That was a no-brainer for me.
In a tie game. I wonder was old WBC champion over there thinking, "You sure you want to do this?
You sure that's the answer?"
Sure that's the thought.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Again, I mean, it's the same guy that sits in that meeting room and decides Lamont Wade Jr. needs to be the fit 5-hole hitter.
By the way, did we lose Lamont last night? He came off limping. Did he hard? He came off limping hard too.
I think it's a hamstring.
By the way, that hit right there, that first baseman should have made that play too. Lamont should have never pulled his hamstring because he would have had to run it that hard. All right. D'Amico, this was interesting to me because I think D'Amico was straight up telling the truth. Straight up telling the truth on this. He was asked, "All right, man, now you're starting to see Daniil Hunter is in practice today, and Will and Caden McDonald and Reed Blankenship, all the guys here. How is this defense looking?" And this was as real as it gets. You don't really hear this from a coach ever, especially June 9th, especially with the laughter he had. But this was D'Amico talking about his defense.
What was like when you can kind of see, you know what it looks like, but to have them all out there together with some of the new additions like Blankenship and McDonald and everybody, what did it look like to you?
Offenses are going to struggle. All right.
My man said offense is going to struggle. Well, why you make that face?
I'm pretty sure in his first meeting with the media after, I think he said something along the lines of there's not much space out there, or there's not much opportunity out there for offenses or something like that. So yeah, he feels good. He feels good about them.
They're going to struggle. We're going to see, baby. You got Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Dallas right out the gate. But I'll be honest with you. Hell, he's right. With this group, offenses are probably going to struggle. They'll probably do it. They're going to struggle. They're hell on wheels. They've got a chance to be as good, if not better, of a defense that they were last year. And I think, what did you say, Clint? They've got to be special, really, really special for this team to be able to reach where they want to reach, and they are absolutely capable of doing that. But what it made me think, and this is something we talked about yesterday. We teased this for you yesterday, folks. We said, does D'Amico have C.J. Stroud interception PTSD after the playoffs, especially the 4 interceptions thrown against the Patriots? I can't believe he hasn't thought about that game every single day since this happened.
There is zero doubt. He just said, what did he say today in his meeting? He said he hadn't taken a day off since that playoff loss.
That's what he said.
I guarantee you several of those days have been spent, just pondering of the opportunity that they pissed down their leg with that loss to New England. It's not going to come around again in his coaching career.
And Clint, you could realistically see him thinking to himself, never again. Never let that happen again. Hell, we'll change the entire way we run offense before I allow that. And I hear him say, and you can feel it and sense it. We'll talk to B. Scott tomorrow, who was there interviewing and saw him up close. You can feel he believes in this defense. And my thinking with that, Clint, is if he believes in this defense so much, he believes this defense can just flat win games against good teams. I wonder more, do we see in a conservative style of offense to match that? If his belief is so strong in that, he'll never even put himself in a situation or a position to allow turnovers or something like that to occur.
That is exactly what we're fixing to see.
That's it.
We are fixing to see. Look, this is. I mean, I hate to be here with it because I try to be optimistic. This is fixing to be We keep talking about C.J. Stroud, communication, line of scrimmage, control of the offense, command. This is fixing to be run what I call.
Like he throws like I could see, because I don't think D'Amico was this way before. You could see, all right, C.J. throws a pick. Let's say week 1 against Buffalo. Second quarter, he throws a pick.
Boo Bird's coming out, Bum. Immediately. First half pick? I don't know if he can afford a first half pick.
I don't think so. All right. Let's say.
Let's say 2 of them.
Let's say.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your train of thought.
Let's say he has a solid game. Week 2, he throws a pick in the second quarter against the Bengals. I could see, all right, bring it down.
Yep.
Throws, smart throws.
Protect the quarterback.
Protect the ball. Our defense will handle it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. His confidence to me in his defense, which he should have insane confidence in his defense, potentially, I wonder, does that make him lean to say, all right, we'll see. We'll see how things are going right now. It's going cool, right? All right. But as soon as that situation occurs, no, you're not going to F my defense.
Yeah.
We're not going to F my defense. That now I can see him shutting that thing down.
Look, you call it PTSD, call it short leash. I mean, however you want to couch it, I do believe that D'Amico Ryans, I think just to being the defensive-minded head coach by nature would feel that way. But to look back and see the opportunity that was squandered in the playoffs last year, D'Amico Ryans legitimately should feel like they had a good enough team to win a championship last year, given how the AFC unfolded and how the New England Patriots went on to play in a Super Bowl. So yeah, man, I mean, there's D'Amico Ryans' mental space and like where he's at with this offense has to be at wit's end based on how last year went.
Yeah. See, I think early on, Clint, that's not what the mindset was. Hey man, forget about it. Just keep playing. I felt like that was more of the mindset early on. If he threw an interception, now obviously his first year didn't throw a whole bunch of them. But hey, man, just keep playing. We're on you. We're gonna come right back to you. I don't think it's we're gonna come right back to you. I think it's Kaylee. Hey, be safe with the ball. Hey, no turnovers.
Yeah.
Do not put our defense in a bad spot. I feel like that when I heard that comment, and listen. It is natural and fair, Clint. As you said, man, I don't think he's taken a day where he hadn't thought about the turnovers and the spot that his defense was put in and what happened in that game. I don't think he will forget it. I don't think it goes away. I think it potentially goes into decisions that will be made for him.
Let me tell you, I watched that fumble today. What was that, 99, 98? 28 years ago.
Why did you do that?
Hey, I'm just telling you. When you got an opportunity to win a title or you got a chance to make a run and you lose because of something like that, you watch it 20 years from now, a tear will be in his eye. And it's not just about the moment. It's about, because then you got to look up and go, and damn, Denver came in here. Denver came to the damn AFC Championship with a backup quarterback. You got to be kidding me. Then you start doing that, boy, you really start beating yourself up.
Yep. Someone texting, fellas, I really hope D'Amico Ryans calls them boys them off during training camp to allow our offense to execute and make plays, because I believe CJ needs that confidence that his line is doing what needs to be done. Yeah, I think he needs that confidence, and I think CJ is confident. But I don't know that D'Amico is 100% confident in terms of, we're gonna ride you. I think this year, if you see early turnovers, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see a difference in play calling or a difference in what they're doing to more of a conservative nature. Because I truly believe D'Amico, as he should, believes he has a special defense. A defense that can be as good as defenses we've seen, a defense in which we've seen teams win Super Bowls. Not a lot, but we have seen teams win Super Bowls led by their defense, right? The Broncos, to me, probably the last one in 2015 that's really been led by their defense.
Some of them early Patriots, that first run by the Patriots.
Yeah, in the early 2000s. Early 2000s. Obviously the Seattle, the Legion of Boom crew there. That's more recent, and then obviously the Ravens. I think he thinks he has that type of defense, and he ain't gonna let that happen again. Ain't gonna let it happen again. Yeah, he's over the top. All right, it is Tuesday.
He just pulled his rotator cuff, wearing that siren.
Yeah, Fernando Mendoza's really embracing, basically like really embracing the Stanley Cup Finals with the Golden Knights. Yeah, just really a fan favorite there. All right, it's still a little real or fake. I pose a question. You let me know if it is real or fake. We will do that coming up next. But I need to let you know this DraftKings Sports, it is live in all 50 states, which means it is live here in the great state of Texas. The whole world is watching the big tournament. You know that tournament that old Reggie and John's trying to get Clint, myself, and Tyler into. And, group stage chaos is around the corner, knockout drama, stoppage time, heartbreak. It is all there. And the great thing about it is the DraftKings Sports app is now live in Texas. So whether you're catching a little early kickoff or a little late match at the bar, to be honest with you, I think you catch either one of them at the bar. But every minute, every match, every moment, it is all on one app, and it is right here in Texas. The world's biggest stage, you have it right in the palm of your hand. So listen up here. New DraftKings customers, you can sign.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through saying, I hope CJ and the offense aren't on leash. I hope so too. Because to me, I do think what would make this team really scary is to go along with that defense. They operate with the thought process of, hey, your defense has your back. Let's go make plays, as opposed to, hey.
That's not happening. I can want in one hand and spit in the other.
Well, yeah, I'll keep wanting. Damn it.
The thing is, I mean, I'm with you. I mean, it'd be a lot more interesting. Well, you set that up. Look, I mean, how did they win 9 games in a row last year? Not turning it over, man. I mean, getting completions, finding completions, being conservative, short leash, however you want to couch it. The minute that they ended up throwing the ball 46 times, you got 26 in the first half, by the way, I think it was. You got turnovers galore, and you've created a situation where you can't win a game. I'm telling you, man, this is, I don't care what they say about command and communication and all that, whether it's real or it's not, this is fixing to be tight to vest, man.
No,
out the gate conservative. The only time you're gonna this is gonna be a governor on that ass until his defense creates a situation where, okay, the offense has to go, and then they're gonna go, hey CJ, you got it in you. That's which ain't gonna happen very often with this defense, but like you said, you got some horses coming in that first month of the season though.
Yeah,
that could create some problems.
Let's see, maybe that's big. Maybe they're able to show then. Because that's what makes the Texans scary, potentially, is an offense that can put points on the board that allows this to go along with this defense.
But that is what you're saying. I know you don't believe any of this, but what you're saying is exactly what I think the national media thinks.
Yeah.
Is Houston, and that's why there's. You still have that. Oh boy, this has got a real chance. I don't think they view it as, boy, C.J. Stroud's fitting to be handcuffed.
Because that's what the excitement was when D'Amico got here. D'Amico seemed to, when he got here, was like, "Nah, man, hey, let's go, push this thing." That man. It took him a game and a half before he said, "All right, man, we're not running the foot. We're not a run team. Like let's turn this over to the young dude." And when you saw that, you were like, "Whoa!
Yeah, look out!
This dude's gonna get a good defense in here." And he believes in letting it go. Like, boy, Kyle Shanahan really rubbed off on him. Well, we'll see. I'm still gonna hold out some hope. All right, a little real or fake. It is a Tuesday. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. Jump in. And you can participate. I say a statement. You let me know if it is real or fake. Tyler Milner with the plate. You are up first. Real or fake? If the Astros are buyers, and that's what Dana Brown said on the flagship this weekend. He said we are buyers until we think we can't be. If the Astros are buyers, right now they're 6 games under 500, 2.5 out of the wild card, 4.5 out of the division. Pitching is the number one priority for them to get by the deadline, real or fake?
Oh, 100%, no doubt that is real. Yeah, the bats have not been much of a problem this year. Even with the injuries, they haven't gone on many stretches where they're not scoring runs. They just cannot pitch the ball, find the strike zone, and stop walking fools and giving up home runs, Mike Burrows. So, yes, absolutely, it's got to be the arms.
All right, real or fake, Clint? If they are buyers, the Astros are buyers, pitching is the number one priority by the deadline. Real or fake?
Yeah, I think it's real. I think it's the of late guys have gotten better, but you're not going to scare anybody or make any kind of run with Hunter and Spencer. I mean, and no disrespect to those two guys, love them both. Obviously Hunter's a horse, Spencer's looking really, really good. But you need 3 and 4. I mean you need 3 and 4 that you can depend on. And these guys I like. Look, I like Peter Lambert I like. But the reality of it is I'm not ready to sit here today and go, yeah, I like them enough to where I think we can make a run in the playoffs with those two. As one of them, if you need to figure out which one of the two you're going to start in that 4 slot if you need them, and who can help you from a long relief situation in the bullpen. Cool guys that you're going to have to depend on heavily in a series. I'm not there. So yeah, I think it's real. I think they got to be buyers, and pitching has to be the target.
You want them to get a bat, don't you?
I think it's fake. I think listen. I'm not going to sit here and say their pitching is dynamite, but if Hunter Brown is Hunter Brown, and listen, we talked a lot about stupid stuff that happened last night. That damn Josh Hader. I mean, that was the top of the lineup, and he set every last one of their asses down swinging. I mean, didn't have a shot. You add those two back, the bullpen looks better. Abreu with another decent performance, obviously helped by Bryce Matthews and slow Mike Trout. But he had another good performance. Their lineup just feels like they're missing something, and they could use an outfield bat. They could use I feel like they are one bat short, and I don't think it's Yainer Diaz returning. I mean they've thrown out Lamont Wade, they've thrown out Zach DeCenzo, they've thrown out all of that. To me, if they got another outfield bat that they could put, so they're not putting Taylor Trammell and Lamont Wade right there.
Yeah.
That to me changes their lineup, because they're so dependent on Yordan, and when you face better teams, they're just not going to let them beat them.
Well, what they've got to do, to me, again, this doesn't go with their flow, right? But they got to let Jake Myers play center field. I know he's not the bat you're talking about, but you've got to get you got to get the version of Jake Myers that we've seen the last couple of years. That was a flash. You got to get that back. Joey Loperfido is the outfielder that you got to get him back healthy and get him in the outfield and see if he can be one of those guys and help you on the bottom part of that lineup. But I don't disagree with the point of if you want to go get a proven outfielder. Outfield bat that you can put in the middle of this lineup. I don't disagree with that. I mean, I think it's needed. I just don't think it's as severely needed as the pitching.
The pitching feels. We'll see what these guys continue to do, but the pitching feels like it is starting to become a bit more stabilized. You get Homer Mike up out of there. So I don't know. I feel like I feel like a bat more or less. All right, Clint, real or fake? The Indianapolis Colts made the right decision by giving Daniel Jones a 2-year, $88 million contract extension. Real or fake?
Yeah, I think it's real. I think he was playing as one of the top quarterbacks in the league before the injury. I do think he's a good fit for Shane Steichen's offense with the ability to run the football. Now we'll see how much the injury hampers that ability to do that. And it's a short-term deal. Can you get a middle-of-the-pack quarterback, $40 million? Sounds crazy, but $40 million a year on a 2-year deal, that's obviously great. It's not like he's overpaid or overextended at the quarterback position. So, yeah, I think they made the right decision. Not to mention, you look at their back. They've tried the top 5 draft pick, didn't work out. Riley Leonard clearly is not the answer. For crying out loud, they had to bring Phillip Rivers out of retirement last year. So, yeah, I think stabilize that position to some degree. Yeah, I think that's real. I think the Colts made the right decision.
Well, listen, I think it's real, fellas, just because they put themselves in that position. When they made the trade for Sauce Gardner and they gave up 2 first-round picks, and they put themselves in a position where we have to win. We got to try to win right now.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I don't think overall, like Daniel Jones with an Achilles, where his legs was a part of what Shane Steichen was able to do. I don't necessarily think it would be great to find a younger quarterback to go that route, but you've given up 2 first-round picks and you've rolled through that. Like, I don't know that Daniel Jones is going to lead them to some sort of a Super Bowl, and I don't know if the parts around him are good enough. But as soon as you pulled the trigger on the Sauce Gardner move and gave up everything you gave up, then you knew you got to be competing.
Yeah,
you got to be trying to at least. And Chris Ballard, I don't know if he'll survive another start over. Like I felt like they put themselves in that spot once they made that trade.
Well, the interesting thing with him in this division too is, you're not playing out there with the Rams and the Seahawks and the 49ers. I mean, you feel like, for crying out loud, the Jacksonville Jaguars first year head coach last year, right? Or was it his second year?
Yes, first year.
13 wins. So could you see Indianapolis in this division do it with a third place schedule, right? Yeah, third place schedule. Could you see them rattling off 13 wins behind Daniel Jones in this division with a weak schedule? Yeah,
you wonder when Daniel Jones will be Daniel Jones again. Like, do you think he'll ever? And I'm with you. The way he started off the year, it made sense to go make the trade and everything. But now, are you going to see that same Daniel Jones? Like, how much is he affected by that injury?
They got $88 million on it. Shane Steichen hopes he does.
Said to hell with it. They better hope for it. All right, we haven't talked about this much yet today, but the Spurs, they force a game, or they win Game 3, and now put themselves back into this series as it is now 2-1 with Game 4 coming up tomorrow back at MSG. How good are you feeling about the chances of the Spurs to win this series now? By the way, Tyler, 3 for 3 on best bets last night.
It
all came together.
Do I make you horny?
But no.
It's 8 your 8 of 10 does.
Yeah. How good do you feel about the Spurs not just being back in this series, but actually coming back and winning this series? We'll discuss that.
How do you feel about last night's sleep, right? If you're out there and you're struggling with sleep, you got some breathing.
sponsor jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We got us a series, right?
Hell yeah.
Got us a series, right?
Big game 4.
Oh, yeah. Tyler believed it. He had the Spurs winning. Clint has been on the Spurs train, so he wasn't jumping off of it. I didn't know. Listen, they got off to a start. We talked about it. It felt like the Knicks were more affected by the craziness of the atmosphere and the crowd as the Spurs got off to a great start. But Clint, when they took that lead, because it felt like, and they were controlling the entire first half, and then there's just that period where the Knicks made a run, and next thing you know, they're up 5, then they're up 7 to go into the half, and I'm like, oh, wow. Like, that was their punch, and they still are down 7 at the half. It did not look good to me for San Antonio. But them young dudes came, led by Wemby, came in and had a huge second half and took control of it. How are you feeling? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, jump into this. How are you feeling about the Spurs' actual chances to win this series? Because the series is a series now at 2-1, but they still are down 2-1, and the Knicks could win at home tomorrow night, and they're up 3-1 and still right back in the driver's seat again. But how good do you feel about the chances of them actually pulling this
Well,
out?
I feel better than I should for a team that's down 2-1 with Game 4 on the road, right? It's to me, when you look at all the talk about the refs, and I agree. I'm seeing the same thing everybody else is seeing, but I didn't watch that game and go, boy, this is one-sided. I mean, they're allowing these games to be muddy. They're allowing these games to be no rhythm, no free-flowing movement, nothing's easy. And with that said, unless that changes, I think the Spurs have a real chance to win this thing.
You think the physicality?
I think it plays in the hand. Yeah. I think because if they're going to allow so much, like when you look at the Knicks, Brunson has like now the rest that the Knicks got is out the window. They're 3 games into this thing. Now we're all tired. We're all dead legs. We're all fighting for our breath. And the amount of energy and effort that Brunson has to exert game to game, and it's 4 quarters because the Spurs can throw so many guys at him. And no disrespect to the guys around him because they can play, obviously, but the Spurs know it's all about this one dude right here. It's like if we can be super physical and make life super difficult on this guy right here, we got a real good chance to win games and win this series. And I just think this after watching last night was the test. I thought I'm with you. I think you may have said this in yesterday's show. I thought the difference was, okay, the refs are going to tighten down. They're not going to allow that physicality on the perimeter because they're in New York, and they didn't. So I thought this was a wrap, right? Going to New York, but if they're going to allow them to play that with that kind of physicality, I believe that it is set up for the Spurs. I think that is advantage Spurs in a big way. Because it's not just – we talk about the bigs, Ron, talk about the bigs grabbing each other. That's the part to me that's crazy. I was going to
say, because Wemby, you could on the other side, if you're a Spurs fan, they have definitely been extremely physical with Wemby.
Yeah, but it's where I was going with that is like those 2 big guys, like it's blatantly obvious to everybody when 2 7-footers are down there wrapped up like a damn pretzel. It's like it impacts both of them, right? So it's one of those where it's like, okay, I don't know what you do about that. That takes away from my ability to be entertained by the game, right? But the part that really I think is in favor of the Spurs is it's not just about grabbing with Brunson. They are allowing them to literally put body on body and multiple guys.
He got nailed a couple of times.
I mean,
man.
it's just
the fouls.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. When they double him or something, I mean, they're going in with a vengeance and they're putting body on him and they're allowing it to happen. And I just don't know how, if they're going to allow New York. I mean, if the officials are going to allow them to do it, I think the Spurs are significantly more comfortable in those scenarios than the Knicks. I think the Knicks then have to depend on, because Brunson he exerts so much energy and effort through a game. I don't know how he's going to make it 7.
So that's what I said. How good do you feel about the Spurs and their chances in actually winning the series? Clint feels good. Text line says, I'm with Old Dirty. Ron, the Spurs could easily be up 2-1. So, yes, the Spurs can tie it in Game 4. Spurs are going to win this series. The physical defense and Wemby's continual 3 seconds definitely in favor for San Antonio. I would say, fellas, I think the Spurs are in trouble. One, what you just said, Mike Brown has kicked up a fuss about his guard, and then there is video footage, right? Again, Wemby got away with another. Hell, he didn't get a foul called on him. That's a flagrant one all day long. He got away with one on by just shoving him in the back of the head out of nowhere, just shoving him in the back of the head. Castle just went forearm shiver to the chest and ran his ass right over. They reviewed it and then just said it was, a common foul, and not to mention. Like, the big thing for him was it was 24-8 in terms of free throw attempts in the second half. And as you're saying, how physical that they are being in the perimeter. I think the Knicks are being damn near as physical with Wemby as well on the inside. I think Mike Brown and them would trade that off.
Yeah.
We'll trade that off because, the physicality that they're doing – the Knicks should be in the bonus a lot earlier than they have been, and that's what the Spurs were able to do in the third and fourth quarter. So I think the physicality is probably going to slow up. I think Mike Brown, he came out and opened up his press conference for 5 minutes talking about the officiating. So I think that may change a little bit. There's going to be a bigger focus. And Clint, the clear adjustment Mitch made, that the coach of the Spurs, was they took Wemby off of Carl and they put Wemby on Josh Hart. And then they put their guards, some of their guards, Keldon Johnson was out there playing football. Number 3 on Carl. Castle was on Carl some. Champagny was on Carl some. They went guards on Carl and just let Wemby roam. And I don't think Mike Brown and the Knicks ever adjusted to that. I think it's a clear adjustment. They've got to stop running the ball through Brunson and run it through Carl, which is what they had been doing. They had stopped the Brunson ISO ball and start more player movement, and that's how they start kicking everybody's ass in the playoffs up to what has felt like, I'd say, the last 2 games. I felt like they got away with it in Game 2, but that offense came down a lot of Brunson dribbling around. Sometimes he'd be the only one who touches the ball on possessions. What they did when they switched that, they just kind of took Carl out of the game and made Carl more passive. And they've got to run the offense through Carl, which I think is a very easy adjustment, and that's going to create a matchup problem. When Carl is being guarded, one of those guards, OG already has a matchup advantage as well with one of those little guards. I think the Spurs, because I don't know what the Spurs do off of that. Once they start running this thing through Carl, and now Brunson is off the ball, I don't know how they're going to adjust to that. That to me is why I think the next adjustment that the Knicks make, I don't know what they do off of that, because they've got it. That's the thing. That was the biggest thing to me, is Carl was not aggressive last night, and he had been aggressive. He was many people thought the MVP of the finals up to that point, and he's like 11-8 or something.
Well, he got outplayed last night.
Hell, by a lot.
I mean,
Castle got him.
Yeah,
everybody.
Yeah. I mean, he was really. Watching that game, just as you're saying, like he was really a non-factor in that game. That may be a little bit harsh, but I'm just talking about from watching the game to going. Well, I mean, all of these different. You see, Brunson is doing everything he can. You mentioned OG Anunoby. I mean, just huge role.
Well, a lot of their possessions would be Brunson's dribbling it. You look up, Clint. There's 21 seconds left, and he's shooting a tough shot, or OG is getting the ball and shooting a shot in the
OG
corner.
just happened to hit a couple.
He hit a couple of the bad boys. Yeah. By the way, I will say this: the shock to me of the tournament. The tournament of the finals thus far is. And I got to believe something's coming. I'm calling out all the Knicks' less important players. I cannot believe nobody got a receipt on Wemby for doing that to Brunson. Right? Like Jalen Brunson and Carl can't do it. Like they can't risk fouls. They can't risk potentially getting ejected. I cannot believe that Mitchell Robinson, and you just put a photo of Mitchell up. He looks like a man for the job.
He looks like one crazy.
I just don't know what we got going with that hair. I don't know. I don't know what he's going.
I like the way he tucks his jersey, and he is elbow deep in his boots.
He's saying to hell with it. All right. That I cannot believe no one has not just laid out Wemby.
Oh, it's coming.
You cannot do that. You can't do that to our guy, or the smallest guy on the court. Just mush him and then laugh at him.
Yeah.
Laugh him. You can't. I cannot believe Alvarado didn't cut block him. Clarkson, he's crazy as hell. Somebody just. It's not one you got to get ejected. A forearm to the chest. I cannot believe that has not happened.
I think it's coming because that's one of those deals. The fact that there was no stoppage or there was no flagrant, there was no, like in the moment, obviously Brunson reacted, but in the moment, if you're another player, it's like, oh, you don't necessarily, did I see that right? You kind of, but now everybody's gone home and watched it 1,000,000 times on their TV.
And I think you said something too. There was no consequence. Nothing happened to him.
Nothing.
We'll take it in our own hands.
Right. So you initially, if you're a teammate, you're like, oh, maybe I missed something. Maybe it wasn't that. And then you just keep going. And Brunson clearly doesn't have the time to at that moment to stop and give it much attention. But to your point, they all went home and watched that sucker last night, and they're watching it time and time again. I'd be shocked if they didn't have a little something early in Game 4.
Somebody's got to tell Josh Hart that you can't be the one to do it. You're a little bit too important because Josh looks like he may want to do it. But yeah, I cannot believe nobody. He is going to get drilled. I can't believe he hasn't yet. He is going to get drilled. He laughed at him after he did it. All right, what you got coming up?
There was I was at OTAs today. The Texans, OTA, I guess it's a mandatory minicamp. And I got some observations. One of them, which I'm going to be honest with you, Texans Nation, you've been hearing a lot of smoke about this offense and about what's going on. One observation today, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I believe if you played the game, if one of those if you know, you know. I didn't like what I saw, boys and girls. But we'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Let me tell you something. We are in Houston, which means we're in the
We sell stuff from Brooklyn.
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy shell? Hell no, that's Python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily is powered today by Texan Mosquito Systems. You boys got a mosquito system at y'all's house?
Absolutely.
Do you really?
We have like a truck that goes through the neighborhood.
No, you better get you one of them systems.
Yeah, I was going to say, we just had our guy come and spray.
Oh, man, I got one of them systems, and we sold the old house, so we're with the in-laws, and they don't have one right now. My youngest, Lainey, woke up this morning, six more bites on her legs. It's unbelievable how aggressive these bugs are around here, boy, but you got one of them mosquito misting systems,
because she's so sweet?
Ooh, she is my sweet one. She is absolutely the sweet one. But Texan Mosquito Systems, I love it. I miss it. I won't own a house again without one. We will soon be installing another once we figure out where we're going. But big shout out to them. It's painful when you wake up and your little one that don't know no better got bites all over her legs from them damn bugs. But I was out at Texans mandatory minicamp today, boys, and there was a lot of work being done. They were out there, I would say 9:30 to about 11:20, almost 2 hours, getting that work in. And we've heard a lot. And I advise people to pump the brakes a little bit. Both in this building and outside the building. We've heard a lot about this offense and how this offense has taken the next step. They're light years ahead of where they were last year, I believe is one of the comments that's been made multiple times. I tried to get folks to temper their expectations by playing the head coach, saying, well, when I say we're light years ahead of where we were last year, you got to realize last year we were having a hard time getting a snap. We were having a hard time working inside the play clock, communicating some things. So we're light years ahead, but we still got a lot of work to do, right? And then Ron, I go out there today, and as I've said, we've heard a lot about communication, about the offense and the command that CJ's showing, the ownership that CJ's showing, and yada yada yada, and. I told you, I said, man, I'm not going to listen to anything they're saying. I'm just going to – I want to go out there and see it with my own eyes. I like hearing it. I like hearing that CJ's taking the next step and this offense is going to run smoother because the communication across the board is better, CJ and beyond. And I like the thought, but I really want to witness it myself and hear it myself before I buy in. And I'm going to tell you, Ron – there was one moment today that was very, very telling, and I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, Ron, but I can't help but think that this situation would be should be totally different. All right, I'm gonna give you the scenario or the situation. At the end of one of the team periods, they run. I think it was Davis Mills and Graham Mertz were getting their run, and at the they got the clock running down, and at the 1:20 mark, the period on the clock, 1 minute 20 something seconds left. They say, all right, 2 minutes, jump in there. So the ones jump in there, all right, and they work the ball down the field. They throw a couple of balls away, and then he completes one over the middle. And they get to a point on the field, I believe they were on the 40-yard line going in, and there's 12 seconds on the clock. All right? And it's very clear what you're trying to do. You're trying to – they're trying to work, get a completion inbounds, get the team to the line of scrimmage, snap the football, clock it. You don't have a timeout. They're not giving you the sideline. We want to go get 5 or 6 more yards to get the field goal closer. So complete the little slant route over the middle to the slot receiver. I believe it was Jalen Knoll. Complete the little slant route over the middle and run up there, snap it, boom, clock it. You got 3 seconds left on the clock. We kick the field goal. We win the game. Tie ball game, by the way. All right? They snapped the ball the first time in rhythm. This is without anybody really saying anything. They snapped the ball the first time. I believe he held the ball and ended up completing it to Woody Marks on some kind of little check down or something. So the quarterback held the ball longer than he should, completed it to Woody Marks, and Woody Marks takes off running. By the time the play ends, they don't get it clocked in time. So clock expires. We go to overtime because the game's tied. And so we tried to get an extra 5 yards, and instead we bled the clock out, and now we got to go into overtime.
Didn't even get an attempt.
So that's number one, right? Well, to D'Amico's credit, D'Amico raises his hand and says, whoa. Run it again. All right? And same play again. And CJ sells it over the head of Jalen Noel in the slot running a little slant. And there's some what I would say suspect body language, staring at the ground, kind of throwing the hands up at the coach like in some kind of communication. And again, to D'Amico's credit, D'Amico said, whoa, run it again. And at one point, Nick Caley has to go up to the guys and go, hey, guys, huddle up, get in the huddle, tighten up. CJ standing there the whole time, and he said, it doesn't appear to have said a word in this deal. And I'm going to tell you right now, if what we've been led to believe, all this conversation about taking ownership and taking command and communicating, if that were true, or let's say if it were to a level of like, hey, man, we're going to see it, we're ready, we're going to see a real difference, Nick Caley, his ass shouldn't have been within 25, 30 yards of that huddle. That I'm not saying that you don't, hey, you mess it up, no problem. CJ, hey, fellas, man, get in the damn huddle, let's go. Hey, Woody Marks, you got to get on the ground. You know the situation. Get your ass on the ground. Guys, we got to get on the ball. We got to clock it. Get in the huddle and let's do this right. But instead, D'Amico and Nick Caley and everybody's having to do it, and they had to end up doing it 3 times. When I saw Nick Caley say, hey, guys, like he was the one communicating, guys, with his hand gesture and getting close to the huddle to get them in the huddle and get them in a position, get them ready to hear the play. I said right there to myself, like, this is they're nowhere close. They're nowhere close because I can't. I was talking to Reggie earlier before the show. It was actually after our show, but back out in the home. I can't help, Ron, but look and when you see, we had a joint practice last year with the Rams, didn't we?
Yep.
Was it last year with the? I think it was. Was that the year before?
Might have been 2 years ago because I think it was with the Lions last year.
You're right. It was 2 years ago because Matthew Stafford was actually participating and he was hurt all last year. So because where I'm going with it is, I remember seeing Matthew Stafford or somebody. It was a veteran quarterback somewhere along the way, and like their control of a 2-minute situation, good, bad, or indifferent, whether it ends good or ends well or not, the control of that situation is absolutely 100%. That's the one time when you're a quarterback when you're like, hey, coaches, shut the hell up and back up. This is my deal. I got this. I know what we're trying to get accomplished here. I feel like you should be that way from the jump. Definitely the second time you rep it. Definitely the third time you rep it. I just, when I saw that, for me, it wasn't even about getting it done. You know what I mean? It wasn't even about having success necessarily as much as how much hands-on Nick Caley is in this offense. And I'm talking about in the moment, damn near in the huddle. How much hands-on he is in this situation was surprising to me. And it put me in a spot where I was like, you ain't got command of it. You ain't got complete command of this offense, and there's not complete ownership of this offense, and there's not like a confidence in whether it's Jake Andrews or Keelan Rudd center. Like there's not a complete trust by this coaching staff to just back up and let them do their work the way that the teams that we're going to be competing with are. You know what I mean? That's the thing that I can't help but go back when I watch even the Jared Goffs, but the Matthew Staffords of the world and the top quarterbacks in this league, and you watch them command the situational stuff. I know where it was. I'm thinking of the Rams game out of the box last year, the first game of the season. But when you watch those guys command that huddle, it's their huddle. It's my huddle. It's I got this taken care of. Fellas, tighten your ass up and get in here and let's go. Like the offensive coordinator shouldn't have to be the one to walk up here and do that. And when I see that, man, I'm just like, gosh, dang, man, I was hoping, like I told you, I was hoping, you show up and it's like, hey, this is a C.J. Stroud show. Everybody else shut up and listen to what the quarterback's got to say. And we're just not, doesn't appear that we're there yet.
Yeah. So instead, what? So during this time, CJ was just kind of just off to the side, or
he was in the huddle. I mean, he was there, but it's not. This isn't even as much a CJ thing to me as just the overall. It is CJ because he's the one that should take command. I guess is what I'm. But the reality of it is it's to me it's more of like a disappointment in the whole process, the whole thing of just like how are we not at a spot in year 2 where the situation is manufactured anyway by the head coach. Like today, there was a lot of blitzing going on. Imagine that, right? So they're working on some level of blitz. They're working on some level of communicating, changing the protection. But how are you in year 2 and the offensive coordinator is still like basically in the huddle with you in situational football? Hey, man, there's 12 seconds on the clock. We ain't got no timeouts. We need 5 yards. Get you a completion and spike the ball. So that's football. That's quarterback 101. You got high schools all over the state of Texas that are ending practice with those kind of moves.
So it almost seemed like, I'm just trying to get an understanding, it almost seemed like Nick Caley, that is, felt like he was so hands-on that he was right there, that he is so involved, or is it that he felt he had to be so involved, or is it is it the plan that he is just so involved anyway?
Well, I don't know if he's got like control problems and don't want to let go, or if they
that's just what I'm trying to get. Was it a him control like thing, or was it a man? Well, CJ ain't doing nothing.
Well, so somebody in that moment, player-wise, should have been getting in somebody's ass talking about, you got to get down, we got to clock this thing. And then if there was a need for everybody to get in the huddle and tighten up in the huddle, a player should have been doing that, not the offensive coordinator at this point, year 2. It just shouldn't, because this is different to me than if we're working a team drill and it's 11 on 11 or even 7 on 7. And there's a lot of communication that needs to take place with me and my coach in terms of, hey, man, did you see that strong side safety? He widened at the snap. So did you see did you go tight end up the seam, back down to the crosser, back down to the swing, or like kind of how did you see? Like there's some of that needs to happen. But when you're in a 2-minute, that's the one time in a drill where, again, it's the one drill where, Coach, I got this. This whole thing is mine. Take your ass back there to the 20-yard line. We'll be on the 50 going in. You just get me the play in my ear and let me run with it. Instead, you've got the head coach having to start it over 3 times, and you've got the offensive coordinator having to tell guys to huddle up. I don't know if it's a control thing. I don't know if it's a lack of trust thing. I don't know if it's there has to be a level of frustration with that kind of situation. Even in OTAs, even in mandatory minicamp, that has got to be a pressure point for DeMeco Ryans. I just wish they were further along with that particular situation, because it wasn't a complicated situation. It's a very obvious situation that they've all been doing since high school. You know what I mean? This isn't some kind of like, there were certain situations that were introduced to me when I was with Bill Parcells where it was like, I've never really thought about, hey man, you got 2 plays and you got to score a touchdown and you're on the 30 coming out. Like, okay, these are the 2 plays that we got to bang out, and this is how they got to happen, or we're not going to score. Like, it wasn't that like extreme situational. It was just, let's get a quick 5-6 more yards and clock this thing. And I don't know, man. It was just one of those for me. I was just like
disappointed, huh?
You can't. They can't tell me you can't. I mean, I don't want to hear nothing else about control and command and all that. This is the entire offensive unit. If Nick Caley can't get this offensive unit to a point where going into year 2, they're executing independently of the offensive coordinator in that situation. And again, even if I don't care if you got to pull that thing back and run it 3, 4, 5 times, I don't give a damn. I'm good. I'm cool with that. But if they can't be hands off more and just let them boys ride, it's hard for me to buy into having command of what's going on.
All right, that's what happens when you're out there and you get to put your eyes on the situation. That's probably what the one big thing that you are looking at this year, and the first impression.
Yeah,
you didn't like what you saw.
Well, you Brian, this just has to be. I don't care what anybody says. This has to be C.J. Stroud barking. Has to be absolutely. This offense This offense, with the emphasis they've put on communication, which tells us the communication ain't been good enough. We have to get tired of hearing C.J. Stroud needs to go to the mic to talk to the media and be hoarse. What's wrong, man? Hey, man, I've been communicating my ass off for a week. You know what I mean? And instead, you got the damn OC in the huddle with them. That's a tough pill to swallow.
Yep. All right, coming up, news from the Astros. Of course, wouldn't be Astros news if there was an injury news. We'll let you know the latest on that, and actually some positive news as well from the injury front with the Astros. We'll let you know about that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Hey, fellas, I know y'all hear me telling you about it all. 5% men over 40 years old. That's 1 in every 4 y'all out there. You held back by low.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm telling you, boy, I'm checking this, looking at this text line, Tyler. It look like people are waiting for a negative report.
That does raise some red flags. I'm not going to lie. I was back here during Dirty's Daily a little panicked.
Yeah, no, it definitely, if Nick Caley feels like he's got to hold his hand.
All Kales.
All the way through.
It's the whole thing, boys. If I were Nick, it goes through CJ because he's the quarterback, and not being like in the huddle. I don't know what it is to blame on, but we as fans and we as media, we should be seeing a different thing. We should see at the very least we should see a confident, hey man, put him in there and let's ride, man. Hey, put him in there, man. Quick 2-minute drill. Let's bang this thing out and just call the plays. Get the hell out of the way. Let them communicate it. If they miss something, we'll coach them up on the film. It should be so much better, so much cleaner, so much. The whole as you're watching it, like the whole thing. D'Amico's got to be like just inside. I know he can't do it, externally, but inside he's got to be just shaking his head. You got a defense over there that's executing high-level pressures. And not only executing them, they're executing them, just flawlessly on time and in rhythm and in sync. And then you got an offense that's like, he's got to go to the podium and say, man, last year we couldn't even get out of the damn huddle.
We don't like that.
Now, what they have said is different than what you just described. What they've talked about is different than what you just described. But it does not seem like this is because to me, it's from what you're saying, it sounds would be just, I would sit there until they figured it out. Right? Yeah, I would even insert myself.
Yeah.
No,
you know what you would like today, like if Nick Caley, and this goes back to everybody wanting to be everybody's friend, right? Like, instead of Nick Caley going up there and doing the two-hand like he's herding cattle, like, get in the huddle, guys, get in the huddle. It should have been, hey, CJ, man, get you guys in the damn huddle, let's go. Right? That's the whole, it's just the whole, I don't know, man. It's just, and again, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill from a mandatory minicamp, but it doesn't matter if it's a walkthrough. At this point, year 4, year 2 in this offense, it should be a lot cleaner. It should be a lot more effortless just from CJ's ability to get up there, even if it's wrong. Again, even if CJ's up there and he's communicating and it's wrong, even if he gets up there and we're trying to get 5 yards and it's incomplete or they don't get it, I don't give a damn about the result. The process should be so much cleaner.
Yeah, just like what you're describing is there's a lack of trust in him or maybe not just him, but a lack of trust in the offense that they're going to be able to get done what needs to be done, so everybody's right there to try to make sure it happens instead of letting them figure it out, which, like I said, it feels like that's where they were, is that this was more of the players are in year 2 and they're the ones who are taking what's happening and not – and not something that we're having.
Yeah, look, I don't doubt, Ron, that when you're in the huddle and you hear, a certain shift in motion, that guys, Jalen Noel is shifting and motioning, more crisp than he has before. I don't doubt that the tight end group, when they hear certain formations, they know where to go a little bit quicker, and it's almost like second. Like, I don't doubt that the individuals I don't doubt that C.J. Stroud even knows this offense better and sees things differently and sees things quicker. But it's just the overall group, again, from Nick Caley all the way down. Now we're starting to hear from Dalton Schultz about how difficult this offense is to learn and execute and all that kind of stuff. And you're just like, well, damn. at some point they got to figure this thing out.
Yeah. All right. The Astros, they'll get ready for Game 2 tonight against the Angels. They're back in L.A. For Game 2 to see if they can go ahead and win this series. They get a win tonight. It's another series win, which is what they need to start stacking up. They're 6 games under 500. As I've said, I don't really take teams serious until they get to 500, and they're itching closer to that. Some roster news, because as you know, it would be nothing without roster news with the Astros. We saw Lamont Wade Jr. Boy, it was short-lived. We saw Wade Jr. Round second and really seemed to be struggling. Well, he has a hamstring issue, and he has been placed on the 10-day IL with a right hamstring strain. And outfielder Joey Loperfido will be called up from AAA Sugarland. A lot of people have been excited about Joey Loperfido, so he will be up here. And I haven't seen the lineup. I'd imagine if I know Joey's in the lineup today immediately.
Can hear the ladies screaming all over Houston right now.
Yeah, I know you said that.
I love him.
He is coming back from a quad strain.
He's got a lady, man.
We don't know that.
I think I do. I think after Tyler told me that last time, I think I looked it up.
Telling you what I know.
I think he's locked up. I think he's locked down.
I just don't want to put him in a box if he's not in.
I'm pretty sure he is. I'm pretty sure he is.
Good lady.
But he hasn't played since April 17th. He had a quad strain.
He'll be in the 5-hole tonight. Hey, lot of obliques, quad, hammies, and calves.
Yep.
Lot of strains.
Elbows. Yeah.
Well, those are a little different.
Had a few of those, but he'll be back, and more could be coming, Clint, because there are 2 rehabs coming up. And both of them, I believe, are scheduled to happen tonight for the Space Cowboys, or at least Christian Javier and Yainer Diaz are both scheduled to begin rehab assignments with the Space Boys. That's right, tonight. And Yainer Diaz is scheduled to play with the team throughout this week, subject to change without notice. But they are in Sugarland. Yainer and Christian Javier are both there and could be ready to go. And I want to say this. Like, sometimes we can get a little I don't know if I still don't know if that's accurate. I need to see more on that. Joey Loperfido tied up. I know sometimes we can kind of jump things a little bit. And I know some people have a feeling about Yainer Diaz. This is a better baseball team if Yainer Diaz is on it. Like right now with your catching situation, this is a better baseball team. Now, I think Yainer Diaz is extremely disappointing right now because we had the feels after those first two years or so, Clint, that Yainer Diaz was going to be one of the next bats that the Astros have shown, like walking into the Kyle Tucker or right behind in that category, that he would be that, right? This is a guy who went off, finished 5th in the Rookie of the Year voting, and then he was a top 3 finisher for the Silver Slugger Award as a catcher 2 seasons ago. And, yeah, he has dropped from that. Again, last year, my man hit, I think, 258 with 20 bombs and 70 RBIs. Like, listen, percentage, or as you would say, leaves a lot to be desired. But he doesn't suck. And he is better than this dude that you didn't just called up. I know he got it. What's his name? Colin Price. I know he just got a double last night.
Price looked like a big corn-fed fella.
Nice young man. Good for him.
Nice tag, man. Last night.
Yeah, he is. He's ready. He is ready to hold it down for Weiss and whoever's down there as the catcher, the primary catcher for the Space Cowboys.
Don't be a knucklehead.
He is ready for that. But yes, he is disappointing. But Yainer Diaz and Christian Vasquez, that combination it gives you a better chance to win than Price and Vasquez. All right. Now maybe their time should be split a little bit more, but I think Yainer Diaz, he helps this team when he gets back in the catcher's spot.
Well, I think the question is Vasquez the starter? I mean, should Vasquez get most of the run the rest of the way?
Vasquez.
That guy right there. No, I'd rather Vasquez, the guy that threw it to first base when he was trying to throw it to second that one time. I'd rather him stay in the dugout.
I think Yainer is a starting catcher. I think he is better than Vasquez over time. I think Vasquez will start to get exposed the more and more he comes out every day and plays. Again, maybe instead of once a week, he gets two games a week. I don't know. Maybe that's the case.
I need to do my research on the old corn-fed fella. I don't know much about him. I mean, he's not the one I expected to get run in the big leagues this year. Wasn't there another really good defensive
There's a
defense catcher in the system that we saw in spring training that supposedly is a really good defensive catcher. And so I remember looking him up when as guys are circling the bases out there at will for versus the Astros.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think he's young. I don't think they're willing to
not ready to move with him yet.
Not yet. By the way, who's got the ball tonight? Is it Tang? Is this a Tang?
It is Tang.
Okay.
It's a Tang night.
Kicking a glass.
I want to say shout out to Spencer Arrighetti last night. It was clear, Clint, he did not have his best stuff. It was clear that he wasn't exactly comfortable. It was clear that he was struggling. By the way, Grayson had him a decent night as well last night as well. Grayson Rodriguez.
I didn't know he's a local kid.
Well, is he?
East Texas kid, apparently.
From
right outside of Nacogdoches.
Could find that out.
From right outside of Nacogdoches. That's about, Brendan Rodriguez. What was it?
Grayson.
Grayson Rodriguez. That's Texas.
Yeah, that tracks.
Texas combo.
Thought it was Grayson Allen.
No.
That is not.
No. What a punchable face he has. Yeah. But he had that nightmare second inning, and still it was almost very, and I know people don't like to hear this name, but that was like a Framber-like performance last night. Framber might get caught for about 2 or 3 runs early. It looked like he's going to fall apart, and then next thing you know,
the whole city of Houston pissed at him.
Pissed off, and then the next thing you know, you look up and he's going 6 innings, 3 runs, 7 strikeouts,
and drilled his catcher in the chest.
Not on all of the stuff, but I like that from Arrighetti. When you don't have that is really impressive to me. We talked about it in a lot of sports. Quarterbacks that are struggling in the game, but what do you do in the last couple of drives? You start to pick it up, and him not having his good stuff, but still giving a quality start and putting his team in position to have a chance to win this game, which ultimately, through the stupidity of the Angels and just poor play, they were able to pull it off. But I get that. Spencer Arrighetti has mostly, Clint, been nails where we look at it and you're like, damn. This one was as impressive as really any other outings that he's had because he was able to weather through a tough outing. And Clint, he had a tough one, his last one before. Gave up a grand slam, which was his worst outing. I like what I saw from Spencer Arrighetti. Yeah, I'm turned on a little bit by him. Good for him, man. I think it's a real deal.
About time you came around to my way of thinking.
I always have had that way of thinking. I just have it's not as vocal about it publicly as you are. Yeah. All right.
Getting good in baseball, bonered up.
Clint was good and pissed off with the entire offense led by C.J. Stroud in that one period. But there were some things that stood out to him. There were some positives that he enjoyed and saw while he was at minicamp today. We'll discuss those coming up next.
This isn't like the NBA.
The Yordan Alvarez experience just keeps getting better. presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through, Tyler. Anyone who plans on paying CJ will regret it. I guess we're going to find out.
That we will. Only time can tell now.
My man here texting and said Clint always wants them to coach and do things how he would do it.
Selfish, really.
You're wrong. Neither of y'all. Tyler or him. Yeah, no, it's not about what I would or wouldn't do. It's what I want to see out of my team. I've just been there and done it, and I know there's if you're in complete control, one of the easiest ways for you to see it when you're watching practice is the one of the more obvious 2-minute drill. And if that 2-minute drill is sloppy and the OC has to re-huddle everybody instead of the quarterback taking control, that quarterback doesn't have complete control or command of the situation. And again, that was not it's C.J. Stroud because he happens to be the quarterback, but this is a more disappointing in the whole operation, not just one guy.
All right, we'll see what happens tomorrow as they're back out there again. But Clint, C.J. was not, and that 2-minute drill was not the only thing you saw today. They were out there for a while, as you said earlier, and there were some things that stood out to you. And some things that maybe you're viewing or looking at a little bit differently after coming away from it.
Yeah, look, I think the one thing that really stands out offensively for me on the field is this tight end group. Even with Marlon Klein, the second-round pick rookie that there's some high hopes for there. Even with him out and not practicing, you look at this group and you could see if everybody can stay healthy. You could see, some 12 personnel, one back, 2 tight end type situations. You could see some 13 personnel, 1 back, 3 tight ends, because you've got not only do you have, I think you got 4 tight ends that can legitimately play at the NFL level. You got 4 tight ends that I think they all complement each other. If we're being honest, you got Cade Stover, Brevin Jordan, Dalton Schultz, obviously, and then you've got Foster Moreau. So you've got guys that actually complement. He can roll there and do a lot of different things with those guys. Again, assuming that Nick Caley can get creative with these tight ends, you've got an opportunity. In a world where the NFL is starting to see a lot more of the exotic 12 personnels and 13 personnels, I do see where this team could have, instead of having to put Blake Fisher in there and go on a 6th offensive lineman and hoping that Dalton Schultz can keep it together, this could be a group that you see, assuming everybody's healthy, you could see a lot of that 12 and 13 personnel and even some creative stuff with those guys because they do all complement. I mean, Brevin Jordan looks really good. Cade Stover looks thinner.
That's what you said. You liked what Cade Stover looked like.
I mean, last year he was wearing, 87? Is that right?
Hey, he better get his ass together because to me, when you look at the group, I think it's going to be a real competitive group. Because you could make the case why all of them would stay. If I were to go gun to my head hard, or scrotum places I don't want to get shot, say who is the one most likely to be cut or moved on from, I would say probably either Cade or Brevin, and I'd probably lean towards Cade based off what they did last year because Brevin has kind of just like a unique talent.
Yeah. Well, Brevin is definitely being held on to and has been held on to because of the ceiling, the explosiveness, the athletic ability at that position. Kind of that hybrid guy is the going thing in the league if you can get him to produce, if you can get him to stay healthy in this case. But and then you look at Cade, and he was more developmental when he came in, and so can he take that next step? Where I was going with that, Ron, is I think he was wearing an 80 number wearing high top Jordans when we saw him in OTAs. I mean, this year he's got what appeared to be a low top white shoe on, wearing number 8. He looks quicker. He looks a lot leaner. I don't know if that's the number or the shoes, but he does. I had to look him up. I mean, I'm watching him move and run routes, and I'm thinking, who's that thinner guy that's moving around pretty good? And it was Cade Stover. So point being, Ron, I think it's pretty obvious they've got a really, really good tight end room that's not just good. Again, I think it's important to note that I think these guys complement each other really, really well. And so I think that's one thing that really stood out. Staying on the offensive side of the football, Ron, we saw this last year in OTAs immediately. We went in and watched the rookie wide receivers. It was about Higgins and Noel. What do they look like? Who's getting the ball? What's going on there? And I thought then that Jalen Noel jumped off the field. It seems like the ball finds him. He's very quarterback friendly. And I'm going to tell you, man, if the one guy that I think embodies, or let's say that you watch the practice today, and when you hear guys talking about the motions are sharper, the shifts are sharper, the pre-snap movements are sharper, routes are sharper, there's no doubt about it that Jalen Noel is the one that exemplifies that. I mean, you watch him again, the ball finds him multiple times. At all levels of the field, quick game, mid-range game, and deep. I mean, he is the guy that I don't like that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have pushed all their chips to the middle of the table and with this skill group instead of the one that have to light it up. But when I do watch Jalen Noel at practice, he looks like he's going to light it up. He looks the part, man. And once again, it jumps off the field where he's at, when he's moving, the ball finds him. It's promising.
Again, a lot of people are high and thinking Higgins potentially have a breakout. We've heard D'Amico talk about how he's kind of changed his body and how he looks coming in. For me, Jalen Noel right now, it doesn't seem like there's another real slot on the team right now. A lot of people look at Tank's size and think that now we'll see this completely different offensive group that may push him towards the slot. But right now, Jalen Noel seems to be the only one right there. There is no Christian Kirk in front of him that's taking away time anymore. And to me, between him and Higgins, I would think Noel has the chance because we've seen that position used big time in this offense by multitude of guys in the New England and all those years that have done this. And, I mean, he showed last year. He showed, an ability to get open quickly. Yeah. He showed an ability. He not only like you think about the slot, you think about, those quick, two-way goes, 5 yards, those just
option routes, yeah.
He got open down the field in his few opportunities. He made big plays down the field in his few opportunities.
Yeah. Well, the other one that you can't forget about is Hutch. I mean, I know you always talk about him as a depth receiver and a guy, boy, he's really dependent. Boy, if somebody gets hurt, he can be there. It wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't a bigger piece of this offense. Knowing the people, the minds behind this offense, knowing kind of how they operate, it wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't a bigger piece of the plan moving forward. He's earned it. I mean, he's played really well when he's been given the opportunity, and you talking about yesterday, watching these wide receivers and watching the wide receivers Tank Dell's year and how Tank Dell really stood out with this route running stuff. I'm watching the wide receivers again today, and they're running a release drill where they're releasing, getting hit with a pad, they're getting vertical on the line, and they're getting to a dummy, and they're chopping their feet down and catching a ball over their outside shoulder. It's crazy to watch the twitchier, really more veteran guys do that, and then watch the younger guys do it. It almost looks like you got lazy, lackadaisical receivers out there, and then all of a sudden Jalen Noel goes, and then all of a sudden Xavier Hutchinson goes, and you're just like, that's what the damn drill's supposed to look like. So don't forget about Xavier Hutchinson. He's one that I know.
He won't let us.
Yeah, no, he's going to be there. It's just how big of a role does he play?
Yeah. So Jalen Noel, who, I think if he gets a chance, he's got a chance to tight ends, and I know on the defensive side of the ball, the EJ Speed injury, we talked about, is it going to force them to go outside of the building to bring somebody in, or do they have that inside?
Well, I think you've got the best case scenario for an EJ Speed injury. What I saw today is the first time that I'd laid my eyes on Wade Wood as the linebacker out of Clemson. I mean, he's 6'3", 240, y'all. He is a long, lean. He's an EJ Speed body. At least that's what he looks like in sweats. I mean, he's a guy that is gonna he's gonna cover a lot of space because he's so long wingspan, can stride out, and I don't know that he plays with the same speed. We'll see. I hope he does. We'll see if he plays at the same speed at the NFL level. But he was significantly I think longer than I expected. So he's a guy body-wise. A lot of these guys, the backup linebackers, you see them, you're like, well, they're built and really here to be special teams guys and depth linebackers. He's a guy that when you lay eyes on him, you're like, nah, that dude right there. Now, anything can happen, but that dude right there looks like DeMeco Ryans can't wait to get him to a point where he can get on the field.
He says he stays close. That's his babies. That's literally what he said today.
I bet you by mid-year, I bet you that cat, and I'm just going strictly off of length and size and kind of what he build. I bet you by mid-year, DeMeco's got him rocking and rolling and getting some run on this defense, especially with the EJ Speed injury. I bet you he's a big part of it by mid-year.
Not just special teams, huh?
He don't strike me as not long. It may not be. Some of these cats been here 3-4 years and they're still special teams first guys. I don't. I mean, hell, if I'm Woodaz, I don't mind that life, but I see him getting more run on actually on the defense in that rotation at that linebacker position, and assuming he can play with some similar speed to EJ Speed, no pun intended. There's not a better situation for a young linebacker to be in the NFL. You're inside to a corner tandem that's as good or better than any corner tandem in the league, and you're playing inside a defensive line that's going to command double teams across the board. So you ought to be able to run and roam freely with a lot of space. So I don't know that there's a more linebacker friendly defense in all of football than right here in Houston, both with DeMeco Ryans as well as a supporting cast. So hell, if you can't get in this system and make plays, then boy, I don't know where you can't.
Yeah, I love the text line 713-572-4610. I love people who listen on the Odyssey app. It is
AUDACY.
There you go. It is great. I do think it's weird for somebody to pick up and listen to the Odyssey app and then start to text into the text line no matter what time you're listening.
Did you connect it, though? Did you figure it out?
Somebody just texted in, Pendergast, you leave the Houston goat alone. If he wants to bunt or tag up, pop up, or leave his window open, Jose Altuve is the best.
Not good, Sean.
Is that somebody listening?
Pendergast drive-by.
Is that somebody listening on the Odyssey app and then decided to text in at 4:52?
It could be like a boomer that doesn't really realize it's a different time of day.
That's that old Pendergast
Stop,
podcast.
Man. I don't even mean that disrespectfully.
Yes, you do.
Technology is a challenge for a certain generation, just like crosswords are a challenge for mine.
Don't say that you don't mean that in a disrespect from her who doesn't know. Yes, you do. Completely, that was disrespectful.
In my life experience, the boomers I know do not do well with technology, but they have great life advice and they're beautiful people.
It's a good follow-up.
That's a great follow-up. He was not going to give that follow-up until I called him out on his boomer. That's because we know you and you do your little impressions of old people and you do. And
Pendergast.
He makes fun of old people regularly. It's just sad.
That's a screw goat. Leave him alone.
But my man, whoever that is, boy, they must be. They are listening. Man, I got to text into this thing. Hey, bro. That happened about 7:30.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
We appreciate you texting in 713-572-4610. I hope we have some people listening to us on the podcast page.
7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, damn it, hey man.
Yeah, do us a favor when you get to the drive, text the text line. It'll be 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, whenever you get to it. All right, coming
text
up.
Payne and Pendergast and say, stop being so negative.
Yeah, seriously, guys. Well, you weren't there. How do you know? Maybe CJ wasn't supposed to be doing that in the huddle, and maybe that was what they were working on.
Yeah.
God, Clint, you get on my nerves.
Saying, so negative.
God, man. Jesus. 5 o'clock fire coming up. We'll give you the latest. The Astros news. Yet another injury. They've placed somebody else on the 10-day IL. I mean, if you did here, whether you're in minors or whatever, I don't care the opportunity. You might want to think twice because there may be an oblique or a calf or a hamstring right around the damn corner for you. But we'll let you know the latest of that. Some good news with some big league guys getting closer, playing at AAA. We'll let you know the latest of that as we get you ready for tonight's game 2. NBA Finals last night and more NBA news Somebody thought this player might be on the trading block. Well, that has been clipped. We'll let you know the latest on that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
We finally have a little
Done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
It's gonna start a fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is Game 4 tonight. Las Vegas Golden Knights and the Carolina Hurricane.
I did not know where you were going. I was like, wait, we're not even 2 game for the finals.
And the Knights have a 2-1 lead. Boy, this could get frisky. Fernando Mendoza is out there leading the charge for the Vegas Knights.
Did you see him winding that damn...
Don't say we don't talk about no hockey.
Winding that damn gear thing that they... What is that they do? I'm assuming it's a noisemaker. Did you see him doing that?
Oh, I thought it was a towel. It was a
no. He's got. It's one of those bigger wheels where you wind it.
Jesus.
It's like you're winding a big horn is what it's like. I think is what's going on. You know what I mean? One of those siren type deals, and you got to wind it. And I mean, he is on it, son. I mean, he is trying to be the best to ever do it.
He is the best to ever done it.
Well, he legitimately is trying to accomplish something instead of just ringing the damn bell or ringing the horn.
Well, listen, Clint, he's always lived by the thought, if you're going to do it, you got to do it.
Well, he's definitely doing it. He is winding that sumbug.
Oh, here it is.
Watch him wind this thing.
Oh, he is winding it. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. He is sharpening the hell out of that pistol.
He's still going. He's still going.
And Fernando's the weirdest guy on the planet. I'm sorry.
Look, the quick clap, too. He come up off that thing.
He's got offensive linemen. Like, Fernando, I'm sorry. You can't see this. Please go seek it out. He starts winding up something, and it looks like he is surrounded by a group of a-holes that it feels like, Tyler, they're pumped up and laughing with him, but I think they're laughing at him.
Just makes me think of that Balin chick. Wind it up.
That's what it was.
Wind it up.
Good for her. Congratulations on her marriage as well. But no, seriously. The Astros, they've got news. They head to Game 2 of this series. By the way, again, we hadn't talked about this, and maybe this is when you say make up some ground. If you're gonna do it, they play 2 of the worst teams in the American League. They've got the Angels here, and then they go to Kansas City and take on the Royals. This is one where you want to win both these series to really give yourself a chance. So
how about we mess around and sweep one or both?
Yeah,
how about that?
Chance to do that.
Make up some real ground. That'd be nice.
Yep. Maybe pick up a little bit of the play from yesterday, and maybe you don't have to with the Angels. Maybe just do whatever the hell you want to.
Just get old Tang out of the 5th.
Yeah, we'll get to the to that game as you said. Tang gets the ball tonight, but. Couple of roster moves. We saw Lamont Wade Jr. Boy, I mean, he was coming into his own. Was it Dina yesterday or the other day who was really all over Lamont Wade Jr., LWJ? Well, he is being placed on the 10-day IL with a hamstring strain. He had gotten a hit. There was a double, and boy, you could see coming around first base, he was obviously injured. So he is going to go to the IL, but that means a lot of people who believe in this guy, Joey Loperfido, will be called up from AAA Sugarland, and he is going to join the team. So he's coming back, has not been back since April 17th, where he had a strained quad. He is back in, and we'll see if he's in the lineup. I would imagine he is. We may not get that before we get off the air because of a West Coast start, but he is back with the big league. Lamont Wade Jr. going to the IL. Also, 2 other moves real quick before you get there. Christian Javier Yainer Diaz They are both scheduled to make rehab assignments with the Space Cowboys tonight. Diaz is scheduled to play with the team throughout this week. So it looks like another starting pitching option and your starting catcher potentially could be back as well as there in AAA Sugarland.
Well, Joey Loperfido is the interesting one here. You mentioned about another outfielder. Unless they make a trade for one, I think he's probably the top candidate to be a guy that gets more run in the outfield if he can stay healthy and actually get in a little bit of a rhythm. I think they've got high expectations for him, and so we'll see. I mean, I think the next step for this lineup and defensively is Loperfido, again, being healthy and seeing what he can do. Jake Myers, trying to get back to some of that form he was in that we saw small sample sizes of the last couple of years. Those two things right there could potentially lengthen this lineup a little bit, assuming that those two guys are as good as the organization believes they are.
Yeah, and many fans do.
Yeah.
Many fans believe that with Joey Loperfido. All right, tonight, as you said, Tang gets the ball as he has pitched pretty decently for the Astros. The one thing is just length. He's pretty much 5 innings is where he has been thus far. They need another big start to give him a chance. This is an Angels team that has the worst record in the American League and a team that you should handle and that you should handle, have a good chance to win. And as you said, getting a sweep here, these are ones you got to take advantage of. Like, I know it is early, but right now where you are, you have to win these series.
It's a long season, man.
These type teams, the worst record in the American League, you have to come out and win these series.
Well, it's a race to the trade deadline, right? I mean, who are you going to be at the trade deadline? What's the organization look like at the trade deadline? Are you buyers? Are you sellers? Or are you firing the head coach and the GM? What does it look like? And obviously, the closer they can get to 500, the tighter they can stay to that in that wild card hunt, and maybe even the top of the division, the better off that's going to look. So I think we can talk about 162 if we want, but the reality is this is a race to that trade deadline, and hopefully the Astro fan in me hopes that we're buyers at the trade deadline, and we got a chance to acquire some arms and maybe even an outfielder and a bat and make a run.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Texans had mandatory minicamp, and it was day one. Clint was out there, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we continue. But the head coach, he spoke today, D'Amico Ryans, and this will be the last time we hear from D'Amico until, training camp, Tyler, right? He's already said he's taking off and going to Disney World. Good luck. Good luck with that. That was one of the most grueling situations. You're in better shape than I am, so you probably got a better shot to handling that. But those were 8-hour walks. That was tough. So good luck to you, D'Amico. And we live close to each other, and we've got a great relationship. So if you want some advice, why don't you give me a call, and we can sit down and talk about it.
Meet him on the hash, that Little League field out there.
In the middle.
Him, and Cully should hang.
We're all very close. Leg day Wednesdays.
I think him and Cully are doing legs together on Wednesday.
I know where DC's going to be Wednesday. I ain't never seen D'Amico there. But here is D'Amico talking about how he is feeling about his team as they enter day one of minicamp.
Our team is looking great. I feel really, really good about where we are as a team. It's one of the best OTAs that we've had since I've been here in the past 4 years. I'm really excited about training camp. Really excited to see these guys actually put on pass and see who shows up in the pass. It's one thing in the shorts. Some guys can make plays in shorts, but you put the pads on, you play real football, you see who can really show up. But our guys have shown up. Everything that I've asked them to do, they've shown up with the right mindset. They've worked the right way. And so, we have a really great group of guys, and I think we're building a really great team this year.
It's not really surprising to hear coaches say that about their team. Some coaches try to be, oh, man, we're still growing, we'll see. But some people go with confidence. Clint, do you, based off what you've seen year 4 in the program, what they've done, how genuine and authentic you think he feels about this team? You think right there what he is saying is not just trying to instill confidence in his group. You think this is a legit way he feels?
Yeah, no, look, I think he feels really good about the team. I think he should feel really good about the team. I think there's some key critical components to the team that's got to get right, but I mean, I think he should feel really good. I mean, relatively speaking, again, I think their floor is as high as anybody in football. We've talked about that. Obviously, being a defensive-minded head coach, I mean, it's his side of the ball is clearly pulling their weight, being one of, if not the best defense in football. And when you have that kind of unit on the defensive side of the ball, you don't have to be great offensively. And so even if you're not happy with where your offense is, you got to feel like you can reach a point offensively where you can just be a good complement to the defense and you can play winning football. So no, I think D'Amico's. I think he's straight up. I think he's being honest. I think him and Nick have done a great job building this thing. And you get into do you feel like with this team right now you can make a championship run? I don't know how great he feels about that. I think he probably feels like there's still some work to be done, but I think all in all, I think he feels good about what they've done in a 3-year span here in terms of building this thing.
Yeah, I you know what, I agree. I think they really, and I think as you said, a lot of it has to do with their defense.
Yeah,
I think they feel really good about their team, and I think they feel really good about. He's been saying this since he's gotten here. Now, I think it has shifted and changed in terms of how he means about it, but they've talked about complementary football since they've been here, and now I think they feel like they've put together a group that really complements each other. I think they're at a finished product, but I do feel like they are very confident in the type of football team they've put together. It's almost like this is what we wanted to put together.
Yeah.
Right? This is exactly what we wanted to do, and now we have it, and now, based off what we did last year and what we've done over the past 3 years, this is where we can really reach potentially our ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think if you pull back the curtain and really, had a heart-to-heart conversation with D'Amico about kind of how the offensive side of the football has been handled over his 3 seasons here. I think probably there's some regrets there, maybe some thoughts of, man, I didn't handle that great, or I should have handled this differently. But other than that, man, I think they've hit it out of the park. So we'll see if they can get their stars to align this year. No pun intended, to get their stars to align this year and give them a chance to actually win one instead of just be competitive.
Let's get it on, baby.
5 o'clock fire.
Thanks, Vandy. NBA Finals last night, Game 3. And the Spurs were staring down, potentially going down 0-3, but no, they get a 115-111 win. And coming up here after, in the next segment, we'll hear from Tyler Milner and T. Mills' best bets, and he went 3-0 last night on his best bets. They were all NBA Finals related, so that means he's hot, folks. But the Spurs, they win 115-111, Clint, and the number one thing that is being talked about after the game is Mike Brown. And he came out as soon as his presser opened after the game. He spent 5 minutes talking about the officiating and really highlighting the fact that it was such a physical game, and the free throw discrepancy was 24-8 in the second half. At home is what he talked about, and thought that the Spurs got away with some fouls that should have been upgraded as well. Do you think, because now we got a series, but Game 4 is tomorrow night in New York, do you think Mike Brown's criticisms potentially will affect how the game is called moving forward? Well,
look, I personally hope they do, because it's just a more entertaining watch for me as a fan that doesn't have any skin in the game. It's a more entertaining watch if guys can roam freely. Brunson and Wembanyama obviously being the two main ones. So I hope it does. The interesting part to this, or fascinating to me, is Ron, if they shift gears now, it's going to be blatantly obvious that they're responding to the head coach of the New York Knicks complaining in the media about
Scott Foster's officiating the game. So he is probably the most known official now that has controversy, short fuse. So yeah, as you said though, I gotta believe, Clint, it's just going to be human nature. Though it's going to be human nature when you hear. Not only when you hear the talk, but it's stuff to back up the talk. Like we can all watch, whether it's on the perimeter or the interior, wherever. It is far more contact than we're used to seeing.
Well, I've watched all these games, and I have not watched these games and come away with, boy, man, this is a one-sided game where one team's being allowed to. It's on both ends of the floor. It's both teams. It's the bigs. It's the perimeter guys. It's all of them. And so that's the one consistent is it seems like there's a lot of push and shove and grabbing going on, and it's pretty consistent throughout. So it's hard for me to sit here. And I know the number of free throws in the second half last night worked out one way over the other, but it's just hard for me as I'm watching the game. I don't walk away with, boy, one team's getting hosed here, as much as I walk away with, damn. I don't mind the physicality. Like, it's a little bit of the grabbing is what bothers me. I don't mind the physicality of guys getting pushed around and being on the floor. The grabbing stuff before the ball's ever been inbounded is interesting to me, but. The entertainment value, it takes away from the entertainment value when there's so much of this stuff going on.
Well, listen, I don't know. I feel about the Fisher. I don't think any team is getting cheated. I don't think that the Knicks that the officials were holding it out against the Knicks and have been in this series. Now, I do think the Spurs' clear game plan is to be ultra physical, especially with Brunson and Cat. But I would say on the other end, it seems like the Knicks are trying to just really be physical on Wemby, on cuts and stuff like that. So Wemby's getting his. But if you look at it, their goal is to be physical, especially on those two, but really just around.
Yeah.
So I do think the Spurs, every one of their guys on every matchup is their hands and physicality on. It seems like with the Knicks, it is just it's wimpy.
Well, I think overall, if the refs are going to allow it to be as physical as it has, in fact, I think, assuming they don't change it drastically, I think it's advantage Spurs with how they can play, particularly Brunson, but really everybody, any and everybody that's on the perimeter. The way that they can play perimeter defense and disrupt the Knicks, that physicality, I think, is advantage Spurs. As you mentioned, it definitely impacts Wemby as well, but boy, on that defensive end of the floor, if you can disrupt Brunson, then you've got a real chance to cause major problems for the Knicks.
Absolutely. All right, coming up, T. Mill's best bets. He'll have his bets after going 3 for 3 last night. And are we going to potentially see a leash on this offense and C.J. Stroud coming up this season? We'll discuss that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I have drank the C.J. Kool-Aid.
Have you?
Yeah.
ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Something big is coming to H-Town. The Dynamo Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I think we'll see a 2-1 count after tonight. So Spurs +4 for Game 3 tonight. Wembanyama over 27.5. I'm on over 3.5 rebounds.
You like these road teams, don't you? There he is, right there. I mean, if you don't pat yourself on the back, nobody else will.
That's right.
That's a fact.
Is your lat sore?
There it is, man. It's a lat. He put that together right there. That's Tyler.
Your tricep sore?
No,
giving you
stretch.
Is your wallet fat?
Yes.
Giving you proof right there, baby. 3 for 3 last night. You heard
hot.
him all.
He's hot.
Jalen Brunson, man, I was looking down there. He was sitting down there with that single rebound, and he climbed. He got himself to 5. I don't even remember the rebounds.
I don't either, really. He was at 2 after 1 for a long time, too, but he racked them up.
I was like, Wemby, he's good. This way this game was coming down, he's looking like he's pretty good. 3 for 3 in that bad boy. T-Mill's best bets coming up. Someone texted in. Scott Foster is the official for Game 4. That means the Spurs are going to win. You know, his nickname is the Extender. Seems to have a situation when he officiates games, series get extended.
Grower, not a shower?
That's right. Or
just making sure I was
extender, or grower, but Scott Foster feels like, well, take control of this thing early. Feel like you talk about you want CJ to show more leadership. Right? Scott's going to get them in their little officials locker room. I don't know who's going to be with them, Zach Zarba. I don't know who he is.
All right, boys. This series has been a little bit out of whack here. Now the physicality is getting out of control.
Yep, let's get them out of hand. Yep,
keep us. Let's let them know who the boss is from the jump. Now,
you know, I really think twice about. I do think there is a receipt that needs to go to Victor Wembanyama for the back of the head shove on Jalen Brunson. Scott might throw you out.
When he gets checked, you're talking about when somebody checks him?
If somebody retaliates? Scott might throw you out. It does kind of suck if you're the Knicks because you feel like there was some. I think there's probably a couple of shots in this game. Jalen Brunson with that forearm shiver from Castle. I mean, Castle had no plans of going around him or anything. He just came in, bam, right through him.
I'm here.
Hey, I'll be getting. And I understand it, and Clint, you understand it too. I get concerned that Rick Brunson, Jalen Brunson's dad, is not going to get a hold of himself for that quick segment, that quick second.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's sitting there, and that's his son. The one where Castle ran him over, that happened right in front of him. Right? Like as a father, your first instinct, I don't care how old he is, I would imagine, your first instinct is like, I got
there and get in the
2
hand.
steps. He's got 2, because I don't know if you caught Rick. Rick, it was a game 1 or 2 where De'Aaron Fox just decided to stare down Jalen Brunson. They're on the Spurs side. Rick was walked all the way up and standing next to them. Everyone like, hold on, man, where are you? Like, and the referee had to send Rick's ass back down, saying, "Man, you got to go back down there." I get concerned. That one, I thought Rick might come over there and just because he's got about 3 to 4 seconds where he can probably catch himself before he didn't just go on after Castle. Like,
Dad, you got to calm that dad side down.
Yeah, that dad side. That hell with the coach. He may need a second row seat. Rick Brunson may need a second row seat just for that time for him to stop himself. Rick over there, and Rick's hot. And what I forgot, I can't remember if it was you or whoever it was. Is like, yeah. If I didn't know that was his father, but doggone, he looked just like his ass sitting over there, just ain't got the hair.
Giving him that hair, it'd be just like it. just like him.
Yeah. So, no, man, I think this Scott Foster. I think this is definitely going to be a much tighter officiated game. All right, Clint, we talked about this a little bit. We're seeing how this team. We know how the season ended last year, where there were most uncharacteristic turnovers we've seen, really from the offense. To be honest with you, we got 5 turnovers against the Patriots, 4 picks and a fumble. And I think there were multiple fumbles in the Pittsburgh game. We just didn't see that. That was part of the hallmark of this team. They were one of the best in football at not turning the football over in that streak. Do you get a sense that he will have, when I say he, DeMeco Ryans will have a tighter leash on CJ and this offense coming up this year?
Oh, I think it's the shortest leash in the league for a team that's contending. I mean, a team that's actually considered to be a playoff caliber team that could surprise some folks. Yeah, I think there's a very short leash on the offense, and I say that in a sense of like what they're going to be allowed to do, the amount of risk that they're going to be able to take. I think it's very, very, very slim to none. So the leash, I think, offensively is short, and I think the leash on CJ is short. I know this. CJ better come out in the first month of the season. He better not have a turnover problem. And to your point, I mean, CJ set a record last year, a playoff record of any quarterback, any player that to get into the playoffs, fumbled 5 times through 5 interceptions in 2 games. Now that's a record for any 4-game stretch of the playoffs. So just whether you lost them or not. The truth of the matter is that was a major problem when it mattered the most, and so that first month of the season, this offense, which it's all going to go through CJ, so CJ's going to catch it, good, bad, or indifferent. This offense better not have a turnover problem, or hell, I mean, I don't know what DeMeco might do.
What is it when you think the shortest leash of any team that's contending look like? Like when you, if there's,
I think it's going to be blatantly obvious to everybody out there that the focus is not to get Nico Collins the ball. The focus is not to use tempo and creativity and things of that nature to get matchups that you like, to get advantageous matchups. I think it's going to be very obvious by every stretch of the imagination that they're playing a conservative brand of football on the offensive side, focused on staying ahead of the chains and not turning the ball over. I think it's going to be extreme out of the gate.
T-Mill's best bet's coming up here in just a second. You think it would go as much this year that he is more willing to potentially bench CJ if it?
Yeah.
He clearly wasn't ready to do that last year.
Right? No, he was not ready to do that last year in a playoff situation. That's why I say the first month, really, given who you're playing. But it is if this becomes an issue where he within this offense, whether it's his fault, the O-line's fault, the play caller's fault, whoever's fault it may be, it would not. I think C.J. Stroud's leash is very short. Yes.
Mm. All right, that's real. His leash is short, and then you could see this offense turn it into David Montgomery and run this, and make sure I don't put my defense.
It could get real hairy. We've seen this organization once already get sideways with an offensive coordinator. It shouldn't shock anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the outcast, wasn't he, Bobby Slowick? I mean, so it could get hairy real quick in that first month of the season with you having this, because that defense is going to. The first month of the season, there's going to be some pressure on this defense. You're going to find out how good this defense is. You're going to see some of the best offenses that the NFL can throw at you.
Yep. All right, let's hit it. T-Mill's best bet. Remember, hey, listen up. This is very key. You can find his best bets at Space City Sharp. New spot at Space City Sharp. He was 3 for 3 last night. The hell with the not just a green Monday, perfection Monday. What you got on a Tuesday?
That's how you handle a bitch-ass Monday right there. 3 for 3. Hey, I've had a lot of 0 for 3s. I will use strong language in this case.
That's a tad aggressive.
You're right, but I felt it in the pit of my stomach. Sorry, boss man, my bad. I'll be better. 3 more picks tonight, obviously. Not the NBA Finals, around baseball very quickly. Padres, I got them +1 run at -130 odds as they host the Cincinnati Reds. Next, I got the Cubs money line at -150 odds at the lowly Rockies. And then your third and final best bet is one we missed on the very last time we bet baseball, but I like it a lot tonight. Christian Walker over 1.5 total bases for the Stros. Very minimal experience against the pitcher he's facing tonight in Urena, but he is 2 for 3 in the 3 at-bats he's had against that guy, and found some productivity as well as an RBI. So I like Christian Walker over 1.5 bases. Those are your 3 best bets. Let's go 3 for 3 again.
Christian Walker gets to hit between Jordan and Paredes and Altuve behind him, and he's taking advantage that I don't think Joe would pinch hit for him early in this game. So that also, you also have that going for you. Again, folks, he's hot. 8-2. 8-2 in his last 10. 8-2 in NBA Finals bets as well. So let's see. He is hot again. You can find his best bets every day at Space City Sharp. Coming up as we continue right here on The Drive, one thing that we saw day one at mandatory minicamp, Clint thinks it's a long shot for something that we all believe needs to happen. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Nick Caserio shared high praise for the Texans.
budget.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Save budget and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros lineup is out. Jeremy Pena leading off. Yordan Alvarez, Yonder Diaz is catching tonight in Sugar Land. But Yordan Alvarez is the DH tonight as he looks to continue to stay hot. Christian Walker. By the way, Yordan and Christian Walker tied not just with the team lead, but the American League lead in RBIs. Both of them, 48. That ties for first with each other in the American League for most RBIs. They are second and third in this lineup. Paredes behind Walker, Altuve, and then Cam Smith. And you wondered, Joey Loperfido's in left field tonight, batting seventh, with Myers in center and Vasquez catching tonight with a little tang action. A little tang starting things off. That is the Astros lineup tonight as they look to win this series, Game 2 in Anaheim. Also coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will be joined by cornerback Jalen Smith, who a lot of people think right now it's penciled in to be the third corner. Might be that guy right there for him, so he should get a lot of playing time. Injuries, I'm sure they'll talk about how that was for him last year and his bounce back, but Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, the young corner, Jalen Smith will join them. And then Area 45, Patrick Creighton and Amy Lawrence. And also Mid-C, you may know him as Colin. Mid-C, they've got you down 7-11. They'll get you ready for that baseball game in Anaheim. I would assume it'll be tough to do a post-game show. I'm guessing they'll be off the air by the time that one ends. So it's a quick one. Could be a quick work. We'll see. But stay tuned live and local until 11 o'clock with Texans All Access and then Area 45 following them. Someone text in, Clint Cornbread, Nick Caley can go get fired with that conservative offense. And I would just say to you, if they start to pull the plug, they, as Clint said, have a leash. I mean, they may move on from Nick Caley, but I think Nick Caley would be conservative by instruction.
He's down the pecking order of guys that will be responsible for what the approach is offensively.
Now he may pay for it, but
you're right. He may be the one that pays for it, but there is, look, I mean, Nick Caserio wants this thing done a certain way on the offensive side of the football, and I think D'Amico's given him his blessing after the Bobby Slowick thing blew up in his face, and but you got a defensive-minded head coach. And a general manager that are extremely involved on the offensive side of the football. I don't think Nick Caley is in any way, shape, or form deciding what level of aggressiveness they are going to or not going to have on the offensive side of the ball. I mean, you're talking about a guy that didn't even hire his staff, for crying out loud. I mean, this was a plug and play type deal. He's not making that kind of decisions of, hey, are we going to put this season offensively, are we going to put it in the hands of C.J. Stroud, or are we going to be conservative and just not turn the ball over? He's not making those decisions.
Yeah,
I don't believe. I mean, that's my opinion. But you can be mad at Nick if you want to. It's fair. He makes a bunch of money.
People will be mad at him. Yeah. I mean, because he's the OC, but yeah, Yeah, that we'll see. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully there is a thought of, like, we've got this great defense that we want to have an offense to be able to try to really take the scariest thing for this defense is for teams outside of the Texans is that defense gets to play with a lead and they know that you got to pass. Woo! You get down by 2 scores, that is, woo, I know D'Amico said there's going to be some offense going to be struggling. They will really struggle that way. Really struggle that way. All right, Clint, you were out there today, and I think one of the big stories to me this whole offseason is really the position group that they paid the most attention to during the offseason, and that is the offensive line. And today, I think everything looked like we thought it would be Ursery and Teller on the left side, Ed Ingram, and today Trent Brown, and I think we all understand that because Braden Smith has an injury right now he's dealing with, but Braden Smith would most likely be the tackle in there. The only thing that maybe is off to what a lot of people were hoping, and that is Jake Andrews was still running center with the ones, and Keelan Rutledge was running second-team offense at center at this point of the first practice in mandatory minicamp. And listen, I'm not going to lose my mind, but I do stand by the fact that everything that they did to go and get him, moving up, using a first-round draft pick, D'Amico say second-round draft picks should be starters. I damn sure believe first-round draft picks that you moved up to get when you don't have a Pro Bowler-style player in the position blocking him should also start. And right now, maybe this is just you're getting reps and you've got to earn your way to that. But yeah, man, as long as he is a starting center with the Buffalo Bills, I won't lose my mind. But right now, he's not. Well,
look, I think the Houston Texans used 2 of their top 3 picks on offensive players. A first-rounder and their second-rounder were both offensive players. And today's practice of mandatory minicamp isn't the only reason that I believe this, but it is part of the reason that I believe it. It is. I just think it's going to be a long shot for either one of those draft picks on the offensive side of the football, first and a second-round draft pick. It's going to be a long shot for those guys, either one of those guys, to be on the field opening day.
Wow, really?
Assuming they stay healthy at the tight end position and assuming that they stay healthy at the interior offensive line position, I believe it's going to be a long shot for either of those guys to be on the field, and that's a painful reality given that the offense is where most of the opportunity to improve as a team was on that side of the ball.
Klein, okay, but Rutledge, Clint, they moved up to go get him. Yeah. All this makes you feel already on June 9th that he can't beat out Andrews.
I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying it's a long shot. I think there was maybe some hype during the draft that maybe I leaned into and fell into a little bit, and because my belief before the draft was, boy, I sure hope that they don't pair a rookie center with this offense and these communication issues. Then he gets drafted, and you're like, well, you're hearing all these great things about it, yada yada yada. Well, then when you go to watch practice, and he's not a plug and play guy like Kamari Lassiter, he's not a guy that this organization, at least at this point, we'll see what happens in training camp. But this organization, clearly, he's not a guy that this organization says, hey, we're going to play the young guy. He's going to get to know C.J. Stroud with every rep that he gets, and we're going to live with the youth and the inexperience and the mistakes that come with that, the bumps that come with that along the way. That doesn't seem like the approach that they're going to take. So I'm back to, it's very difficult for a center, a rookie center, to come in and start immediately, period, point blank, across the board. Not saying it can't be done, but it's very difficult for that to happen. Like, that's a tough ask. That's a tough ask for a young player. But then you take an offense that's struggling, and an offense that clearly has some level of communication issue at the center position, the quarterback position, the offensive coordinator position, somewhere in all those main communication pieces, there's a disconnect. So you're going to plug him into that. It becomes exponentially more difficult to be the guy at that point in time. And then on top of all of that, Ron, you go, okay, well, it is absolutely paramount